Volume 10, Chapter 433, Part 1. You said you were the disciple of Sword Saint Darien, didn't you? That's right. High Priest Agato spoke in a calm, measured tone. I was one of the high priests who sent him to the Forest of Roots. The others are already dead. To eliminate Sword Saint Darien, the Temple of Lumen had dispatched Dolos, who died in Basser 4 years ago, and Gaskell, who perished in an unforeseen accident. And then there was one more. That one was still alive, but it wasn't Agato. He had never once set foot in the kingdom of Basser. But this way, he had two grand intentions: the first, to shake the enemy's spirit; the second, to bear the sins of the temple. If his death was fated, he would carry the temple's filth with him to the grave. Glory was needed only by the living, not the dead, yet surviving was the best outcome. There was no law forbidding one from struggling until their final breath. Helmut's gaze shifted, his eyes glinting with a new intensity. Then you have more than enough reason to follow those two. A murderous intent flared within him like a spark igniting dry tinder. Without hesitation, Helmut lunged forward, thrusting his sword. Before he could close the distance, a surge of holy power erupted from High Priest Agato's blade. But then, it's not swordsmanship, Hwa. Helmut had expected a swing of the sword, but he was caught off guard. A blinding burst of sacred magic exploded directly in front of him, forcing Helmut to twist his body aside. A spherical wave of sacred magic grazed his shoulder, narrowly missing him. Ah! A searing pain made him grimace instinctively. It felt as though a massive, red-hot spear had raked across his skin. He no longer had a protective barrier. His body and vis were far from intact, leaving him uncertain how many times he could withstand sacred magic from a high priest of Agato's caliber. Today, Helmut might very well hit rock bottom for the first time in a long while. His formidable presence had overwhelmed his enemies, but a moment of carelessness could mean death for him just as easily. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Helmut's lips. You know, he said, it was me who killed those two. High Priest Agato's eyes widened in shock. Come to think of it, both had died under mysterious circumstances. Dolos's death in Basser was one thing, but Gaskell's demise was an utter enigma. He had vanished, his traces erased completely. The temple had speculated that two archmages, enemies of the temple, were responsible, but the incident seemed destined to remain an unsolved mystery. Wasn't planned, but it just happened that way. Maybe Lumen wanted to give me a chance at revenge. Helmut's mocking tone kept his gaze fixed on the high priest. As the truth about the two high priests' deaths sank in, Agato's face trembled with rage and shock. We should have killed you 4 years ago, instead of sending him to the Forest of Roots. But before Agato could finish his outburst, exactly. Seizing Agato's moment of agitation, Helmut thrust forward, Kugugugugu. A deafening clash resounded, a sacred barrier. It surged from Agato's blade, blocking Helmut's sword against shield. Helmut's vis collided ferociously with Agato's holy power. Agato poured holy power into his barrier with such intensity that his face contorted. It was as if he sought to crush Helmut, the embodiment of evil, with holy power alone. Helmut's vis, purified by the holy power, shimmered with a bluish-white light. The searing flames of holy power began to penetrate his skin. He had hoped to find an opening, but this had turned into a head-on confrontation, a battle disadvantageous to someone bearing the seed of darkness. Yet withdrawing his sword now would leave him vulnerable to a direct hit from Agato's full-force sacred magic. This might just work out. He would end it in one strike. Helmut tightened his grip on his sword. Vis, drawn from the depths of his being, flowed into his blade, natural yet overwhelmingly powerful, from ashen gray to bluish-white. As the purification process unfolded before his eyes, Helmut pressed his sword downward with all his might. The holy power Agato unleashed was neither refined nor precise. Helmut keenly discerned this weakness. A faint crack appeared in the hemispherical barrier centered on Agato's sword, a minuscule needle-like fissure as if torn apart. Quasic, Helmut twisted his sword, pressing harder. His vis, seeping into the tiny cracks, began to widen them. Precise and flawless control of vis. His sword was steadily breaking through the barrier. Impossible, Chapter 433. Part 2. A being tainted by demonic energy piercing a sacred barrier head-on, his barrier which had never been breached before, Agato faltered. His wavering resolve shook his mental fortitude. In the moment that tremor affected his barrier, quaching, the barrier shattered and the shockwave forced Agato to cough up blood. Krog, but before he could even groan from the internal injury, Helmut's sword plunged deep into his abdomen. Thud. Whether the initial pain or the fatal wound hurt more, Agato couldn't tell. All he felt was the chilling presence of the sword tearing through his insides. Krrgh. The high priest trembled violently, experiencing excruciating pain for the first time in his life. With his abdomen pierced, he couldn't even thrash about. Hot blood gushed forth, soaking everything around him. He would bleed out and die like this. Yet Helmut didn't finish him off. Compared to the suffering Darien had endured, this was trivial. He gazed down at the dying high priest with a cold, aloof expression. The temple failed to kill me 4 years ago, and it fails again now. Look, this is Lumen's will. If the absolute will of a god granted victory to the one who desired it, then Lumen's will had already chosen the victor's name. And that name was Helmut, standing right here. A flicker of fury flared in Agato's eyes. You vile creature, how dare someone like you speak of Lumen's will? By your own logic, I passed through a sacred barrier twice. The second time Lumen saw me. I've seen your god closer than anyone. Helmut continued calmly, addressing the panting, struggling Agato. So yeah, I have every right to say it. Had Lumen, the divine being, not foreseen this moment when Helmut would turn his blade against the god's followers. But no one was there to answer Helmut's question. Agato fell silent. A resolute conviction settled on his ashen face. Yet he didn't beg for his life. His gaze, serene in the face of death, stirred an odd feeling in Helmut. With his sword still raised, Helmut spoke. High Priest, what is your name? The moment the question left his lips, a chill shot down his spine. A tremendous storm of holy power erupted from behind him. Quaboom. Struck squarely in the back, Helmut was sent flying and crashed into the ground. The assailant, confirming Helmut's motionless form, strode toward Agato. High Priest Agato, are you alive? The attacker swiftly pulled the sword from Agato's body and poured healing magic into him. Astonishingly, Agato's wounds began to close. Light returned to his hazy eyes. Staring at the unexpected figure with astonishment, Agato asked, Paolo, why have you returned? What about the others? All have returned. I came back to seize the chance to kill him. I had a useful sacred artifact. High Priest Paolo held up an object around his neck. A necklace bearing Lumen's emblem gleamed in his grip, a sacred artifact that concealed one's presence. The area was saturated with holy power from earlier spells, allowing him to bide his time perfectly unnoticed. Paolo had waited coldly, patiently for the perfect moment to strike the vile creature. This was the result. Glancing briefly at the fallen Helmut, he turned back to Agato. Enemies will swarm soon, we must leave. Grasping Paolo's hand and rising, Agato said with a grave expression, the temple is in danger, isn't it? You should have returned. If I had, you would be dead. Isn't this better? At that moment, Agato thought he saw a white line being drawn. No, was it ashen gray? Swish. With a chilling sound, Paolo's head was severed clean. Time seemed to slow. Agato watched as Paolo's head, detached from his body, tilted in midair, his lips still moving. His face was calm, as if unaware of what had befallen him. He met death without realizing it, a bizarre and terrifying sight. Then the head fell to the ground. Thud, tujudu. With a light thud, the rolling head came to a stop, trembling as if still alive. The headless body collapsed, spraying blood like a fountain over Agato's face and body as he held Paolo's hand. The blood was hot. Seeing the severed stump drenched in blood was a dizzying, horrific experience. Helmut, who had somehow approached from behind and returned Paolo's attack in kind, looked like a demon king. Dark as the abyss, ruthlessly cruel. He shook the blood from his sword and spat out, you lied. You're not the last one who sent Darien to the Forest of Roots, it was him. His voice dripped with displeasure, cold and indifferent to the fact that he had just slain a high priest. A delayed groan burst from Agato's lips. Uncontrollable emotions surged within him. A high priest had been killed before his eyes, trying to save him. Arrgh, Agato screamed, summoning his holy power. But the earlier healing had only mended his external wounds. He was in no condition to wield sacred magic. A high priest unable to use sacred magic was utterly powerless. How noisy! Helmut sheathed his sword and swung it lightly, still in its scabbard. Thwack, struck on the head, the high priest collapsed to the ground. Helmut asked coldly, did you want a glorious death? To fight and die for Lumen, to meet death through a holy war that was deemed a noble end. Unfortunately, that won't happen. Helmut's eyes gleamed coldly. He wouldn't grant death to someone who desired it. He intended to drag this man like a dog, treating him as a captive. If necessary, he would hang him alive on the city walls to make a clear statement to the temple. Their most noble figure had been captured, proof of their defeat. The temple would never again dare to encroach upon Reynosa where he stood. Never again would they deny his existence. High Priest Agato could no longer resist. He had to accept the fate awaiting him. As a defeated man, Chapter 434, Part 1, the battle was over. His intuition, as always, proved correct. He would return as the victor. Helmut sheathed his sword at his waist and muttered, revenge has been achieved. The high priest he had slain was named Paolo, one of the high priests who had sent Darien to the Forest of Roots. Dolo's own words confirmed it, so there could be no mistake. Wasn't his return, then, a chance granted by the heavens to complete his vengeance? Or perhaps a chance bestowed by Lumen, he thought wryly. Ironically, Lumen seemed to be on Helmut's side. After passing through the sacred barrier for the second time, everything had unfolded smoothly. It was as if the flow of the world had tilted in Helmut's favor. Strangely, his mind was clear, as though a fog obscuring his vision had lifted completely. Helmut took a step forward without thinking. At that moment, a groan escaped through gritted teeth. The pain he had forgotten surged back, hot and overwhelming. The trace of sacred magic that had struck his back left a vivid mark on his body. His flesh burned as if seared by a branding iron, and his bones ached with a dull throb. That searing pain was something he would never forget. In the instant Paolo's sacred magic struck him by surprise, Helmut faced a crisis. Having just broken through Agato's sacred barrier, his reactions were inevitably sluggish. The sacred magic that slammed into his back sent his body flying. The sacred magic burrowed into his skin, consuming it as it dug deeper. Its potent purification power seemed intent on melting away all the demonic energy rooted within him. His vis struggled desperately to resist, but having already allowed the sacred power to infiltrate, defense was no easy task. But then something unexpected happened. The bracelet on his wrist shattered into pieces. Crash. The bracelet's magic manifested a protective barrier around Helmut's body, repelling the sacred power. Unlike demonic energy, magic wasn't so easily overwhelmed by sacred power. Though it wasn't a grand spell, it was enough to disrupt the sacred magic slightly. Helmut summoned his vis and shook off the sacred power, then launched himself forward, toward the high priest who had turned his back. His sword remained firmly in his grip. What happened next was evident in the scene before him now. Frowning against the pain, Helmut silently repeated her name in his mind. Aaliyah, she, wherever she was, had helped him. No, he had a sense of where she might be. The temple's hasty retreat was no coincidence. He would need to hear an explanation when he returned about the bracelet as well. Helmut looked down at his bare wrist, now unfamiliar without the bracelet. There was a time he had considered it a shackle, yet today that bracelet had fulfilled its purpose. For the first time in a long while, he felt as though he had poured out every ounce of his strength. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him. Anyway, I won. Helmut had accomplished what he set out to do. A strange, cool breeze stirred in his chest, but Helmut was satisfied with that. The temple's forces were retreating. Alonso, the commander of the Black Wing Knights, let out a breath and surveyed the battlefield. There was no leeway to pursue the enemy and cling to their heels. What happened? They had been at an absolute disadvantage. Though they had held their ground well, time would have naturally pushed them back, yet the temple's army was retreating. That signified both Reynosa's victory and the temple's defeat. Alonso slowly pieced together the current situation with what had come before. Helmut, the spark of this war, had vanished into the midst of the enemy. His vis, rising like a gray mist enveloping his sword, was awe-inspiring, parting the enemy like the sea splitting to form a path. The people of Reynosa who witnessed it trembled with awe. That was the heir of Reynosa, the one who called himself the Sword Saint, but they couldn't recklessly follow him as he disappeared into the temple's army. If they were surrounded, their numerical disadvantage would leave them with no way out. Don't concern yourself with my actions, focus on commanding the troops. Before the battle began, Helmut had given him that instruction. Alonso followed his words. With the Grand Duke in the rear, they couldn't afford to stretch their forces thin. Though no war was without sacrifice, minimizing it was his role. Keep the troops tightly grouped, break through the front, and follow the Grand Prince. Even if it was slow, it was better to advance as a united force than to scatter and falter. The Black Wing Knights and Reynosa's soldiers fought fiercely. Because Helmut had charged through the temple's army, scattering them once, the enemy couldn't fully focus on Alonso's forces. That, of course, made them easier to handle. Thanks to that, they had held out remarkably well, so well that, for a moment, they felt they had the upper hand. But their vis and stamina were finite, and the enemy's numbers were relentlessly vast. Sacred magic revived fallen enemies, infusing them with strength as long as they weren't dead. That was why the temple's army was so formidable, but Helmut had surpassed their strength. A direct charge toward the high priests at the heart of the temple's army. That success was why they were retreating now, wasn't it? Then what of the Grand Prince? Growing anxious, Alonso spurred his horse forward. Even if Helmut had died and the temple had achieved its true goal, this retreat made no sense. The temple would have seized the Grand Duke of Reynosa and placed Michael on the throne without hesitation. Ahead, he saw a figure standing tall. Chapter 434. Part 2. Clad in the same black armor as the Black Wing Knights, but with the unmistakable crest of the Grand Duchy emblazoned upon it, hair as black as the abyss. Spotting him, Alonso quickly approached and leapt from his horse. "Grand Prince, are you all right?" As you can see, Helmut's demeanor was detached as he turned, as if the extraordinary feats he had performed were nothing. Looking into his dark eyes, Alonso found himself speechless. How can he face the temple's army alone and remain so unscathed? It felt as though he stood before some immense, inhuman presence. There was something eerily reminiscent of a demonic beast in it. Even though the Helmut before him was not an enemy but the heir of Reynosa he served, A strength straight out of myth inspired both awe and unease. Helmut continued indifferently, "It seems something has happened at their temple, that's why they're retreating like this." "The temple, you say, then the high priests?" "There," Helmut gestured with his chin. Only then did Alonso notice, a few steps away, a high priest lying fallen and beside him a corpse with its head severed. Despite their conspicuous white robes, he hadn't noticed them until now because Helmut's presence had wholly consumed his attention. "He's alive, seal his sacred power and lock him in a cell, he'll make a useful hostage." "As you command." And Helmut, about to say something, suddenly collapsed forward. "Grand Prince," Alonso quickly caught Helmut's body. Limp like a rag doll, he was already unconscious. Almost no vis could be felt from him. Alonso realized Helmut was not in perfect condition. "What's happened to Helmut?" The Grand Duke, arriving late, hurriedly dismounted. Alonso, checking Helmut's pulse, responded, "He's merely exhausted and lost consciousness. He'll recover with treatment." Alonso realized that Helmut, who had seemed like a demonic beast or something transcendent, was in fact human. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't break through the temple's army alone and remain unscathed. The Grand Duke, with a grave expression, looked over Helmut and the fallen high priest simultaneously. At the Grand Duke's command, High Priest Agato was immediately bound and taken away, and the corpse was collected. Watching Helmut being loaded onto a carriage, the Grand Duke, lost in thought, finally spoke. "We'll withdraw our reinforcements." Reynosa had single-handedly repelled the temple's army. That fact would soon spread across the continent. "We return to Latona," the Grand Duke declared. It was time to handle the aftermath of the war. Helmut regained consciousness the moment healing magic was poured into him. As soon as he opened his eyes, he reached for his sword, causing the mage to stammer in panic. "I only used healing magic." Only then did Helmut, confirming his wounds were healed, sit up. He fastened the sword placed beside him to his waist and realized where he was, inside a carriage. The mage, unprompted, rattled off an explanation. "We're almost at Latona." "You weren't unconscious for long." Indeed, it couldn't have been long. To be defenselessly unconscious like that, the damage must have been worse than he thought. The pain was now completely gone. Free from the sacred, power-laden atmosphere, his vis was slowly recovering. Helmut remained seated leisurely until the carriage passed through Latona's gates. The carriage was surrounded by the Black Wing Knights. As they passed through the streets toward the royal castle, cheers erupted from all directions. They had faced the temple, so one might expect curses, but everyone was praising Reynosa's victory and the Black Wing Knights' valor. Mixed in were blessings for the Grand Duke of Reynosa and his heir. The carriage entered the castle fully and came to a stop. A mage, having received a telepathic message, spoke to Helmut. "His Grace commands you to return to your quarters and rest. He wishes to see you after you've recovered." Come to think of it, this mage was likely in the Grand Duke's direct service. "All right," Helmut rose readily. To rest deeply in the most comfortable place, that was all he desperately craved. Upon returning to his quarters, a familiar voice greeted him. "Yo, Helmut, had a good time out there." "Who's out there having a good time?" His eyebrows rose instinctively. A white cat, tail raised, sauntered over and stood before him. "You look like a wreck." Alaga's blunt remark came as if he hadn't been out himself. But Helmut, knowing Alaga had been with Aaliyah, couldn't shake a suspicious feeling. A presence stirred from within the room. He raised his head. "Welcome back, you did well." A silver-haired beauty approached with a gentle voice. Aaliyah smiled at him. There was a distinct sense she was hiding something. But without pressing her, Helmut walked into the room and collapsed onto the bed. "I'm going to sleep." And with that, a death-like slumber overtook him. Chapter 435, Part 1. It was all darkness. He stood in a high place, perhaps a dizzyingly steep cliff. Helmut, standing there, witnessed a scene unfolding below. From the depths, from the pit of the abyss, a writhing darkness stretched forth, swelling toward the world. A destructive darkness that turned life into death. Helmut could vividly feel the savage, ferocious intent it carried. Destruction. It would annihilate life and cover the earth in darkness. None who opposed its power would survive. The only ones to live would be those who bore demonic energy. Suddenly, Helmut glimpsed something gleaming within the abyss. It glowed with a red radiance. Eyes, those red eyes, as if drawn from the heart's blood of the living, stared at Helmut. An impassive yet persistent gaze, as if measuring what Helmut was. He thought he heard a whisper from those red eyes. "You are darkness," or thump, thump, thump. Helmut frowned at the stirring within him. Beneath the sturdy seal, the seed of darkness writhed, as if responding to those red eyes. "Stop it." Helmut placed a hand near his heart. Never again would he lose himself or be controlled, not even if this seal ceased to exist. Perhaps because his will was unshakable, the red eye gradually faded back into the abyss. Helmut suddenly recalled where he had seen them before. The Eye of Lumen. The moment he tried to cross the sacred barrier, those eyes had gazed at him from the heavens. Though their powers were entirely different, the way they looked at him was eerily similar, as if observing and judging what kind of existence he was. One thing was clear, neither placed Helmut within their bounds. To them, Helmut was, like his vis, a gray existence. Helmut focused on the scene unfolding before him. From above, a single slender beam of light pierced through the abyss. It was beautiful but not gentle. The light resembled a spear of the sun thrusting toward the abyss, yet the abyss did not yield easily. Light and darkness, a fierce clash. Watching it, Helmut realized this was a dream, yet it felt unnervingly real. A chilling sensation, as if the darkness were binding his limbs. An intangible foreboding that could not be cut with a sword. If this was a dream, why was he dreaming it? The moment he questioned it, his consciousness surged to the surface. As if forcibly shaken awake, Helmut's eyes snapped open with a jolt. The same ceiling he had seen before falling asleep. The world outside the dream was silent. Helmut lay still, staring at the ceiling, recalling the scene he had witnessed in his dream. "What's wrong?" Ilaga slunk closer, tapping Helmut's nose with a paw. The fur tickled his nose and Helmut sneezed involuntarily. "Achoo, I had a strange dream." "Was it a naughty dream?" "I should tell Aaliyah." Helmut reached out and grabbed Ilaga tightly. Ilaga yowled, thrashing about. "What are you doing, you brute?" Helmut gritted his teeth and said, "It wasn't, so stop saying things like that." "Why not?" "You're a grown male, it's natural, no need to hide it. It's only right to let your female know you're in heat." "It wasn't," Helmut shouted, flinging Ilaga away. Ilaga was, as always, the only one who could raise his voice. To an onlooker, it might seem like animal cruelty, but Ilaga nimbly twisted in midair, landing on all fours. "Still playing coy? When will you two stop with the childish games?" Ilaga's narrowed eyes somehow looked sly. For a cat, its expression was oddly human. Helmut glared at him and threw out abruptly, "Ilaga, you went to the Temple of Lumen yesterday, didn't you?" "Uh-huh." Caught off guard, Ilaga flinched. The far-from composed reaction confirmed Helmut's suspicion. "You really caused a scene there. The temple folks were scrambling to flee, like someone who came to set another's house on fire only to find their own ablaze." Ilaga rolled his eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. I was napping." "You were with Aaliyah and yet you were napping?" Helmut's sharp retort made Ilaga's mouth clamp shut. Avoiding a losing conversation was the best move. "I told you to stay. I took him." The door opened and Aaliyah stepped in. It was the room of the heir to the Grand Duchy of Renosa, a man's room no less. Yet Aaliyah entered without hesitation. Chapter 435. Part 2. Wasn't she here yesterday too? Helmut briefly wondered if he should reprimand the guard. "Even if she's my fiancée, is it okay for her to come and go in my bedroom like this?" He had a right to privacy. Instead of pointing that out, Helmut addressed a more pressing matter. "You did something dangerous." It was the heart of the Temple of Lumen, a place called the Sanctuary. If they had hidden forces, Ilaga could have been in danger. Ilaga was a demonic beast, vulnerable to sacred power. "Yeah, it was dangerous. My fur got singed off," Ilaga grumbled, showing a paw where the fur had burned away, revealing pink skin. There were no wounds, but striking the barrier had scorched the fur, leaving the skin exposed. Aaliyah spoke calmly. The temple's forces were focused on Latona, and facing them head-on would have been far more dangerous. "If the bracelet I gave you activated, it means things were truly dire." Aaliyah, in the midst of casting teleportation magic, hadn't sensed the danger Helmut faced. She was shocked later to find the bracelet broken. "I need to make a better artifact next time," Aaliyah resolved. "The bracelet was a big help, thank you, but," Helmut's gaze hardened, "I'd prefer if you didn't act on your own like that again." It wasn't arrogance or overconfidence. He simply didn't want Aaliyah or Ilaga to take risks where he couldn't reach them. They were the greatest treasures Helmut had gained in his life. "If we'd told you, you'd have stopped us," Ilaga muttered. Aaliyah hesitated, then nodded. All right, she figured she could persuade him beforehand. She was confident she could convince him. Then Aaliyah asked the question she had been holding back. "How's your body?" Helmut finally checked his condition. The minor wounds from battle had healed cleanly. He felt no pain. Of course, his vis wasn't fully restored, but he'd be fine in 2 or 3 days. "I'm fine, could you check my seal?" Aaliyah placed her hand on his chest. Given they were in his bedroom, the position felt a bit odd. Ilaga made a snorting sound. "HMPH, HMPH, HMMPH, Helmut's fist clenched. "Ilaga, shut up." It seemed the one in heat was Ilaga. After closely examining the seal around the seat of darkness, Aaliyah withdrew her hand cleanly. "The seal is intact, but why? Did you feel something off?" Helmut recounted the ominous dream from the previous night. While Aaliyah listened intently, Ilaga reacted dismissively. "Just a bad dream, you must be emotionally unstable." Ignoring him, the two continued their conversation. "You mentioned before that the Seed of Darkness feels alive," Aaliyah said. Helmut nodded. "I did." "Then it's possible the Seed of Darkness is trying to tell you something, or you're glimpsing something beyond through it." Helmut countered, "The Seed of Darkness isn't like a demonic beast. It's just a fragment of demonic energy." Aaliyah's words made it sound as if the Seed of Darkness had a will of its own. There had been moments when he felt it did, but that was merely the inherent nature of demonic energy. A force driven by destruction and slaughter. That's why demonic energy was called a power of darkness to be rejected. Aaliyah's violet eyes gleamed with interest, as they often did when something intrigued her. No, the seed of darkness isn't just a fragment of demonic energy. If it were, removing it would be simple, and removing it wouldn't kill you. Her voice grew clearer. As you grew, the seed of darkness intertwined deeply with your essence, your soul, your mind. In doing so, it naturally developed a demonic nature. It could influence your subconscious. Conversely, you might be able to peer into it. Neither prospect is welcome. Helmut shook his head. Considering all he'd endured because he was born with the seed of darkness, it felt unsettling. He doubted he'd ever view the seed of darkness favorably or wish to commune with it. A faint smile curved Aaliyah's lips. Darkness spreading, light piercing it, two forces clashing. This is worth looking into. It seemed something extraordinary was brewing. Perhaps it had been inevitable since they broke through the sacred barrier. Helmut spoke. I need to see the Grand Duke, to hear the outcome of the war, and as the heir to Reynosa, he still had duties to fulfill. After the clash between Reynosa and the temple, the world was in shock, the temple's unbelievable defeat. Reynosa, standing alone, repelled the temple's forces before reinforcements arrived. The heir of Reynosa, bearing the seed of darkness, tore through the enemy's ranks with terrifying skill, capturing a high priest. Meanwhile, the temple, trampled by a demonic beast, teetered on the brink of collapse, and rumors of a giant white leopard spread uncontrollably. The absolute was shattered, leaving only victors and vanquished. The temple, branded with the stigma of defeat, was astonishingly silent. Not a single statement was issued. The holy war had failed and the temple had lost its chance for revenge. And it didn't end there. Chapter 436. Part 1. The army of the Temple of Lumen, having set foot on the soil of Reynosa, had suffered considerable damage but managed to preserve much of its forces. The loss of two veteran high priests, Paolo and Agato, was a painful blow, yet thanks to them the army had safely retreated. Moreover, they had rescued all those still breathing. With proper treatment, they would likely return to their posts. Despite the recent infamy that had cloaked the temple, those eager to pledge themselves to its service still lined up in droves. The temple faced no significant difficulty in recruiting priests or holy knights. Lumen would surely bestow new high priests upon the temple, and the vacant positions would gradually be filled. It was a grievous wound, but one that could be mended. That resilience was in itself their strength. When the time came, they would wage another holy war. This time they would conquer Reynosa without fail. That was their sacred mission. However, as the temple's army, gnashing their teeth, made their retreat, they were met with an unbelievable sight. How can this be the temple? O Lumen, how could such a thing happen? From the crumbled outer walls to its very core, the temple lay in ruins, a straight path of destruction carved through it, resembling a conquered fortress. It was as if a massive furrow had been gouged into the earth. The buildings along that furrow were utterly shattered. Most of the priests and holy knights who had remained to guard the temple were either crushed under falling debris or lay groaning, injured, and sprawled across the ground. Faced with the immediate need to restore the temple, they stood agape, unable to close their mouths in shock and horror. High Priest Levina, who was overseeing the recovery efforts, was equally stunned as she greeted them. High Priest Agato remained in Reynosa. Yes, High Priest Paolo also turned back midway, saying he would rescue Agato. And yet he has not yet appeared, perhaps. As one senior priest spoke with a grim expression, Levina, losing her composure, shook her head vehemently. No, that cannot be. She had never doubted their victory, but was the one bearing the seed of darkness truly so formidable? They hurriedly sent messages, but no response came. Oh, if only I had been there. Even if one person had stayed to guard the temple, or if another high priest had taken her place, there was no guarantee they could have fended off the demonic beast's assault. Yet Levina, tears streaming down her face, blamed herself. The thought of losing her longtime comrades plunged her into a panic she had never felt before. May those who sacrifice themselves find peace in Lumen's light. But Levina quickly regained her composure and offered a prayer of mourning. The crisis was far from over, and the cold reality dawned on her. She was now the only one left to lead the temple. Excluding the two most recently appointed high priests, only one other high priest with some experience remained. But in Levina's eyes, seasoned by decades of guiding the temple, that priest seemed merely inexperienced. This is no time for weakness. I must pull myself together. After tending to the wounded and issuing orders to restore the temple, Levina immediately set to work on the sacred barrier. Even amidst this, she could not forget Alaga's words. The demonic beast broke through the sacred barrier, a crack in the sacred barrier. It was unthinkable. Lumen's divine power remained intact, and Levina herself had felt no difficulty in wielding her holy power. If there were an anomaly in the sacred barrier, the very essence of Lumen's power and the temple's strongest defense, would it not have affected the temple itself? But how else could one explain that demonic beast's appearance? A colossal leopard that had half destroyed the temple. The demonic energy emanating from it was terrifying. It was the kind of demonic beast that might have appeared during the Demon War 1,000 years ago. How could such a creature have remained hidden and unknown until now? Unless it had emerged from the Forest of Roots. Levina entered the sanctuary where holy power was amplified and focused her mind. For too long, they had neglected the sacred barrier. Immediately after the clash with the archmages, the barrier had felt unstable, but she had assumed it would soon recover. Had she not poured her own holy power into restoring the barrier to its full strength? Thereafter, tracking the archmage, dealing with events in the Deus Empire, the martial arts tournament, and now this holy war. Amidst all these incidents, she had not closely inspected the sacred barrier, which had stood resolute for 1,000 years. What had gone wrong in the meantime? Gripped by unease, Levina's consciousness followed the flow of divine power. Not just any high priest could perform such a task. Through the sanctuary, her mind connected to the sacred barrier, meticulously examining every part of it. And then she discovered it. The Forest of Roots, a demonic realm sealed for 1,000 years, something was stirring there. Her body trembled like an aspen leaf. Staggering out of the sanctuary, she faltered. A priest guarding the entrance quickly supported her. Her body was drenched in sweat. "High Priest Levina, are you all right?" "I am fine." More urgently, strength returned to Levina's pale, resolute gaze. "Convene the Round Table Council. It is urgent." A dark storm was surging forth. A calamity was beginning while their attention was elsewhere. When and where the signs had first appeared, she did not know, but this was without doubt a crisis. Not just for the temple, but for the entire world. "O Lumen," High Priest Levina let out a deep sigh. With no one to stand shoulder to shoulder with her, she felt lost, unsure of how to navigate this situation alone. Chapter 436. Part 2. Helmut stood before the Grand Duke of Reynosa. He was there to hear about the aftermath of the battle. Unlike Helmut, who had collapsed from exhaustion and lost consciousness, the Grand Duke, who had been in the rear, looked pristine. Meeting Helmut's impassive gaze, the Grand Duke stroked his chin thoughtfully. Even as a Grand Duke, he could not have been entirely unscathed amidst the whirlwind of war, yet before Helmut, he seemed insignificant. Moreover, as soon as Helmut awoke, he sought out the Grand Duke to fulfill his duties without the slightest hint of negligence. Anyone would envy having such an heir. For a moment, a satisfied smile flickered across the Grand Duke's lips. Michael and Charlotte, each with their own strengths, had once caused him to agonize over his choice, but Helmut was the clear answer. "Well done, you performed splendidly." Praise flowed naturally from the Grand Duke's lips. Coming from a man who never spoke empty words, the compliment carried deep meaning. Helmut responded indifferently. They must be pleased, having achieved victory before their reinforcements could even arrive. The Alliance's victory was their victory as well. The Deus Empire and Basser had only paid lip service to supporting Reynosa, and in the end, they had sacrificed almost nothing. The reinforcements they had prepared to send returned to their posts without any losses. In contrast, despite some sacrifices, Reynosa had defended itself. "Indeed, that's true. We're recruiting new members to fill the vacant spots in the Black Wing Knights. There are regular knights who distinguished themselves in the war. They should suffice. That is fortunate. A Sword Saint in Reynosa, thanks to your exploits, will likely attract fine talent in the future." The Grand Duke was pleased with Helmut's achievements for another reason. Accepting Helmut had not only been a matter of honor or conviction, but also a wise choice for the nation of Reynosa. Yet concerns naturally followed. The Empire will now have no choice but to be wary of Reynosa. The Black Wing Knights might keep their silence, but regular soldiers could not be expected to do the same. Helmut's valor, charging into the heart of the temple's army and cutting down enemies at the forefront, had already become the stuff of legend. Through Reynosa's soldiers, word had spread, and the Empire and other nations learned how Reynosa had secured its victory. The rumors, exaggerated beyond reality, claimed that with each swing of Helmut's sword, enemies fell like waves. Such overwhelming strength inspired awe. Unlike the Sword Saint, who had rarely left Basser in his lifetime, Helmut emerged as a vivid threat, capable of turning his blade on other nations at any moment. No matter how much the tales were embellished, a swordsman who could face an army alone was an excessive force for a nation of Reynosa's size. With Helmut's presence alone, Reynosa's military might could potentially surpass that of the Empire. And the Empire would not take that fact lightly. Basser, a desert nation plagued by demonic beasts, was more likely to invade than be invaded, but the Empire was different. With its fertile lands, vast wealth, and numerous gemstone mines, it possessed everything any nation might covet. Holding the continent's greatest economic and military power, ruling from the pinnacle, would the Empire look kindly on Reynosa's rise? Moreover, the Grand Duchy of Reynosa carried the bloodline of the imperial family. The direct line of the Reynosa family was treated as royalty in the Empire, and though low in the line of succession, they held a claim to the throne. That claim could perhaps become a pretext for usurping the throne. Having swiftly pieced this together in his mind, Helmut realized one thing for certain. Charlotte may face some difficulties. With the Empire currently at odds with the Temple, it could not openly challenge Reynosa. Thus, strengthening the alliance with Reynosa would be the wisest course. The best method would be a marriage alliance between the Crown Prince and Charlotte. Conversely, a union between Asuka and Reynosa's Grand Princess became even more challenging. If the power of Reynosa were added to the Grand Duchy of Farnese, which also held a claim to the throne, Asuka could pose a threat to the Crown Prince. Of course, that was irrelevant to Asuka, who would flee the Empire without a backward glance if asked to become emperor. The road ahead would be fraught with challenges, but Helmut was unperturbed. He would respect Charlotte's choice even if she chose to remain unwed. I intend to respect her wishes, the Grand Duke said gravely, concluding the matter. Helmut shifted to another question. What will happen with the temple now? He already knew they had gone quiet, as if dead. The Grand Duke responded calmly. They still don't know that one of their high priests is our captive. Depending on their next move, we may reveal him and negotiate. With such a hostage, even the temple would have to swallow its pride and come to the table. At the end of their conversation, the Grand Duke informed Helmut. There will be a banquet this evening. It was obvious who would attend. After a brief silence, Helmut replied, "Understood." He could not be absent from a celebration of their victory, and the one who would feel uneasy would not be him. Chapter 437. Part 1. Hey Helmut, it's been a while, hasn't it? As Helmut stepped out of the Grand Duke's study, he ran into Sion, whose face looked unusually haggard. Glancing around, Sion waved a hand in greeting. Despite being Helmut's personal mage, Helmut had completely forgotten about him. I saw your performance out there. Even from a distance, it was impressive, quite the spectacle. Yeah. And you? It was a question about how Sion had been, but he seemed to take it as a jab. With an indignant expression, he pointed at his own face. Look at me, I've lost weight. I wasn't slacking off. I was pouring everything I had into support magic from the rear. I even used every ounce of strength I could muster. Plus, I was helping treat the injured until just a moment ago. Don't you think I've earned my keep? It seemed the implication that he was coasting on his salary had stung. Helmut replied simply, good work. As the second-ranked student in Greta Academy's magic department, Sion was a capable mage, even if he came off as a bit of a goof. It was only natural to expect him to pull his weight, but Sion's face betrayed a hint of disappointment, as if he'd been hoping for more praise. No, that wasn't it. Helmut realized the source of his disappointment. He was hoping for a raise. That explained why Sion had been glancing around, likely expecting some kind of special treatment. After a brief pause, Helmut spoke again. There'll be rewards soon. Your name's probably on the list. Helmut didn't know for sure, but if Sion had fought as hard as he claimed, someone would have noticed. The Grand Duke himself had mentioned the rewards. Oh, really? Sion's eyes sparkled. Among the four of them, he was the poorest. Even during their academy days, he'd lived frugally, so it was no surprise he was eager for money. Fired up, he clenched his fist and said, all right then. See you later. Watching Sion's retreating figure as he hurriedly left, Helmut mulled over his words. Later? Did he mean at dinner? Sion was still on duty. Though he was Helmut's personal mage, with Aaliyah always by Helmut's side, there was little need for another mage. As a result, Sion had been tasked with all sorts of miscellaneous duties, but at that moment Helmut realized he was expected at a banquet later that evening. Time passed swiftly. By evening, Helmut, accompanied by Aaliyah, who was dressed in an elegant gown, headed to the banquet hall. Aaliyah, who had briefly disappeared and returned, had a shadow over her expression. When Helmut asked what was wrong, she explained. Neither Hike nor Antial are responding. Wasn't the sacred barrier Antial's specialty? Aaliyah had tried contacting him first through the communication crystal, but there was no reply. The same went for Hike. This was a first. Something's up. The only threat to them would be the Temple of Lumen. But the temple, half destroyed, would likely be too preoccupied with restoring its sanctuary to pose a danger. There was no reason to think the two archmages were in peril. It seemed more likely that something had caught their attention. I left a message, so we'll wait a few days. If there's still no word, we can go look for them. Aaliyah concluded crisply. For now, let's enjoy the banquet. Helmut had assumed the banquet would be a small affair with just the Grand Duke's family, but he was soon struck by an unexpected feeling. A grand table was set in a medium-sized hall where the banquet was already underway. Due to the injured, this was a modest celebration. Though they arrived on time, everyone was already seated. Dishes were being brought out one by one. No one had touched the food yet. You're here, take your seats, the Grand Duke's deep voice resounded. Helmut bowed slightly, his gaze shifting. He had anticipated the presence of the Grand Duchess of Reynosa and Michael, who had been avoiding him until now. But Alonso and Sion were there too. So that's what he meant by later. Sion, sitting across from Alonso and chatting amiably, waved at Helmut. Realizing this wasn't the place for such casual gestures, he quickly lowered his hand. The commander of the Black Wing Knights was one thing, but Cyan, a mere hired mage, didn't quite belong at this table. His presence hinted at the Grand Duke's intentions. By inviting Helmut's friend Cyan, the Grand Duke was signaling that this occasion, while a celebration of victory, was also for Helmut. I get the intention. The Grand Duke was gradually bolstering Helmut's position as his heir. Helmut wasn't yet used to this newfound ally in the Grand Duke. Come, let's sit, Aaliyah tugged at his arm. Helmut resumed his steps. Chapter 437. Part 2. At the head of the table sat the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess side by side. To the Grand Duke's right was Helmut's seat, followed by Aaliyah's. Next to Aaliyah was Cyan. On the Grand Duchess's other side was Michael's seat, directly across from Helmut. Michael averted his gaze. He looked healthier than before. "Forgive my tardiness," Charlotte said as she arrived and took her seat beside Michael, greeting everyone. Michael didn't acknowledge her, not even sparing a glance. Though he usually played the dutiful son in the Grand Duke's presence, he seemed to have abandoned that pretense now. His attendance at all was surprising, though it likely wasn't by choice. "Having overcome the crisis of Renosa and adorned this occasion with victory, I am overjoyed. Now let us dine freely," the Grand Duke declared. At his words, they began eating. The Grand Duchess of Renosa reached for her food with a calm expression. Unlike Michael, who avoided eye contact, her gaze never met Helmut's either. As the mistress of the Grand Duchy of Renosa, she had always led such occasions, but today she was noticeably subdued. Though she appeared serene, Margaret's heart was tumultuous. The son she had abandoned had saved Renosa. The temple's pretext had been Helmut, but it was power that allowed them to wield that excuse. By crushing the temple, Helmut had negated their power with his own. He was the victor, and that victory proved his worth as Renosa's heir. Moreover, Helmut had been impeccable in every way. The path she had deemed too difficult and turned away from, he had revived it and walked it unflinchingly. It had been that way from the start, winning the martial arts tournament. Helmut had returned boldly, proving himself as he strode into Renosa. The darkness within him shone brighter than light. It was the aura of a man destined to rule Renosa. 4 years ago was her choice truly the best. Had she cast Helmut aside out of fear, overwhelmed by the burden of leading Renosa in the Grand Duke's absence? Seeing so many Bassar, the Empire, support Helmut, and through this crisis, Margaret questioned her decision for the first time. That doubt turned into a piercing guilt in her heart, but it was irreversible. This radiant Helmut might be Renosa's heir, but he would never again be her son. It was a regret too late. Margaret couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze. Charlotte spoke to Helmut. "I regret I couldn't be of more help. The enemy didn't even come near the castle." Tasked with guarding the castle, Charlotte had been left to wait anxiously for news from the battlefield. For a swordswoman, it was deeply unsatisfying. Helmut replied casually, "No, your presence allowed me to focus without worrying about the castle." Her role had been to keep the Grand Duchess and Michael in check, so it wasn't an untrue statement. She had fulfilled her duty admirably. Taking his words at face value, a smile spread across Charlotte's face. "I'm glad you think so." But then a blatant scoff broke the moment. It was Michael. To him, who had done nothing and could do nothing, this conversation was grating. In a war where absolute power clashed, what could Michael, without even command authority, do? All he could do was remain in the castle, protected. He spoke sarcastically. "Victory or not, this war wasted immense manpower and resources for no gain. But I suppose winning is all that matters, right?" "Michael," the Grand Duchess quietly admonished her son. The Grand Duke retorted coldly, "No gains, you say?" In a stern tone, he continued, "Renosa has gained a Sword Saint. Is there a greater gain than that? The most essential quality for Renosa's heir, swordsmanship." Michael's eyes trembled with jealousy and inferiority, emotions deeply rooted in him. He too had fought unprofitable battles, but unable to suppress his twisted feelings, he had spoken out of compulsion. "And there may be even greater gains to come. Now finish your meal," the Grand Duke added, his words sounding like a warning. Michael lowered his head, staring at his plate. Helmut knew what those greater gains were. Strictly speaking, the temple hadn't admitted defeat, it had merely retreated. Renosa couldn't invade the temple to extract a price for defeat, or so it seemed. In truth, they had a way to claim compensation: High Priest Agato. By demanding a hefty ransom under the guise of a hostage exchange along with other conditions. Michael seemed unaware of this fact. Cyan, witnessing the discord in the Grand Duchy, glanced around uncomfortably. But soon, with a mental shrug of whatever, he picked up his fork again. The food was delicious and he was hungry. Helmut, alongside a composed Aaliyah, continued to enjoy the meal leisurely. This unfamiliar scene would, in time, become familiar. Someday, Chapter 438. Part 1. The Temple of Lumen was in a state of utter chaos. Not a single moment of rest was afforded to anyone as they scrambled to tend to the wounded and manage the aftermath. The high priests expended vast amounts of holy power to restore the buildings that Alaga had demolished. Only the advanced sacred magic, wielded solely by high priests, could make such restoration possible. Fortunately, Alaga had torn through the temple in a straight line. Thanks to the beast's neatly destructive path, the cleanup was somewhat manageable. With all resources and sacred power poured into the effort, the temple regained its former appearance in just a few days, as if no disaster had ever struck. But while physical traces could be erased, the shocking memories were not so easily forgotten. The atmosphere within the temple was grim. Everyone wore faces etched with worry, seeking solace in the prayer halls, turning to Lumen with more fervor than ever before. "Oh, what will become of us? Lumen, grant us your answer." Their anxiety stemmed from unease and a sense of helplessness. Facing a crisis unlike any they had ever known, they had no idea how to proceed. They had been defeated, though they stubbornly denied it was anything more than a retreat. The world saw it differently. Eradicating the one who bore the seed of darkness was their sacred duty. They could not simply remain idle. Yet even if they declared another expedition, they lacked the confidence to defeat Reynosa. The temple had lost 2 seasoned high priests. That loss was not something that could be easily replaced. And what if, during another expedition, that demonic beast appeared again? Whether facing Reynosa or the demonic beast, they would need to commit their full strength, fighting with the resolve that one side must fall. Splitting their forces would achieve nothing. But even if they abandoned the temple to fight with everything they had, what if they still couldn't win? Public opinion toward the temple was already unfavorable. While some devotees remained steadfast, many had begun to separate their faith in Lumen from the temple itself. At this critical juncture, with their cause and support waning and their enemies growing stronger, the temple's loss of power made optimism difficult. And if the temple were to fall, what would become of this world? For 1,000 years since the Demon King War, the temple had stood as the world's steadfast guardian. Despite minor conflicts, the world had slowly but steadily prospered. The temple's efforts had kept the world safe from demonic power. The Demon King War had not been fully concluded. It was a dormant volcano, one that would eventually erupt again. The temple knew this. Lumen had inscribed it upon their souls in a way that transcended explanation. But if the volcano erupted after the temple had lost its strength, who could stand against the flood of the Demon King's power? The mages, so easily swayed to corruption, the swordsmen forced to face physically superior demonic beasts, only the temple could accomplish such a task. That was why Lumen had bestowed his power upon humanity, commanding them to establish the temple. Yet the demonic power they faced this time was overwhelming, far beyond their ability to counter. The Demon King War had not even resumed, yet such a crisis had already struck. Amidst the swirling chaos and doubt, the Round Table Conference was convened. High Priest Levina, her face pale, greeted the other high priests. "Welcome." Naturally, the high priests were filled with questions. "Lady Levina, why have you called this Round Table Conference? At a time when we're busy restoring the temple, what is this major announcement? Has there been some significant revelation?" The high priests, taking their seats, all looked unwell. After opening the gate and returning from their expedition, they had immediately poured immense holy power into healing the wounded and restoring the temple. There had been no time for proper rest. Even those blessed by Lumen's grace were pushed to the brink of collapse by such a grueling schedule. Levina was no exception, but no matter how exhausted she was, she could not collapse into sleep, because she had learned the truth. Levina spoke, her voice like a thunderbolt. "The sacred barrier will soon collapse." Her words struck the assembly like a tidal wave. A suffocating silence pressed down upon the round table. 3 pairs of eyes, wide with shock, fixed on her, their gazes tinged with irreverent doubt about the truth of her statement. High Priest Romulo spoke first. "How much time remains? Not what do you mean, or what's your evidence?" He was the first to process the shock with rationality. "It is," Levina blinked heavily, a deep unease churning within her. And now that unease would no longer be hers alone as it spread to the others. She confessed the devastating truth. "It's accelerating, at most 1 or 2 months. After that, the sacred barrier will vanish without a trace." Chapter 438, Part 2, An Unbelievable Reality. Who could accept it so easily? One high priest spoke up. How can that be?" Levina's response flowed smoothly. "The demonic beast that attacked the temple said it came from the Forest of Roots. Because of that, I examined the sacred barrier earlier. You may go to the sanctuary and see for yourselves." Urgent questions poured forth. "Is this the work of those archmages? Have they turned to dark magic? We don't know. They are suspected as the cause." It was unprecedented for a high priest to personally restore the sacred barrier. There was no doubt that the archmages who had interfered back then were connected to this incident. Yet no demonic aura had been detected from them. Those named as the temple's enemies or tied to the powers of darkness were not among them. If they had become dark mages, no matter how powerful, a high priest would have sensed it. Moreover, there was another, more likely connection. What about Reynosa's heir? Could he have done something, perhaps when he emerged from the Forest of Roots? After all, hadn't Helmut defeated them? Though the temple had initiated the attack, Helmut had boldly revealed his identity, as if daring them to come. For one bearing the seed of darkness to act so confidently. Clearly, he had made thorough preparations long before becoming Renosa's heir. Perhaps the sacred barrier's damage was one of his schemes. Yes, he may have tampered with the barrier, Levina said gravely, nodding. Unbelievable as it is, he's escaped the Forest of Roots twice. Romulo spoke again. If we infuse the barrier with holy power, could we stop it, all of us together this time? If all 4 high priests poured their holy power into the sacred barrier, could the situation be salvaged? But Levina crushed their hopes gently. The barrier's balance is disrupted from its very source, that's what I felt. It was a possibility she had considered countless times in the short span since discovering it. Had they acted sooner, they might have delayed the crisis. But the cracks had grown too large. The crumbling sacred barrier was wrapped around the immense forest of roots. Even if the 4 high priests poured their holy power into it with all their might, it would be like pouring water into the sea. Lady Levina, you restored the barrier with your holy power before, didn't you? How could? What I did back then was likely just a temporary patch, not a true restoration. It seems it was never possible to begin with. Back then, it wasn't just a tremor in the barrier, it was the beginning of its collapse. The sacred barrier, an intricate holy relic of lumen woven with immense holy power, was a seal holding back a demonic force capable of reducing the world to ashes. Whether due to a single definitive cause or the cumulative effect of many, the barrier's balance had been shattered. Now only its collapse remained. For the first time in 1,000 years, the world would face the raw, exposed forest of roots, the legendary demonic realm itself. Then, what do we do? Even the voice of a high priest, always calm and reverent before the faithful, trembled. In that moment, even a high priest commanding thousands of priests and holy knights became like a lost child. Levina, head bowed, raised her chin. She spoke as if acknowledging defeat. We must announce this to the world. Lady Levina, one high priest cried out her name as if she were proclaiming the temple's impotence. At a time when all were turning their blades against the temple, I've thought long and hard, though the time was short, but there's no solution. Even if we gather all the temple's relics and priests to pour holy power into it, the sacred barrier will still collapse. We might delay it by a month at most. One high priest shouted desperately. If we can delay it even a little, shouldn't we try? Then who will stop the demonic beasts flooding out of the forest of roots like a tidal wave? Her low, grounded retort brought a heavy silence to the room. If we use all our strength to protect the barrier, when it collapses, humanity will face the demonic beasts with no sacred magic or lumen's blessing, bare and defenseless. And it's not just beasts we'll face. Levina's calm voice began to tremble as if suppressed emotions were breaking free. What we must face is the Demon King. The moment that word was spoken, the high priest's bodies shivered as if they had glimpsed a horrific monster. That sinister, ominous word, Demon King. When the seal breaks, the Demon King will appear, a second coming of the holy demonic war. It was as if an ancient myth had stirred to life from the pages of a sacred text, unreal, distant. Yet it was the reality unfolding, the fate awaiting them. The high priest sat frozen, listening to her words. We cannot stop it, we must prepare to face it. High Priest Levina spoke with resolve. We must inform the world of this truth. No one could argue against her words any longer. Chapter 439, Part 1, Hike. At last, contact had been made. Aaliyah, her brow furrowed, gazed at the image of Hike reflected in the communication crystal ball. She didn't seem to be in any particular trouble. What happened? Is something wrong? Ever since Aaliyah had grown stronger, Hike had paid less attention to her. But never had there been such a long period without contact. After losing her child to the temple's pursuit team, Hike had made it a habit to check the crystal ball at least twice a day, even when engrossed in her research, in case an urgent message arrived. Moreover, there had recently been a war between the temple and the Grand Duchy of Renosa. One would expect Hike to be worried about Aaliyah, yet there had been no word from her whatsoever. That could only mean she was in a situation where she couldn't spare a thought for Aaliyah at all. I was away investigating something. Where? Investigating what? Hike's expression stiffened. Aaliyah only then noticed that, unlike her usual composed self, Hike bore a trace of anxiety. That seems like something we should discuss in person. You're in Latona, aren't you? Helmut is there too? Yes. Then let's talk there. He know as well as the Grand Duke of Renosa needs to know about this. Aaliyah's eyebrows shot up at the unexpected words. Archmage, I'll be there soon. Without another word, the light of the crystal ball faded. Aaliyah blinked slowly. What in the world is going on? The fact that even the Grand Duke needed to be involved was no trivial matter. Aaliyah recalled her own purpose for reaching out, Helmut's ominous dream, and the sacred barrier. Antial hasn't been in touch either, could it be? This was no time to linger. Aaliyah moved into action immediately. 2 hours later, Hike stepped into Renosa through Latona's teleportation magic circle, arriving discreetly. As a public enemy of the temple, she could not move openly in other nations, but here in Renosa, things were different. Even so, visiting the royal castle of a nation required certain formalities, which no one could bypass entirely. For this reason, despite being an archmage capable of teleporting to directly near the royal castle, she had taken a more circuitous route. Heike was not alone. Accompanied by her party, she boarded a carriage and headed straight to Latona's royal palace. When a beautiful woman who bore a striking resemblance to Aaliyah appeared at the royal palace, everyone stared at her in astonishment. No, rather at them. Did you all fare well? I heard you won the war, that the temple scoundrels fled, didn't they? Helmut and Aaliyah had come out to greet her. Before they could respond, however, a voice rang out from beside her. Hello, standing next to Heike was a stunning beauty with flowing pink hair. Standing side by side with Heike, she stood out even more. But her identity was no less extraordinary than the archmage's. Aaliyah asked. Igrel, were you with Archmage Heike? Igrel, the phoenix-like demonic beast who had soared off declaring her ambition to roam the skies of the world, was an unexpected presence. Her being here with Heike felt distinctly odd. Been a while, hasn't it? I'm not quite used to human notions of time, so I'm not sure. Igrel, who had been craning her neck to take in the sights of the royal palace, rambled on. Nice place you've got here. Why are you with her? Before Aaliyah could finish her question, Heike spoke up. Explaining twice is a hassle, and this isn't the place for such a discussion. Let's speak with the Grand Duke present. It's an urgent matter. The Grand Duke was not someone who could be met on a whim, but for Archmage Heike, trivial formalities could be easily overlooked. Given that Helmut and Aaliyah were betrothed, she was practically family to the Grand Duke as well. They soon moved to the Grand Duke's study, where they met informally. It was daytime, and Charlotte happened to be out, while Cyan was occupied with duties. Only 5 people gathered in the study: the Grand Duke, Helmut, Aaliyah, Heike, and Igrel. Ma, you're truly handsome. It's like a treat for the eyes. Instead of a proper greeting, Heike launched into unabashed praise. Her radiant face dripped with sincerity. Despite claiming to be in a rush, she had apparently still found time to notice the Grand Duke's appearance. Naturally, the Grand Duke did not respond with a polite, "You're a beauty yourself. What brings you to me?" The Grand Duke seemed unsure how to address the stunning woman before him, who was far older than he. The idea that this youthful beauty was old enough to be his parent was something even a Grand Duke found hard to reconcile. Moreover, preserved in her youth by the power of an archmage, Heike looked more like Aaliyah's older sister. Only high-ranking mages could achieve such a feat. Helmut takes after your grace quite a bit. When he ages, he'll likely grow as distinguished as you. Heike remained fixated on his appearance, scanning the Grand Duke's face with a smile. Heike, Aaliyah shot her a look as if to say, "Stop embarrassing me." The Grand Duke's eyebrow twitched. It had been since his youth that he'd received such compliments. As the Lord of Renosa, he was not someone whose appearance was typically subject to evaluation. He felt more bemused than flattered. "State your purpose." "I found something." Igrel raised her hand casually. Her tone was far too relaxed. The Grand Duke's brow furrowed. "She's a demonic beast around 1,000 years old." Helmut supplied the explanation, drawing the Grand Duke's gaze. Helmut added calmly, "She's not dangerous." His tone was so nonchalant as if it were nothing noteworthy. Chapter 439. Part 2. Before the Grand Duke could voice the obvious question why a 1,000-year-old demonic beast was here and how Helmut knew that, Aaliyah pressed urgently, "What did Igrel find?" "The sacred barrier. I happened to visit it purely by chance." Igrel began describing what she had seen. A black stain spreading at the very center of the sacred barrier's uppermost layer. Slowly but surely it was corroding the barrier like a creeping plague, an ominous phenomenon. She had tried to approach for a closer look, but the sacred barrier had not yet lost its power. The stinging divine energy repelled Igrel's advance. With her exceptional vision, she could only glimpse beyond the barrier from afar. It was like living demonic energy, almost like what you humans call the seed of darkness. Igrel's gaze fixed on Helmut's chest. If it spread to the barrier, the situation inside must be dire, Aaliyah murmured almost to herself. The demonic beasts in the Forest of Roots will be affected as well. Creatures like Baherk or Kantara should be fine, but others could easily be caught up in it. Igrel nodded and continued. "Seeing that, I thought I should let you know. Problem is, I didn't know where you were." Igrel had left before they headed to Baden. She could have visited Greenkana, but she didn't recall its exact location. Lost in the skies and ending up above the Forest of Roots, she barely knew where she was herself. The artifact Heike had given her allowed for tracking and surveillance but lacked communication functions. Igrel couldn't use it to contact Heike. Breaking it might summon Heike, but there was no guarantee she'd replace it, so Igrel chose another method. "So I went to a nearby human village in my true form and caused a ruckus. The humans came at me with swords. Cute, really. Don't worry, I didn't kill anyone or destroy the village." She had merely ordered them to groom her feathers. That said, Igrel's sudden appearance had sent the village's militia flying, plunging the settlement into terror, an unavoidable consequence. Igrel waited patiently for Hike to show up. Monitoring Igrel's antics was Hike's responsibility. The moment she realized what Igrel had done, Hike rushed to the scene. What she found was a group of terrified villagers taking turns brushing Igrel's fur. It was quite a headache. I was busy erasing memories and cleaning up the mess, Hike sighed. Fortunately, the village Igrel had visited was small. Only after resolving the situation did Hike hear about the sacred barrier from Igrel. She immediately contacted Antial, and together they rode Igrel to the sacred barrier to investigate. That was why neither had responded to Aaliyah's attempts to reach them. Antial is at the Mages Association now. I agreed to inform you of this, that there's something wrong with the sacred barrier. It made sense to inform Helmut and Aaliyah of this development. But was it necessary for Hike to meet the Grand Duke of Reynosa in person? She didn't just want to see the Grand Duke's face, did she? Aaliyah's suspicion lingered. So what do you want from me? The Grand Duke asked bluntly. The sacred barrier was far from Reynosa's territory. His options were limited. The smile faded from Hike's face. With a resolute expression, she declared, "This must be announced to the entire nation." Aaliyah's violet eyes wavered as if she'd sensed something. Helmut's eyebrow twitched as well. Hike looked at them, her voice grave as she confessed, "Yes, we've concluded that the sacred barrier will collapse." Shock rippled through the room in short, sharp waves. None present were prone to losing their composure, yet the moment those words sank in, none remained unshaken. "The sacred barrier will collapse." Helmut repeated her words slowly, as if testing their weight. Even for someone who had emerged from the forest of roots, the notion felt surreal. Hike met his gaze. "Yes, and soon Antial is determining how much time remains. I came to share this with everyone," her voice lowered. "Because we must prepare." The Forest of Roots, the sealed gateway to a demonic realm for 1,000 years, was on the verge of opening. Countless demonic beasts lurked within. If the barrier holding them back vanished, those ferocious creatures would swarm out of the barren Forest of Roots, flooding the human world like a plague of locusts. Soft, frail humans were the perfect prey for demonic beasts. Beasts capable of smashing stone walls with their bodies were strong, while the defenses protecting humans were as fragile as woven twigs. How quickly would villages vanish under the onslaught of these savage creatures? Could even cities be defended by human armies? A world stained with blood and flesh loomed vividly in their minds, and that might not be the only threat they needed to prepare for. As silence gripped the room, a window swung open and a white cat leapt inside with a thud. Chapter 440, Part 1, Ilaga is it? Igrel let out a scoff. The Grand Duke stared with a peculiar expression at the cat that had suddenly appeared through an unusual route, bypassing the guards entirely. It was an understandably strange situation. Even knowing that it was Helmut's cat didn't make it any less odd. "I heard everything." Ilaga, landing on the floor, raised his head proudly. "If Igrel can roam about freely, why should I keep pretending to be just a cat?" The Grand Duke's gaze darted quickly between Ilaga and Helmut. Half in shock, half demanding an explanation. Helmut felt an urge to press his hand to his forehead. He had always known he'd have to reveal it someday, but this situation was far too abrupt. "You are a cat, just." "A very large one," Igrel sneered. "Shut up, you weakling." Unable to deny the jab, Igrel clamped her mouth shut. "More importantly, is it true there's a hole in the sacred barrier? I was just making an excuse." "An excuse? Yeah. That high priest, or whatever she was, asked me where I came from, so I said I came from the Forest of Roots. Told her the sacred barrier's full of holes, so she'd better check it out." "Oh, so you even fought a high priest?" "Just recently." "It was no big deal." Ilaga, puffing up with bravado, hid his front paw where the fur hadn't fully grown back. The pain from that encounter had felt like being seared by fire. He'd rather face Naho again than endure the touch of holy power. Aaliyah interjected, summarizing, "Then the temple must know about this as well." With a demonic beast from the Forest of Roots standing right before them, they'd have no choice but to inspect the sacred barrier. It was unclear how they would interpret this situation. Ilaga shrugged. "As expected, I'm pretty great. Must have sensed something wrong with the barrier instinctively. Just a coincidence, probably." Even as she muttered, Igrel wondered if her own journey to the Forest of Roots might have been driven by the same instinct. A demonic beast's instincts are powerful. As their demonic energy develops, they gain control over those instincts, but the senses they provide grow even sharper. If that's the case, why would I, a demonic beast, feel uneasy? A broken sacred barrier doesn't harm me, does it? For humans, it'd be a crisis, but for Igrel, who ruled over the Forest of Roots, it was hardly a significant matter. As the conversation lulled, the Grand Duke turned to Helmut, speaking gravely. "Hold on. I think an explanation is in order, Helmut. Why is your cat know your demonic beast fighting high priests?" Even after hearing such shocking news, he maintained his composure befitting a lord. But he needed a convincing answer. Helmut chose his words carefully. It was a bit awkward, but he figured it was just as well. This was a chance to explain everything. The Grand Duke listened silently to Helmut's account. He explained that Alaga and Igrel were demonic beasts from the Forest of Roots, and that Alaga, in particular, had protected and raised Helmut since childhood. He emphasized that neither beast ate humans and were in fact friendly, even protecting humans from other demonic beasts. Of course, Igrel wasn't exactly fond of humans, but she didn't eat them either. Without these two, I wouldn't have made it out of the Forest of Roots, and so far they haven't caused any trouble. The trouble Igrel had caused was unavoidable. The Grand Duke sharply pointed out, then what's this about fighting a high priest? Well, wasn't that trouble too? As Helmut searched for an answer, Aaliyah swiftly responded, it was a strategy. Helmut didn't know about it. A strategy. The Grand Duke frowned. This concerns the fate of Renosa. How could you devise and execute a plan on your own? You would have stopped us if we'd told you, and whether it succeeded or failed, it would have been an incident unrelated to Renosa. Did you and that demonic beast attack the temple? To be precise, Alaga attacked alone. I just transported him and brought him back. Aaliyah nodded lightly. The Grand Duke could likely guess why they'd kept Alaga's existence a secret. He wasn't entirely on Helmut's side, and wielding a powerful demonic beast could highlight Helmut's connection to the Seed of Darkness. Until now, the Grand Duke had considered Helmut's Seed of Darkness as the only risk factor, so he likely felt deceived. Unless it was the final moment, a demonic beast couldn't be considered an asset. Renosa had raised its sword against the temple, but it still had justification. The corrupt and fallen temple had provoked Renosa first by invading. If they openly wielded demonic beasts, they'd become the evil army the temple claimed them to be. And yet it had already happened. Had he known, the Grand Duke wouldn't have allowed it. Even if striking the temple's stronghold from behind to force their retreat was the most effective strategy, the Grand Duke understood Aaliyah's choice. But he felt displeasure at the fact that her decision went against the will of Renosa's lord. Yet it was in the past. Having defeated the temple, they were now irrevocably on the same ship. They couldn't disembark until they reached their destination, unless the ship sank. Moreover, the Grand Duke wasn't in a position to blame Helmut. After a moment of closing his eyes, the Grand Duke sorted his thoughts. Helmut? He called Helmut's name softly. Yes. Is there anything else you're hiding? Helmut paused to think. Chapter 440, Part 2. Having lived a life so accustomed to secrecy, he had to consider whether there was anything significant he hadn't mentioned. Well, not really, just that I have ties to Black Hawk. That's enough then. Just as he felt a moment of relief, a new worry arose. Fortunately or not, this worry wasn't theirs alone. When will Archmage Antial be able to calculate when the barrier will collapse? Hike answered. 3 days should suffice. We should inform other nations of this first. A cold determination settled in the Grand Duke's eyes. His mind was already racing to devise ways to address the situation. This wasn't a crisis Renosa could handle alone. It would resonate most with nations bordering the Forest of Roots. Nations bordering the Forest of Roots would bear the brunt. If the barrier fell, demonic beasts would swarm out, devouring everything in their path. The more perceptive ones might even aim to exterminate the entire human race. No, not just humans. Unlike the Forest of Roots, the animals and plants outside, lacking demonic energy, were weak and vulnerable. Everything could be at risk. The Mage Association has likely already been informed. You can use them as witnesses. As a public enemy of the temple, I can't step forward openly. As an archmage, Hike was a vital asset in such a crisis. Even the temple might have to acknowledge her assistance. I thank you for your efforts in uncovering this truth. The Grand Duke offered words of praise. Fortunately, having fought the temple, they were already in direct communication with the Empire and Bassar, the two most militarily powerful nations. Hike frowned. The temple is probably thinking the same thing. They can't handle this alone either, the Grand Duke continued. They might end up seeking help from other nations. Just days ago, they were at war. It would create quite a peculiar situation, Alaga muttered. Someone went through hell to cross the sacred barrier, and now those guys get to cross it for free. I'm the one who went through hell, Igrel scoffed. Hadn't Alaga, plagued by a fear of heights, been utterly useless? Well, whatever, maybe there's nothing to worry about with the demonic beasts. Alaga said nonchalantly. Unlike the humans, he had no concern about the demonic beasts. After all, weren't they just weaklings he could swat away with a single paw? Those pathetic creatures from the Forest of Roots wouldn't dare come at us. Igrel hesitated mid-sentence. But those idiots might not resist the temptation of all that human flesh lying around. Moreover, she had a feeling something was happening within the Forest of Roots. If her instincts were right, once the barrier fell, the beasts that surged out might be beyond anyone's control. The two remaining territorial rulers in the Forest of Roots, what had become of Baherk and Kantara was anyone's guess. I need to go back to the Forest of Roots, Igrel declared, and Alaga chimed in. Yeah, me too. You're not saying you're riding me there, are you? Why not? On whose authority? As they bickered, Aaliyah cut in. Instead of arguing, it's better if Helmut and I go along, Cyan too. It would be best to see the situation for themselves. They roughly sorted out what each needed to do. Everyone rose and left the room. As Alaga was about to leave last, he suddenly turned to the Grand Duke. So you're Helmut's incompetent and irresponsible father. The Grand Duke, who had been organizing his complicated thoughts, flinched at the sudden remark. Even the Emperor of the Empire wouldn't dare insult the Grand Duke of Renosa so openly, but his opponent was a demonic beast, one powerful enough to single-handedly crush the temple. That's right, I raised the child you abandoned. Thank you, it sounded oddly hollow. And now that I've raised him well, you think you can just swoop in and take him? If you want compensation for raising him, I'll provide it. The Grand Duke frowned, as if the absurdity of conversing with a cat felt alien. Alaga raised his tail. What would a demonic beast do with money? Aren't you already freeloading in the castle? I've never heard of Helmut having a guest. And this was the kind of guest that absolutely needed to be reported. The Grand Duke spat out quickly, as if trying to shake off his frustration. So what are you trying to say? I'll be watching to see if you betray Helmut like his mother did. It was brutally blunt, but it was a fair warning. After a pause, the Grand Duke replied, visibly displeased. Do as you wish, but I assure you that won't happen. Good then. Having said his piece, Alaga left the room. The Grand Duke's voice followed him. And when I said thank you, I meant it. Alaga didn't respond. Chapter 441, Part 1, 13. The collapsing sacred barrier. If Helmut were to ever approach the Forest of Roots again, he had thought it would be in the distant future. A time when Helmut could afford to indulge in nostalgia. Yet that moment arrived far sooner than expected. Having teleported near the Forest of Roots, Helmut, Aaliyah, Alaga, Cyan, and even Hike hurriedly climbed onto the back of the transformed back, Igrel. Charlotte, meanwhile, was set to head straight to the Deus Empire with the Grand Duke. One crisis after another. Just when they thought they had overcome one ordeal and found peace, a new threat loomed without a moment's reprieve. The Temple of Lumen, which had once been Helmut's most formidable enemy, was no longer a threat to him. But now an entirely unforeseen danger had emerged. Cyan, who had been abruptly summoned, looked bewildered as he listened to the explanation. But why am I involved? Honestly, I don't think I'll be much help. For him, the very idea of returning to the Forest of Roots was unsettling. After his last visit, Cyan had sworn off adventures for good. Helmut responded simply, because of the Earth Spirit, you're from Rodrel. Cyan was connected to the Earth Spirit. If they viewed this situation through Cyan, the Earth Spirit might offer some insight. It must have already sensed the signs of this upheaval. The Earth Spirit had reached out to Helmut through Cyan's mother, Terra, revealing anomalies in the sacred barrier. But Helmut hadn't connected those signs to the collapse of the sacred barrier. His focus had been on the more pressing issue of the Grand Duchy of Renosa. The Forest of Roots, which he had left behind, was far from his mind. The sacred barrier had been an absolute wall for Helmut since his birth. Even though he had crossed it twice, he had never once imagined it collapsing. As a young child enduring harsh training, he might have fleetingly wished, if only that barrier would fall. Was this a belated fulfillment of that wish? The problem is, I no longer wish for that. Yet that wish was now becoming reality, an unstoppable reality. He had considered fighting the temple, but never the entity on the opposite side. Helmut recalled what Aaliyah had said in the Forest of Roots. He finally voiced the words Hike had been reluctant to say. Is the Demon King reviving? Hike, who had worn a grave expression since leaving the royal castle, responded. The sacred barrier seals the Forest of Roots. The Forest of Roots, in turn, blocks the gate of the demon realm. If the seal on the Forest of Roots is undone, it means the gate of the demon realm will open. And if that happens, the Demon King. Cyan seemed to recall Aaliyah's earlier words as well, grasping at a shred of hope. Demonic energy is a fragment of the Demon King, right? But the Forest of Roots is already brimming with demonic energy. Just because the sacred barrier falls and the gate of the demon realm opens doesn't necessarily mean the Demon King will revive, does it? I mean, maybe the gate won't even open. Perhaps only demonic beasts will pour out. That would still be dangerous, but Aaliyah firmly countered, everything is interconnected. The sacred barrier doesn't serve just one function. You mean it doesn't just contain the demonic energy by sealing the Forest of Roots, it also keeps the gate of the demon realm closed and prevents the Demon King's revival. All of it? Yes. Aaliyah nodded with absolute certainty. Cyan's face crumpled. Fine, then what changes if the gate of the demon realm opens? Creatures with demonic energy would gain access to an endless source of power, growing stronger. Perhaps beings far more powerful than anything in our world could pour out from the demon realm. Crossing worlds wouldn't be easy, and it would consume tremendous energy, but it would still be a massive threat. Still weaker than me, though. Alaga, still in his cat-like form, twitched his tiny brow. He took pride in being the strongest demonic beast in existence. The idea of a demonic beast stronger than him was unacceptable. Aaliyah said casually, "If the demon realm opens, Alaga will naturally grow stronger too. Demonic energy is your source of power, after all. It would keep replenishing and accumulating, even more than in the demonic energy-saturated forest of roots." Alaga's eyes widened. "Right, I'm a demonic beast, aren't I? So if the demon realm opens, isn't that good for us?" Igrel, flapping its wings diligently, looked ready to turn back immediately. For demonic beasts, growing stronger meant devouring others without hesitation. They never refused power. "No," Aaliyah said, "the Demon King dominates all beings with demonic energy. Even if it can't control powerful beings like Alaga or Igrel, it will likely try to absorb your power. And demonic beasts can't defeat a stronger demonic beast. Isn't that right?" Alaga reluctantly agreed. "That's true, but..." Cyan raised a question. "Wait, what even is the Demon King?" Chapter 441. Part 2, Chapter 13, The Collapsing Sacred Barrier, hike intoned almost like a chant, a being from the demon realm. Like Lumen, its power is its will, and its will is its power. Its purpose is to swallow the entire world with demonic energy. That's why it seeks to destroy anything that doesn't belong to that energy. Demonic energy itself is a force that opposes our world. Aaliyah added, "That's why even black mages can be consumed by demonic energy if they're not careful. It's why those with the seed of darkness go mad and rampage. As a force that contradicts our world, it's impossible for humans to fully control it, even if demonic energy is deeply rooted in a body from birth." As Helmut spoke, his gaze met Aaliyah's. Her beautiful violet eyes held no hesitation, only pure concern and worry for him. Hike's voice broke in. "Records from 1,000 years ago likely no longer exist, even in the temple. But according to their old claims, those who go mad with the seed of darkness reflect the image of the Demon King. A being consumed entirely by the instinct for destruction and slaughter. Helmut had once become such a being." His hand instinctively moved to his chest. The seed of darkness, sealed and cut off from the outside, lay dormant. But when it had dominated him, he had transformed into something far more terrifying than any rampaging foe he'd faced. Only the presence of something stronger had pulled him back. Alaga asked, puzzled, "If humans can't handle it, why can demonic beasts?" "The theory is that demonic energy is a force close to instinct, and demonic beasts are driven by instinct," Aaliyah explained. "Humans lost that instinct long ago." Hike added, "Instead, humans can draw out the power of their souls. The essence closest to that power is called vis. Vis, a pure force manifested through the unity of body and mind, honed through rigorous training." Helmut's hand brushed the hilt of his sword. That power had brought him here and enabled him to withstand the seed of darkness. "Is the barrier collapsing because of us?" Cyan muttered, his voice heavy. As a Rodral tasked with upholding the world's balance, it was hard for him to accept that he might have contributed to this crisis. Helmut corrected him. "Because of me." If the sacred barrier had suddenly weakened, it was likely because Helmut had passed through it. Alaga spoke up, "Not because of me, I did hesitate to leave the barrier." Alaga firmly believed that a small fry like Helmut couldn't have significantly affected the sacred barrier. As the strongest being in the Forest of Roots, with the most demonic energy, his own passage through the barrier was far more likely to have caused an impact. Not only that, he seemed eager to claim responsibility for this monumental crisis. "I came out too, you know," Igrel added, as if wanting a share in the glory of being a significant force. The two demonic beasts were utterly nonchalant, unhesitant to play the villain. The concerns of humans facing a survival threat meant little to them. Aaliyah said, "If the reason lies in the loss of the pillars supporting the Forest of Roots, it might have started with Naho's death." "Then it's me again," Alaga's eyes gleamed. He was the one who had killed Naho. Though Helmut had played a part, Alaga knew Helmut couldn't have defeated Naho alone. Helmut shook his head. "He died because of me, so it's me." "No, I never liked that guy anyway. We would have fought to the death eventually." "That's just speculation, not what actually happened. In the end, Alaga had fought Naho to protect Helmut. If he hadn't helped, Helmut would have died there." When Helmut pressed the point, Alaga snapped, "Idiot, I'm saying it's not because of you." Helmut was an easy target, the bearer of the seed of darkness, a term synonymous with the temple's public enemy. That fact had always shackled him. Wasn't it enough that he had been abandoned to die in the Forest of Roots? To think that the one who survived would now be blamed for bringing about the world's end, it was a bitter irony. Yet Helmut's dark eyes remained calm. "But I don't want you to take the blame either." Their conversation turned into a strange exchange, as if they were shielding each other from potential blame. Amid the oddly warm atmosphere, Aaliyah summed it up neatly. "Well, if we're going to pinpoint a cause, it's because the temple sent an innocent Sword Saint Darien to the Forest of Roots. If you hadn't met him, you wouldn't be here now, would you?" No one refuted her. Both Helmut and Alaga nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it's the temple's fault. Those guys are always the problem. Chapter 442, Part 1, the temple will have quite a headache. They need to rally people's cooperation, but the countries they most need to persuade are all at odds with them. Even for the temple, openly declaring something like, the demon king will appear, follow us, wouldn't be feasible. Or perhaps it might be possible after all. If they were the sort to care about shame, they wouldn't have committed such misdeeds in the first place. Cyan picked up on Aaliyah's words. Yeah, they've only just noticed that the sacred barrier is on the verge of collapse, so their credibility is shot. What has the temple been doing all this time? Weren't they the ones who should have noticed first? Of course, since it's an event occurring at the very heart of the barrier's uppermost layer, it would have been hard to detect without meticulous observation. In fact, for something that was collapsing, the flow of divine power at the barrier's outer edges was surprisingly stable. Like water slowly rising before suddenly spilling over, Hike muttered, they must have grown complacent. 1,000 years have passed after all. Over those 1,000 years, the temple's members had changed one by one. High priests live long lives up to 150 years, but even they don't live forever. No matter how much holy power fills their bodies, they can't escape the passage of time. When you're a shepherd and no wolves appear, it's only natural to grow lax, even for those who exist to stand against evil. They likely only knew of the Demon King War through oral traditions and records, living without any sense of urgency. But nothing in this world lasts forever. A change was bound to come someday, and even if it was a sudden upheaval, they had to face it, prepared or not. It's fortunate they realized it before it fully collapsed. There was still some time. Helmut narrowed his eyes. We're here. At last, the hazy sacred barrier came into view in the distance. Igrel's speed was astonishingly fast. The distance closed visibly. Science suddenly asked, Alaga, do you have any memories of the Demon King? None. By the time I could clearly remember things, the sacred barrier was already in place. I don't have any clear memories either. Igrel tilted its head slightly. To the demonic beasts of the Forest of Roots, the Demon King was an unknown entity. It was oddly irritating. Though not human, even they, the rulers of their domains, didn't call themselves kings. Yet the Demon King felt like something looming above them, a being that ruled over all evil. That all included demonic beasts. It's annoying. Alaga blurted out abruptly. Igrel silently agreed. Finally, the sacred barrier unfolded beneath Igrel's wings. The uncomfortably intense holy power radiating from it was as strong as ever. It was hard to believe this barrier was collapsing. However, the flow of power isn't uniform. The balance is broken. Helmut frowned, recalling the last time he passed through the sacred barrier. Though the sacred barrier was powerful, so was the entity it sealed. If the disrupted balance didn't return to normal and continued to unravel. The outcome was obvious. The collapse was accelerating. Igrel picked up speed, wanting to finish their business and leave this place quickly. It had no desire to linger near the barrier. Helmut saw it before anyone else. Like leaves being devoured by black rot, dark spots spread across the white sacred barrier. No, the scattered perforations had now merged into a single hole, a black circle. Not perfectly formed yet, but gradually taking shape, it resembled a void of darkness swallowing everything. Like black ink spreading across white paper, the paper would soon be entirely stained black. A similar phenomenon was unfolding before their eyes. Igrel's trembling was palpable. It's gotten bigger than before, disgusting. Igrel abruptly climbed higher. It was the kind of reaction a human might have when fleeing from a cockroach. Everyone hurriedly grabbed onto Igrel's feathers. Igrel, Hike shouted her name as if scolding, and only then did Igrel halt her ascent. Don't overreact, idiot, Alaga snapped gruffly, but him too felt an odd sensation. Is this demonic energy? What is it? It's demonic energy, but why does it feel so unsettling? Alaga's fur bristled. For a demonic beast, demonic energy should feel familiar and welcome. Yet the black circle gnawing at the barrier triggered an immediate sense of repulsion. It was different from their aversion to holy power. This was an instinctual rejection. This is close enough, right? Can you see it clearly? Humans and their terrible eyesight. Reluctantly, Igrel circled the barrier's center from a distance above. The repulsion was stronger than the last time she saw it, an instinctive urge to flee upward, not quite fear but a deep discomfort. Igrel was one of the rulers of the Forest of Roots. She had rarely, if ever, felt fear in her life. Now everyone could see it clearly with their own eyes. Chapter 442, Part 2, Aaliyah urged Igrel. Let's get a bit closer. It feels really bad. Even as she spoke, Igrel obediently lowered her altitude. After a moment's thought, defiance kicked in. Annoyed at being swayed by instinct, she suppressed her senses by force. This time, closer than before. That part definitely has weaker holy power. We might be able to get closer. Through the gap where the black circle met the sacred barrier, the Forest of Roots seemed to flicker into view. If they were lucky, they might catch a glimpse deep into the Forest of Roots. Even a fleeting moment could be useful. Then get as close as you can, please, but only as far as it's safe. At Aaliyah's words, Igrel flapped its wings slowly and replied, "All right, let's do it." It was a tense moment. The sacred barrier always instilled a sense of danger in them. They couldn't help but feel on edge. Igrel's body gradually approached the uppermost edge of the sacred barrier. Just 20 steps by human measure. As the sacred barrier grew unstable, so did the demonic energy staining it black. A fierce force clashed violently with the sacred power, not a massive collision but a relentless, intense struggle. The black circle was winning, but resistance persisted. Look inside. Through the swirling gap between the two forces, glimpses of the forest of roots appeared momentarily, down below to the ground. Too far for the naked eye, but with magic, Hike and Aaliyah, without needing to decide who went first, focused their minds. That was when it happened. A glint flickered in the black hole as large as Igrel's body. As if it had finally noticed their presence. Not a radiant light but a glossy blackness, an eerie glow. That glow struck Igrel's eyes head-on. Igrel's body flinched. In an instant her body lurched backward. The passengers, nearly thrown off, clung desperately to Igrel's feathers. Cyan shouted, almost screaming, "Igrel!" But what followed was a ferocious flurry of wing beats, a dizzying sensation of floating in the air. Demonic energy surged toward them in an instant. The demonic energy rising from Igrel's body felt like an attack spell. Each protected themselves from the demonic energy in their own way, using magic or whatever was at hand. Not only the demonic energy rising from below, but also a tremendous wind battered them from above and the sides. It felt like attacks were coming from all directions. Like being caught in a whirlwind, they were disoriented. If they hadn't been tied with ropes, they would have been flung off long ago. That would mean falling onto the sacred barrier. Even for mages, maintaining flight magic in this state was nearly impossible, so they had to hold on. Igrel's frenzied wing beats gradually slowed. When they came to their senses, they were far from the sacred barrier's center. They had reached its outer edge in just a short moment, an explosive escape fueled by a surge of demonic energy. As the barrier beneath them ended, Igrel plummeted sharply. At a diving angle, just as the ground neared, she spread her wings wide to slow down, but it wasn't enough. Crash, a tremendous impact struck them, dust billowed thickly. The ground cratered as if a meteor had struck. In the center, Igrel lay sprawled, panting. That hurts." Everyone quickly leapt off Igrel's body. They had miraculously held on and made it this far. The reckless landing was so jarring that even Igrel felt pain. Though Igrel's body had absorbed much of the impact, if they were ordinary humans, their bones would have shattered and they'd have passed out. "You crazy fool. Have you lost your mind?" Alaga, now on the ground, raged wildly, so furious that his raised tail and snarling roar echoed like his true beastly bellow. As a land-bound beast fearful of the air, Alaga had nearly fainted. If he hadn't emptied his stomach before riding Igrel, he might have soiled himself. Alaga barely restrained the urge to attack Igrel on the spot. What in the world was that? Hike sighed. Even for an archmage like her, it was a chilling crisis. Amidst it, she had struggled to maintain a barrier to protect the group. "Ow, my head's spinning, that was close." Igrel shook her head on the ground. They had narrowly avoided a disaster, but they couldn't blame Igrel. She hadn't done it on purpose. Aaliyah, pale-faced, asked for confirmation. What was the problem? Chapter 443, Part 1. It felt like something was trying to burrow into me. The voice was drained of strength. The moment Igrel faced the strange radiance emanating from the sacred barrier, it was as if a black box had enveloped its vision. For a fleeting instant, her sight turned pitch black and her mind floated free. Then something seized that lost consciousness with a jolt. It wasn't a gentle capture. It was a forceful, oppressive power. Igrel's instincts demanded submission to it. To the master of all who bore demonic energy. In that moment, its demonic nature snapped Igrel awake. There seemed to be only one way to escape. "I have to get away from that thing." Filled with that single thought, Igrel unleashed her demonic energy and flapped her wings frantically. Only after crashing to the ground did her senses return. She had no choice but to come to her senses. A sharp, electric pain surged through her body. It wasn't intentional. "You're alive, so isn't that enough?" It was fortunate that the humans riding on her back were strong enough not to die from such a crash. "You're supposed to say sorry, idiot. Hurry up and bow your head." At Alaga's fierce insistence, Igrel reluctantly dipped her head slightly. It was less a bow and more a slight nod. "Sorry, but I'm in pain too. I've never landed that recklessly before." "Do you think I'd do this if I had any other choice?" Pain surged again. Igrel trembled. The impact had damaged the feathers she cherished like gold, leaving them broken and mangled. The lower feathers, imbued with demonic energy, were so damaged that its skin was exposed, proof of just how desperate she had been. "Shall I take a look?" Hike approached and cast a healing spell. Igrel meekly accepted her magic. The feathers wouldn't be restored, but it would help ease the pain. Only then did Alaga's anger subside slightly, tilting his head in confusion. "I didn't feel much of anything," He felt uneasy, but sacred barriers were inherently unsettling, and that strange black circle was unsettling too. But he didn't feel like it was trying to do anything to Alaga in particular. You were on my back, I was the one close to it, and you— Igrel swallowed her words, but Alaga quickly picked up on them. I'm stronger than you. Alaga's power, having consumed Naho's demonic energy in its entirety, was formidable. Though he had expended some energy causing havoc at the temple recently, his total capacity had grown even larger during recovery. It was as if he had drawn in more to fill the void. It seemed that strength didn't just grow from exertion alone. With greater power came a stronger demonic nature, the control over dark energy, the will of a demonic beast. It was only natural that Alaga's mind was stronger than Igrel's. So what was that thing, the Demon King? It was Helmut who answered. He placed a hand over his chest. Just before Igrel went wild, he felt the seed of darkness stir. It wasn't a struggle to break its seal, merely a faint movement. But how could it react when it was supposed to be completely isolated from the outside? It could only be described as instinct, an instinct of submission to the master of demonic energy, a command to raise its head and greet its master. It was like a spell. A chilling sensation, consistent every time he experienced it. The seed of darkness was rooted in Helmut's core, but it was Vis that dominated his body. With Vis, he suppressed the seed of darkness. Helmut had done so his entire life. Thus, at this point, having reached the realm of a Sword Saint and sealed the seed of darkness, its influence was limited. The seed of darkness could not dominate Helmut, not unless his mind was broken. But for demonic beasts whose entire beings were filled with demonic energy, it would be different. Aaliyah furrowed her brow. Then the hypothesis that the Demon King can control demonic beasts must be true. Yeah, if it affected me that much, most of the demonic beasts in the Forest of Roots would likely fall under the Demon King's control. Igrel shuddered as she uttered the words Demon King. As a ruler of the Forest of Roots, she had never experienced mental domination before. The near experience and the fact that it could happen again sent chills through her body. Just keep your wits about you. You only felt it because you let your guard down. Alaga spoke as if willpower could solve everything, brimming with carefree optimism, as if believing he would be unscathed no matter if the Demon King conquered the world. Helmut pointed out, what we saw wasn't his full power. Once the sacred barrier falls, then he will become complete. At that moment, they would witness the Demon King of 1,000 years ago with their own eyes. The temple's dominance over the human world was justified by the immense sacrifice of Lumen and the temple to seal the Demon King. Aaliyah spoke decisively. And there's no guarantee Alaga could resist a fully realized Demon King. What's that supposed to mean? You think I'd become that thing's lackey? If your mind is dominated, that could happen. It might be hard to resist. Even Helmut, with just a small seed of darkness, felt it. How much more so for a demonic beast filled with demonic energy? If they fought the Demon King, these beasts could become enemies rather than allies. Alaga was stronger than Helmut. Who could stop him? His destructive power would be immense. Chapter 443, Part 2. But where did Cyan go? Hike suddenly glanced around. There were 4 humans who came here: Hike, Helmut, Aaliyah, and Cyan, but only 3 were present. Everyone flinched in surprise. He didn't fall off on the way, did he? Helmut spoke up. Could he have fallen onto the sacred barrier? Fearing that Igrel's piercing demonic energy might stir the seed of darkness, he had focused solely on defense. Not to mention dealing with Alaga's frantic outbursts. Cyan had slipped his mind. After all, Cyan could use flight magic. Hike shook her head. No, he was definitely with us until just before landing. I was keeping an eye on everyone. As the elder and an archmage, she had watched over the others even in the chaos. Aaliyah, though she had the capacity, hadn't paid much attention to Cyan. He should take care of his own safety. When we landed, the dust made it hard to see, but I think he was with us. Energy rose from Hike's hand. She immediately cast a detection spell to scan the surroundings. Then a powerful force was felt from just beyond. It was close. The aura of the spirits. Helmut muttered. It was Cyan. Without hesitation, the humans ran toward it. The grass around the sacred barrier had already withered, and the trees stood bare and gaunt. This cleared their view. Cyan soon appeared before them. He was floating in the air. It wasn't a bizarre sight, but rather a warm, soft image, as if he were drifting in gentle water. A serene yet unwaveringly powerful force, like the earth itself, enveloped Cyan's entire body. That force melted into him, radiating the light of nature, a display of colors that couldn't be pinned down. It wasn't holy or radiant like Lumen's light, nor was it thick or ominous like the Demon King's. It was simply mystical yet familiar, as if nature itself resided within him. Astonishingly, the plants that had withered and lost their vitality around him were regaining their greenery. Everyone present understood the significance of the phenomenon before them. It's the succession, the Earth Spirit, has chosen a new Rodril. Hike spoke as if letting out a groan. The nerves frayed by Igrel's rampage were finding calm, a miracle that could happen anytime, anywhere. a phenomenon that appeared only when the spirit of the earth was succeeded. To witness this historic scene was a blessing in itself. Without realizing it, she recorded the scene with magic. A gasp of awe escaped her lips. Those who have seen the birth of a new Rodril could be counted on one hand in this world. Was it good luck or bad? To witness such a scene after escaping a life-threatening crisis. They had brought Cyan along, thinking the Earth Spirit might reveal something. They hadn't expected the succession to occur here. The Earth Spirit must have felt a sense of crisis, observing the sacred barrier up close through Cyan. Terra was still young for the succession to occur. This must mean Cyan was deemed suitable to embody its will and fight against the enemy. Cyan's body, having absorbed all the power, slowly descended to the ground. The newly sprouted grass rose to gently cradle his body, the Earth Spirit Master. Here, Earth didn't merely refer to the power of the land. It was a powerful entity that governed all spirits, a being connected to the world's origin, and Cyan was the medium through which the Earth Spirit manifested its will and power. Cyan's body trembled slightly. He quietly opened his eyes. What happened to me? The moment he leapt from Agrel's body, he had tumbled to the ground. Though he mitigated the impact with magic, the shock reverberated through his insides. His stomach churned. As Cyan rose, he instinctively moved his feet. Though the forest was withered, he felt more at ease the closer he got to the trees. Then, at some point, he lost consciousness. He hadn't sustained injuries severe enough to faint. Yet his consciousness had simply blacked out. Wait, did I just inherit the Earth Spirit? Cyan fumbled over his body. He felt an immense power deep within. The difference was so stark he couldn't help but notice. The feeling that his ability to control spirits had reached boundless heights, as if his realm had been forcibly elevated. Helmut answered. That's right, the succession has happened. Are you okay? Can you handle it? Hike asked kindly. Cyan looked up. The expressions of Hike, Aaliyah, and Helmut approaching him were subtle, tinged with surprise. Moments later, Cyan burst out into laughter. Ha ha ha, Aaliyah, now I'm stronger than you. I'm the vessel of the Earth Spirit. Congratulations. Though she spoke with a hint of sarcasm, a small crease formed between Aaliyah's brows as if she were displeased. Whether he had become the Earth Spirit Master or the new Lord of Rodril, Cyan was still Cyan. It seemed that while his power grew, his mental maturity didn't follow suit. Chapter 444, Part 1. At that moment a heavy thud-thud echoed from behind. It was the sound of Agrel approaching. Alaga's cold reprimand rang out as he kept a close eye on Agrel, who had been showing unusual symptoms. Transform into your human form, I said. My head hurts, so no way. I'm not in the mood for that right now. You're too loud and you're kicking up dust, you heavy beast. What's it to you if a demonic beast wants to stay in its true form? You roamed around like that all the time in the Forest of Roots. That's because it's my territory, so it's fine. A massive bird and a small cat were bickering as they approached. Alaga was so tiny that a single peck from Agrel's beak could erase him entirely. Agrel, looking at Alaga's outward appearance, felt a sudden impulse. What if I accidentally swat him with my wing? No, I'm injured. If she tried something like that, Alaga would probably tear her wings to shreds. For once, Agrel, recognizing the difference in their strength, held herself back. Then, abruptly, she stopped walking. Hey fatty, why'd you stop? Agrel lowered her stance and buried her beak in the ground. The grass, withered from the aftermath of Cyan's succession, now vibrantly alive, caught her attention. Among the lush greenery, a single blade of grass stood out, proudly displaying its leaves. For some reason, it drew her in. It felt as though a faint light shimmered near the roots of the rosetta, almost as if it were blessed by the Earth Spirit. This smells good. What, you eat plants now? Are you sick or something? At that moment, Aaliyah approached them. She carefully examined the plant Agrel was sniffing, her expression turning to one of surprise. Ah, this is Rosetta, isn't it? Rosetta? Helmut, who had followed her, tilted his head. The name sounded familiar. From the depths of his distant past, Helmut dredged up the memory. The colorless, odorless sleeping draft. It was back when he was working as a mercenary on his way to Greta Academy in Baden. There had been a group that attacked travelers by mixing a sedative made from Rosetta's roots into a spring. That was when he first met Aaliyah. The memory stirred a sense of nostalgia. Aaliyah, perhaps recalling the same moment, let a faint smile grace her lips. The roots of Rosetta are the useful part. At her words, Helmut immediately uprooted the Rosetta. It came out with a soft chunk, offering little resistance. Aaliyah took the Rosetta from him and used magic to clear away the dirt. The Rosetta's roots were as thick as a woman's forearm, with fine tendrils branching out from the massive central root. A faint purple hue shimmered on the white column. It's just Rosetta, nothing special about it, though it's quite large. Aaliyah tilted her head. Even she, despite her expertise, didn't have extensive knowledge in herbology, which wasn't her specialty. Agrel poked her beak closer again. Give it to me, it's calling to me for some reason. Those words meant it was the instinct of a demonic beast drawing her in. Go ahead and eat it. Aaliyah held it out and Agrel eagerly gobbled it down, gulp gulp. Crunch crunch, with just 2 bites the thick root vanished into her stomach. Igrel's expression turned satisfied. This is good, it's like my head's clearing up. Aaliyah looked puzzled. Does it have a different effect on demonic beasts? Rosetta's roots were known for their immediate effect, immediate in the sense that they induced sleep. Yet Igrel's mind seemed sharper, almost invigorated. Did it act as a stimulant for demonic beasts? At that moment Helmut glanced around. Rosetta was a plant that spread outward. Upon closer inspection, the entire area was a field of Rosetta. Every single one shimmered with a faint light near its leaves, the light of the spirit. The earth spirit. Cyan approached them. The earth spirit seems to be saying that Rosetta will be helpful. His tone was vague because, as a novice earth spirit master, he struggled to fully grasp the subtle intentions of the spirit. For now, we should gather them all, Aaliyah declared, and so began an impromptu harvest. Since it was physical labor, Helmut, the only swordsman, took on most of the uprooting. The refining was left to the mages. Grabbing the stem, he pulled them out in one swift motion. With a firm tug, the roots came up cleanly, even the fine tendrils. Helmut's harvesting efficiency was remarkable. With the division of labor, the work was completed astonishingly quickly. A wide cloth was spread on the ground, and the harvested Rosetta roots, neatly trimmed, formed a small mound atop it. It seemed as though even the tiniest unbloomed Rosetta seeds had sprouted and flourished. It's just grass, isn't it? I'm not eating grass, I'm not some weakling like her. Alaga, a carnivorous beast, glared at the mound with blatant hostility. He scratched at the ground, mimicking burying the Rosetta, very cat-like. You'd better hope you can resist the Demon King on your own. Helmut spoke indifferently, brushing his hands off with a tap-tap. They had scoured the area, uprooting every Rosetta grown under the influence of the earth spirit. The supply was likely exhausted. These are of excellent quality, top-grade herbs. Aaliyah seemed oddly pleased, as if she'd secured rare materials for a magical experiment. Then we should conduct an experiment. A foreboding tone slipped from her lips. Everyone understood what she meant. Chapter 444, Part 2, Igrel, let's make another trip. At Helmut's words, Igrel let out a startled squawk. What, you crazy bastard? She had fled from there with her tail between her legs, and now they wanted to go back. Her damaged feathers hadn't even recovered a fraction. Helmut replied in his usual impassive tone. If you hold a Rosetta root in your mouth, the awakening effect should keep you safe. Probably. The last word trailed off faintly. He couldn't be certain. Igrel flapped her wings in a frenzy. What if I end up getting taken over? If a demonic beast like me gets brainwashed by the Demon King, that's a huge problem, isn't it? She had a point. Igrel was the most powerful of the flying-type demonic beasts. If the Demon King brainwashed her and she started dropping boulders on cities, it would be catastrophic. And truthfully, aside from Helmut, the others were reluctant to ride on the back of Igrel, who might go berserk. Shut up, you coward, move aside, I'll go. Alaga stepped forward, tail raised confidently. The Demon King, sure, it felt a bit unsettling, but he was fine. What did it matter? He'd find out by facing it head-on. As if the mighty Alaga, the strongest in the Forest of Roots, could be controlled by some Demon King. Alaga firmly, stubbornly believed the Demon King couldn't dominate him. It was less instinct and more pride. And the fact that he felt inclined to experiment suggested his instincts still believed he could resist. Even if it was the Demon King, it was still incomplete. No, we can't take that risk. If Alaga were to fall to the Demon King, it wouldn't just be troublesome. Hike, who had been silent, stepped forward. She raised a finger sharply. Antial will soon calculate the exact timing of the barrier's collapse. I'll go with him and capture a demonic beast for the experiment. We'll test how effective these Rosetta roots are. Where are you going to find a demonic beast? Aaliyah asked. There are plenty in Basser. The desert is a treasure trove of demonic beasts. Testing on smaller ones would be safer. Look at this light. The Earth Spirit wouldn't have pointed us to Rosetta for no reason. Indeed, this was a weapon to fight the Demon King. They needed to find a way to use it. Let's do it, Alaga and Igrel. It's best not to experiment with them anymore. Helmut nodded. It was clear that both Alaga and Igrel were forces that must not be taken by the Demon King. If eating Rosetta and gaining its awakening effect wasn't enough to resist the Demon King, there was only one option. They would have to lock them away somewhere far from the Forest of Roots to keep them out of the Demon King's grasp. There were no such things as demonic beast rights here. Igrel, you've worked hard, rest now. Yes, Hike, humans do mature with age. You're the only one who appreciates my efforts. Igrel's eyes gleamed as she looked at Hike. She was the human who had cast healing magic on her. Her fondness for her surged. Just in case, I'll take some Rosetta with me. Aaliyah packed Rosetta for Alaga and Igrel. The rest would be used by Hike for her magical experiments. I'll look for a place suitable for growing Rosetta based on the experiment's results. If it's me, I could set up a farm in no time. As an Earth Spirit Master, Cyan could make Rosetta grow in abundance overnight, enabling mass production. Wouldn't eating enough to the point of overdose work? We'll head back to Renosa for now. Helmut declared. Soon, Aaliyah enveloped them in a teleportation spell, their destination Latona, the royal castle. It was time to share what they had discovered. Around the same time Helmut's group set out, the Grand Duke of Reynosa summoned Charlotte and Alonso, the commander of the Black Wing Knights, to share information about the recent events. By the time his explanation concluded, Charlotte's expression had completely hardened. For her, accepting that she had contributed to the collapse of the sacred barrier was no easy feat. Alonso seemed both unfamiliar with and skeptical of the news. What will you do? Helmut has gone to assess the situation in the Forest of Roots. We must head to the Empire. I've already sent word of our visit, surprisingly. The temple has also dispatched a high priest to the Empire. They'll likely arrive before us. This corroborated Hike's claim that something unusual was happening in the Forest of Roots. Charlotte nodded. Hike isn't one to speak lightly. I'll go with you. Having built connections with the Empire's people while preparing for the martial arts tournament alongside the Crown Prince, it was only natural for her to accompany them. Until we return and everything is confirmed, all matters will remain confidential. This was a directive to keep silent, even to Michael and the Grand Duchess. Immediately after, the Grand Duke declared, "Before we head to the Empire, there's someone we must meet." Charlotte understood his meaning at once. "You mean High Priest Agato, the one we captured?" He was tightly confined in the underground dungeon, his powers sealed. A figure as significant as a high priest might know something about this situation or how the temple would react. "Let's go, Alonso. Ensure the Black Wing Knights are fully reinforced." "Yes, sir." The Grand Duke led the way, with Charlotte following. A new storm cloud was rolling toward Reynosa. This one seemed vast and dark enough to engulf the entire world. Chapter 445. Part 1. The underground dungeon was shrouded in darkness. It was the first time since the establishment of Reynosa's royal castle that this dungeon had hosted a high priest as its guest. High priests visiting Reynosa had always been treated as honored dignitaries. Thus, the presence of a high priest in this damp, grim prison, typically reserved for the worst of criminals, felt utterly foreign. Only a select few in Reynosa knew he was here. If word got out that a high priest was imprisoned in this place, Lumen's devotees would surely rally to free him. The stone floor, radiating a chill from below, was cold to the touch, covered only by a single thin cloth. High Priest Agato sat cross-legged upon it, motionless, immersed in meditation. The food was unpalatable and the sanitation was far from clean. With no sunlight to mark the passage of time, he had no way to gauge how long he had been there. Not even a single book was permitted, leaving prayer as his only solace. High Priest Agato was not a man accustomed to asceticism. Thus, it was his innate patience and unwavering faith in Lumen that sustained him through this unfamiliar hardship. As the Grand Duke's party approached the iron bars, Agato sensed their presence and opened his eyes. The Grand Duke's low voice echoed through the cell. "High Priest Agato. So you finally have business with me." High Priest Agato faced the Grand Duke with a serene demeanor. He had sustained significant injuries in his confrontation with Helmut, but those wounds had already healed. Restoring the body was a simple matter once holy power was recovered. However, immediately after his wounds healed, shackles that suppressed his holy power were fastened around his wrists. Drained of strength, he could not resist. With his holy power restricted, escaping through the sturdy iron bars was impossible. Thus, he simply waited for someone to come to him with an offer. It had been a lonely and grueling time. The Grand Duke of Reynosa fixed his gaze on the high priest seated within the cell. Helmut had wanted to hang him alive on the city walls as an example, but he had relented at the Grand Duke's persuasion. Until such a situation became unavoidable, they could not afford to treat a high priest too harshly in public. To do so would risk turning Lumen's followers into a mob and providing justification for those who condemned the one bearing the seed of darkness. Even though the temple had recently been disgraced, its influence remained deeply rooted in human society. And Helmut, as always, was still forced to endlessly prove himself. After confirming his visitor, Agato spoke slowly. "If the Grand Duke himself has come to see me, it seems you don't intend to hang my head on the city walls. You stand before the Grand Duke of Reynosa. Mind your manners." Charlotte's voice was icy as she snapped at him. But far from yielding, Agato's eyes flared with indignation. "How dare apostates who shelter the bearer of the seed of darkness demand courtesy from me?" Agato's voice thundered with defiance. To remain so bold even in captivity suggested either a lack of wits or a conviction so deep that he would choose death over submission. Most would fall into the former category, but astonishingly, High Priest Agato appeared to belong to the latter. A man willing to lay down his life for Lumen, a high priest among high priests, one who could sway the temple's decisions. "Does it seem to you that the temple has been fulfilling its role with such bravado?" The Grand Duke's tone lowered naturally. Before Agato could respond, the Grand Duke cut straight to the point. If so, how could the temple have thought to strike Reynosa while the sacred barrier is crumbling? Agato's body flinched. His eyes widened in disbelief. The sacred barrier is crumbling. It was a statement he could not bear to hear, even as a jest. No matter how much he branded his opponent a heretic, Agato knew the Grand Duke of Reynosa's character well enough. The Grand Duke was not one to visit him for mere jests, nor was he the sort to harbor dark schemes. His actions were always clear, his intentions upright. Do you, a high priest, not have the ability to sense it? Was there not a single one among the 6 high priests who felt it? At the Grand Duke's accusation, Charlotte added softly, "This is the truth. Soon the entire nation will learn that the collapse of the sacred barrier is imminent. It should have been the temple's duty to announce such a thing." Agato's trembling pupils stilled. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. His once calm head felt on the verge of overload, yet he could accept reality. If that is true, then the cause would be your son. Not long ago, the archmages were seen acting strangely around the barrier. They must be involved. The only external factor worthy of suspicion was that. How could the sacred barrier, steadfast for 1,000 years, be on the verge of collapse? It is the temple that sent my son to the forest of roots that is involved. The Grand Duke stood his ground without yielding. Agato's expression twitched. Chapter 445, Part 2. Sending the one bearing the seed of darkness to the forest of roots was only natural. Hadn't even the Grand Duke himself approved of it in the past. Though the temple had committed many misdeeds, this was not something to be condemned. The Grand Duke, frowning slightly, softened his tone. "I am not here to argue right and wrong. The collapse of the sacred barrier signifies a crisis for humanity, and I wish to know how the temple will respond." It was not a crisis for the temple alone. The Grand Duke had to protect Reynosa, no matter who or what, even a demon king he faced. The high priest took the hand the Grand Duke extended. "In this state, I cannot sense what is happening." However, at that time the barrier trembled briefly, and High Priest Levina poured her strength into restoring it. It seemed there was no issue then. For Agato, protecting the sacred barrier was paramount. To think it was not being upheld, he yearned to have his shackles removed and rushed to the temple to uncover the truth. Soon, Agato admitted plainly, "It is shameful, but the temple had not foreseen this at all." It was only natural that he could not fully trust the Grand Duke's words. But it was a matter too grave to ignore. He had no choice but to assume it was true. The suspicion in Agato's eyes gradually faded. Charlotte asked, "If the temple learns of this, what do you think they will do?" "They will immediately begin investigating the barrier, seek cooperation from every nation, and prepare for a holy war." "They will surely do so." High Priest Agato's thoughts aligned closely with Levina's. As they had effectively dictated the temple's course, Agato's judgment could speak for the temple's. The only regret was that the forces meant for a holy war had been depleted in the conflict with Reynosa. Even for the temple, recovery would take time. 2 high priest positions were already vacant after all. Paolo was undoubtedly dead. Wounds could be healed, but a severed head could not be restored. The Grand Duke spoke again. "Ordinarily, we would treat a high priest as a prisoner, announce your survival to pressure the temple, or demand a hefty ransom. But this is not the time for such calculations. One needed leverage to negotiate. With a great danger looming over both the temple and Reynosa, there was no room for bickering over rewards. Not that they would release him empty-handed, of course. I hope the temple moves as you say. It seems they have also learned of this matter." With that, the Grand Duke signaled to the knight. The iron gate opened, and with the knight's support, the high priest rose. For the first time since entering this place, Agato stepped outside the dungeon. It was a moment that could mark the end of one ordeal, yet it was caused by the arrival of an even greater trial. Agato's expression remained grim. "We must go to the Deus Empire together. I hear the temple is heading there as well. Those shackles will remain for now. Please cooperate quietly." Charlotte's tone was cold as she spoke. High Priest Agato nodded slowly. That he still lived after being pierced by Helmut's sword must be Lumen's will, a sign that he still had a purpose. "Let us go." His survival would be a ray of hope for the temple. For Reynosa, it meant gaining a powerful ally to fight demonic beasts with their lives on the line. Everything would be decided in the Deus Empire. "Scion, what in the world is going on? Did the Earth Spirit come to you?" Upon returning to Latona, Scion checked the communication crystal ball. A message from Terra awaited him. Terra, who could not possibly be unaware that the Earth Spirit's power had left her, knew exactly who would inherit it if such a transfer occurred. It could only be Scion or one of his siblings. Since it wasn't the latter, the focus naturally fell on Scion. "Ta-da!" Scion held up his palm toward the crystal ball. A magic circle formed on his hand, and the power bestowed by the Earth Spirit shimmered with a faint glow. "Looks like the Earth Spirit prefers me over Mom. It's got good taste." Setting the Earth Spirit aside, Scion was undeniably a superior spirit mage compared to Terra. It was obvious without comparison. "It's too soon, isn't it? Never in history has the Earth Spirit been inherited this quickly." Terra narrowed her eyes, though the power had left her, its traces lingered. Her affinity and the remnants of that power remained. As a spirit mage, she was still formidable. Well, maybe the Earth Spirit recognized my talent. I am, after all, the second best at Greta Academy. Cyan hadn't forgotten how his parents had nagged him about aiming for first place. Though he acted nonchalant, he was secretly stung by consistently placing second from enrollment to graduation. All right, you're quite the star, aren't you? Well done, Cyan. Finally hearing praise from Terra, Cyan's expression brightened, but the worry on Terra's face didn't fade. Is something happening? The spirit's movements felt unusual. Well, the thing is. Cyan briefly recounted everything that had happened. Terra's face grew grave. Cyan flashed her a bright smile. So now, as the new Earth Spirit Master, I have to fight the Demon King. That was his mission, a mission that staked his life. No sooner had he received immense power than he was thrust into mortal danger. Terra's reaction was a mix of confusion and unease. Right, you're probably better suited than me. Cyan, my head's a bit overwhelmed. Can I think it over and contact you later? Sure, I need to figure out what to do next anyway. Stay strong. With those final words, the light in the crystal ball faded. Cyan stared at it for a moment before lowering his gaze. A heavy feeling settled over him. Was it because he had suddenly been granted power beyond his measure? He was beginning to understand the weight his friends had carried, living with the responsibilities that came with their strength. Chapter 446. Part 1. Helmut accepted the fate laid before him. Those who possess power bear a duty, especially when the root of that power is steeped in darkness. That was his original sin. A sin he was born with, whether he wished for it or not. Even if the world had rejected him, Helmut would have to fight on the front lines to protect the very world that had abandoned him, simply because he was strong. Yet even though the world had forsaken him, there were those who had taken his hand and lifted him up. The moment the Forest of Roots was released from its seal, if the world faced danger, so too would the people within it. That was why Helmut had to fight, and he had comrades to stand by his side. The most reliable of them all, of course, was Aaliyah. I wonder how the talks in the Empire will go, she said. Depending on their outcome, we'll need to head to the Empire ourselves. Surely the Grand Duke would handle the negotiations well enough, but in Helmut's eyes, the Grand Duke was too upright to be a skilled negotiator. Still, he responded with optimism. The temple would probably want to borrow even a cat's paw at this point. Having proven their strength by defeating the temple, they'd likely want to draw the Grand Duchy of Renosa into their fold. All they could do was await the temple's desperation in the face of the word Demon King. Helmut stared intently at Aaliyah. There was an unreadable glint in his eyes. What? The root of Rosetta. Don't you think I might need it too? Helmut had considered it after learning of its awakening effect on demonic beasts. Perhaps it could cause a phenomenon similar to a Grell's in him, making it necessary. It wasn't that he doubted Aaliyah's magic, but rather that he was wary of the Demon King's dominance. Aaliyah knew her magic couldn't fully seal the seed of darkness. After all, her spell hadn't been crafted with an absolute being like the Demon King in mind. She replied nonchalantly, it wouldn't hurt to have it. I've already set some aside. I'll make it into a ring for you. I've already gone berserk in the Forest of Roots once, Helmut confessed calmly, a fact Aaliyah was already aware of. Even the strongest mind struggles to endure betrayal, she said, and you trusted them even knowing betrayal would mean your death. That belief had been built on affection. The castle of trust had crumbled and the affection had scattered, becoming a thing of the past, but the scars left by that affection were etched deep within him. A deeply ingrained wound doesn't vanish, it merely fades. If the Demon King were to vividly and starkly revive that faded scar in his heart, if the seed of darkness were reminded of how it once dominated Helmut, even an opponent he could defeat physically was a different matter when the attack came from within. The problem is that I broke down once, Helmut said. The Helmut of then and the Helmut of now were different, but then and now he was human. Having broken once, it was only natural to consider the possibility it could happen again. Aaliyah responded in a gentle tone, if anyone could break you, it'd be me, but I won't betray you. I never thought you would, Helmut replied, but what if you get hurt? The loss of something precious could strike as deep a blow as betrayal. Despite her limited combat experience, Aaliyah was a skilled mage in battle, but facing the demonic beasts of the Forest of Roots would be no easy task, even for an archmage. The same went for Helmut. Even having reached the realm of a sword saint, he couldn't confidently claim he was strong enough to protect someone. It was an ironic situation. If he won a war to save the world but lost her in the process, it would be meaningless. Aaliyah met Helmut's gaze, her violet eyes shimmered with a mystical light. Do you want me to stay somewhere safe? Yes. What a coincidence, I feel the same way. Aaliyah smiled brightly. As you said, you might go berserk, so I'd love to lock you up somewhere safe and fight alone. Someone has to fight and I'm strong enough to do it. To her, a crisis felt like an opportunity. A rare chance to unleash all the magical achievements she had built up. She was the one taking the situation most lightly. Aaliyah, but I can't just do what I want, can I? So, Aaliyah declared firmly, let's fight together. I won't die, you won't die, and we'll win. Mages didn't have the instincts of demonic beasts or the intuition of swordsmen. All they had were the outcomes born from countless variables. The only answer Aaliyah knew was this one. And it seemed Helmut felt the same. I was wrong, he admitted. About what? Somewhere in my mind I still thought of you as someone I needed to protect. It had been that way before. In that battle against the Temple's forces when they had confirmed their feelings for each other, Aaliyah had fallen unconscious, helpless, and Helmut had fought, risking his identity being exposed. Another coincidence, Aaliyah said, laughing aloud. I was thinking the same thing. She added that she felt like a hero who had rescued a princess trapped in the forest of roots. Helmut's expression turned subtle. I'm a prince. As the son of the Grand Duke, technically he was. Aaliyah stared at him as if he'd said something absurd. Was that supposed to be a joke? It's not a joke. To his bold declaration, Aaliyah retorted without hesitation, it'd be better if it was. We'll protect each other. Neither of us should think of it as one-sided. Both were assertive, confident in their strength. Having taken responsibility for themselves their entire lives, they naturally tried to shield the other. But it didn't have to be that way. They could fight side by side. Good or bad, I'm not sure, Helmut muttered. In truth, he preferred protecting over standing side by side. In that sense, he was a bit old-fashioned. But what could he do? The one by his side was Aaliyah. That too was a fate he had to accept, and soon after a message arrived from the Grand Duke. It was a summons to the Empire, chapter 446, part 2. How is it that the Grand Duke of Reynosa is here? High Priest Romulo's voice trembled with anger. Considering the losses the temple had suffered, he wanted nothing more than to storm out. They've succumbed to the power of darkness. The very idea of discussing this matter with them is absurd. High Priest, mind your words. Isn't it time for the defeated to lower their tails? Charlotte shot back coldly, her hand resting on the sword at her waist. Her boldness grew by the day. Watching her from a distance, Asuka flinched instinctively. The Crown Prince flinched as well but calmly steered the meeting. Though each side requested this audience separately, we deemed the situation too urgent to delay. Aren't you here to discuss similar matters? Similar matters? High Priest Levina asked. She too was seething, facing those who had killed her trusted colleague, High Priest Agato. She wanted to attack them on the spot. But this was the Empire, and the Empire leaned toward Reynosa. Given the looming crisis she had to endure for now, they needed the Empire's cooperation, and their help too. Biting her lip in humiliation, Levina listened as the Crown Prince continued. Reynosa wishes to discuss the anomalies occurring in the sacred barrier. And we know the temple was negligent, unaware of this until recently, the Grand Duke of Reynosa added, his low voice striking the temple's side like a blow. The temple's members shuddered with shame. It was an undeniable truth. But Levina, her face flushed with anger, shouted, your so-called heir caused the collapse of the sacred barrier. Because of that, the human world is in danger. If we were negligent, the root of this lies with you. The root lies with those who schemed in Bassar to send a Sword Saint to the Forest of Roots, Charlotte countered sharply. If the Sword Saint hadn't taught Helmut the sword, he'd never have left the forest. It was unusual to see her, always polite and courteous, take such an aggressive stance. Before the argument could escalate further, the Crown Prince intervened. Now is not the time to assign blame, it's time to prepare. Isn't that why we're here? High Priest Levina barely suppressed her rage. The temple's people lived with a sense of being chosen, a belief in their superiority. For her, a high priest and a noble representative of Lumen, this kind of criticism was unprecedented. Gritting her teeth, she spoke, since you've already heard from them, I'll get to the point. The sacred barrier will collapse within 2 months. When that happens, at the very least, every demonic beast in the Forest of Roots will pour into the human world. The Crown Prince asked, at the very least, if it stops there, we'd be fortunate. But if the Demon King is revived? Levina paused, steadying her voice before continuing. Each demonic beast is like a ferocious predator, normally not prone to uniting. But there's an exception when they're under the control of a powerful demonic beast with demonic energy. The Demon King's dominion is even stronger. The beasts, their instincts suppressed, become puppets, obedient to the Demon King until their bodies are shattered and their breath ceases. The Demon King's influence over all beings with demonic energy was as profound as Lumen's influence over its followers. If they fall under the Demon King's control, they'll form an army as they did 1,000 years ago. Then we'll face demonic beasts employing human strategies. Charlotte asked, why would the Demon King, a non-human, do this? Because the Demon King is a being with intelligence and demonic energy capable of learning. It has fought humans before 1,000 years ago, Levina said heavily, her eyes betraying a mix of despair and dread. The enemy was too powerful. This is the memory of the Demon King's war from 1,000 years ago, preserved by the temple. She drew a crystal orb from her robes and held it up. She had already examined its contents thoroughly. In the heavy silence, the crown prince spoke, "Show it to us." And so, the memories recorded in the crystal orb from 1,000 years ago were brought forth and revealed. Chapter 447. Part 1. The world was shrouded in utter darkness. As if an eternal night had descended, the land, sea, and sky were all cloaked in pitch black. A colossal abyss of darkness yawned open toward the earth. From that ominous, massive gate an evil force slithered forth, writhing and spreading. A power belonging to another world, or perhaps the demon realm. A destructive force that rejected the life of this world. Humans called it Magi. From the boundless sea of the demon realm, an endless tide of Magi surged forth. This tide swallowed the creatures of the earth, unable to breathe in its depths, submerging them and claiming them as prey. And sometimes it tainted them, transforming them into entirely different beings, beings that belonged to it. At the places overtaken by Magi, all manner of plants and animals began to change. Absorbing Magi, they lost their original forms, or in some cases their gentle spirits. They became monsters known as demonic beasts, and among those ferocious creatures it existed, something in the shape of a human. A formless demonic beast. No, a massive Magi. It neither breathed nor ate nor drank. It was merely a will existing solely because it possessed power and thought. That will desired one thing: to engulf the entire world in Magi. To annihilate all beings that opposed its power, the will moved slowly. It was the core and center of Magi. All things imbued with Magi bowed in reverence, submitting to each step the will took. It was akin to a king. Thus humans called it the Demon King. The Magi the Demon King possessed seemed almost infinite. A crack, its origins and timing unknown, had fully split open, giving rise to a gate. The Magi endlessly pouring from this gate was like an unceasing supply of soldiers in a war. Growing ever stronger, ever fiercer, the Demon King expanded its dominion. Many creatures were absorbed into its Magi, and even humans knelt before the immense power of darkness it offered. They chose to betray the world they were born into, becoming traitors of their own will. But the Demon King, rushing forth like a tidal wave, met fierce resistance. The power of this world was not to be underestimated. The Demon King was a foreign entity infiltrating this world head-on. To repel the Magi, the spirit of the earth stirred, and the entity known as Lumen began to move as well. It was a true clash of worlds. This was depicted as a wave of power within a crystal orb. A holy beam of light and the power of the spirit stood against the darkness. A majestic yet brutal struggle. Many clashes and losses followed, but in the end, victory belonged to this world. The ground they stood upon was part of this world, and every force from life to death supported them. The Demon King was pierced by the spears of light and earth, its power scattering like mist. A sacred barrier forged entirely from Lumen's will and divine power. It sealed the gate while containing the Magi. The Demon King was a will that could not exist without power. It was a will that came alive only when Magi coalesced. Magi was the will inherent in the power itself, much like the divine power that was the very will of Lumen, its opposite. Thus, as long as the demon realm remained closed, the Demon King could not revive. Within the sacred barrier, a forest grew. The forest rapidly consumed the Magi, thriving as it did so. That forest was called Roots, the forest of death known as the demon realm, and 1,000 years passed. The crystal orb returned to the arms of the high priest. All was cloaked in silence. This is the memory of 1,000 years ago, and High Priest Levina spoke with a pale face. The memory of Lumen. It was a memory encapsulating the Demon King War from 1,000 years ago, which led to the existence of the Forest of Roots. Lumen had left this as a sacred artifact in the temple, so that future generations would remain vigilant, so that the temple would deeply engrave its mission. The temple's mission was to protect the world from the power of Magi. Whenever a high priest was born, they gazed upon the record etched in this crystal orb, and they shuddered at the terrifying power and form of the Demon King. Chapter 447, Part 2. If the sacred barrier seals the entrance to the demon realm, the Grand Duke of Reynosa spoke, does that mean if the sacred barrier collapses, such a phenomenon will occur again? The Demon King will revive, dominate living beings, and attempt to devour this world with its power. It will likely come to that, and the Magi. Levina slowly closed her eyes and opened them again. It has long been scattered and melded into this world. No, perhaps it's more accurate to say it has adapted. That makes this fight all the more difficult. If it were merely a matter of power, we could defeat it with power, but it is the will of the Demon King. Are you saying it learns? Yes, hasn't it already done so? Levina said with a biting tone, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. Though she was known for her gentleness and compassion, such an extreme situation had frayed her nerves. Charlotte responded after a moment. Are you saying the Seed of Darkness was one such attempt? Yes, the Seed of Darkness. It is the Demon King's attempt to dominate even humans, to transform them entirely into beings like demonic beasts. The power of Magi has long made such attempts to swallow this world. Without fail next time. But those who bore the seed of darkness have only ever gone mad and rampaged, Charlotte countered. Thus, wasn't it hard to believe that Helmut, who not only avoided going mad but also cut down those with the seed of darkness, was contributing to the Demon King's will? It must have been a conflict. Humans with their strong intellect cannot form demonic nature like animals, but those attempts failed because we quickly identified and eliminated their existence. The existence of Helmut, who had not been eliminated. Though they spoke of sealing the seed of darkness or whatnot, the temple could not cast aside its doubts. The suspicion that he was fulfilling the Demon King's plan. If a human could fully control and assimilate Magi, wouldn't that bring them closer to the Demon King? Perhaps that suspicion was true. Your successor, along with the temple's enemies, destroyed the sacred barrier. Grand Duke of Renosa, are you satisfied with your choice? Levina could not help but cast blame. He had no intention of destroying the sacred barrier. He only wished to survive and escape. The Grand Duke answered calmly, but in the next moment a piercing question followed. Is it a sin for a human to wish to live in the human world? The pain, the misfortune, the death of that human, the lost opportunities of life. Did they mean nothing before the temple's greater cause? Was that just? As a father, the Grand Duke had committed a grievous sin, because he believed it was just. But the temple's facade had been stripped away and Helmut, who had survived, stood before him, and he saved the Grand Duke's life. For the first time, the Grand Duke doubted, and at last he realized. A choice believed to be just might simply be the decision of someone with power, the entity that defined justice. The temple's word held absolute authority, and even the Grand Duke of Renosa had submitted and followed it. Because of that, he abandoned his child, betrayed him. The latter was not his will, but the former was undoubtedly his decision. The Grand Duke felt the weight of his sin keenly to the bone. High Priest Levina shook her head. To say he had no malice, that sounds like the same claim as saying he can control the seed of darkness. Are you calling it a baseless claim? You said he had no intention of destroying the sacred barrier, but as a result, the sacred barrier is collapsing. A person with the seed of darkness, free from the Demon King's will, he's proving otherwise with his actions. Levina cried out as if spitting blood. The temple's defeat in Renosa felt to her like the will of the Demon King. Something had begun to go awry somewhere, and now it was completely broken. If the sacred barrier was losing its power, it might be a situation even Lumen's will could not control. It sounds much like saying the temple's tyranny is justified because it's all under Lumen's greater will. The Crown Prince, who had been listening silently, spat out. Having nearly died in the palace due to the temple's instigation, he could not help but feel resentment. High Priest Levina bit her lip tightly. In truth, she thought of it slightly differently. Even the fact that the Crown Prince hadn't died then was Lumen's will, but now was not the time for arguments. Letting out a light sigh, she continued. In any case, the situation now is worse than 1,000 years ago. That's the problem. Lumen's greatest power lay in that sacred barrier, and as it wanes, the barrier is collapsing. So we have less strength to confront the Demon King than we did 1,000 years ago. The Crown Prince nodded as if understanding. He grasped the High Priest's sense of crisis. There are mages, Charlotte spoke up. If there was a group whose power had grown incomparably stronger than 1,000 years ago, it was the mages. The existence of mages rapidly advanced by the Mage Association and academies like Greta Academy. Mages? High Priest Levina laughed sharply. Do you know why the temple rejected them in the first place? Because of the convenience of magic, humans couldn't expel them from their lives, and letting them be had allowed their influence to grow. That was hardly a good omen. There's a story that those who sought greater power caused a crack in the boundary of the world, drawing in the power of Magi. Yes, the mages. Levina struck the floor with her staff. Thud. Those greedy ones who wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice their lives for their research, for the truth. They were the ones who drew that evil power from another world. The cause isn't what matters now. What matters is that they're a force. Levina cut Charlotte off. Not important. Who do you think contributed to breaking the sacred barrier? The temple's enemies, Hike and Antial. They caused this crisis. According to her, it seemed all the blame for the world's peril rested on Helmut and his companions. Chapter 448. Part 1. What exactly does the High Priest mean by this? Is it to point fingers and assign blame, to start another war then? The Grand Duke of Renosa spoke, his tone cold yet brimming with authority, as if reminding the room of the temple's defeat. He had come to this meeting for the sake of cooperation. This was a crisis for the human world, but that did not mean he condoned the temple's atrocities, nor did it mean he would tolerate them moving forward. Charlotte cut in sharply. The temple's actions, invading Renosa and causing losses on both sides, were also beneficial to the Demon King, weren't they? That couldn't possibly be Lumen's will. How dare the Grand Princess presume to judge Lumen's will, and yet the temple doesn't seem to be doing a very good job of it either. The atmosphere was as brittle as thin ice. Fearing that High Priest Levina, her face blue with rage, might shatter the delicate balance, the Crown Prince spoke up. Think of it as something that was bound to happen eventually. If the Demon King is such a powerful and dangerous entity, we must unite all our strength to confront it. He emphasized we, underscoring their shared humanity, but the temple's fervor showed no signs of abating. Is a power that might betray us truly a power at all? High Priest Levina raised her voice. In this desperate situation, distinguishing friend from foe was critical. With their forces already stretched thin, a betrayal could spell disaster. I do not doubt the sincerity of the Grand Duke of Reynosa, nor do I believe that this Helmut harbors malicious intent, but do you truly think your formidable heir can remain free from the Demon King's dominion? To bear the seed of darkness is to possess magi, and those who possess magi are subservient to the power of darkness. Levina spoke with unwavering conviction. He will fall to the Demon King and turn his blade on you. And then, Grand Duke of Reynosa, what will protect you? We will take sufficient measures, the Grand Duke replied, his tone firm with emphasis. And Helmut is prepared to fight the Demon King with his life. Yes, he would surely do so. As long as his reason and will remain steadfast. His words carried the weight of someone who would choose death over being dominated by the Demon King. Levina's momentum softened, sensing the resolve in his tone. It was the conviction of a true ally in war, a mindset the temple had always held in its holy wars. The verification that Reynosa spoke of so adamantly, Levina began, let us proceed with it. If your heir has truly freed himself from the dominion of the seed of darkness, we can fight with confidence. Her tone suggested resignation. A warrior of such power fighting against the Demon King would be an immense asset. Very well, the Grand Duke nodded readily. There is something I will show you after this meeting. It was not the time or place to discuss such matters openly, as a transaction was required. Levina nodded with an expression devoid of expectation. Yes, the meeting was not yet over. We cannot realistically exclude the mages, the Crown Prince said, addressing the room. They claim to be internally regulating those who might turn to dark magic. I believe they will strive to protect the world they belong to rather than succumb to the temptation of magi. High Priest Levina let out a deep sigh. Her forceful stance was not merely due to heightened emotions. It was to instill vigilance against the possibility of betrayal. The appearance of the archmages near the sacred barrier. I suspect it was to aid the Grand Duke's heir. Upon reflection, the timing was peculiar. Escaping the forest of roots twice was nothing short of a miracle repeated. Rather than achieving such a feat alone, it was more likely that a powerful ally was involved. Though the temple claimed it as their achievement, the archmages had remained quiet for so long. For them to openly confront the temple suggested. Levina had already decided what judgment the temple must make, however reluctantly. They may be enemies of the temple, but if they cooperate fully in this matter, past grievances will be forgotten. Unlike the impassive Grand Duke of Reynosa, Charlotte flinched, her eyes wide with surprise. She hadn't expected the temple to shift its stance so abruptly. Well, they too wouldn't wish for the world's destruction. If the Demon King conquered the world, those who embraced the power of darkness might survive, but not the temple. The Demon King's victory would mean the temple's annihilation, as magi and sacred power could never coexist. At the very least, this spared the effort of persuasion. The strength of two archmages was immensely valuable, and their power was desperately needed. Yet, as enemies of the temple, convincing them had seemed daunting. For the unyielding temple to concede so readily was almost bewildering. Archmages possessed the strong will to resist being dominated by magi. But as for the mages of the Mage Association, we would like to verify them ourselves. We've previously collaborated with the Magic Academy to study ways to identify those who might turn to dark magic. Chapter 448. Part 2. Levina spoke in a softer, almost deflated tone. Less than 2 months remain until the sacred barrier collapses. We must select our forces, weed out potential enemies, and devise a strategy. So little time remained. 2 months, the Crown Prince nodded. Then we must quickly summon the representatives of each nation to discuss countermeasures. Fortunately, there is a simple method, Levina added firmly. Each nation's temples house crystal orbs. Through them, we can communicate via images without gathering in one place. We need only coordinate the timing. For this reason, we have always prioritized establishing temples in every nation, solely to stand against the power of darkness. Her words were aimed at the empire, which had demolished temples and expelled their priests. The Crown Prince refrained from mentioning their tyranny. Nor did he bring up their attempts to establish their own kingdom within nations with existing rulers, acts tantamount to rebellion. For those already at odds to join hands, concessions were necessary. As was the flexibility to bury the past. The temple, which had seemed unyieldingly rigid, had shown that flexibility. Now it was their turn. Archmages Hike and Antial are studying the sacred barrier, Charlotte said. They will inform us of the exact moment it will collapse. There was no longer any need to hide their connection to Helmut. High Priest Levina slowly closed her eyes, then opened them. Now strategy remains. How would they confront the Demon King? The sacred barrier was a grand sacred artifact imbued with Lumen's essence. Once it collapsed, Lumen's divine power would be lost. Unlike 1,000 years ago, Lumen could not manifest to lead the charge against the Demon King. Only the high priests and holy knights wielding sacred artifacts could be mobilized. In such a situation, a direct confrontation would be impossible. This was something to consider moving forward. After some deliberation, the first meeting concluded. The gathering dispersed, each person leaving to attend to their tasks. High Priest Levina and the Grand Duke of Renosa moved together. Charlotte was about to follow when Charlotte, Asuka, who had silently observed the meeting like a mute, called out to her. Lost in complex thoughts, Charlotte greeted him with her usual demeanor. "Senior Asuka, it's been a while. Where did the others go, leaving you here alone?" "They went to investigate the Forest of Roots. To understand what's happening there." Asuka's expression soured. "While I'm stuck in the Empire, they're off doing all the exciting stuff." Asuka never shied away from danger. His sword was practically rusting. "Aren't those guys coming to the Empire?" "After the meeting, I contacted them. They should arrive soon. They said they've finished their exploration and returned to Renosa." Charlotte was both anxious and eager to hear what they had discovered. "Can I join in?" As the heir of Grand Duke Farnese, Asuka held no official title but could participate in the meeting. His question was almost timid, as if he felt sidelined and without purpose. Of course, Charlotte kindly included the overlooked Asuka. Despite everything that had happened, they were still comrades. They would all gather here in the Empire. The reinforcements not sent during the war between Renosa and the Temple would now head elsewhere. To the Forest of Roots, where all causes and consequences would converge and conclude. "What is it you wish to show us?" High Priest Levina and High Priest Romulo followed the Grand Duke of Renosa. The Empire had provided a building within the palace for the Renosa delegation. "It may be welcome news," the Grand Duke said, maintaining his unreadable, stoic expression. The moment they entered the room, the High Priest's eyes widened. Levina cried out, almost a scream. High Priest Agato. In the center of the room sat a man, his wrists bound by shackles, seated on a chair. Though his body was restrained, his clothes were clean and he appeared otherwise untroubled. Levina clutched her face with both hands, holding back tears that threatened to spill. "You're alive." It was Agato, her longtime comrade. The burden of upholding the temple as its eldest high priest without him had weighed heavily on her shoulders. "I regret meeting you in this state, but it seems Lumen believes I still have work to do before I die." A faint smile curved Agato's lips. "Enough of this, these shackles." "Release him at once," Levina demanded of the Grand Duke, but he remained cold. "That cannot be done." "What do you mean? He is a high priest of the temple, a vital asset. Before that, there is a document the temple must sign." A black-winged knight guarding Agato approached with a single sheet of paper. 80 million marks, an unbelievable sum was written on it. "What is this?" "This is compensation for the war and the price for releasing a prisoner. I believe the temple has more than enough resources to pay." After all, few nations were as wealthy as the temple. The high priest stared at the Grand Duke in stunned silence, but they had no choice but to sign the document. It was an official agreement, drafted to allow no negotiation, demanding the full 80 million marks. Their transaction concluded there. The compensation would be delivered to Renosa within 10 days. Chapter 449, Part 1. After the conference ended, Helmut's group set off for the Empire. Right after the Grand Duke sent his message, Charlotte briefly relayed the outcome of the meeting to them. "It went smoothly enough. With the temple's cooperation, we'll be discussing countermeasures for this incident at the largest conference in history." From the subtle nuance in her tone, it was clear the process hadn't been entirely smooth. Regardless, a temporary alliance had been formed. It would be uncomfortable, given they'd once fought like mortal enemies, but they now had to stand united against the Demon King. When the fate of the world was at stake, there could be no exceptions. From here on, they were bound by the same fate. The Empire would serve as both the central pillar and the mediator. The moment that small-scale conference concluded, envoys were dispatched immediately to every nation. The temple also agreed to use its branches across the land to spread word of the events and help prepare for the gathering. 2 months. An alarmingly short time to deal with a being powerful enough to destroy the world. They had to move fast. From Latona, Helmut's party used a teleportation circle to reach the imperial capital. From there, they traveled to the imperial palace by carriage. Seated in the special carriage provided by the imperial family, Helmut found his gaze drawn out to the streets. It was afternoon. The bustling, prosperous streets were lively but not overcrowded. Through the window, Helmut could see ordinary people enjoying their daily lives, blissfully unaware of what was coming. The people of the imperial capital lived in a peace so complete that danger and threat were alien concepts to them, worlds apart from the harsh, desperate life Helmut had endured. But once the sacred barrier seal was broken, their peaceful lives would shatter. It would take little time for the ravenous demonic beasts of the Forest of Roots to reach this city, after slaughtering countless men, women, and children in villages and towns along the way. Over 1,000 years, humanity had advanced in many ways, but in dealing with the Demon King, they had grown dull. It was only natural. They couldn't live every day conscious of a legendary foe when they faced enough mundane dangers in the real world. The temple alone had spent those 1,000 years honing their blades against the Demon King, but since they drew their strength from Lumen, their power had an obvious limit. Aaliyah predicted that once the sacred barrier fell, Lumen's will would disperse, and the supply of holy power would slow. Holy Knights recover holy power in a way similar to Vis users, so they'll still be reasonably effective, but priests will basically be no better than mages with slow mana recovery. They'll hit their limits fast. It's fine. I'm here to fill that gap. Cyan smirked, brimming with confidence. He had already planted a test Rosetta field near Renosa. Even the massive Alaga couldn't have eaten his way through that much Rosetta in 10 days without bursting his stomach. Aaliyah shot Cyan a look full of irritation before turning away, her body language screaming she had no interest in talking. But Cyan wasn't about to miss a chance to needle her. Fragile little Aaliyah can stay in the back. The great second seat will take the front lines. It was a boast that he was stronger now. Helmut, noting Aaliyah's reaction, quietly intervened. In that case, I'll stay in the back too, works out nicely. Helmut, you stay out of this. Let me enjoy my moment of swagger for once. She's been doing it all her life. Cyan's nose wrinkled, clearly holding a grudge against Aaliyah. Her reply was cold and cutting. For your information, even 1,000 years ago, the Earth Spirit fought at the front. Its strength hasn't grown since then, and unlike back then, Lumen's power is weaker now. Cyan just shrugged. That's what mages are for, right? Exactly, mages. Aaliyah pointed at herself, making it clear she considered herself essential. And just so you know, I never singled you out to belittle. You were the one with the inferiority complex. Now that you've unexpectedly gotten stronger, you're showing it in the pettiest way possible. That was true. Aaliyah had always looked down on everyone equally. Cyan had never been special in that regard. Cyan stammered, petty. Aaliyah's lips curved into an icy smile as she landed the critical hit. That's why you weren't popular back in school. Who would like such a petty guy? Staggering from the back-to-back blows, Cyan could only open and close his mouth. Helmut thought Aaliyah's words revealed her own pettiness too, but saw no reason to say so aloud. It was only after a pause that Cyan ground his teeth and snapped, "You. Aaliyah, you're awful. If you know that, then stop picking fights." With that final jab, a tense silence settled over the carriage. Cyan huffed and turned his head to the window. Helmut simply waited for the carriage to arrive. The matter was settled. There'd be no more sparring for now. Inwardly, though, he'd already taken a side. He knew what Aaliyah's temper was like. He should have kept it in check. In Helmut's mind, this one was Cyan's fault. All this time, Alaga had been gazing indifferently out the window, unconcerned with the conversation. Then he spoke. "Hey, won't the temple guys recognize me?" Chapter 449, Part 2. Igrel couldn't transform into her human form until her wounds and damaged feathers had fully healed. Staying transformed halted her recovery entirely, so she had gone with Hike to her hideout. Alaga, on the other hand, had traveled all the way here in his cat form. "If you get close, the high priest might recognize you," Aaliyah replied. "But does it matter? They must have their suspicions already." After all, if the demonic beast attack had hit right when the temple forces were away, it would be strange not to suspect Renosa's involvement. "I destroyed their place. If they see me, won't they get pissed and ruin the conference? Buildings can be repaired. People can't be brought back to life. You didn't kill anyone, did you?" "Probably not." From what Aaliyah had seen while trailing him, Alaga had swatted down anyone who attacked him and then left immediately, inflicting enough force to disable but not to kill. It wasn't mercy by design, it was habit. He had once cared for humans, including a young Helmut, and so naturally pulled his blows when facing them. That mercy might now serve them well, given their new alliance with the temple. Even if Alaga was a demonic beast, one could make peace with an enemy if not with a sworn nemesis. "Humans are too fragile," Alaga grumbled, but being temple folk didn't mean he could kill them indiscriminately. It was like how a person who loved animals couldn't bring themselves to abuse them. Alaga basically saw humans as pets. Helmut spoke quietly. "They've already seen your power. Even if they recognize you, they can't do much about it. Even if the temple gathered all their high priests, they wouldn't be able to handle Alaga. If he offered his active support, they would have no choice but to accept." Aaliyah nodded. "Still, it's better to reveal it after the conference is underway, and we should tell them about what we've discovered. The root of Rosetta, an unprocessed form that awakened resistance to Magi. Its effects on demonic beasts were proven, but whether it worked the same for humans remained unknown. It's normally processed into a sedative, but raw it boosts resistance, especially against magi. Helmut picked up where Aaliyah left off. Mages are sometimes tempted. Mana and magi are different, but they're very close forces, so, in front of the Demon King, some might give in. Even when the Demon King was sealed, dark mages had appeared from time to time. Once the sacred barrier fell, his power would begin to seep into the world. For all they knew, it was already happening. More mages would be tempted, and some would cross the line. The greatest gift dark magic could offer was immortality. A way to escape death itself, something even an archmage could not do. Mages sought to transcend limits and reach higher. If tempted openly with the promise of freedom from the constraint of lifespan, some would surely succumb. The root of Rosetta might keep their minds safe. By now, their carriage was passing through the palace gates. Faint traces of holy power could be felt in the air. The high priests were inside, sharing a roof with their enemies. Not long ago, they had fought to the death. Ironically, now a common enemy had forced them together. Aaliyah muttered under her breath, "It's going to get crowded soon." Every nation with the strength to stand against the Demon King would be sending envoys to the imperial palace. "Guess we'll be seeing some familiar faces," Helmut murmured suddenly. After being declared Renosa's heir, he had gone straight there. Many of his old classmates from Greta Academy were imperial-born, now serving as knights in the Empire. The thought of meeting them again felt strange. Cyan, now in better spirits, chuckled. "Familiar faces, not exactly. You were in the swordsmanship department. So what? By the time swordsmanship students graduate, they've bulked up a lot. Even the cute ones from back then will be all muscle now. You won't want to talk to them." Asuka didn't turn out like that. He was naturally handsome, so even grown up he's still like that, but the others. They were like that as kids, imagine them bigger. Indeed, swordsmanship students tended to lose their boyish charm early, which probably made raising them less fun for their parents. Helmut's lips curved faintly as he brushed the hilt of his sword. "They've all improved a lot, I'm sure. Somewhat, but still nowhere near your level." With that, Cyan clenched a fist. "Fighting the Demon King on the battlefield with our old Greta classmates, that's actually kind of cool." "Cool doesn't matter, survival does." Aaliyah's dry remark coincided with the carriage coming to a halt. The door swung open. Helmut stepped out first, extending a hand to Aaliyah. "Let's go." From here, history would begin again, to face the resurrected catastrophe, to finish the fight they had failed to end 1,000 years ago. Defeat would mean the end of the world. They had to win. Chapter 450. Part 1. This is the first time we're meeting like this, isn't it? It was an uncomfortable encounter. His hand instinctively sought his sword, but Helmut forced down the impulse. Standing before him was High Priest Levina, the one who had twice sent him into the Forest of Roots. He had already heard that it had been her doing. He knew she had only been fulfilling her duty. He knew she was the most upright among the high priests, living an irreproachable life, at least in moral terms. He also knew that, should the sacred barrier fall, she would willingly lay down her life to stand against the Demon King. Just as the temple needed Renosa to face an absolute enemy like the Demon King, Renosa too needed the temple's strength. However, can a man truly stay calm in front of someone who tried to erase him from existence? Was that so easy? Beyond the lines of absolute good and evil, their convictions had destroyed countless lives. Helmut had merely been one of them, a failed attempt in their eyes. The only reason they had failed was because he survived. They might even regret that. Tell themselves they should have been more thorough. He could not hold them accountable. It was in the past. It hadn't been done out of personal malice. In words, it could sound like nothing at all, just another of those unfortunate stories the world is full of. Could one forgive such people? His heart answered immediately, "I cannot." It was as clear as a sword driven into his heart. Only the saintliest of saints, or those with an unshakable faith, might manage it, or those too soft to bear the weight of their own hatred. But Helmut was neither. He was patient, tenacious. Even his hatred he could not let go of. Because of that, he had to fight to keep his roiling insides from showing now. Even Helmut, usually detached in most situations, could not be magnanimous toward someone who had tried to annihilate him. The rage burned deep in his chest. The pain he had endured, could that really be erased by someone saying, "It couldn't be helped"? Helmut forgave no one, not the Grand Duchess, not Michael, not even the Grand Duke himself. He had simply accepted what was necessary, because he needed Renosa. Because claiming Renosa was the one way to prove his existence, and because it was the one thing his enemies least wanted to see. Like unburned logs that never die out, the embers always flared back to life. Until a distant day when time finally dulled it all, he would never be able to sit peacefully face to face with them. His memory was too sharp to forget. Allies, how laughable, if I ever get the chance. His heart was brimming with the intent to strike them down, and they too would gladly see him gone if given the opportunity. "You hate me, don't you?" Levina said, accepting the fact with a composure that bordered on shameless. She too could not think favorably of Helmut. The will of Lumen was righteous, and thus she was righteous. That Helmut hated her, and the temple seemed to her almost unjust. Hadn't he already had his share of revenge when he crushed the temple's army? From the temple's perspective, sworn to protect justice in Lumen's name, they had given more than they had taken, almost as if they had let him off lightly. Because they bore the mission of defending the world from the Demon King. What has he even lost? The temple was busy repairing the damage from the war with Renosa, and yet the offender could so easily be freed from blame. The stronger the victim, the more dignified they stood, the easier it was for the perpetrator to feel absolved. If you couldn't see it, it was as if it didn't exist. Looking away was so very easy. And was it only the high priest who was like that? No, it was human nature. Darien had known this. That's why he chose to die in the Forest of Roots, because he didn't want to face what he would have to confront. Because he knew how ugly it was, it took Helmut some time to swallow the emotion before speaking. I heard you want to verify me. At last, finally, after trying to kill him outright and only after losing, they now wanted this. How absurd. It is a necessary procedure, she said. Helmut was undeniably powerful. If he could be an asset, he would be a great one. Thinking of the priests and holy knights who had died by his hand, Levina too had to work to compose herself. I will have to place my hand on your chest. Only then could she properly confirm how the seed of darkness was sealed. Just then Aaliyah stepped forward. If you try anything foolish, you'll die here. Her voice was so cold and sharp that even Helmut was surprised. In terms of combat ability, a mage was more dangerous than a high priest, and Aaliyah was only a single step away from reaching the realm of an archmage. I know your face, now I remember, she knew. The granddaughter of Archmage Hike, one of the few blood relatives who had survived, she knew exactly what kind of grudge there was between her family and the temple. Chapter 450, Part 2. The fact that these enemies of the temple stood together was remarkable enough, especially when all of them were people the temple could not easily touch. Levina raised her brows. I will only verify the seal. I am a high priest and I do not go back on my word. Go ahead then, just remember, my hand will be on my sword. Helmut's voice was calm, but it was a warning. Checking the seal would not require much holy power. But if she even gave the faintest sign of trying to channel holy power to attack him, he would cut her down instantly. Then I will begin. When had a high priest ever been threatened like this? But the shocks she had endured recently had dulled her. High Priest Levina carefully placed her hand over Helmut's chest. At once, her insight pierced beyond flesh and bone, probing the seal within. After a moment, she withdrew her hand quietly. Not being a mage herself, it was hard for her to gauge just how powerful the intricate seal was. However, the seed of darkness seems unresponsive. Magi was sensitive to its natural enemy, holy power. A high priest was a being composed of pure holy power. If she could get this close and personally inspect him without any reaction, then the seal was likely almost completely cut off from the outside. There was now some basis for trust. If the worst happened, even if they could not eliminate him because of Renosa, she had been prepared to exclude him. If he stands here, it must be Lumen's will to accept him. With difficulty, Levina crossed the line of principles and convictions she had always upheld, accepting Helmut as an ally to fight alongside them. Even if her heart could not feel it, her head would recognize and obey it. The seal is strong, however, I have a question. It was the final step. They were not comrades who could share friendship, that much was clear. Levina's voice was formal. The heir of Renosa has reason to protect it, but you carry the seed of darkness. That is a matter apart from whether you are good or evil. She met his eyes squarely. The Demon King commands demonic beasts. If the seal were to break in an emergency, could you truly endure it, no matter how strong your will? There was no such thing as an unbreakable magic. Under a powerful enough magi attack, the seal would fall. Levina wanted to hear his answer to that possibility. Helmut's reply was simple. Of course. Short but brimming with conviction, beyond the pride of a swordmaster because it meant survival. He had always survived, always won. I have something to say to that, a new voice spoke. Everyone turned to look. It was Sion. He made no attempt to hide it, laying his entire presence bare. His mana carried a different nature from an ordinary mage's. Levina frowned. A Rodril, I heard the Rodril in Greencana was a woman. I am Sion, who recently inherited the Earth Spirit, a friend of Helmut's. Sion said it boldly, placing a hand on Helmut's shoulder. He usually had the air of someone who slipped out of trouble quietly, so it was a surprising move. May I take this to mean that the Earth Spirit has accepted him as well? The arrogant temple, who acknowledged only the will of Lumen, was hardly fond of the Earth Spirit. But they recognized the Earth Spirit's power, for it was a being no less than a god, and had fought alongside them in the Demon King War 1,000 years ago. Helmut already met the Earth Spirit in Greencana. The Earth Spirit foretold him of the coming upheaval. The Earth Spirit has judged that Helmut, who has overcome the seed of darkness, is a warrior to stand against the Demon King. Sion's words were firm. Like Lumen's oracles, the earth spirits will as given to a Rodril was not always explicit. It could be interpreted. And this was Sion's interpretation. He was the new Rodril. If he said so, then so it was. But for Helmut and Aaliyah, hearing it for the first time, it felt a bit off. A warrior was hardly a word that suited Helmut. Levina looked taken aback. That much? Furthermore, the earth spirit has given us a way to prevent the demon king's will from controlling those who carry magi. Sion produced the root of Rosetta from his pocket, explaining its properties as if he had been waiting for this moment. His tone was like that of a salesman. Testing is already underway and the results are promising. A detailed report will be ready soon. It wasn't his work, but the archmages would deliver results. That was trustworthy enough. Levina nodded slowly, her demeanor more positive than before. In that case, very well, the temple will not raise this matter again. The unofficial meeting ended there. Levina inclined her head, then turned away. A cold voice struck her back as she left. You don't even think to ask for forgiveness. Aaliyah's eyes were calm but frigid. When it came to grudges, a woman who had lost her parents could match Helmut's in full. Levina's steps halted briefly. We are merely fulfilling our duty. With that, she quietly departed the place. Chapter 451, Part 1. 3 days later, Hike and Antial joined the group, bringing reliable investigation results. The largest conference in history had yet to take place. A small-scale meeting was held, attended only by the key figures involved: the Grand Duke of Reynosa, Charlotte Alonso, the commander of the Black Wing Knights, the Crown Prince, Asuka, High Priests Levina, Agato, and Romulo, and Helmut's party. As expected, it was an uncomfortable gathering, especially for the High Priests. Having to listen to the investigation results of the two archmages, who were public enemies of the Temple of Lumen, was no small matter. Moreover, the fact that those responsible for the collapse of the sacred barrier knew more about it than they did was galling. The high priests suppressed their humiliation and displeasure, holding their ground. The mission bestowed upon them by Lumen reminded them of the rationality needed to endure this absurd situation. High Priest Agato, in particular, found Helmut especially unsettling. Hadn't his abdomen been pierced by Helmut's sword? He had also vividly witnessed the death of High Priest Paolo, a chillingly horrific scene. Afterward, Agato had been dragged to Reynosa, where he endured grueling imprisonment. The news of his survival brought unexpected joy to the temple. Although Reynosa demanded an enormous indemnity, the temple was wealthy. What they had lost was manpower, not their immense wealth, so the payment was no issue. One might think he'd earned a rest upon his return, but Agato hadn't even enjoyed 2 full days of respite. How could a high priest rest in the face of a crisis that might lead to the temple's downfall? Without even time to compose himself, he had to hold his ground in this meeting, burying all those moments deep within. As soon as everyone was seated, Antial dove straight into the matter at hand without hesitation. The sacred barrier will collapse in 54 days from now. That's the earliest estimate, so it could be delayed, but it won't happen sooner. Although the collapse is accelerating, the resistance is considerable. His gaze briefly flicked toward the high priests. Lumen is pouring all his strength into stopping the demon king until the very end. The high priest's expressions hardened coldly. They didn't like that a public enemy of the temple dared to speak of Lumen. High Priest Agato reluctantly opened his mouth. Are you all going to fight as well? It was Hike who answered. Of course. A black mage is nothing more than a slave to the demon king, having lost all reason. Such borrowed power is of no use to an archmage. How could I aim for greater heights with power that isn't fully mine? But even if that's true for you, ordinary mages wield power that's easily corrupted. It was High Priest Levina who pointed this out. Sion raised his hand sharply. The imperial family has provided a large plot of land near the capital to produce the root of Rosetta. Its awakening effect apparently influences humans as well. And of course beings with the power of darkness too. He subtly included demonic beasts in his statement, but the high priests didn't catch it. We're working with the Mage Association to mass-produce the harvested root of Rosetta into consumable pills. Here's a report on the effects of the root of Rosetta for your reference. Hike distributed papers. She had been busy in Bassar, capturing demonic beasts for experiments, barely finding time to rest. Igrel had taken care of capturing the demonic beasts. Perhaps because they weren't birds, Igrel showed no sense of camaraderie. A few days ago, we approached the center of the sacred barrier. Helmut explained what they had seen at the core of the sacred barrier. He also spoke of the black circle eroding the sacred barrier. High Priest Agato sighed. It's the will of the Demon King. As the sacred barrier completely collapses, the Demon King's resurrection will occur simultaneously, and all the demonic beasts in the Forest of Roots will fall under the Demon King's powerful mental domination. High Priest Levina continued. For countless years, the Demon King's Magi fragments have scattered across the human world, influencing it in many forms. The temple has fought desperately to stop it, but the demonic nature has surely mapped this world by now. So he knows exactly how to conquer this world. the Grand Duke of Renosa said, stroking his chin. The atmosphere was uniformly grave. The Crown Prince, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. 54 days, we should be grateful it's not tomorrow. It gives us time to prepare, Charlotte followed. Time, yes, but not much. The large-scale conference is meant to explain the situation and rally others to join us. We need to decide how to fight. Everyone who knew how to deal with the enemy most effectively was present here. The people of the temple with memories from 1,000 years ago, and Helmut and his party who knew the Forest of Roots well. And then another presence. Chapter 451, Part 2, Creek. A window opened and a cat sauntered in gracefully. This was the Imperial Palace. Not a single window was treated carelessly. Yet this extraordinary cat had easily broken through the window's defensive magic and made its entrance, from which a voice suddenly rang out. Why not let me join? The Forest of Roots is my specialty. Ilaga, Helmut called out his name, flustered. He had told Ilaga to stay quiet until the discussion progressed, but here he was, butting in again. He never listened. He was getting more and more willful. Ilaga's appearance startled everyone. The Crown Prince pointed at him. A talking cat, what in the world? Guess. Upon seeing Ilaga's white fur, Levina shot up from her seat. Through the High Priest's characteristic insight, she realized his true identity. Could it be you? Oh, you know me. Ilaga's eyes gleamed innocently as if he knew nothing. Holy power began to rise from Levina's body. But Ilaga's response was nonchalant. Put that away, your power can't hurt me anyway. I'm warning you, if you attack me I'll hit you back and it'll hurt a lot. It was a lax voice for a threat. Levina immediately raised her staff. The demonic beast that invaded the temple, how dare such a demonic beast disguise itself and appear here? Suspecting a connection between this demonic beast and Renosa, Levina alternated her gaze between Helmut and the Grand Duke of Renosa, demanding an explanation. They had planned to address this after the meeting, with no way to dodge it, but it had been revealed too soon. Why did he show up here? Helmut and Alia glared at Ilaga, but Ilaga calmly denied it. Oh, the temple invasion. That wasn't me. Don't lie, I swear by Lumen, that Magi, it's unmistakably you. It was the sharpness of a high priest. Levina was the most sensitive to Magi among the high priests. Beyond mere quality or quantity, she could distinguish the unique Magi of each demonic beast, and that demonic beast had been a leopard. A feline just like this one, a perfect form for disguise. As Helmut was about to explain, Ilaga quickly shouted, I'm telling you it wasn't me, it was my sibling. Your sibling? Levina, who had been ready for battle, slightly lowered her raised staff. Agato, who had quietly moved to her side, stood shoulder to shoulder with her. Their suspicious gazes pierced Ilaga. He responded calmly. Yeah, my twin sibling, they attacked the temple under the Demon King's orders. Helmut wondered if Ilaga was truly under the Demon King's control, given this creative excuse for a demonic beast. Levina erupted in anger. You expect us to believe that? I'm telling you it's true, they were weak and fell under the Demon King's control. That's why they fled after only half destroying the temple. If it were me, I'd have finished the job. A glint flashed in Ilaga's eyes. The high priests flinched. Just so you know, I'm stronger than them. Before them was a white cat. Small, cute, not a ferocious beast, but the kind that might coquettishly curl up on a noble's lap. Yet the Magi emanating from that tiny body was far from ordinary. The high priests, sensitive to Magi, felt it keenly. You're trying to cover up your deeds with nonsense. High Priest Romulo raised his voice. In human courts, you're not treated as guilty until a verdict is reached, right? And for a guilty verdict, you need evidence. Got any proof it was me? Ilaga stepped forward brazenly. His fluent talk of evidence sounded even more suspicious. But how could they know if this demonic beast really had a twin? They had suspicions, but no concrete evidence. This was a demonic beast, not subject to human reasoning. The pursuit of Ilaga had already failed. Levina directed her suspicions at Helmut. How could such a powerful demonic beast? Did you bring it from the Forest of Roots? There was no point in denying it, Helmut admitted plainly. He helped us get out of the forest. Ilaga is the strongest demonic beast there. He'll be a great asset. That's right, a great asset. You should feel honored to have my help. The most powerful demonic beast in the Forest of Roots, how can you trust such a creature? If he turns against us, wouldn't that be dangerous? No matter how you looked at it, a demonic beast bold enough to invade the temple alone, even if it was an empty house, couldn't be ordinary. As Agato and Levina expressed their shock and disapproval, a murmur rippled through the room. Helmut responded with a calm expression. He's so powerful that even the Demon King can't control him. And to prepare for that, didn't the Earth Spirit inform us about the root of Rosetta? Exactly. If Ilaga were dangerous, the Earth Spirit would have reacted, Cyan added. In truth, he wasn't sure if the Earth Spirit would give such detailed warnings, but it probably would. He's a vital asset in fighting the Demon King. In the Forest of Roots, he fought other demonic beasts on the side of humans, so there's no need to doubt him. Helmut drove the point home. Antial casually shifted the topic. Now is the time to think about how to fight the Demon King. The high priests closed their mouths, their expressions displeased. Helmut's party brushed it off as if it were no issue, making it awkward to keep pressing the matter. They also knew they couldn't win a fight against this demonic beast here. Chapter 452, Part 1, So I suppose that settles it. Oh, and don't worry. My brother didn't recognize me and came at me, so I dealt with him the other day. He won't be showing up again. Alaga tied up the matter lightly as if it were nothing. High Priest Levina, holding her throbbing forehead, spoke with exasperation. Then, tell us what you know about the Forest of Roots. To think they were having a conversation with a demonic beast, and not just that, but considering it an ally. For the Temple of Lumen, it was a relentless barrage of shocks, as if walls were being shattered one after another. They, who had always been rigid and domineering in following Lumen's will, had never appeared so softened. Alaga began his explanation nonchalantly. The Forest of Roots is divided into 5 domains: east, west, south, north, and central. Each domain is ruled by the strongest demonic beast. This Alaga is the ruler of the central domain, and also the strongest demonic beast in the Forest of Roots. Alaga concluded with pride, his legs instinctively spreading apart and his tail stiffly raised. But no matter how much he tried to exude majesty in his feline form, it only came off as cute. "You're the strongest in the Forest of Roots?" Levina asked skeptically, prompting an immediate response from Helmut. "He killed Naho of the East and absorbed his power. Among beings with magi, he is the strongest." Alaga elaborated on his lie with more detail. "Oh, my brother, that guy was small fry leeching off my territory. He's dead now, so no need to worry about him." "Continue about the Forest of Roots," the Crown Prince interjected, reining in Alaga's rambling explanation. Alaga shared everything he knew about the Forest of Roots. Being a demonic beast, he didn't know what was significant or not. That judgment was left to the humans. The small meeting concluded with discussions on how to acquire and use the root of Rosetta and on acknowledging Alaga's existence. Further information gathering was necessary. As the meeting adjourned, Levina turned to Helmut and asked, "Is there perhaps anything else you've yet to reveal?" Her tone was laced with worry, as if she couldn't bear any more burdens. Helmut replied calmly, "There's one more demonic beast." Igrel was also a significant asset. Since things had come this far, it was better to reveal everything. Levina, at a loss for words, clutched her face. There was simply too much to process, each revelation more shocking than the last. "Is it as strong as—" "No, you said this one is the strongest in the Forest of Roots, so perhaps not to that extent. That demonic beast is Igrel, the ruler of the southern domain of the Forest of Roots." Levina fell silent. Her eyes glinted with suspicion, wondering how he had formed connections with such powerful demonic beasts. Could the Demon King have already descended upon Helmut? Yet there was barely any magi emanating from him. And Alaga hadn't slaughtered anyone when he charged into the temple. If he were the Demon King's pawn, he would have destroyed the temple then and there. Helmut, kindly aiding her understanding, explained, "Alaga and Igrel are friends. Since I lived under Alaga's protection in the Forest of Roots, we have a bond." "Who's friends? That guy's beneath me, got it?" Alaga snapped indignantly. Ironically, his words made it seem as though he and Igrel were indeed friends. Levina, glancing between Alaga and Helmut, asked in a voice that sounded like she had given up, "Is that one friendly to humans as well?" "Yes, both demonic beasts don't eat humans and have helped me." Given that the temple was responsible for creating the circumstances that led to their help, Levina's expression grew awkward. She soon nodded curtly in acknowledgement. "We'll meet at the next meeting. If anything urgent arises, I'll inform you immediately." Nothing was decided yet, but findings were accumulating and the looming disaster was taking shape. Interests, grudges, and trust were being muddled, somehow coalescing into one, like a snowball. Whether that snowball could shatter the boulder that was the Demon King, no one could hold confidence or faith. A unified path had yet to be forged. Sleepless nights would likely continue for some time. Chapter 452. Part 2. 4 days later, a comprehensive meeting was held in the royal capital. A massive gathering, with representatives from every nation the temple had influence over. Never before had a meeting of such scale been convened in so short a time. Perhaps 1,000 years ago, but not in recent memory. And the topic, the Demon King's revival. The notion that the world might suddenly face annihilation was hard to believe, yet impossible to dismiss. Surely the high priests and the emperor of the Deus Empire hadn't collectively lost their minds to orchestrate this. Moreover, the Magic Association, archmages, and other prominent figures all corroborated the claim. The temple even declared that those who didn't participate or cooperate would be branded enemies of the temple. It was their usual strong-arming, but it was desperate. And for smaller nations, their influence was significant. At the center of the meeting hall were dozens of communication crystal balls. Those who could attend in person did so. Those who couldn't appeared through the crystal balls. Language barriers would be resolved with magic. The meeting was presided over by the crown prince, representing the emperor. After briefly summarizing what everyone already knew, he clarified the meeting's purpose. And so, we face the calamity of 1,000 years ago once more. We are here to discuss countermeasures. However, one matter needed addressing first. Helmut's existence. He carries the seed of darkness, does he not? What if he falls under the Demon King's control? High Priest Agato stepped forward. The temple has confirmed that the Grand Prince of Renosa has sealed the seed of darkness and is not under the Demon King's influence. We vouch for this, High Priest Levina added. Moreover, as the disciple of the Sword Saint, he will not hesitate to fight the Demon King to the death. The temple was resolute in keeping its word, an astonishing shift in stance. With the rumors confirmed and the temple, which had once waged war over the seed of darkness, now endorsing him, there were no objections. Thus, the meeting began smoothly. However, unlike its start, the process was arduous. Only the temple and Helmut's group had knowledge of the Forest of Roots or the Demon King's war. Others had recently investigated historical records or the Forest of Roots, but found little of value. Even the Magic Association, which had belatedly joined the research, only obtained information that matched but fell short of what was already known. In truth, everyone was bewildered. 1,000 years had passed. A forgotten legend resurfacing as a harbinger of doom didn't feel real. The temple and Helmut's side, with their knowledge, led the meeting, but the issue was that no clear answer emerged on how to respond. If the sacred barrier collapses, the Demon King will revive, and the gates to the demon realm will open. The demonic beasts of the Forest of Roots will pour out. The Demon King would march upon the world at the head of his beastly army. Should they form an allied army to confront them head-on? Here, opinions diverged. We must charge in directly. No, the forces and circumstances are different now compared to then. We need a different approach. This was a battle for the fate of the world. Unless a strategy was deemed the best, no one would yield. The fortunate part was that everyone's goal was aligned. This was a fight they had to face. There might be differences in how much they'd lose, but victory without sacrifice was impossible. Winning wouldn't bring riches either. If they shied away from danger and it led to the worst outcome, then it would be over for everyone. This dire situation fostered an unavoidable trust. Until the matter was resolved, no one could afford to betray another. Among them were nations with poor relations. Yet, ironically, none had worse relations than the Temple and Renosa, who had been at war until recently. If those two could join hands, how could others not follow suit? If we recklessly charge in and our army is annihilated, what then? A direct confrontation with demonic beasts, is that even feasible? We're not fighting humans, demonic beasts. Most here have never even seen one. This isn't the time to split hairs. Hitting them hard means they won't have the chance to send beasts elsewhere and try other tricks. I've heard some of them can even fly. Concentrating forces near the Forest of Roots is fine, but how many troops are we talking about? If we send everything we have and they open a gate to strike the capital, what then? So you're saying we handpick an elite force, dump it on them, and just watch? I'm saying we devise a more efficient strategy. Will you still talk about efficiency after the world ends? Hey, who's shouting? Think a loud voice makes you right. How old are you? How dare you speak so carelessly? As the frustrating situation dragged on, voices grew louder, spiraling into emotional arguments. A cacophony of heated exchanges filled the air. After hours of this bickering, Helmut, who had been listening with a bored expression, raised his hand. His gesture carried the power to quiet the frenzied room. Is the sacred barrier still functioning? Yes, it is, High Priest Agato replied. The temple had infused some holy power into the sacred barrier through sacred artifacts. However, it wasn't very effective. At best, it might delay the collapse by a few hours to a day. They had even halted that effort to conserve strength. A low voice flowed from Helmut's lips. Then, that option might still be possible. Aaliyah, understanding his meaning, instantly added, at this moment, only the temple can make it happen. What do you mean? High Priest Levina, pressing her brow as if exhausted, asked. Helmut, with a calm tone that could stir waves, said, it's simple. Before the sacred barrier collapses, why not infiltrate it? There was only one way to pass through the sacred barrier to reach the Forest of Roots without resistance. Even if it meant Helmut would be sent through the sacred barrier for the third time. As his words landed, a deep silence fell over the meeting hall. Chapter 453, Part 1, To think such a method existed. It's dangerous, but it doesn't sound absurd. So you're suggesting we strike first before the Demon King revives, High Priest Agato said, his expression grave. Helmut regarded him with an unreadable gaze. No matter how dangerous the Forest of Roots has become under the Demon King's control, the sacred barrier has not yet collapsed. That meant the demon realm was still sealed. If the demon realm remained closed, the supply of magi would be limited. Though the Forest of Roots itself harbored an immense amount of magi, it was being consumed in its clash with the sacred barrier. In short, the Demon King's influence was likely limited. The sooner, the better. Helmut had conceived this idea after the last meeting when Alaga revealed his true nature. He had pondered it countless times. But it seemed the most viable option. To achieve victory, the problem was that this idea meant something deeply unwelcome to him. Back to the Forest of Roots. The scars that hadn't fully healed throbbed from deep within. They were etched there. Every time he was sent to the Forest of Roots, whether he realized it or not, Helmut had faced betrayal, an outcast in the human world, a being meant to die and vanish. That was the name that defined Helmut. And yet he had to willingly return to that place. It wasn't just reluctance, it was a visceral repulsion. There was no option for him to refuse. If they were to face the Demon King in the Forest of Roots, Helmut was an indispensable asset. Even with him, victory was not guaranteed. It wasn't a matter to be swayed by emotions, but how could it be so simple? For others, it would have been pain enough to shatter them entirely. The fact that Helmut had risen from it at all proved his strength, but to overcome it fully, that would take more time. Yet time was not granted, and Helmut had finally voiced the method aloud. Perhaps others had thought of it too, but couldn't bring themselves to say it. Darien had taught Helmut to choose the most certain path to victory, like his swordsmanship which pursued efficiency. To face such an enemy with minimal effort, a bold move was the only option. No one asked Helmut if he was all right, not even Aaliyah, whether they knew he wasn't or not. Once the decision was made, retreat was not permitted. But Helmut felt the gentle touch of a warm hand resting on his own. It was Aaliyah, a soft breeze calming the storm within. For a brief moment, Helmut felt solace and relief. Instead of offering words of comfort, she added her opinion. If we can stop the Demon King before he revives, that would be the ideal outcome. The Forest of Roots is likely more dangerous now than when you left it, High Priest Levina warned. Not out of concern for Helmut, but because a reckless challenge could cost them valuable forces. And what if those who enter the Forest of Roots fall under the Demon King's control? We have ways to prevent that. And if it happens, it would occur just the same after the sacred barrier falls, Helmut replied calmly. A murmur rippled through the room as the high priests exchanged glances. It was a shocking proposal, but it was something they had done before. The method itself wasn't particularly difficult. Agato and Romulo spoke in succession. With this method, we can only send a small number of people, 10 at most. Any more would not only consume too much sacred power, but could also destabilize the barrier. From the beginning, being sent to the Forest of Roots was a privilege reserved for nobles. The sacred magic, which consumed vast amounts of holy power, wasn't used on just anyone. If a commoner bore the seed of darkness, they would die on the spot. However, the magic itself involved pouring holy power into the barrier, which would strengthen it. Sending about 10 people wouldn't be a significant loss in terms of holy power, even if the mission failed. The real loss would be if the forces sent into the Forest of Roots were wasted. A quick-witted representative from some nation asked, if we send an elite team to stop the Demon King's revival, will that end this crisis? It was only natural to want to resolve the issue with minimal cost and without deploying armies. Levina shook her head. No, the sacred barrier will collapse, that's a certainty. If the core had been eroded by the Demon King's power, the barrier had already lost its balance. A barrier relied on delicate equilibrium. It was like a building whose foundation was sinking, destined to crumble. Then, even if the Demon King is gone, the demonic beasts in the Forest of Roots, they would flood into the human world, driven not by the Demon King's will but by their own, Levina said. Aaliyah added an explanation. That could happen simultaneously with stopping the Demon King's revival. When one side of a tense balance collapsed, the other would follow. In any case, after 1,000 years, the Forest of Roots would be liberated, and countless demonic beasts would regain their freedom. Demonic beasts that had survived the brutal law of the jungle in the Forest of Roots, ravenous for human flesh. We must establish a front line and block the demonic beasts emerging from the Forest of Roots, Levina said. Mobilizing mages could allow them to build a wall in a short time. Agato issued a subtle warning. Even if you're far from the Forest of Roots, don't think it's someone else's problem. If the empire falls, the rest will follow. Chapter 453, Part 2, representatives from smaller, remote nations flinched. They had secretly hoped the nations bordering the Forest of Roots would handle it. They were only here because of pressure from the temple, treating it as someone else's affair. But if the wall was breached and demonic beasts invaded the continent, reaching their nations, they would have no means to resist. Few nations had the strength to face demonic beasts head-on. It was an era of peace. But that peace could be overturned in an instant. The Crown Prince, presiding over the meeting, spoke up. But if we enter the Forest of Roots, how exactly do we stop the Demon King's revival? Didn't you say that if the sacred barrier collapses, the gate to the demon realm opens? It was Archmage Antial who answered. Just as demonic beasts have a core, the Demon King is a being of power and will combine. There must be a focal point. We need to destroy and purify it. 1,000 years ago, they had only managed to seal the Demon King because they couldn't decisively eliminate him. It wasn't negligence but necessity. The situation back then had been dire. The creation of the sacred barrier with the full might of Lumen was a calculated strategy. It had secured their victory, but they couldn't fully destroy the Demon King. The dead cannot return, but the sleeping will eventually awaken. This time they had to ensure his end, so that humanity would never face such a threat again. Antial emphasized, at the same time, we must not merely block the entrance to the demon realm, we must eradicate it. Hike spoke in a heavy tone. As long as Magi exists, we cannot completely sever the connection to the demon realm. Power naturally calls to its source. Magi had spread across the world for far too long. Eradicating it entirely was near impossible. Antial fixed his gaze on her. The entrance to the demon realm is a gate created by the Demon King's will. While the connection cannot be severed, the gate can be destroyed. It's a gate, after all, a gate. The most recent gate had been opened by the temple during their holy war to invade Renosa. Though the nature of the power differed, the gate to the demon realm operated on a similar principle. The method to destroy it would be the same as destroying any gate. The discussion increasingly leaned toward sending a small elite team into the Forest of Roots. The urgency to act before the sacred barrier collapsed fueled the momentum. While more possibilities needed to be explored, the consensus was nearly unanimous. Now, the focus shifted to how to destroy the Demon King and the gate to the demon realm. Specific methods and forces needed to be discussed. Finally, someone voiced the critical question: who will go to the Forest of Roots? A ripple of tension spread through the meeting hall like a wave. Some let out heavy sighs, others exchanged glances. The attendees held their tongues. It was like putting a bell on a cat's neck, except this cat wasn't asleep. It was watching the mice swarm while fighting another cat, the most dangerous task. Offering up their own people willingly would be strange. The silver lining, if there was one, was that only 10 could enter the Forest of Roots. They would undoubtedly be the best of the best, universally acknowledged for their skill. For nations without such elite warriors, it was a relief. They could benefit without lifting a finger. Helmut spoke calmly. From Renosa there are 3 who can go. If he went, he wouldn't be able to stop Aaliyah, and both were undeniably qualified. Sion, Helmut's mage and the Earth Spirit Master, was also an obvious choice. Who else but someone empowered by the Earth Spirit? Charlotte, however, didn't step forward. Not out of fear for her life, but because she realistically judged her skills insufficient to be among the 10. The same went for Asuka, but he was about to shamelessly raise his hand. If not for Grand Duke Farnese, his father, stopping him, you'd only be a burden with your skills. You'd be mocked for trying to claim glory with your royal status, Grand Duke Farnese said, foregoing threats of imprisonment. Asuka flinched and lowered his hand. Frustration surged, but he had no choice. Hike raised her hand. We need 3 spots. We have the strength to justify it. Hike, Alaga, and Agrel, the 3 of them were included in the count. Antial would stay behind to help the Mage Association build the front line, so who would fill the remaining spots? Voices murmured back and forth. The criteria were clear. First, did they have the necessary skill? Second, were they suited for the role? Third, were they expendable? It was a pragmatic standard. The team also needed balance. Too many mages or too many swordsmen wouldn't do. Chapter 454, Part 1. Even when the fate of the world hangs in the balance, humans cannot help but weigh their interests. Yet there are those who, regardless of gain or loss, with possessions as vast as mountains, willingly stake their lives. Such individuals are called heroes. A voice resonant with conviction pierced the air. From Basser we will send the commander of the Palma Knights. A tuck sound fell silent. All eyes turned as one. Helmut knew instantly who had spoken. Luke Yeager, he was here in this very place, though there had been no time for greetings. Amid the flood of gazes, he stood with a face brimming with resolve. Beside him, the second Prince of Basser, visibly flustered, grabbed his shoulder. It seemed this assertion had not been agreed upon, but Luke Yeager's gaze remained steadfast. If there is anyone better suited, I will gladly step aside. His eyes gleamed with an arrogance that suggested such a person could not exist. Having grown remarkably while Helmut was lost in the Forest of Roots, he was considered the swordsman closest to the realm of Sword Saint, save for Helmut himself. The heir of a Sword Saint and the mightiest warrior in Basser, the land of warriors. With a vacancy for a swordsman, the commander of the Palma Knights was more than qualified. The second Prince of Basser cherished Luke Yeager. Though he tried to dissuade him, he soon recognized the unyielding will in Luke's eyes and let his hand fall in resignation. Basser respects the will of the Palma Knights commander. Then 3 seats remain, Hike said with a gentle smile. Her smiling face seemed to scatter light across the conference hall. Hike and Aaliyah, 2 mages who looked strikingly alike, had drawn attention from the moment the meeting began. Coincidentally, both had willingly volunteered for this incursion. Hike narrowed her eyes and spoke provocatively. Are you all cowards? Why is no one raising their hand to think that in her twilight years she would plunge into a battle for the world's fate? A remark like that was permissible. At that moment, a clear, resonant voice cut through the hall. The temple will dispatch 2 people. The ripple this caused was even greater, for the speaker was High Priest Levina. With her chin raised proudly, she glanced at Agato. One of them will be me. High Priest Levina, I couldn't join the holy war, so this time it's only right that I step forward. Her gentle tone held no trace of hesitation. Her resolve was firm. Agato bowed his head. It was not merely a matter of taking turns. While detained in Reynosa after sustaining grave injuries, his holy power had not even recovered to half its strength. To fully restore himself, he would need at least another month. Paolo was dead, and the other high priests lacked the experience for such a mission. Levina was the only one who could step forward, and so he could only acquiesce. Levina stated firmly, the natural enemy of Magi is holy power. Considering the composition, it's only fitting that a high priest joins the group. 2 demonic beasts would accompany them on this journey. And there was Helmut, bearer of the seed of darkness. Though unspoken, someone was needed to keep in check those who might sway to the demon king's side, someone with potent, holy power. Even without that concern, the temple could not simply stand by while others fought the demon king. Lumen's blessing is with me, and as a high priest I must fulfill the mission entrusted to me, she had said one high priest. Agato, sensing her implication, asked, and the other, Lumen's first sword, Holy Knight Levant, he will join us. He was the one who had fallen, utterly defeated by Helmut in the Holy War. Yet as the wielder of the sacred sword, he had survived despite his mortal wounds, thanks to the priests who, even in their flight, had tended to him. His body has healed, but his spirit. He had yet to recover from the lingering aftereffects. For one raised as the greatest, successive defeats were a trial difficult to overcome. Levina furrowed her brow, but his survival meant he still had a role to fulfill as Lumen's first sword. There was a reason the sacred sword had chosen him. Lumen would not choose a weak spirit. He will rise above this trial and wield his sword once more. She had no worries. After all, she, the high priest he trusted and followed most, would be by his side. Then only 1 seat remains, the crown prince said, tallying the near-finalized roster. There were 9 in total. The hall, briefly silent, buzzed with conversation once more. The fact that such formidable figures had stepped forward made others reconsider. With an archmage and the temple joining, the odds of success seemed higher. This was a chance to stake a claim in a historic feat, to be remembered as a hero who vanquished the Demon King. What if such a hero hailed from their own nation? The mission's success was still uncertain, and there was no room to dwell on such ambitions. Yet the situation compelled them to do so. The problem was that, with such remarkable figures already chosen, they couldn't simply include just anyone who could possibly step forward. Even the commander of an average nation's knights wouldn't dare raise their hand. The commander of the Palma Knights was already present, after all. It would require someone of equal or greater caliber. Chapter 454. Part 2, The Hand of Alonso, commander of the Black Wing Knights, twitched. He was undoubtedly qualified, not inferior to Luke Yeager. But that would mean 4 from Reynosa alone. Setting aside Sion, who was temporarily employed, Helmut and Alia were the future Grand Duke and Grand Duchess of Reynosa. Was it appropriate for one nation to bear such responsibility? Would other nations or the Empire not take issue with it? As the commander of the Black Wing Knights, Alonso had to consider the political implications, not just his personal desires. And it wasn't as if there were no other comparable warriors. With Basser's Palma Knights and Reynosa stepping forward, shouldn't the Empire's Imperial Knights commander do the same? But unlike Luke Yeager, the Imperial Knights commander required the Emperor's approval and could not act immediately. Perhaps someone from another nation then. Grand Duke Farnese spoke up. If there are no objections to the 9 selected, we should set aside personal ambitions and proceed with a fair selection process. However, the selection must not take too long. Levina nodded. The plan to enter the Forest of Roots itself requires review and preparation. Have each party submit candidates' documents, and let the 9 already chosen review them to decide the final member, the Crown Prince calmly concluded. Though opinions were formally sought afterward, no one stepped forward. There was no need for a vote. The matter was promptly settled. 4 days from now, we will hold a second meeting here. At that time, we will discuss the proposed plan, the final member, and the establishment of the frontline barrier. With that, the meeting adjourned. A chaotic atmosphere followed. Unexpected opinions had led to unexpected decisions. It was both bewilderingly new and unfamiliar. Yet they were not wandering blindly in the dark but forging a path forward. That at least was a positive sign. Helmut quietly left the conference hall with his companions. His proposed strategy had been accepted, and the roster was nearly complete. Now they needed to devise a way to make it a reality, because this was a matter of life and death for them above all. That night, key figures from the Empire, Renosa, the Temple, and Basser gathered, including the 9 selected members. Though they had long shared information and coordinated plans, large and small, this was the first time Basser had joined them. While their strength was formidable, their intelligence was lacking. Basser's territory was some distance from the Forest of Roots. Their expertise in slaying demonic beasts in their desert was commendable, but beyond fighting, their role seemed limited. Still, the Palma Knights would play a significant part in establishing the front line. "Welcome," Hike said with a smile, greeting Luke Yeager, commander of the Palma Knights and the second prince of Basser. The second prince, acting on behalf of the king, bore the full authority of Basser. "I never imagined we'd meet like this," he said, casting a pointed glance at the high priests. The high priests, accustomed to hostility by now, showed little reaction. Hike responded in their stead. "You'll get used to it, we're no strangers to discomfort ourselves." Hike, the temple's public enemy. She had lost her son and daughter-in-law to the temple. Yet her smiling face betrayed no emotional turmoil. Was her remarkable composure due to her status as an archmage? Before her, Basser's anger, born of losing the Sword Saint and witnessing the temple's machinations, seemed trivial. Even Luke Yeager's grudge, having nearly died to the temple's schemes, paled in comparison. He turned his gaze to Helmut. "You've been through a lot." Helmut tilted his head. "That doesn't sound like you." Naturally, he was referring to the tone. It was far too polite for Luke Yeager. Luke chuckled. "I'm the commander of the Palma Knights, and you're the Grand Prince of Renosa, aren't you? For a Palma Knights commander, you sure jumped in without much consultation." Helmut was poking at the second prince's earlier attempt to restrain him. Luke Yeager, however, was utterly unabashed. "That's allowed in Basser, as long as it didn't tarnish the honor of the Palma Knights commander. He says he's confident because he's slain plenty of demonic beasts," the second prince said with a sigh. "Now that it's come to this, there's no helping it. If we must proceed with this strategy or whatever it is, I only hope it succeeds safely." Much like Helmut, who was being sent to the Forest of Roots for the third time, Luke Yeager's situation was no ordinary one. To think that the descendant of the Sword Saint, now commander of the Palma Knights, would follow in his ancestors' footsteps to the Forest of Roots. It was a moment of history repeating itself. "I've dried up Basser's demonic beasts for my experiments, so you needn't worry about our forces being stretched thin," Hike said with a kind smile. The second prince nodded. "Basser's knights, even beyond the Palma Knights, are adept at handling demonic beasts. They will be of great help in establishing the front line. As for the final member, do you have any guesses?" the second prince asked, turning to the crown prince. The crown prince, his expression tinged with concern, replied, "Since applications are to be submitted, we may yet see unexpected names. But whoever it is, no matter how powerful, it must be someone able to build trust with those already chosen." Chapter 455. Part 1. Even a small nation could, in theory, harbor a swordmaster of unparalleled skill. However, the Forest of Roots was under the dominion of the Demon King. No matter the blessing of sacred magic, only those with firm resolve and a heart untainted by wickedness could withstand psychic assaults. Internal discord could not be allowed. That was the most critical criterion. Helmut cast a glance toward the high priest. "I had assumed the temple would provide 3 members. With so many forces hostile to their side, only 2 had stepped forward. The high priest and the holy knight. Yet even those 2 alone represented formidable strength in the Forest of Roots. The Holy Knight's prowess in particular was something Helmut knew well, having faced him directly. His skill surpassed even that of Luke Yeager. Though he could not be called a pure swordsman, his ability to wield the power of the sacred sword was undeniable. Had Helmut relied on demonic energy instead of this, defeating him would have been no easy feat. Compatibility could overturn even an absolute disparity in power. "We must also consider the possibility of failure," Levina responded. The mission they bore was far too weighty to pour everything into a single endeavor. Venturing into the uncharted Forest of Roots was a gamble. No one in the temple had ever set foot there. Success was not guaranteed, and they could not plunge in without leaving a reserve. Thus, this was the maximum force they could commit. In the event of failure, High Priest Agato would remain to handle the aftermath. "Let's hold off on deciding the final member for now. With those present, we can still devise a plan," Elia said. Levina nodded and moved to the heart of the matter. "First, I agree that taking action is better than merely preparing and waiting for the sacred barrier to collapse. Engaging the Demon King before its revival, while it's still clashing with the sacred barrier, will be far easier. Even setting aside the inherent dangers of the Forest of Roots itself," Sion added, stroking his chin. The Forest of Roots was, after all, a forest. As the Earth Spirit Master, Sion could command spirits. Moreover, his abilities had grown stronger than before. If they moved while concealed, it might be more manageable than expected. Levina continued. However, entering through sacred magic does not allow us to teleport to specific coordinates within the Forest of Roots. It merely grants lumens permission to pass into the sacred barrier. As before, we'll likely be dropped at a random point within it. Their target was the central region, Alaga's domain. There, in the skies above the heart of the Forest of Roots, it lingered. Not yet a true demon king, but a coalescing will of magi, and beneath it lay the entrance to the demon realm. Their mission was to seal that entrance, destroy the demon king, or ideally, accomplish both simultaneously. If we're lucky, we'll land near the central region. If not, we may face difficulties, Levina noted. Charlotte raised a question. Why rule out an approach from above? The skies above the sacred barrier should be safe from demonic beasts. Wasn't the demon king's presence said to dwell there? If we approach from above, we cannot reach the entrance to the demon realm, meaning we cannot seal the source of magi. And that means we cannot destroy the demon king, whose power is its will, Levina explained, adding, furthermore, forcing our way through the sacred barrier from above could cause its collapse. In the end, the only reliable way to enter the Forest of Roots was through the temple's magic circle. A fact so clear it was almost simplistic. Helmut pointed out, even if we succeed, the collapse of the sacred barrier would still leave problems unresolved. If the demonic beasts of the Forest of Roots break free before a proper frontline is established, it would be catastrophic, Levina agreed, nodding. The sacred barrier served to contain the demonic beasts. Even if those who entered achieved their goal, the barrier would fall. Thus, the operation to breach the barrier could only proceed once the frontline was fully prepared. No matter how urgently they acted, it would take days at the earliest. We've outlined a plan, but this operation still requires further scrutiny, Levina said, her expression troubled. Never in her life had she imagined entering the Forest of Roots. Antial responded, it would be best to discuss this together as both sides possess different information. Thus, the temple's cause and their collaboration took another step forward. Meetings piled upon meetings, the relentless discussions left everyone mentally exhausted. As they concluded and began to disperse, a voice called out, Helmut. Helmut turned toward the sound. Luke Yeager stood there, grinning as he extended a hand. I'm glad we'll be fighting together. His words carried their literal meaning, but also something deeper. I can repay you for helping me. Luke Yeager's participation wasn't driven by some grand heroic impulse or the honor of the Palma Knights. Luke Yeager was strong, a vital asset to the Alliance. His involvement would be a tremendous boon. He acted without hesitation, risking his life for a cause that someone had to undertake, unswayed by personal gain. Luke Yeager was that kind of man. As steadfast and reliable as Helmut's first impression of him, uncompromisingly upright, far removed from cowardice. A man perfectly suited to the role of commander of the Palma Knights. That was why Helmut had sought him out. I trust you'll prove more useful than last time Arabic Tetmer Buddha, Helmut said lightly, grasping his hand. Luke Yeager wasn't offended, ever brimming with confidence. He was magnanimous. I'll repay the debt from that time. You mean by saving me? You remember well, a cool voice interjected. Unfortunately, that won't happen. I'll be the one saving Helmut. Aaliyah stood there, arms crossed. Luke Yeager quickly released Helmut's hand. Glancing between Helmut and Aaliyah, he muttered, why do I feel like I'm being checked? Am I imagining it? Don't waste your breath, rest. The meetings will continue, Helmut said, turning away. Walking side by side with Aaliyah, he suddenly wondered who the final member would be. The answer would come soon enough. Chapter 455. Part 2. The final member destined to claim the glory of a hero had to come from the Deus Empire. That was the consensus among the Empire's leadership, but who was truly suited for the role? The commander of the Imperial Knights. His skill was unquestionable, but as a great noble and head of a house, he bore too many responsibilities. Surveying the Imperial Knights, their overall prowess was impressive, but none matched Luke Yeager's caliber. As for candidates from other nations, they didn't meet the Empire's standards. The greatest issue was the lack of an objective measure of combat ability. It was an era of peace. True martial prowess shone in war, but for nearly a century, only civil wars or border disputes had occurred. Even talented individuals hadn't had the chance to distinguish themselves. Asuka quietly approached the Crown Prince. If no one else is going, I'd like to volunteer. Even after being restrained by Grand Duke Farnese, he hadn't learned his lesson. I'm close to them, trustworthy, and I've got some skill, don't I? With such formidable participants, even Asuka's confidence wavered slightly, but his enthusiasm remained undimmed. The Crown Prince judged Asuka a suitable candidate. Others might surpass him in skill, but none had ventured into the Forest of Roots and returned as he had. His status as imperial royalty added symbolic weight. The problem was that he was the heir of Grand Duke Farnese. Both the Grand Duke and his wife vehemently opposed his participation, and for similar reasons, even the Crown Prince was reluctant to let Asuka go. Looking at Asuka, the Crown Prince spoke abruptly. There's a sword, crafted through the collaboration of the legendary blacksmith Leighton and the Imperial mages. It amplifies vis and is forged from a special metal as valuable as diamond. The sword itself can absorb and store ambient magic, enabling it to cast spells. What's that sword got to do with this? Asuka asked, his face puzzled. Leighton called it his life's masterpiece. It's not a weapon to be given lightly. Only those of Imperial blood or with the Emperor's approval can wield it. Asuka's eyes widened. True to his belief that a craftsman doesn't fuss over tools, he'd never coveted weapons, but this was different. That sword would be a huge help in fighting in the Forest of Roots. It could compensate for his shortcomings in skill. Asuka's face lit up with a grin. Indeed, but that's only if you're selected to go to the Forest of Roots. Let's be honest, the decision's up to you, isn't it? Asuka had never looked at the Crown Prince with such eager eyes. The Crown Prince gazed at his cousin impassively and said, "If you want to go, swear loyalty to me." If Asuka defeated the Demon King and returned, he'd be a hero. As a near-direct member of the Imperial family, he was close to the line of succession. With ambition, he could even aim to usurp the throne. Even if he had no such intentions now, hearts could change. The Crown Prince couldn't grant such a threatening power without assurances, especially when Asuka wasn't strictly necessary and with Grand Duke Farnese and his wife so adamantly opposed. Asuka needed the Crown Prince's support to go. It wasn't cunning or calculating, it was a natural precaution for the Crown Prince, but to Asuka, brimming with personal grievances, it felt underhanded. He narrowed his eyes. And in return, give up on Charlotte. The Crown Prince flinched. That's her decision to make. Who knows what schemes you'll pull while I'm gone? Swear it, give her up, then I'll swear loyalty or whatever. A crooked smile tugged at the Crown Prince's lips. You think she might secretly admire me? Absolutely not. You know it's not even a possibility. Asuka pointed at him accusingly. Conflict flickered across the Crown Prince's face. Catching two rabbits was his preferred approach, and the possibility didn't seem entirely out of reach. As the Crown Prince, he had reason to be confident, but he soon spoke solemnly. Fine. So be it. Asuka got what he wanted and forced his rival to back down, a deal with nothing but gains. Asuka was satisfied and the Crown Prince was too, though he felt an odd pang of unease. The deal, however, was done. The final member would be Asuka. Once Grand Duke Farnese and his wife were persuaded, the selection would be announced. Chapter 456. Part 1, ending at the beginning, a month later. A gust of wind swept over the ramparts. Helmut stood atop the wall, his eyes fixed on the forest below where green leaves scattered in the breeze. This was one of the few places beyond the reach of the sacred barrier where life still lingered. But when the demonic beasts come rushing in, they'll trample it all anyway. The demonic energy they exuded would either rot the forest or twist it beyond recognition. The peaceful scenery would vanish, replaced by desolation. And if all went according to plan, the corpses of demonic beasts would pile beneath the wall in layers. Of course, their toxic blood and flesh would serve no purpose as nourishment. Just then, a voice broke the quiet. "What are you looking at?" Helmut turned. Aaliyah was standing there with a faint smile. "Nothing, just thinking how impressive it is they managed to build this in such a short time." He tapped the wall with his fingertips. At each edge of the structure, inscribed magic circles gleamed with metallic light. Each small sigil linked together to form the barrier. High as mountains, solid as stone, and fortified with protective wards, this wall had risen in little more than 20 days. For something built in haste, it wasn't merely decent, it rivaled the finest fortifications anywhere in the world. The wall now cut off the path from the Forest of Roots to the human realm. Functionally, it has everything it needs. They did well, Aaliyah agreed. It wouldn't be wrong to say that the full essence of humanity had been poured into this wall. Unimaginable wealth, the best craftsmen, the greatest minds, none were spared. All for a single purpose, to defend humanity from the looming crisis, to hold back the demonic beasts spilling from the Forest of Roots. Helmut spoke with cautious hope. With this, as long as the defenders aren't completely incompetent, the wall should hold. He had little faith in how well those left behind could stand against the demonic hordes. Aaliyah replied, "If we succeed and the beasts don't manage to gather into a proper army, they'll be manageable. After all, they usually hunt alone. Then we'd better succeed." Helmut pulled his hand away. No matter how composed he was, no matter how strong his will, he couldn't deny the tension coursing through him. Aaliyah shook her head gently. "Still, we've had fortune on our side. Things have flowed well enough. The wall stands now, doesn't it?" The first matter had been choosing the location. The Forest of Roots spread wide, and building a wall directly in front of it would have made the fortifications impossibly long. Even if that much wall could be built in such a short span, defending it would scatter the troops too thin. Fortunately, the problem was resolved quickly. They had found a natural choke point, a rugged mountain range standing tall on either side like a wall carved by nature itself. Any beast descending from the forest would have no choice but to pass through that gap. Though the distance between the peaks was considerable, it was still manageable. By erecting a wall between the mountains, they had created a front line. Every kingdom had opened its coffers, pouring in supplies. The greatest architects and craftsmen lent their skills. Every capable mage was deployed. The result was the wall Helmut now stood upon, here for its final inspection. Fortunate indeed. The mountains had risen like cliffs over 1,000 years ago. Perhaps the earth spirits had laid them there in anticipation of the Demon King's return. Beyond this wall, set a little away from the forest of roots, a few villages had stood, but their people had already been evacuated. It was easier to think of it as surrendering a bit more land to the beasts. Few would circle north through the sea and swim around. Those that lived in the waters were like Kantara, territorial, sluggish, and unaccustomed to this climate. Flying beasts were another matter, but Agrel had told them their numbers were limited. The sacred barrier cutting off the skies held them back. Other than me, powerful flyers are rare, most are small fry. Small fry to her, but still lethal to humans. Still, ordinary predators could be fought off. They had taken additional precautions too. Illusion wards had been cast so that no beast could simply wander past the wall. This meant a brutal battle here was all but guaranteed, but that would be left to those who remained. Helmut's concern lay elsewhere. Tomorrow then, the day they would enter the Forest of Roots, the temple had prepared a great teleportation circle that would carry them deep within. No one knew what awaited them inside, so no elaborate plan could be made. It would all depend on how well they fought in unison. Even Helmut could not shoulder this burden alone, especially with the Demon King as their foe. Chapter 456, Part 2, ending at the beginning. Humans are more resourceful than I thought. Even I couldn't leap over this in a single bound. Alaga landed lightly before Helmut, having leapt up the wall in a few bounds. The defense wards weren't active yet, otherwise even he would have been struck down. Don't be afraid, a Demon King is just a morsel to me. Don't forget you too could fall under his control. The Demon King rules over demonic energy, and Alaga's entire body was composed of demonic energy. Helmut couldn't be sure keeping him close was wise, but leaving him behind felt even less safe. My strength is my own. A powerful will governs demonic energy, not the other way around. A mind, a will, things that went against a beast's very nature. He could even nurture affection. Love and emotion no ordinary beast, who might even devour its own offspring, could feel. In that sense, Alaga had transcended the realm of beasts. Just as Helmut had the confidence of a sword saint, Alaga carried the confidence of one who ruled himself. I've stocked up plenty of the root of Rosetta, Helmut's voice carried doubt. If Alaga ever turned against them, it would be their lives on the line. Trust without preparation was folly. Alaga was a beast of beasts, the kind that even the 9 selected at full strength would barely restrain. Ah, that incense you made with it, I liked that. Refreshing. Alaga sniffed the air. Diffusing it as incense means we don't need to force-feed it. Aaliyah joined the conversation. They had long since processed Rosetta's root into pills, but even then it needed to be ingested. Aaliyah's idea was to turn it into incense. In the Forest of Roots, it'll be invaluable. Ordinarily, no beast would dare challenge Alaga or Agrel. But under the Demon King's dominion, things would be different. His power could smother instinct itself. The only way to resist was to awaken their minds, free them from control. Once aware, they wouldn't recklessly charge at monsters like Alaga and Agrel. We prepared liquid form too many ways to spread it. Her violet eyes gleamed with pride. She had poured every ounce of research into this. Back in her academy days, she had already crafted magical incense to enhance concentration. This was only a matter of adaptation. I still prefer the candy form, just keep one in my mouth. Can't chew it, but it works. You'll be sick of it soon enough in the forest. Helmut answered dryly. Everything seemed in place. The mages would activate the wards, and the temple had brought nearly all its strength to defend this wall. If both sides gave everything, only the battle itself would reveal the victor. Not even Helmut knew how many beasts lurked in that forest. Maybe the dumb ones will just keep living there, never realizing the sacred barrier's gone. Hunters will know. Instinct will tell them, south lies easy prey, soft flesh waiting to be torn. Alaga muttered indifferently. Those who had clawed and fought for survival in the forest would rush eagerly to hunt weaker prey. It wasn't about the Demon King, it was simply the inevitable clash between man and beast. The inspection ended quickly. Let's go down, a feast is waiting. With those words, Aaliyah descended the stairs first. Helmut seized Alaga by the scruff of his neck. Dangling in his grip, the beast narrowed his eyes. Do as you like, once we enter the forest, I'll return to my true form anyway. Shame. Thought you were enjoying yourself. Helmut slung him over his shoulder. Alaga extended his claws, gripping for balance. Don't worry, I'll protect you, just don't lose control again like last time. Stop saying that. I don't need your protecting. Did he still think Helmut a child? He frowned, though truthfully Alaga had once shielded him in that very forest. Demon King's destiny, none of it matters. It's all a question of will, and your will is weak. So get it together. Helmut could only endure Alaga's nagging all the way to the banquet hall. The hall was already bustling. One last chance to share food, to steel themselves alongside their comrades. Their wills were tested, their wills would endure. They had all left behind their wills in writing too, every one of them save for the two beasts. The Last Supper is it. The thought sat ill with him, but Helmut chose to enjoy the present moment. No alcohol was allowed since battle would begin the moment they arrived. When he entered with Aaliyah, every gaze turned their way. Among the stairs lay welcome and unease. Someone hesitated, then spoke. Helmut, no. Grand Prince Helmut, is it? Helmut looked at the man, a face he remembered. The impression, the build, everything had changed since then, but still he recognized him. Impressive, he recognized me too. Helmut opened his mouth to reply. Chapter 457. Part 1, Greta Academy, that's right. Helmut stared at the man's face, tinged with awkwardness, and muttered suspiciously, Andro. The other nodded vigorously. He was a guy Helmut had known since the academy entrance exams. Truly, he'd changed so much. Judging by his attire, he seemed to be part of the Imperial Knights of the Deus Empire. Alaga, perched on Helmut's shoulder, tilted his head curiously. Is this guy your lackey from the academy days? Classmate, Helmut corrected. The cat's talking, Andro pointed, clearly unaware of Alaga's nature. Yeah, a talking cat. Speaking nonchalantly, Helmut tossed Alaga to the ground. Kyring, landing on all fours, Alaga let out an indignant yowl. Go on, this punk, just you wait. Leaving behind a villainous line, Alaga scampered off and vanished somewhere. Only then did the atmosphere settle enough for conversation. Andro, his expression stiff, opened his mouth. You can't imagine how shocked we were when we heard about you. Everyone was. A classmate who'd attended Greta Academy for just a year before disappearing without a trace. Asuka, Aaliyah, and Cyan had all stayed silent, leaving only rampant rumors in their wake. The most persistent one was that Helmut had been killed by someone. As a commoner, it wasn't unthinkable that he'd met such a fate if he'd rubbed someone the wrong way, or perhaps he'd left because academy life didn't suit him. But then 4 years later, news of that vanished classmate surfaced. His name had already begun to fade from memory. Yet the impression he'd left was so vivid that the moment they heard the rumors from the martial arts tournament, it clicked. The champion of the tournament, the Grand Prince of Renosa, who'd made a dazzling appearance, that was that Helmut. But wasn't he a commoner? What was going on? He had the seed of darkness. It was a cascade of confusion. Asuka being royalty had already been revealed, but this was even more shocking. The world had been thrown into upheaval and they could only watch from the sidelines. Each of them was bound to their respective factions, unable to act recklessly. Fortunately, most of Helmut's classmates belonged to the Deus Empire. Naturally, the Empire sided with Renosa. And so, time had swept by like a storm, leading them to this moment. They'd gathered here no longer as academy classmates but as comrades fighting for their respective causes. Helmut scanned his surroundings. Approaching him were faces all familiar. He dredged their names from memory one by one. Dino, James, Basil, Wesley, Mitchell, and several others. Truthfully, their faces had changed so much that it was hard to be certain who was who. They all seemed to be doing well, Helmut remarked. Judging by their robust appearances, they'd clearly been eating and sleeping well. Helmut, sir. One of them, about to call his name casually, hesitated and added the honorific. The other was the Grand Prince of Renosa. They'd known him only as a commoner until now, but they couldn't blame Helmut. Everyone agreed he must have had his reasons. We were so shocked when we heard what happened. Helmut calmly surveyed them, assessing the situation. Their presence here meant one thing. Before we head off to die, are we supposed to reminisce or something? Come on, it's not like that. We're here to fight and defend the barrier. I never imagined we'd meet like this at a banquet. The banquet, held to boost morale, had turned into a reunion. As more joined the conversation, the area around Helmut grew lively. Judging by their presence, it seemed these Greta Academy graduates had returned to their homelands and secured notable positions. Ordinary soldiers couldn't handle the demonic beasts of the Forest of Roots, so only elite knights from various nations had been summoned here. These were the new recruits among those elites. After all, it hadn't even been a year since they'd graduated from Greta Academy. This might be a problem. Helmut wondered if the barrier would hold, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. They seemed to share the same concern, their faces betraying traces of unease. Fighting demonic beasts, I'm nervous. I've never even seen a demonic beast in my life, and now we're facing a horde straight out of a myth. They say it's the Demon King or something. It's chaos, I don't even know what's going on. They'd come because their superiors ordered them to, but skepticism and doubt were evident. Some even hoped this was all just a big commotion that would blow over. After all, they hadn't seen anything with their own eyes. By the way, Helmut, sir, you came from the Forest of Roots, didn't you? What's it like? All eyes turned to him. It was a potentially sensitive question, but Helmut answered simply. A place where none of you would last a day. Silence fell, and it took a moment for conversation to resume. Hearing Helmut, who'd come from the forest of roots, say that so bluntly stirred a creeping sense of tension. Helmut spoke coolly. You'll have to fight for your lives if you want to make it back alive. It wasn't advice, it was a warning. Chapter 457, Part 2. In the heavy silence they could only nod solemnly. The topic quickly shifted. By the way, about Asuka, I mean that guy. Did you know? Their eyes changed, filled with old grudges and suspicion directed at Helmut. The reason was obvious. Even after Helmut disappeared, Asuka had continued posing as a commoner, lording over others until graduation. There'd even been someone who tried to punish Asuka, only to fail miserably and hit rock bottom. These guys were lucky they hadn't tried. Instead, they'd spent their academy days being trampled on, unable to take revenge, and now faced the infuriating reality. Asuka was royalty, the eldest son of Grand Duke Farnese, cousin to the Crown Prince. To think he'd pretended to be a commoner, acting like a victim of noble oppression, playing every card in the book while at the academy. As if he were some extraordinarily talented commoner. They'd already vented their frustrations among themselves before speaking to Helmut, but bringing up the topic reignited their anger. That guy's insane, the one who blurted it out quickly added, no subject intended. Yeah, no subject, we're just talking about some crazy guy. I was so shocked I couldn't believe it. I thought my ears were playing tricks on me. Can you believe it? His attitude, his speech. Nothing about him screamed royalty, that's why no one had suspected a thing. What are you all talking about? At that moment, Asuka appeared out of nowhere. As if he weren't Asuka enough, he showed up like a ghost. Those who'd been gossiping about royalty froze in panic. You guys talking trash about me still haven't learned your lesson? In no way, as if we'd do that. Many of them were part of the Imperial Knights. To them, Asuka was a towering superior. Who could have predicted this back at the academy? They'd known that with Asuka's skills, he'd likely land a decent position despite his foul personality. But to rise this high, they'd never be able to speak their minds to him, let alone seek retribution. The world was unfair, even the nobles felt it. So a bit of gossip in this unfair world wasn't too much, was it? Helmut replied quietly. I didn't know either, I had my suspicions at times, but I only found out recently. What suspicions? You were talking trash about me, Asuka shouted, his voice booming. As always, the guilty ones yelled the loudest. His attitude screamed it. And you lied too, Helmut, so why am I the only one getting heat? At that point, I didn't know the truth about my parents, so it wasn't exactly a lie. Helmut drew a cold line between them. Asuka, at a loss for words, bit his lip. Back then, his identity was that of a commoner, that was the truth, but he was, in fact, royalty. His plan to pose as a commoner and show up arrogant nobles had already crumbled. His own outrageous behavior had seen to that. After a moment of thought, Asuka doubled down shamelessly. I acted that way to set an example as royalty. If you treated me as an equal per the Academy's rules without regard for status, it wouldn't have mattered, right? There was some truth to that. Helmut agreed. If I'd flaunted my royal status, you lot, with neither skill nor status to match, would have been groveling at my feet. I didn't want to see that pathetic sight. His arrogance was as infuriating as ever. Back then, they'd let it slide, thinking he was a commoner. But now, hearing a royal say such things made their blood boil. The faces of his old classmates twisted. Combined with his large frame, it made for a rather menacing scene. In the end, I graduated from the academy splendidly despite the penalty of a commoner's status. How's that for grit and greatness? He wasn't wrong, but no one wanted to admit it, to hear him boast like that. Royalty or not, they wanted to challenge him to a duel, of course they'd lose. Enough, Asuka, Helmut interjected. These were the people who defend the barrier, crushing their spirits wasn't wise. You wouldn't want these guys cursing you to get eaten by demonic beasts in the forest of roots, would you? A few flinched, as if they'd actually entertained the thought. Asuka shut his mouth, looking uneasy. Then he spoke again. Fine, I did deceive you all. It wasn't my intention, but I'm sorry. His stiff neck dipped ever so slightly. It was a sight Helmut had never expected or imagined from Asuka. Even Helmut was surprised. But the sincerity in that rigid apology softened the mood. No, it's fine, like you said, if we'd known you were royalty, we wouldn't have treated you so casually. You never benefited from your status at the academy anyway. We heard you volunteered for this life-or-death mission. We wish you luck. May you both achieve your goals and return safely. And so, the reunion with old classmates flowed warmly. The banquet was in full swing. Chapter 458, Part 1. Lord Asuka, someone is requesting your presence. Asuka was called away, and in the pause someone brought up a sensitive subject. Oh, by the way, Lady Aaliyah is a woman, right? Aaliyah was of common birth, but she was now known as Helmut's fiancée. With her level of skill as a mage, she could have been granted a noble title in any country, so her origins were meaningless. But you already knew about it back then, right? Helmut had to think for a moment before answering that question. I had suspected. Since it wasn't impossible for someone to be androgynous or an exceptional case, he couldn't say he truly knew. Only after Aaliyah confirmed his suspicions did he become certain. You even shared a room together. Don't tell me you were already dating back then. No wonder the atmosphere between you two felt off. Aaliyah never got along with anyone else after all. It was a situation that could easily be criticized. True, she had her reasons, and she'd always kept to herself rather than mingling with classmates. But never in my dreams did I imagine Aaliyah was a woman, in any case. All at once, everyone turned their gaze on Helmut, eyes filled with envy. You're lucky, she's not only beautiful but also an incredibly strong mage. The reaction was unexpected, genuinely positive. Was it because so much time had passed, or perhaps, well, the swordsmanship department guys always thought being pretty was everything. Their standards were painfully simple. Anyway, let's just enjoy the banquet today. Eat, drink, and die trying. After only a short exchange, the swordsmanship department alumni began pouring drinks down their throats like there was no tomorrow. Helmut, who was leaving the next day, was the exception. Can I really trust these guys with guarding the barrier? It was surprising how little they had changed. Leaving them to their drunken merriment, Helmut quietly slipped away. As he neared the banquet hall doors, Aaliyah suddenly appeared, having vanished earlier. She too seemed to have been harassed by their former classmates. The mages wouldn't stop bothering me, because they only just learned you're a woman. Until now, they'd only heard rumors about Aaliyah after graduation. Today was the first time most had seen her face to face. For all 6 years of her academy life, she had disguised herself as a man. The shock would have been greater for the magic department students. To call it deception was fair. It was a revelation that could well spark outrage, but Aaliyah's reply was far from what he expected. They don't care about things like that. Of course not. To them, Aaliyah is the beautiful Aaliyah. Whether you're a man or woman doesn't matter. Honestly, even if you turned out to be a cat, they'd still worship you as long as you're beautiful. Cyan appeared, dripping sarcasm. Perhaps it was because they were mages. Their reactions weren't those of ordinary people. Alaga ambled over and added his own input. If she were a cat, that would make a lot of things easier. His comment was wildly off-point. Aaliyah, a faint smile on her lips, asked, "Did you enjoy yourself?" Now it was clear she had given him space to reconnect with the academy alumni. Helmut nodded. Their faces are so changed they were hard to recognize, but yes, it was fun. He felt at ease. The academy classmates were, surprisingly, quite warm toward him. Shouldn't they feel unsettled by the fact that he carried the seed of darkness? To Helmut's unspoken question, Aaliyah gave a simple answer. People trust their own experiences. They experienced you for themselves. Even if it was just for 1 year, Helmut's presence had left an impression, and a good one at that. He had believed that once the truth was out, everyone would turn on him with hostility. But though the situation had been clarified, acceptance came swiftly. Not just because he was powerful, Helmut had gone out into the human world and proved it. He was human. Helmut is Helmut, Cyan nodded, then grumbled. Even here I have to hear that I'm only second best. It's maddening. The Earth Spirit should have passed me its power sooner. I could have surpassed Aaliyah by now. That might indeed have been possible. Aaliyah chose not to answer. Just then, as they were leaving the hall, Asuka returned at last. Cyan was the first to call out. Hey Asuka, what took you so long? I was summoned by my father. Asuka's expression was unusually grim. He must be worried. You're the only heir after all. I'm not the only one, actually. His mother was with child. At those words, Cyan's eyes went wide. Oh, isn't that something to celebrate? A younger sibling at my age. The word itself seemed foreign to Asuka. Chapter 458. Part 2. She's only 3 months along, that's why they didn't say anything before, but then I was chosen to enter the Forest of Roots and they had to tell me. My mother fainted from the shock. The gloom in Asuka's face carried the weight of his family's struggles. He revealed that fierce debate had raged before he was selected as the final member of the expedition into the Forest of Roots. Even with the Crown Prince's backing, it was far from a simple matter. Other nations strongly opposed it. Choosing their own candidate was difficult enough, the risk of losing a promising heir was too great. But letting another country claim that last seat was equally unbearable. It was a once-in-history chance to produce a hero. Though such decisions shouldn't be made by calculating gain or loss, the Deus Empire had invested heavily in hosting the summit and constructing the barrier, pouring enormous sums from its treasury. Thus, the Empire insisted on taking that final place. The problem was that Asuka was the candidate. Grand Duke Farnese and the Grand Duchess opposed it, but they couldn't overrule him when he had a legitimate claim. Instead, Asuka was forced into a deal with his father. If you return alive, you must serve faithfully as my successor within the Empire. No more delays, do you understand? Burning to throw himself into peril, Asuka agreed without hesitation. Yes, I'll do it. The Grand Duchess had wept and pleaded, but in the end she too had no choice. Though it left him uneasy, suddenly having a younger sibling gave him some relief as well. Cyan nodded. Maybe that's why they let you go, because now you have a sibling. With the Earth Spirit on his side and two younger siblings, Sion had faced relatively little resistance. As Grand Duke Farnese's son, Asuka was cherished, but he was also imperial royalty. The Duke's concerns about succession took precedence. Had Asuka been the sole heir, he never would have been sent. Good thing. Even if I die, someone else will remain. He said it lightly, but it was clear he had considered the possibility of dying. I won't let you die, I'll protect you. Sion crossed his arms with bravado. Asuka scoffed, protect me. Worry about yourself first, you're the coward here. That's only in certain situations. How's that magic sword treating you? Well enough, I suppose. Asuka had fought in the comprehensive martial arts tournament against a bizarre opponent wielding such a blade. At the time, he had dismissed the man as a sly cheat, but when he himself received one, his perspective changed. Even if bought with gold, strength is strength. He now possessed a national treasure of a sword bought at staggering expense. Even Aaliyah had acknowledged it as a top-tier artifact. Relying solely on the sword would eventually stunt his growth, but for now becoming stronger immediately was what mattered, and Asuka had mastered its use. Tomorrow's the day. Let's rest, at last Helmut spoke, who had been silent until now. It was their final night, time to gather their thoughts, steel their resolve, and prepare for tomorrow. The mood turned heavy with tension, they broke off in pairs. Helmut went with Aaliyah. When they returned, someone was waiting in front of their quarters. I thought you'd return early. Did you enjoy the banquet? It was Charlotte. Aaliyah glanced at her, nodded, and went inside, sensing the siblings had words to share. I'll head in. Yes, please rest well. Charlotte fixed Helmut with a steady gaze. May I borrow you for a moment? No need to put it so stiffly. They were family after all. Helmut and Charlotte climbed up onto the barrier wall, the very spot he had inspected earlier. The sky was cloudless, and because of that the black night was pierced by countless bright stars. Even in pitch-black despair, there was always light to be found. That was Helmut's life. Born and raised in darkness, he had always reached for the stars. Even when clouds passed over, just as stars never leave the sky, he continued walking in shadow. And just when he thought he had finally grasped one, another darkness fell. But even in the forest of roots, that abyss, he would clutch the light. Perhaps his luck was already spent, but he felt no despair. He had survived the forest of roots twice. Why not a third time? Of all their party, Helmut was the most optimistic about the mission ahead, not just the monsters, even Alaga. I never imagined you'd go back there. Charlotte broke the silence. Helmut nodded. Neither did I. I heard you spoke with the Grand Duke. I did. Helmut's gaze, which had been fixed on the sky, dropped onto Charlotte. It was heavy and intense. If I die, you will inherit Reynosa. I will never give that position to Michael. It would have been simpler if the Grand Duke or Charlotte had killed him themselves. Even the temple no longer considered Helmut a threat. There was no longer any need for him to prove his morality, but Michael was cunning. On his last visit to Reynosa, Helmut had confronted him. You once told me you'd grant me a single indulgence, Michael had said. Was it in Basser? Helmut searched his blurred memories. That had meant even if Michael wronged him once, he would forgive, or if he asked for aid, he would give it. And since then, Helmut had owed him another debt. Michael had killed the blacksmith who recognized the Sword Saint's blade, silencing him. You've gone far beyond what that indulgence could cover. So if Michael asked him to eliminate his insect before departing, Helmut would not oblige. Instead, he had left him with an ample supply of medicine, considering the chance he might not return. At least it would allow Michael to put his affairs in order. Is that so? Still, I think you might grant me this one request. Michael had smiled as he said it, Helmut's sharp gaze fixed on him. Chapter 459, Part 1. However, the words that spilled from Michael's lips were utterly unexpected. Come back alive. Helmut stood frozen, as if time itself had paused. Only belatedly did the meaning of those words sink in. That's a difficult request, but it's a first. Helmut cast a cold gaze upon him. Your desires and mine have never aligned. Michael flashed his characteristic gentle smile. Is that so? But there must have been many times when they aligned without us knowing. Emotions that move people are manifold. Even contradictory emotions can coexist. Just as Michael had failed to decisively eliminate Helmut, swayed by desires at odds with an inability to fully harden his heart. Acting half-heartedly often leads to the worst outcomes. That was the reality Michael faced, and it was something Helmut had experienced as well. Yet, regardless of how the results manifested for each of them, the distinction between winner and loser was clear. I won't set you free. Thus, Helmut had no intention of showing mercy. If he decided to turn his back, he would have to become ruthless and cruel, because the figure before him was an enemy who could strike at his back at any moment. The only reason he hadn't killed Michael was that he hadn't yet given a clear justification to do so. Michael responded calmly, I know. Why the change of heart? Helmut asked. When had Michael ever shed his childish malice, and why this sudden shift in demeanor? It was intriguing. It's simple, if you live, I live. Though Michael had acted as if he had no attachment to life, it was because he had no choice but to accept his fate. With a frail body that could give out at any moment, he had been trudging through each day. But ever since Helmut planted that worm in his heart, Michael had been freed from his wretched illness. True, he would likely live the rest of his life under Helmut's command, never again able to aspire to the position of Renosa's heir, which he had long dreamed of. Even free of illness, he couldn't wield a sword or become remarkably robust. Yet he could start living again, even if it wasn't the life he had envisioned. For that to happen, Helmut had to survive. If you return as the hero who saved the world, no one will be able to use the Seed of Darkness as an excuse anymore, will they? Michael's expression as he spoke seemed eerily peaceful. Snapping out of his reverie and returning to reality, Helmut spoke to Charlotte. No matter what that guy says, I don't trust him. That's only natural, I feel the same. I'm leaving the rest to you. Though he was the heir, Helmut's place in the Grand Duchy of Renosa was not yet solidified. In such circumstances, with him about to leave, Charlotte was the only one he could rely on. Charlotte spoke aloud. I wanted to go too. Her eyes burned with frustration. Excluding her, everyone who had ventured to the Forest of Roots was part of this mission. The reason she couldn't join wasn't just that Renosa couldn't spare more people, it was something more fundamental. Because Charlotte was weaker. Because there were better options than her. Objectively, Charlotte was no mediocre talent, but she wasn't at the level to join a mission filled with archmages and swordmasters. Guarding the barrier is an important task too. I hope you stay safe. Helmut fixed his gaze on her intently. She was, in the truest sense, his only kin. Charlotte nodded. I won't overdo it, please return safely. Only if Helmut and his party succeeded would the barrier have a greater chance of holding back the demonic beasts. There was a vast difference between an army commanded by the Demon King and a mere horde of countless beasts. After a few more words were exchanged, the conversation came to an end. Helmut and Charlotte descended from the castle walls. The night would pass, and when morning came, it would be time to set out. The third journey to the Forest of Roots, but this time it was to fight. All preparations were complete. They would depart in peak condition. Chapter 459 Part 2. After finishing breakfast, the 10 carefully selected, or rather hastily decided members gathered in one place. Having each settled their affairs in their respective countries, there was no grand departure ceremony. After all, no matter the circumstances, these were people who had been fighting fiercely against each other until recently. The atmosphere was far from conducive to cheerful camaraderie. The place where they gathered was a small building near the barrier. Inside, a spacious hall devoid of furniture had been built alongside the barrier itself. Recently, priests had all but taken over the place to set up a sacred magic circle. As Helmut stepped into the building, he furrowed his brow. Unpleasant memories began to stir faintly. The scene was all too similar to 4 years ago. The magic circle etched on the floor made his stomach churn. Just then someone approached him. How are you feeling? Good. Luke Yeager flinched in surprise. He had directed the question at Helmut, but the answer came from the cat, or rather the demonic beast perched on Helmut's shoulder. Ilaga sniffed at Luke Yeager. You must be Darien's blood, no wonder you feel familiar. Are you acquainted with my great-grandfather? Acquainted, sure, but not exactly friendly, Helmut pointed out. In human terms, we were neighbors. Darien trespassed into my territory, but I generously let him stay. You were just afraid you'd lose if you fought him. Who said I'd lose? Well, he was a bit of a tricky opponent, Ilaga grudgingly admitted. This is surreal, a cat and a human having a conversation. Luke Yeager looked back and forth between Helmut and Ilaga with a curious gaze. Helmut said with an impassive face, you'll see even more surprising things once we're there. After all, Luke would soon witness Ilaga's true form with his own eyes. That sounds ominous, Luke Yeager shrugged. Aaliyah stepped forward and stood beside Helmut. How are you feeling? You're asking the same thing. Like Luke Yeager, she was concerned about his state of mind. It's a situation that warrants it. This was his third time being sent to the Forest of Roots. Of course, this time it was by choice, but it would be stranger if he felt at ease. Seeing her vivid silver hair calmed his nerves. Helmut nodded slowly. I think of it as returning to my hometown. I'm doomed. I barely slept last night. Cyan approached, clutching his face with Asuka by his side. Asuka's response was nonchalant. No need to worry, tired or not, the Earth Spirit will handle things for you. A fatigue recovery potion. Aaliyah pulled a vial from her pocket and placed a pill in Cyan's hand. Cyan's eyes widened at her uncharacteristic kindness, but Aaliyah's words were cold. I didn't expect proper self-care from you lot. You lot, Asuka frowned. I slept just fine. It's only this guy who didn't. Cyan, having swallowed the pill, shot Asuka a glare. Thanks for confirming it's just me. For comrades who would soon fight side by side, it was a surprisingly lively scene. Your friends seem to get along well. Luke Yeager shook his head. Asuka turned to look at him. The commander of the Palma Knights. Yes, that's me. You're young. Yes, quite young. 3 years older than Helmut. Then you're 3 years older than me too. Asuka stared intently at Luke Yeager's face. For Asuka, encountering someone whose talent surpassed his own, excluding Helmut, was a rare experience. Even if Luke was the descendant of a sword saint. Moreover, Luke Yeager was strikingly handsome. His status wasn't particularly high, but as the commander of the Palma Knights, a descendant of the Sword Saint and an exceptional talent. Asuka suddenly asked, "Have you ever met Helmut's sister?" "I haven't met her, though I've seen her in passing." Luke Yeager's expression grew troubled. Asuka's demeanor was deadly serious. "Once this is over, you'll head straight back to Basser, right?" The words carried an unspoken wish for him to leave quickly. "Yes, that's right, I have to report back." "Good," Asuka nodded, visibly relieved. For Luke Yeager, it was a baffling reaction. "Is there a problem with me?" "Oh, don't mind him, he's just prickly, looking forward to working with you." Cyan gave a polite bow, and Luke Yeager returned it awkwardly. "He's got some peculiar friends." Especially considering his girlfriend was far from ordinary. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out. "Yo, hello, humans." It was Agrel, appearing in human form. Behind her, Hike approached at a leisurely pace. "Your tattered feathers don't seem to show up in your transformation," Alaga asked suspiciously, prompting Agrel to scoff. "My tattered feathers have already healed." "Is this one a demonic beast too?" Luke Yeager asked, and Agrel turned to look at him. "Oh, a handsome human, and the aura coming from you, quite powerful." Cyan stepped in to defend Luke Yeager. "This guy's a comrade, don't get any weird ideas." "What's that supposed to mean? I'm done with those games," Agrel snorted. Hike added, "She's also learned to fight in human form. It's better for controlling herself in case of emergencies." Control? Like Helmut, she's taken precautions. Staying in this form reduces her demonic influence, a kind of seal, you could say. Seems I don't fully trust her in her original form. Agrel had once nearly fallen under the Demon King's control. The risk was undeniable. The root of Rosetta, in case of emergency, would be easier to administer in her human form. As a bird, Agrel would maintain this form until she needed to fight in the air. "Looks like everyone's here." Helmut surveyed the room. By everyone, he meant those on his side. Helmut himself, Aaliyah, Cyan, Asuka, Hike, Alaga, Agrel, and Luke Yeager, all 8 from his faction were present. The remaining 2 were those who had been enemies until now. The white robes of the latecomers caught his eye. In the ashen forest of roots, they would stand out as much as red wood. "Wearing that is practically begging to be spotted," Asuka remarked, clearly displeased. A calm response came. "As humans, especially those of us with holy power, we'd stand out there regardless." It was High Priest Levina. Her serene expression and gentle demeanor suggested she had already steeled herself, and then there was one more. Helmut locked eyes with the figure, their gazes met and the other visibly flinched. Chapter 460, Part 1, Holy Knight Levant. Helmut recalled his name, a man with power surpassing even Luke Yeager. Of course, if he hadn't been a holy knight, the story would have been different. A useful asset. If he put aside personal feelings, that was the objective truth. Unlike Cyan, whose belly had been pierced and who had lost to him, or Asuka, who had tasted defeat, Helmut had won against him. The victor harbors no personal grudges, but that didn't mean Helmut was favorably inclined toward him. A holy knight of the temple had been his enemy for a long time, and it still was. It wouldn't be strange if he harbored resentment, having nearly died at Helmut's hands. A man who could thrust a blade into his back at any moment. The power of the holy sword was formidable. Even Helmut couldn't underestimate him. Levant averted his gaze from Helmut. For a fleeting moment, the muscles on his face twitched. Anger or hatred, it had to be closer to a negative surge of emotion. It was amusing. Even in this situation where they had accepted Helmut as an ally, it must be the will of Lumen for them. For the sake of a greater cause, to follow Lumen's will, shouldn't they naturally draw out goodwill toward Helmut? They were comrades who would fight together after all. Doesn't matter, as long as he doesn't stab me in the back. The temple was wary of this side's personnel, who included demonic beasts, a possessor of the seed of darkness, and even those wanted for crimes against the temple. Conversely, this side couldn't trust the temple's representatives either. Their existence, wielding holy power, was a great help, but at the same time a tremendous threat. Even if the goal was achieved when all were exhausted and wounded, they were the very ones who might stab them in the back. They had to walk the same path amid mutual distrust. If anything, I'd prefer they died once they've outlived their usefulness. It was a question even to himself whether he would extend a hand if they were on the brink of death or in need of aid. Helmut's gaze then briefly crossed with Levina's. Levina gave a slight bow before gesturing toward Levant. "Shouldn't you greet them? Since you only recently arrived after recovering, I doubt you've had the chance to show your face." Levant bowed his head toward the group. A stiff, rigid motion. "I am the first sword of Lumen, Holy Knight Levant. You must already know all about us, so no need for introductions." Helmut cut in coldly. "Don't be like that. Even I, whose belly was pierced, decided to put the past behind me." Cyan grinned and let out a pointed remark. At least the neutral Luke Yeager properly returned his greeting. "Pleased to meet you. I am Luke Yeager, commander of the Palma Knights." In any case, all the opponents Luke Yeager needed to seek revenge from were already dead. It was true that he disliked the temple's misdeeds, but he harbored no emotions that could be called grudges. Levant sensed that Luke Yeager was the most at ease among them. In the name of the High Priestess, I swear that no personal grudges or past matters will arise from within me, High Priestess Levena said with a gentle expression. It was also an affirmation that they wouldn't strike from behind, for we must unite our strength and fight. Hike chimed in with a grin. Levena's eyebrow twitched awkwardly. She and Levena were not on comfortable terms, but the temple had agreed to lift the wanted status. Levena, regaining her composure, continued. Please step to the center of the magic circle. It will take some time to complete the adjustments. We will depart afterward. From the other side, the other high priests appeared. They, excluding Levena, would send the group into the Forest of Roots and remain to guard the barrier with the elites from each nation. Levena exchanged a few words with them. Soon, 10 people stepped onto the magic circle. Helmut had to forcibly suppress his hand, which kept drifting toward his sword. With Levena and Levant standing so close, the irritating feeling only grew stronger. Alaga and Agrel, too, scowled deeply, uncomfortable with being on the sacred magic circle. If we're leaving, let's leave quickly. I thought that after passing through the sacred barrier we wouldn't have to deal with holy power anymore. To make matters worse, they even had to accept sacred magic. It took some time until activation for final checks. Those who had come under the guise of seeing them off, but really to monitor for any funny business from the temple, stood nearby watching them. The Empire's Crown Prince, Grand Duke Farnese, Bassar's second prince, the instructors from Greta Academy, Charlotte and Antial were all there. Antial's gaze fell on Hike. Well, isn't it something, sending off two people with identical faces? Hike, wouldn't it be better if I went instead of you? You're the expert on sacred barriers. For direct combat, the younger me is better suited. We don't even differ by 5 years. You think you're young just because your face looks it. Youth is proclaimed by the face, not the age. At Hike's sharp retort, Antial spat out a single word and fell silent. Come back safe, Hike replied with a smile. Their positions were different. Antial would sacrifice Aaliyah if needed to achieve the goal, but Hike would never choose to sacrifice Aaliyah. The reason Hike had volunteered was one. I can't lose my granddaughter too. The situation was completely different from the first dispatch. The Forest of Roots had become incomparably more dangerous than before. Resolve hardened in Hike's eyes. If she couldn't protect Aaliyah, she would have no face to show her deceased son and daughter-in-law. Chapter 460, Part 2, Helmut. A quiet call pierced toward Helmut. Helmut looked at him. Ethan, having wrapped up affairs at the academy, the Greta Academy instructors had only arrived here at the very end. It wasn't a time to think about studies or anything like that. An unprecedented suspension of classes had been issued in history. Nearly all instructors from the academies in Baden had been drafted as support forces. Each one of them was an elite, destined to defend the barrier. I'm glad we could at least exchange greetings. There hadn't been time to visit Baden in the meantime. Time had flown by like a storm. Ethan smiled faintly. It's not a final farewell, so I believe you'll return safely. The one before him was no longer the boy he had once been guardian to, but the young lord of the Grand Duchy of Renosa. Ethan, with his attitude grown more deferential, fully grasped the meaning of that. Take care of Susan and Sarah. Of course you have to survive first to fulfill that request. Alaga's solemn voice resounded. Ethan looked at the white cat whose eyes were earnestly serious. They are doing well. It was such a hassle trying to dissuade them from coming. Susan understood easily, but Sarah. She had insisted on fighting, claiming she had grown up in the Forest of Roots too, and even tried to follow while brandishing a wooden sword. A trained Sarah would be more helpful than an average soldier, but it wasn't right to bring along an average soldier, let alone borrow the hands of a child like Sarah. She seems to be growing up healthy and well. Alaga nodded in a way that seemed somehow pleased. At that moment, a woman who had been standing quietly behind Ethan stepped forward. Hello, Lord Helmut. Do you remember me, Instructor Patricia? Helmut immediately recognized her, the mage renowned at Greta Academy. She, smiling brightly, had changed little from the past. Compared to how much the students she had taught had bulked up to the point of being unrecognizable, her change was far less. I'm delighted to see you grown so splendidly. When Ethan told me the full story of the incident, I was so shocked. Patricia smiled sociably. It's an honor as an instructor to see my students grown like this. When we erect a monument later, may I inscribe that Lord Helmut is a graduate of Greta Academy? Yes. It felt a bit against conscience to inscribe someone who had only attended for a mere year, but that 1 year for Helmut had not been an ordinary one. It was fine to call him a Greta Academy graduate. Asuka, startled by her appearance, lifted his chin and stepped forward. Instructor Patricia, got nothing to say to me. You must know who I am by now. The corners of Instructor Patricia's mouth curved up brightly. Well, if it isn't Lord Asuka, it's been a year since graduation and you've risen so high in status. Among my disciples, you're the one whose position has advanced the most dramatically. Asuka ground his teeth and pointed at himself. Of course, I'm royalty, royalty. You're telling me the one you bullied for 6 whole years is royalty. Asuka spoke as if demanding that she bow her head now that she knew. There were many pent-up grievances from that time. Instructor Patricia tilted her head. But Lord Asuka, do you think I treated you that way without knowing you were royalty, or did I know and still do it? He had entered under strict secrecy, and the secret had been kept for a while, it was true. But once Grand Duke Farnese's side learned that Asuka had faced danger several times, they couldn't just sit idly by. From some point on, they had begun monitoring Asuka's academy life. So the instructors had naturally come to know as well. They knew, but that was it. Asuka, twisting his face, shouted, "You mean you knew and still hit me? That's treason against royalty. Do you have any idea how many times you struck me?" He had even been struck on the back of the head by Instructor Patricia until right before graduation. Instructor Patricia replied coolly, "Treason. What nonsense?" Then she smiled brightly again. Greta Academy's education is applied equally, especially to royalty pretending to be commoners. Wasn't it that you hid your status and asked to be treated that way? I did as you wished, so I don't see the problem. Hiding one's status and deceiving were different things. Realizing that distinction, Asuka had nothing to say and trembled in frustration. In fact, I thought you behaved so outrageously because you wanted me to treat you that way, so I merely granted your wish. Who wanted what? I didn't. To Asuka, who bellowed, a serene greeting was offered as if nothing had happened. In any case, I wish you all success in your mission and a safe return. Instructor Patricia, who had conducted herself with proper decorum, withdrew. Ethan also shook hands with Helmut and stepped aside. He had noticed that the High Priest's preparations were nearing completion. High Priestess Levina approached them. "Have you all finished your conversations?" The unexpected reunions had made the talks drag on. Helmut nodded. "Now only those 10 of them remain there. It seems you have deep ties in the human world." Levina cast those words with a somewhat novel look before moving to the center of the magic circle. "We begin now. Please do not resist the sacred magic." Soon, a blinding white light, sharp as if piercing the skin, filled his entire field of vision. Chapter 461, Part 1. In an instant, transcending space and time to the Forest of Roots. They were flying toward the Forest of Roots as a single group of 10. The scenery changed at lightning speed. Before they knew it, a pure white barrier was before their eyes. However, the moment they passed through the barrier, what spread black across their vision was darkness. A pitch-black curtain that turned the world into night enveloped them. Coon. It shook so violently that their heads throbbed as if bombarded by something. The sacred magic guiding them to the Forest of Roots was shaking uncontrollably. Though they were wrapped in powerful holy power, in the atmosphere filled with magi, it rapidly lost strength like a meteor falling to the ground. Quetta. They hadn't failed to consider variables, but this was an unpredictable outcome. The meteor, split into 2 large pieces, fell toward different locations in the Forest of Roots. In any case, entry into the Forest of Roots was a success, though whether they were safe remained unknown. The remaining ones should pray for the success of those who had departed and prepare for the coming battle. Tack. Helmut, revealing himself in midair, set his feet on the ground and stood. Though there had been an anomaly midway, the transfer to the Forest of Roots was successful. The holy power that clung to his body, imparting a slight floating sensation, was devoured by magi and scattered the moment he reached the ground. "Alaga, where is Aaliyah?" Helmut tried to sense his surroundings as soon as he landed. While passing through the sacred barrier, the magic had shaken violently. The magic, split into 2 branches, had shaken even more as it neared the destination. The transfer magic to the Forest of Roots was originally designed for a small number of people. With more than 10 people, regrettably, they had been scattered upon arrival due to the interference midway. From what Helmut sensed, it had split in half and changed directions, so about half should be nearby. He couldn't tell who had come this way. It's fortunate they all have the strength to protect themselves. The air was acrid. The air drawn into his respiratory system was steeped in demonic energy. Even though this was the Forest of Roots, for the demonic energy to be this dense, it was like toxic smoke slowly leaking from a volcano on the verge of eruption, tainting the air. The volcano here would be the demon realm. His seal was still intact. After confirming that, Helmut immediately took a Rosetta pill and began moving. First, he needed to find the companions who had fallen nearby. "Where is this place?" A crunching sound came with each step. It was a thin layer of snow frozen into ice. The surroundings were entirely white. Demonic energy couldn't penetrate water. Thus, snow or ice composed of moisture likewise retained their pure color. The climate here was distinctly colder than where he had lived. Yes, this was a place Helmut had visited before. The north, it was the last place he had stopped before leaving the Forest of Roots. Kanchura would be aghast. After going to the trouble of sending him away, he'd come back again. Would that cowardly turtle also be under the Demon King's control? It was possible. Helmut harbored vigilance. I need to leave this place quickly. Below the ice was the sea. No matter how skilled, fighting in the sea was on another level. It was an absolutely disadvantageous battlefield. Fortunately, he's at the northern edge and this seems a bit distant from there. If it were near the northern edge, the sacred barrier would have been visible or sensible to the naked eye. Of course, that was before, but with blurred vision and senses, there was nothing he could discern, not even where this was. It couldn't be this filled with demonic energy near the sacred barrier. Helmut slowly took a step forward. In this thick magi, like being enveloped in fog, even properly sensing someone was difficult. At that moment, a deafening noise that seemed to tear his eardrums rang out. Piyung, red flames soaring upward dotted the ashen sky. It was magic not too far away. Helmut immediately kicked off the ground and leaped, because he knew that might attract demonic beasts. Piyung, piyung, piyung. With the clamor, flames burst forth in succession, decorating the sky. It was like a scene from a festival. Helmut reached the spot shortly after. Red-tinged silver hair came into view. There were two with silver hair. But Helmut distinguished immediately. Aliyah was standing there. You're the fastest. Aliyah smiled brightly as she greeted him. With relief, Helmut stopped at her side. Are you okay? Yeah, it seems the temple put some effort into it. At least to ensure we could set foot on the ground safely. Everyone should have arrived unharmed. They had arrived floating gently in not too high air. It was safe until the moment their feet touched the ground, Helmut said. It felt like it split into two midway, Aliyah responded. I felt that too, some to the north and some elsewhere. It would be troublesome if they arrived in the central area by themselves. There were 3 who were coming to the Forest of Roots for the first time. It would be fortunate if those 3 were with the others. They had shared information about the Forest of Roots, but in a situation where visibility was this poor, judgment would be difficult. They might end up completely lost. The high priests might avoid the demonic beasts, Helmut said hopefully. Those guys who wouldn't even go near the sacred barrier wouldn't want to eat prey that emanated holy power. Aliyah furrowed her brow. Normally, yes, but if they're demonic beasts under the Demon King's control, they might attack instead. We can only hope they didn't move to the central area. The central area, where the entrance to the demon realm would open, would be teeming with demonic beasts under the Demon King's control. It was fortunate that they themselves hadn't fallen there, but they didn't know about the others. They had selected the best 10 with the intention of acting together, but the situation had unfolded coincidentally. Chapter 461, Part 2, Helmut suspected that impact midway was at the Demon King's power, probably, but since he poured the power he would have used on the sacred barrier into us, he must be weakened a bit. If we arrive quickly before he recovers, things might be easier, Aliyah said with a serious face. More than that, the 2 demonic beasts are the issue. Alaga doesn't seem to be nearby. Igrel too. If they had seen those flames, the 2 demonic beasts whose senses should still be sharp in the Forest of Roots would have rushed here the fastest. That meant neither was in the vicinity. Helmut felt the emptiness of the weight on his shoulder. Alaga had always perched there. This is serious. Before departure, Alaga and Igrel had eaten concentrated pills made from the root of Rosetta, and some were held in their mouths. But basically, since they planned to act together, they wouldn't have many. That meant they could turn into enemies. They'd be fine for a day or 2, though. We need to find them quickly. Even if we missed each other, they might wait for us near the central area. Then Helmut asked, but does the scent have an effect? No demonic beasts are attacking. The scent only has an awakening effect. The reason they're not attacking is because there are no demonic beasts. Why are there no demonic beasts? The 2 exchanged glances. It was strange. When they had come to the Forest of Roots last time, they had faced attacks from countless demonic beasts here. Even while flying in the sky, hadn't they crashed because of those persistent attackers? The Forest of Roots had a high density of demonic beasts. Yet Helmut hadn't been attacked on his way here, and the same for Aliyah. Even though she had drawn attention by bursting flames into the sky, someone else is coming. Helmut nodded toward the opposite direction from where he had come. Someone was running diligently from over there. It was Luke Yeager. Upon reaching Helmut and Aliyah, he exhaled a rough breath. Hugh, and placing his hand on his sword as if on guard, he asked, "What are your names?" Helmut. Aliyah, the answers came respectively. Only then did Luke Yeager sigh in relief. He seemed to have heard about demonic beasts that mimic appearances somewhere. I'm glad. I was startled, thinking I'd fallen alone. Being dropped alone in the Forest of Roots, known as the Demonic Forest, would chill even the commander of the Palma Knights to the bone. In the Forest of Roots, thick with ominous energy, with visibility barely secured and alone at that. Fortunately, Aliyah's signal allowed him to find the direction. Sweat beaded on his forehead from running at full speed amid anxiety. We've encountered a bit of trouble from the start, Helmut replied. He looked around and spoke. This is somewhere in the north. It doesn't seem near the sacred barrier. Then we just head south. What about the others? I don't know where they fell. And that speech pattern again. This really isn't the time for formalities, sir. He seemed to have been making an effort to speak formally. Luke Yeager hurriedly added. Helmut said coolly. Do as you're comfortable here. Okay, we should get moving, but Aaliyah glanced around. In this place where only occasional winds blew, there was a stillness as if not only demonic beasts but no living creatures existed at all. It's strangely quiet, not a single demonic beast. All the guys underwater have gone into hibernation. Everyone flinched. A chill ran down their spines in an instant. That voice was coming from the ground. Beneath the thick ice they stood on, they belatedly realized that a massive shadow rising from the seafloor was revealing itself beyond the ice. Kantara, Helmut pronounced the name. It hadn't been many months since he left the Forest of Roots, so it was a quick reunion. From the perspective of a demonic beast who had lived 1,000 years, it might feel like being tricked. So it was you since there was a loud noise. Why are you intruding into my territory again to torment me? Tremendous demonic energy rose from Kantara's body. Crack, crack. The sound of cracks forming in the ice rang out as the ground heaved. Helmut lowered his voice. Stop, we're not here to harm you. Then Kantara's movement halted. When Helmut had asked to be sent back, Kantara had complied without harm, as promised. Though he had appeared again, there was a trustworthy precedent. Then why are you here? Besides, something strange has taken my subordinates away. A gleam flashed in Aaliyah's eyes. She asked, tell us more about that. What happened in this place while we were away? Chapter 462. Part 1. From Kantara's mouth flowed the tale of recent events. You all passed through the sacred barrier, and the forest shook like an earthquake had struck. The sea where Kantara resided was no exception. Vibrations rippled across the icy surface. The ocean surged and swayed, and then the changes began. At first, the creatures outside the water grew ferocious. Of course, demonic beasts were inherently savage, but the sudden clamor of those outside, tearing and devouring each other in frenzied combat, was deafening. Kantara, fully submerged in the sea near the sacred barrier, was largely unaffected by the changes outside. Yet, he couldn't help but notice the growing unrest in his domain. Kantara was the sort who didn't care much if the demonic beasts in his territory fought among themselves, as long as it didn't get too noisy. He was an unusual demonic beast, content to lie still like a fossil, biding his time until death. But this time the commotion was unbearable. Unable to endure it, he unleashed his unique demonic energy from beneath the water to calm the beasts. It didn't work. For the first time, the creatures ignored the command of their domain's ruler, rampaging in madness. The order of the Forest of Roots was unraveling. Kantara felt a creeping unease, yet he didn't dare emerge to subdue them. An instinctual dread held him back, as if something out there was targeting him, a powerful, domineering force, a will that sought to control him. Kantara hid himself even deeper beneath the water. Like a turtle retracting its limbs into its shell when danger loomed, he withdrew completely. Fortunately, the demonic beasts under the water, still under Kantara's influence, mirrored his behavior. Within the same domain, a divide emerged between those above and below the surface. The influence of demonic energy is weaker underwater, Helmut remarked, and the same goes for holy power. It was through this principle that Helmut had once swum through the waters to escape the Forest of Roots, his first escape. Talk about a creature that knows how to look out for itself, Helmut said, gazing down at the ice, or rather at Kantara, who was likely rolling his eyes beneath it. Kantara's judgment had been correct. Had he surfaced, he might have fallen under the Demon King's control. And yet you show up the moment we arrive, Aaliyah said, her tone tinged with curiosity. Yeah, Kantara himself seemed unsure why he'd done so. Despite their lack of a deep bond, it was ironic that in the Forest of Roots, humans were more trustworthy than fellow demonic beasts. Helmut urged him on, keep talking. The strange energy outside grew stronger. At some point, the creatures outside banded together, and then they started leaving. Helmut asked, where to? To the south. The south, that meant they were heading toward the central region. So the demonic beasts are gathering in the central region, Aaliyah tilted her head. If so, the central region would likely be the battleground. For Alaga, who had left his domain, this would be unwelcome news. Helmut spoke with a hint of optimism. That's fortunate. Kantara hasn't fallen into the Demon King's grasp. A beast among beasts, one of the 5 rulers of the Forest of Roots domains. Though mild-mannered, Kantara's power was undeniable. If he had been swayed by the Demon King, losing his fear and gaining cunning, he would have been a formidable foe. But if Kantara felt compelled to hide underwater, Helmut continued, what about Bahirk, who's on land? Aaliyah shook her head. Bahirk might have found his own way to cope, or he could have already fallen to the Demon King. Kantara, do you know anything? The northern region bordered the eastern, western, and central regions, making them neighbors of sorts. Kantara replied bluntly, Bahirk, we're not close. Is there anyone you're close to? Aaliyah asked, her tone skeptical. My underlings, in the water, they're close, they chose the water. To avoid being controlled. So that's why the north is so quiet, Helmut noted. With the aggressive beasts either dormant or gone south, the land was practically empty save for Kantara. So this guy's the ruler of the northern domain. And Behirk rules the west, Luke Yeager asked, recalling what he'd learned. Helmut nodded lightly. That's right. We're meeting a big shot right off the bat, Luke said. Kantara, you have no intention of cooperating with the Demon King, do you? The Demon King. A strange term, but I don't like it. Something, opened in the central region. Magi is pouring out, I can feel it. Even underwater, it strengthens me. But it tries to control me. I like my freedom, I'm fine as I am. I don't need it. He's kind of cute when he talks, Luke said, unexpectedly warming to the beast. Helmut understood Kantara's words. So Magi is leaking from the entrance to the demon realm. The oppressive, massive Magi. Vanished, only Behirk and I remain. So the balance is broken. How do I know this? Kantara tilted his head, puzzled by his own knowledge. A highly developed demonic nature granted transcendental understanding, knowledge akin to the flow of the world, almost like instinct. Chapter 462. Part 2. The 5 rulers of the domains were suppressing the entrance to the demon realm, Helmut said. Magi is countered by demonic energy. But with Naho dead and Alaga and Agrel gone, the rocks holding the demon realm's entrance shut have been removed, Aaliyah added. The two exchanged words, their assessment aligning with what they'd predicted. The situation in the north was better than expected, but the real battle will be in the central region. Before we get there, we need to regroup with the others. Without unity, victory was impossible. The Demon King already seemed to exert influence over most of the Forest of Root's demonic beasts, likely amassing a massive force. The beasts of the forest were no pushovers. Alaga might face them without much thought, but even the mightiest beast can be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. And Alaga isn't even with us. That was a problem. There was no guarantee Alaga was in the northern region. If he were nearby, his keen senses would have led him to Helmut by now. He was likely far away. Alaga knew better than to act alone, so Helmut could only hope he joined up with someone else. That way they could secure enough Rosetta. Helmut turned to Kantara. What about you? We're heading to the central region to stop the Demon King. Are you staying here? Kantara was resisting the Demon King's control, which made him a potential ally. With Aaliyah here and a sufficient supply of Rosetta's root, they had leverage. Though Helmut had once threatened him, their last parting had been amicable. Their relationship wasn't bad, so perhaps they could recruit him, even temporarily. The Demon King scares me. I don't want to fight, I just want to live quietly. Kantara's voice was glum. Some ruler of the northern domain you are with no spine, Luke Yeager said, clicking his tongue. Aaliyah, as if struck by a thought, asked, Kantara, can you sense human presence from afar, like traces of magic or vibrations? The dense Magi in the forest made long-range magical detection difficult. Even Aaliyah had resorted to launching flames into the sky to signal allies, assuming they were nearby. Casting magic in the forest came with restrictions. Only an archmage or someone of comparable skill could overcome the resistance of ambient Magi. But Kantara was a demonic beast and a domain ruler at that. In this Magi-saturated environment, his senses and abilities would be heightened. He might make reuniting with their allies easier. Kantara confirmed, I'm among the domain rulers, with particularly sharp senses. Helmut and Aaliyah nodded easily. For a cautious creature fond of hiding, heightened perception made sense. But how long are you all staying in my domain? Kantara's tone betrayed his displeasure. He hadn't forgotten being pierced by Helmut's sword. Helmut spoke calmly. If you help us, we can leave sooner. And yet, you came back to defeat the Demon King causing this chaos, Helmut said. And for that we need your help. Our group got scattered while moving through the forest, Aaliyah added. Kantara seemed to ponder this. I felt something enter from outside, split into 2 groups. One came to my domain, the other went west. Helmut, Aaliyah, and Luke exchanged glances. This was valuable information. Kantara was already proving useful, and the situation upon entering the forest was better than expected. Helmut pressed, we'd like your help finding our companions. No, why should I you? Figure it out. Kantara was uninterested. Helping them felt like a hassle. Coming this far was already a stretch for him. A domain ruler shouldn't just hope for things to get better while freeloading, Aaliyah said sharply. Help us out. That's how we'll restore the forest to normal, so you can live your peaceful life. Of course, a forest of roots without the sacred barrier after defeating the Demon King wouldn't be the same. But it was hard to imagine this timid turtle sailing south to hunt humans. He'd likely live as he always had. Though the lifespan of demonic beasts was uncertain, a turtle like Kantara would probably live a very long time. He might quietly reside in his northern domain until the world's end. Kantara bristled. You are rude, you speak harshly. I can't stay out of the water for long, it won't. Work, if you're worried about being controlled by the Demon King, don't be. We've come prepared, Helmut said, abruptly thrusting his sword into the ice. Crack, gray vis pierced the ice, carving a narrow hole. Though the ice was thicker than a person's height, Helmut breached it in one strike, reaching the sea below. Water welled up, lapping at the hole's edges. Kentara flinched. What are you doing? An attack? No. Eat this? Helmut dropped a few Rosetta pellets into the hole. The pellets, floating briefly on the water's surface, were sucked downward as if drawn by a straw. Chapter 463, Part 1. Despite all the talk, Kentara swallowed the pill Helmut gave him without hesitation. This, my mind feels clearer, such a pleasant scent. If you have that, you'll be free from the Demon King's control. Will you help us? Aaliyah asked in a gentle tone. I'll only help find what you're looking for. I don't want to fight. You're free to choose, but if that Demon King revives, won't you become a target too? I'll stay in my domain. If I'm in the sea, I'll be fine. It wasn't unexpected, but it seemed Kentara had no intention of joining the fight. Well, even if the Demon King took over the world, it wouldn't necessarily be bad for a demonic beast like Kentara. After all, he had lived in the Forest of Roots, teeming with demonic beasts. Unlike Alaga or Agrel, Kentara wasn't brimming with willpower or fond of roaming around. The fact that he hadn't turned hostile was good enough for now. Do as you please, Helmut replied readily. Aaliyah pointed out a crucial detail. If we're heading west, that means the others who split off from us went toward Baherk's domain. And there's a high chance he's already fallen under the Demon King's control. Helmut nodded. Baherk might have headed to the central region, but if not, things could get dangerous. Then let's move out. To the west, Luke Yeager said with a serious expression. Heading west would be the best way to rendezvous with the others. Hold on, Helmut interjected, turning to Kentara. Hey, Kentara. Are there others besides us who ended up in your domain? Besides you, there were others, I think. Others implied multiple people. It wasn't surprising, considering their group had split into two. Some might not have seen the flare Aaliyah sent up, or they could be too far away. Helmut and Aaliyah exchanged a glance. Aaliyah asked, can you guide us to them? I don't know exactly where, but if you head west from here. Perhaps they'd find them along the way. Helmut nodded. All right, let's go. Wait, step aside. As the three moved to the edge, the ice sheet trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Crack, 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 crack. A grinding sound like ice splitting apart rose from below and soon cracks spiderwebbed across the ice where they stood. Crash, boom, breaking through the ice, Kentara's head emerged. He climbed onto the ice sheet, shattering the frozen surface around him. What a ferocious turtle, Luke Yeager remarked, visibly unnerved. Kentara's revealed form was staggeringly massive. Luke had never encountered a demonic beast this enormous in his life. You are slow, get on my back. Kentara's words carried a clear desire to get rid of them quickly. Aaliyah asked, are you sure you're all right? My mind is clear. Kentara's golden eyes gleamed with clarity. Aaliyah pulled another Rosetta pill from her pocket and said, open your mouth. As Kentara complied, Helmut tossed the pill from Aaliyah's hand into his mouth. Savor it as we go. Give me more. It's delicious. Fine. They had brought an abundant supply of Rosetta pills. If needed, they could even cultivate more here, especially if they reunited with Cyan. Helmut stuffed a handful of pills into the gluttonous Kentara's mouth and climbed onto his back. Aaliyah and Luke Yeager followed suit. In all my life, I never thought I'd ride a demonic beast, Luke Yeager said, his voice tinged with awe. Helmut offered a warning, keep your balance, you might fall off. How fast can a turtle be? Those words seemed to provoke Kentara. Humans, here we go. The moment they were secure, Kentara launched forward, kicking off with a force like a brewing storm. Crack, 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 his body slid forward, crushing the ice sheet and using his shell like a sled across the frozen ground. The icy terrain made this method of movement particularly effective. The downside was that every jolt reverberated through their bodies, but the speed was undeniably impressive. Without a word, Kentara charged westward for some time before suddenly halting. Chapter 463. Part 2, Humans, I smell them faintly. Is someone there? Aaliyah raised her hand, casting a detection spell, but the air thick with magi revealed nothing. Ahead, they're coming. This way, as they all focused, something appeared in the distance. It was easier to spot visually than to sense their aura. Two figures, one was flying with the other dangling below. Piercing through the opaque, misty air, they swiftly approached and landed on Kentara's back. Kentara let out an uneasy groan. One of them, what's this, feels strange. Aaliyah, you're safe, Hike greeted, brushing her hair back with a tired gesture. She looked unscathed. Hike, didn't you sense my magic? I tried to reach you, Aaliyah said. She had sent messages through a crystal ball intermittently, but there had been no response. The air here is too murky for communication. Nothing beyond my sight registers. I only noticed you because you were making such a racket approaching. And we had some trouble, Hike said, gesturing to her side. Beside her stood Agrel, looking oddly wilted, in the form of a beautiful human woman with pink hair. Hi, she said, waving weakly, her movements lacking energy. What's wrong? Aaliyah asked. Igrel was stuck underwater until just a moment ago. She didn't have the chance to focus on anything else, Hike explained with a shrug. Even if Igrel was a bird-like demonic beast, there was no reason she couldn't escape the sea. As Kantara had mentioned, weren't the demonic beasts in this area either asleep or heading to the central region? What happened to Igrel? Helmut asked. Surprisingly, it was Kantara who reacted. Igrel, the southern, Igrel, that bird, no wonder it wants to eat me. Kantara's body trembled violently, nearly throwing those standing on his back off balance. Igrel snapped irritably, who's going to eat you? Stop making my stomach churn. Who'd want to eat a tough, hard-shelled thing like you? I'm a land bird. Only then did Kantara's trembling subside. He asked, puzzled, why? A human form? It's the power of magic. It's easier to control myself this way. Think of it as a kind of seal. But even then there were issues, Igrel said, frowning and pressing her head. A strong scent of Rosetta wafted from Hike. Come to think of it, Igrel had been exuding the same scent as she approached. Well, it's more or less resolved, Hike began to explain. When we were near the barrier, the Demon King tried and failed to control Igrel. But it seems he planted something in her mind. The imprint the Demon King left didn't take effect in the outside world. Igrel had believed she was completely free of it. However, as she passed through the sacred barrier, the dormant imprint reawakened, spreading through her like a disease in her veins. It swelled rapidly, attempting to seize her mind. Her head throbbed with piercing pain and her consciousness grew hazy. Her awareness of her human form, the magic enveloping her, and the Rosetta pill she had preemptively swallowed kept her mind anchored. If she unleashed her demonic energy, the magic would break and her artifact would be destroyed. Even in the outside world, she had been cautious about her human form's limitations, so Igrel suppressed her transformation. She regretted taking only a minimal dose of the Rosetta pill. Who could have anticipated this would happen right after moving, without even facing the Demon King directly? I need Rosetta, Igrel thought desperately. It was the fastest way to shake off this control, but looking around, she saw no one else. Something had gone wrong with the magic during their northward journey, causing her to be separated from the group. She realized she was alone in the forest of roots, and then she noticed she was standing on ice with the sea lapping beneath. Normally, she'd never consider plunging into water, but it was instinct. Igrel smashed the ice with her fist and threw herself into the hole. The biting cold water enveloped her. Even in human form, she was a demonic beast. Such conditions wouldn't kill her. The pain subsided and her mind cleared, but her senses shifted, overwhelmed by the intense cold. It didn't alleviate her condition. It merely froze it in place. Underwater, Igrel breathed using demonic energy. Without more Rosetta pills, she couldn't leave, not until her companions found her. But who could locate her in the vast forest of roots, submerged and nearly undetectable? Should I wait until this is over? She wondered, resigned. Why had she been separated? What had gone wrong? Then a dazzling silver light shone from above. A woman with silver hair swam down through the water's surface, radiant like a savior. Igrel recognized her instantly. Hike, it was a risky move. This was the forest of roots. What if another demonic beast attacked underwater? But Hike was an archmage capable of handling such dangers. Having landed nearby, she sensed Igrel's presence and rushed to her. When Igrel plunged into the sea, Hike dove in after her. Hike immediately understood what Igrel needed. Igrel, take this. Speaking in magical language, Hike handed her a Rosetta pill. Igrel stuffed it into her mouth, then with Hike surged out of the water. With Hike's help, it took considerable time for Igrel to fully regain her composure. She had been prepared to remain submerged if necessary, so this was a fortunate outcome. I was just thinking it was time to move when you all showed up, Igrel said, her sharp gaze locking onto them. Now their group numbered 5. Chapter 464. Part 1, Glad you're safe, Helmut said, his voice steady. Got lucky. At least we managed to regroup smoothly, Aaliyah followed, her tone lighter but no less relieved. It was fortunate that Hike had landed near Igrel. The group's scattering likely stemmed from the Demon King's imprint embedded in Igrel, its influence rippling through their journey. Igrel let out an optimistic chirp. Holding out like this, I'm starting to feel immune to it. Not sure about the central region, though. The closer they ventured to the central region, the stronger the Demon King's influence would grow. Their initial exposure to the Demon King's mental assault, unprepared as they were, had hit them hard, but maybe that's why we're adapting now. Rosetta's incense had helped as well, keeping his mind clear. It didn't feel like his resolve would waver easily anymore. At least not until the Demon King's resurrection. They had to reach their destination before then. Kantara muttered, his voice low and sluggish, me fine, but you. Weak-minded? What's that supposed to mean, you shell-dwelling coward? Igrel snapped. Wasn't it the first time a domain ruler had faced the Demon King so closely? The accusation stung Igrel's pride. Kantara responded with a sulky grumble, I'll take you to the west now, get lost. Fine, while you wait in that frigid water, pray we defeat the Demon King for you, Igrel shot back. I'm content satisfied. The Demon King is your problem. The commotion in the domain settled quickly. The demonic beasts had all migrated to the central region. Kantara only wanted to clear these intruders out and return to its solitude. For a demonic beast, it lacked any trace of fighting spirit, so much so that one might question how it had claimed the northern domain in the first place. "It's noisy and chaotic," Luke Yeager muttered, feeling out of place. A woman who was a demonic beast in human guise, conversing with a turtle riding atop it across a sea of ice, nothing about this felt normal. "Let's go," Helmut urged, tapping his foot lightly to prod Kantara. With that, the five who had landed in the north were united. The rest were likely in the west. Their next step was to rendezvous and head for the central region. No matter how many demonic beasts awaited them there, they would break through. Moving fast, CRRSH, Kantara surged forward, shattering the ice and sending shards flying. At this speed, the western domain didn't seem far off. "Is everyone safe?" High Priestess Levina asked, her face grave as she scanned their surroundings. Unlike Helmut's group, they had arrived in the Forest of Roots together, relatively stable, but they too had sensed something amiss during their journey. "What's going on? Why are there so few of us?" Asuka demanded, looking around. High Priestess Levina, Holy Knight Levant, Cyan, Alaga and himself, only five, half their group was missing. Where's Helmut? I'm supposed to protect him." Alaga growled, still in his cat-like form, eyes darting around. Memories of guarding Helmut in the Forest of Roots lingered vividly. "They're probably somewhere in the Forest of Roots," Cyan replied calmly, his gaze deeper and more subdued than before, as if the earth spirit was lending him strength. Levina elaborated, "The sacred barrier likely disrupted the teleportation magic as we passed through. We aimed to arrive together, but it seems we were split in half along the way." "The other five are probably in the north," Cyan added, tilting his head upward. In a situation like this, he might have been the most vulnerable to pressure, yet he remained remarkably composed. The earth spirit still exerted its influence here, even within the sacred barrier. This place, after all, was still part of the world's fabric. Only mages faced restrictions within the sacred barrier. The interference of magi made it difficult to channel mana into spells, weakening their potency. But spirit magic in Vis remained largely unaffected in combat, and sacred magic was amplified in its effects. "Where are we?" Asuka asked, glancing between the ash-gray sky and the eerie forest, its atmosphere stirring unease. It was a relief not to be alone, but the landscape was unsettling. "The west, Bahirk's domain, deep in, probably near the western edge," Alaga said, sniffing the air. His senses faintly caught the sacred barrier's presence. He'd been here before. Despite his words, his expression remained relaxed. As the strongest demonic beast in the Forest of Roots, Alaga couldn't feel tension here even if he tried. Even before consuming Rosetta's roots, he seemed utterly unaffected by the Demon King's influence, a stark contrast to Agrel, who had clutched her head in agony upon arrival. Chapter 464. Part 2. Let's see. If we're split in half, then Helmut, Aaliyah, Hike, Luke Yeager, and Agrel are in the north. That's five, Asuka counted on his fingers. Levina nodded. "We need to regroup with them. Alaga, can you guide us?" It was rare for her to ask for help so readily. A demonic beast and a priestess working together in the Forest of Roots, an unprecedented sight in history. That's no trouble. But Alaga's eyes scanned the surroundings. "It's oddly quiet. Where's Bahirk? The Demon King scattered us for a reason, didn't he? Divide and conquer, a classic tactic." Alaga's expression soured, a Demon King resorting to such petty tricks. After failing to conquer the world once already, calling yourself the king of demonic beasts, the ruler of all creatures, Alaga scoffed inwardly. A true demon king should be strong enough to crush everything in its path. This one didn't live up to the title. Alaga, who had never met a demonic beast stronger than himself, even before absorbing Naho's power, brimmed with confidence. "HMPH, for now let's head north. Bahirk will show up when it wants to. If it didn't, all the better." Having fought Bahirk once before, Alaga found it unimpressive. Defeating an unworthy demon king could wait. His priority was protecting Helmut. Having seen Helmut unleash chaos before, Alaga felt uneasy being separated. "Then let's scout the area first," Levina said. She and Cyan simultaneously cast detection spells. In a land saturated with magi where the air was thick as fog, their efforts were as hampered as any mage's. "There doesn't seem to be anything nearby," Levina concluded. "I sense the same," Cyan agreed. Asuka, acting as though he were in charge, declared, "Then let's move out. But how do we travel?" All eyes turned to Alaga. If Aaliyah were here, they'd have ridden her golem. She'd even prepared a carriage-like compartment for it. But Aaliyah was likely in the north. If Agrel were here, they could have ridden her transformed back. But all they had was Alaga. The small white cat flinched under their collective gaze, clearly unprepared to be used as a mount. A leopard, even a large one, wasn't built for riding. And worse, there were two temple members among them. "Carrying those holy power-radiating humans on my back, I'd rather not," Alaga grumbled. The thought of running with their energy clinging to him was revolting. "It'd be fastest to ride you," Levina said reluctantly. She, too, had never imagined riding a demonic beast, especially one that had almost destroyed a temple. "I'm not thrilled about riding a laga either," Asuka muttered, wincing. His last trip through the forest of roots had taught him how painful such a ride could be. "I'll help with spirit magic." "It won't be comfortable, but it'll do," Cyan offered, sounding equally unenthused. With a heavy sigh, Alaga released his demonic energy. Black energy writhed from his body. Levant instinctively reached for his sword, and Levina raised her staff, but in an instant Alaga's form expanded. Before them stood a massive leopard, larger than a house, its gleaming white fangs and overwhelming presence sending chills down their spines. Grrrrrrrrrr. Alaga's reluctant growl sent shivers through the group. "Here I am back in this form right after arriving." Levina, who had faced him before, paled instinctively. If Alaga turned on them, none would survive. The ruler of the central region had returned to the Forest of Roots. Alaga circled once, each step making the ground tremble. "Consider it an honor to ride my back." His voice dripped with dissatisfaction, but what choice did they have? Humans were too slow, and he needed to find Helmut quickly. With a fierce thud, Alaga crouched down. Boom, the impact echoed. Asuka, who had ridden him before, leapt up first. Cyan followed slowly, while Levant and Levina hesitated before moving. Levant climbed up and offered a hand to Levina. "Climb carefully," he said. "Hurry up and get on." "You're sitting comfortably, so why dawdle?" Alaga roared. The four scrambled to settle in. Asuka warned, "It's gonna shake a lot, hold on tight." Cyan hurriedly summoned a wind spirit. In that instant, Alaga launched himself forward. Boom, with a heavy thud, the five shot into the air. Alaga's massive leap covered an immense distance, and when he landed, the bone-rattling impact shook the group. Levina and Cyan, with their frailer constitutions, clamped their mouths shut against rising nausea. "Puke on my back and I'll toss you to the Demon King myself," Alaga warned sternly, not slowing as he leapt again. Thus began the grueling journey of those who landed in the West. For Asuka, it was, unfortunately, his second time enduring it. Chapter 465. Part 1. The intermittent background noises were drowned out by the sound of Alaga slicing through the air or landing heavily on the ground, making them barely audible. "Don't even think about using sacred magic on my back, I'm warning you." Levina had no choice but to lower her hand, which had been poised to channel holy power. The seasoned warriors could handle it, but for High Priest Levina it was pure torture. Yet there was nothing to be done to help her. In this group, the only one who could potentially assist her was Cyan, but he wasn't exactly overflowing with the kind of consideration needed to tend to her. After all, he was struggling to keep himself together. It was fortunate that the wind spirit was at least cushioning some of the impact. Helmut's party heading west and Alaga's party heading north. The two groups would likely only cross paths when they neared the boundary of their respective domains. Unbeknownst to each other, the distance between them was steadily closing. Then, abruptly, Alaga came to a halt. In the distance, an unusual terrain came into view. It was a deep ravine possible to pass through quickly but impossible to leap over. The ground had been gradually sloping downward. The ravine was flanked by cliffs so high that even Alaga appeared small in comparison. At the center of the ravine, surrounded by sheer cliffs, a path stretched out. A familiar type of grass carpeted the ground. Poisonous herbs. Even if they were poisonous, they wouldn't affect Alaga. After tilting his head in brief consideration, Alaga decided to traverse the ravine. The dense demonic energy clouding his senses gave off an eerie feeling, as though something might leap out at any moment. But what did he have to fear? He was Alaga after all. Alaga immediately broke into a run. Unlike before when he bounded with great leaps, this time he simply sprinted. Thud 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 thud. Thanks to this, the humans on his back, whose insides had nearly been ruptured, managed to regain their composure. The jolts were still jarring, but running was far preferable to leaping. Alaga was, without a doubt, the worst mount imaginable. Alaga fully entered the ravine. This is a strange place. It was odd for trees and grass to grow on cliffs, yet the upper reaches were unnaturally lush with vines and foliage. The entire area felt as though it were draped in a curtain of demonic energy, thick enough to obscure any presence unless it made itself known. Even Alaga might not sense it. But this was Alaga passing through. No matter how tempting the humans on his back might seem, what reckless creature would dare attack him? This might not be his domain, but this massive white leopard was more than enough to stir the instincts of any demonic beast. The instinct to recognize a stronger predator. Even without openly radiating demonic energy, his sheer size was threat enough. Though not absolute, demonic energy often scaled with physical size. Any creature lying in wait to ambush would, upon seeing Alaga, lower its head and hope to pass unnoticed. Unimpeded, Alaga reached the deepest part of the ravine. The path was gradually narrowing. If he could squeeze through, the end would be in sight. A faint breeze could be felt from afar. As he quickened his pace toward the ravine's end, crack, a sound like something snapping came from above. Alaga's gaze shot upward. Everyone's eyes followed in unison. Boom, crash, 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 snap. With a deafening roar, the cliff began to collapse. No, it was lunging toward them, like a living creature, like a serpent coiling to strike. Yes, this cliff was a massive carnivorous plant. It wasn't a demonic beast with overwhelming demonic energy, but in its own territory it wielded formidable power. It brought down the cliff entwined with its body, crushing its prey with sheer weight. Alaga had practically walked right into its gaping maw. It would crush and devour them in an instant. There was nowhere to escape. At that moment, demonic energy surged from Alaga's body. Reacting to the explosive demonic energy, Levina forgot the warning and instinctively erected a barrier with sacred magic. Cyan also infused the wind spirit with his mana. If they didn't, they wouldn't survive. Ruaer, a gust of wind erupted with the roar. A destructive whirlwind swirled around Alaga's body as though he were the eye of a typhoon. The ferocious vortex of demonic energy shot out like a beam, shattering the collapsing cliff into pieces. Boom, 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 the vines entwined with the boulders crumbled into dust. Even the immense weight couldn't overpower the demonic energy radiating from Alaga. Pulverizing the cliff, Alaga leaped forward without hesitation. The debris crashing down from above shattered and scattered, crushed beneath his feet. He smashed through with his forepaws, trampling the wreckage in a destructive charge upward. And then, Alaga stood triumphantly atop the ruined ravine. At his feet, writhing plant fragments and rock shards lay scattered in disarray. It was as if he had blasted through the cliff in a straight line. In mere minutes, the landscape had transformed as though struck by a massive earthquake. Alaga emerged from the crisis without so much as a scratch. Yet even after the ordeal was over, the demonic energy surging from his body showed no signs of subsiding. Chapter 465. Part 2. A menacing growl escaped Alaga's maw. Grrrrrrrrrr. His eyes, shrouded in abyssal demonic energy, were pitch black. Something was stirring within him. Anger, bloodlust, negative emotions. The unleashed demonic energy was driving his consciousness toward madness, from stability to instability. Just as Helmut had once been overtaken by the seed of darkness. But in Alaga's case, it was subtler, more natural, like kindling fueling ignited aggression. The darkness was creeping in, enveloping him. The moment it fully seized him, Alaga would be consumed by it. The humans, still clinging to his back and miraculously not thrown off, only snapped out of their daze belatedly. Even though Alaga's demonic energy wasn't directed at them, its mere presence was threatening. Fortunately, Cyan was using the Earth Spirit's power to block the demonic energy as a first line of defense. High Priestess Levina, maintaining a secondary barrier to protect the group, suppressed the urge to unleash an attack on Alaga. Levant, wielder of the Holy Sword, was in the same position. Enduring and protecting themselves was all they could do. When Alaga finally calmed, they regained their senses. Damn it, what the hell was that, Alaga? Alaga didn't seem to hear Asuka's call. You blasted leopard, snap out of it, Alaga, Asuka shouted at the top of his lungs. But the demonic energy emanating from Alaga's body, far from subsiding, continued to rise like acrid smoke. He didn't seem to comprehend words. This was dangerous. Cyan shouted as if screaming. Alaga, Rosetta. Rosetta, the problem was getting the Rosetta pill into the ferocious Alaga's mouth, but it didn't necessarily have to be done by a human. Go, Wind Spirit, the Wind Spirit hesitated, but it had no choice but to obey Cyan's command. Carrying the Rosetta pill, the Wind Spirit threw itself into Alaga's mouth. Alaga happened to have his mouth slightly open at that moment. Sensing something enter, Alaga instinctively chewed it aggressively. His mind cleared in an instant. As reason returned, the demonic energy radiating from Alaga's body dissipated. Alaga, who had been suppressing his demonic energy out of consideration for the humans around him, found it more natural to keep it restrained. What just happened? Did I take down that demonic beast? Alaga, now lucid, looked around. Having escaped the crisis on instinct, he had no idea what had transpired. Alaga's demonic nature was powerful. Any attempt to forcibly dominate him would provoke fierce resistance. Demonic energy was the power of the Demon King. Through it, the Demon King had tried to control Alaga, but Cyan's quick thinking had prevented it. The humans collectively let out sighs of relief. Alaga suddenly became aware of their presence on his back. Hey, you lot, okay? We're okay now, but we almost weren't. Cyan spoke with a voice that sounded like he'd aged 10 years. But Alaga wasn't really listening. He pressed down on the debris of plants and rocks with his forepaw. What a bizarre attack, to think such a creature existed, not bad for a bunch of weeds. The forest of roots, thousands of years old, was vast and deep. It made sense that there were demonic beasts even Alaga didn't know about. While the rulers of the domains in the forest of roots were animals, the forest itself was composed of plants like these. The shattered plant fragments were still twitching slightly. Unless its roots were completely uprooted, it couldn't be fully eradicated, but since they were just passing through, Alaga had no intention of wasting time on that. The foolish greed of trying to make him prey was audacious, though. It was certainly unique. Alaga strode forward, passing through the area. The crunching debris underfoot wasn't ideal for running. The scent of Rosetta wafted gently, enveloping Alaga's entire body. Levina, in her heightened alertness, had even pulled out the incense. Alaga, are you really back to your senses? Asuka asked, prompting Alaga to tilt his head. What's wrong with my senses? You don't remember. Just moments ago, you were spewing demonic energy like you'd lost your mind and you didn't even hear us. Because of that, the 4 humans on his back had felt a fleeting sense of terror. Who lost their mind, huh? But why does my mouth taste like Rosetta? When did I eat that? Alaga replied nonchalantly, much to their frustration. Let's get off, we'll walk. Asuka jumped down first and the others hurriedly followed suit. Whether they moved quickly or not, they could no longer bear riding on Alaga's back out of sheer anxiety. Alaga furrowed his brow. What are you doing? Weren't we in a hurry? I went out of my way to carry you. Do you realize you almost slaughtered all 4 of us just now? Cyan bluntly reminded him. He summoned the light spirit to project a vivid image of the recent events. Seeing it, Alaga jolted in shock. What? When did I do that? I don't remember any of it. Not even being aware of it makes it more dangerous. Asuka crossed his arms. Igrel at least was aware when it was being dominated by the Demon King, but Alaga seemed completely oblivious, as if that moment had been wiped clean from his memory. Levina spoke with a grave expression. Seeing as you've come to your senses, it seems Rosetta is still effective, but it's still unsettling. If you're not even aware of it, you can't resist it either. Couldn't sacred magic snap you out of it? Asuka responded earnestly, then added, or maybe a stab from the Holy Sword. Chapter 466. Part 1, Hooray you stabbing with a holy sword, you crazy bastard. Alaga, on high alert, bristled as Asuka responded with a dismissive tone. If you can't get a grip, we've got no choice. If that Demon King's got some kind of magi or whatever, it's gotta be weak to holy power, right? That sort of thing won't happen again. Even as Alaga spoke, he seemed to doubt himself. He snatched the root of Rosetta from Cyan and crunched it down noisily, but Asuka's conclusion didn't waver. Anyway, we can't keep going like this, let's walk. Why the hell would we trust riding on your back? For one, he had no desire to climb aboard. Riding on Alaga's back was nothing short of torture. The nausea, the sense of impending death, and this time, the battle against the demonic energy rising from below, it was too much. High Priest Levina chimed in with fervent agreement. If we keep this up, getting there quickly won't be the issue, we'll be too exhausted to fight. Their bodies already ached as if they'd been through a grueling battle, fatigue crashing over them like a wave. Even heroes destined to slay the Demon King were helpless against motion sickness. Pathetic weaklings. Alaga clicked his tongue. As if he'd never been reluctant to carry them, Alaga began to persuade them. You think you'll get there in this lifetime by trudging along on foot? Do you think the Forest of Roots is that small? Besides, this is Bahirk's territory. The sooner we get out of here, the better. It was odd that a sensitive beast like Bahirk hadn't shown up yet. If he'd been drawn to the central region under the Demon King's control, that might actually be preferable. But if that's the case, why did the Demon King split our group in two? Wasn't there some ulterior motive at play? A sense of unease gnawed at them. They needed to regroup with Helmut as soon as possible. We'll just run hard. The wind spirits will help us out. I'll carry Lady Levina. Asuka, Cyan, and Levant spoke in quick succession. As the 4 humans bickered colorfully, Alaga roared with authority. Enough talk, just get on. He couldn't fathom why he, of all creatures, had to go to such lengths to carry humans. They should feel honored. To ride on the back of the mightiest demonic beast in the Forest of Roots, what an opportunity. Hey, I won't leap around, just run. That'll do, right? In the end, they reached a compromise. Alaga, grumbling, hoisted the bothersome humans onto his back and began to run again. He'd nearly been dominated by the Demon King because of his demonic energy, so as long as he avoided using it, things should be fine for now. He could worry about that when they reached the final battle in the central region, but things didn't go as smoothly as he hoped. A few hours after they'd set out, as they neared the northern region, a thick fog appeared ahead. It wasn't a fog of magi, just a natural phenomenon, yet the dense, milky white mist was enough to cloud their senses. What's with this weather? Nothing's going right. Places like this were where accidents happened. Alaga issued a stern warning. You lot stick close. This was the final hurdle. Alaga plunged into the fog. The heavy dampness soaked his fur, obscuring his vision. Mindful of what had happened before, he couldn't draw on his demonic energy, which limited his senses. Cyan tried to disperse the fog with his wind spirits, but the dense mist surged back into the cleared spaces. It feels like something's gonna jump out. Cyan shrank back uneasy. The others felt the same. Alaga, on the other hand, felt a strange sense of relief. Bahirk wouldn't come to a place like this. The damp would mat his fur. No furred beast would enjoy this, but just as his guard began to lower, his foot sank suddenly, splorch. His front paw sank more than halfway into the mud, weighed down by his bulk. A swamp, disgusting. His white fur was getting filthy. As Alaga tried to pull his paw free, a glint flashed through the fog, thud 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 thud. From one side, a massive figure charged with terrifying momentum, as if it had been lying in wait. The ground trembled and the swamp rippled. In this western region, only one creature could cause such a commotion. Bahirk, with a shout, Alaga's paw burst free from the swamp, but Bahirk didn't stop, slamming into him with full force. Boom, the tremendous impact scattered the surrounding fog. Alaga didn't have time to check on the humans flung from his back. Bahirk's teeth were already lunging for him. Grrrrrrrrrr, is this bastard insane? He'd been utterly defeated by Alaga once before. Did he think a sneak attack like this would work? If so, he was either foolish or reckless, but Bahirk didn't seem to be either. His eyes were clouded, devoid of reason. He didn't appear to be under the Demon King's control, but he seemed utterly deranged. Reeling from the initial blow, Bahirk bared his sharp fangs and charged at Alaga again. The clash of the two demonic beasts began. Chapter 466. Part 2, Boom Crash. Amid the furious sounds of their battle, the four scattered humans struggled to regain their bearings. Fortunately, the demonic energy and wind erupting from the two beasts were altering the weather itself. The surrounding fog was clearing. Their visibility was restored. Levina let out a groan. She was the most physically vulnerable among them, but Levant shielded her like a wall. Are you all right, Lady Levina? I'm fine. You Levant, just a few scratches. What about the others? I told you I didn't want to ride, Asuka snapped, picking himself up from a distance. At the moment of impact, he'd drawn on his vist to cushion the blow, rolling agilely to land like a cat. Brushing himself off, he glared at Alaga, looking none the worse for wear. Arg, my body, my body. Cyan, exaggerating his pain, scrambled out of the swamp where he'd been half buried. He shot out as if propelled by fire, landing beside Asuka. His spirits had protected him. His clothes, caked in mud, were a mess, but Cyan quickly cleaned himself with a purification spell. Magic's such a cheat, Asuka grumbled. The two turned their attention to the High Priest and the Holy Knight. Given the intensity of the collision, most would have been injured, but these were among the finest humans. They'd all managed to protect themselves. The four quickly regrouped. Alaga and Bahirk were locked in fierce combat. Through the thinning fog, their violent movements were faintly visible. The shockwaves filled the air with noise and vibrations. Shouldn't we help? Levina was the one to speak. In the Forest of Roots, no demonic beast was stronger than Alaga, so left alone he'd win. But if Alaga succumbed to the demonic energy and went berserk again, that would be a disaster. That'd be nice, but, Cyan trailed off. A tiger and a leopard, both the size of boulders, clashing. They couldn't even fathom getting close. Despite their size, their movements were dizzyingly fast. Asuka's gaze shifted. It's not just that one, grrrrrrrr. A menacing growl echoed as presences gathered from all directions. The aura of demonic energy, both large and small, belonged to demonic beasts that could make a name for themselves in the outside world, and there were countless. A chill ran down their spines. When two regional rulers clashed, lesser beasts should have stayed far away. Yet these creatures, ignoring the holy power radiating from two of the humans, were targeting the four of them. Asuka muttered. This isn't the time to help anyone. Our first real fight with demonic beasts in the Forest of Roots. I'm counting on you, High Priest. Cyan glanced at Levina. He'd never properly fought here before. Levina and Levant, with grim expressions, raised their staff and holy sword. It was the first time these former enemies would fight together. Whether this alliance would hold, only the battle would tell. As the demonic beasts charged, the fight began. Something from far away, I feel, a disturbance. Kantara, who'd been diligently plodding along, tilted his head. The others, drowned out by the sound of Kantara's movement, exchanged glances. But cautious creatures were often the most perceptive. None here surpassed Kantara's sensitivity. Helmut asked, a disturbance is someone fighting? It feels like two forces clashing. Alaga and Bahirk, Aaliyah murmured. The Demon King had split them into two groups, dropping them in regions ruled by dominant beasts. It was likely an attempt to pit them against each other, to eliminate them or sap their strength, preventing them from stopping his revival. What the Demon King hadn't accounted for was that Kantara, unaffected by his control, was an exceptionally peaceful demonic beast. Having been defeated by Helmut once, Kantara wouldn't challenge him again. The Demon King didn't know this, but they did. As a result, those in the northern region were relatively calm. Kantara mumbled timidly, for some reason, I don't want to get closer. This is still your territory. At least take us to the border, Helmut urged. Kantara was the fastest, despite being a turtle. If Alaga and Bahirk are fighting, it should end quickly, no need to worry, Igrel spoke up. Though reluctant to admit it, Alaga was that strong, but there are probably four others with them. Hike stroked her chin. Aaliyah picked up her thought. If Bahirk didn't head to the central region, he might be in his right mind like Kintara. But then he wouldn't dare challenge Alaga, whom he's lost to before. That means he could be under the Demon King's control, or he might not be alone. Likely, Helmut concluded. He wasn't worried about Alaga, but losing the other four would be a significant blow. Two of them wielded holy power capable of dealing a critical hit to the Demon King. Helmut stamped his foot. The vibration rippled across Kentara's shell. Kentara, hurry! Kentara flinched as if whipped, picking up speed. Rumble, his short limbs skimmed the frozen ground, but the ice was thinning and the snow was noticeably less. Soon the original terrain would come into view. They were nearing the western region, and it didn't seem far off. Chapter 467, Part 1, Kruayang. Alaga let out a menacing roar. Like a madman brimming with raw power, Bahirk was strong. Stronger than before, charging in recklessly, which made him even harder to deal with. The Bahirk from last time knew fear and went to retreat. This one, however, had the momentum of fighting to the death. What's with this guy's crazed eyes? Alaga tried to assess Bahirk's condition. Judging by the irregular demonic energy bursting from his body, he wasn't attacking under the Demon King's control. Alaga instinctively knew this. If he were controlled, his demonic energy would have been stable, moving like a puppet under a single will. But Bahirk was enveloped in ferocious demonic energy, reduced to instinct and savagery. He had the intelligence of a beast but no consciousness. What in the world turned him into this? Had he gone mad resisting the Demon King? Alaga swiped at Bahirk, who was baring his teeth with a forepaw. Puck. Bahirk's head twisted halfway as he was sent flying, but with astonishing agility he landed on his feet. Kugr. The moment he touched down on all fours, he kicked off the ground and charged again. Teeth bared like a maniac, he slammed his body forward, unleashing an unrelenting assault. As the ruler of his domain, he must have stamina to spare for such reckless attacks. Do I need to land a fatal blow? Alaga was still gauging the situation, fending him off moderately. He had no emotional qualms about killing Bahirk, they were enemies after all. But if he did, Alaga would have to consume Bahirk's core. Naho's core was one thing, but Bahirk's too. That complicated matters. He could digest it, sure, but it would take time, during which he wouldn't be able to fight properly. It left a bad taste in his mouth. As a demonic beast with highly refined instincts, Alaga couldn't just absorb demonic energy indiscriminately like lesser creatures, reveling in raw strength. Alaga judged that he currently had full control over his power, but then, they said my consciousness was stolen by the Demon King. The fact that he hadn't even noticed it made him uneasy. You needed awareness to resist, didn't you? While absorbing Bahirk's core, Alaga would be weakened. If the Demon King pulled something then, arg, where's that drooling snout coming from? Even as he mulled it over, Alaga was pummeling Bahirk. Puck, puck, puck. Calling it a cat punch would be an understatement. His forepaw was massive, powerful enough to shatter a fortress, strong enough to rattle bones, yet Bahirk didn't falter. Even when knocked back, he charged again with frenzied ferocity. His momentum was unmatched. If I just pinned him down and tore out his throat, it'd be easier, but the issue of dealing with the core lingered. He couldn't just discard that power. If it fell into the Demon King's hands, it would be disastrous. Even having a high priest purify it would consume an immense amount of holy power. By the way, are those guys okay? Alaga subtly extended his senses around him. Demonic beasts drawn in at some point were charging at the humans with the same murderous intent as Bahirk. The humans were holding their own, but by the time they dealt with them all, their strength would be heavily depleted. He needed to finish this quickly and help them. It'd be simplest if this guy just snapped out of it. If it were madness caused by demonic energy, he could try draining it, but that wasn't the case here. Then a spark of inspiration flashed through Alaga's mind. A good solution, a bit risky perhaps, but the risk isn't mine. Bahirk, knocked back again, was rising with bared teeth. Krrrrrrrrung. That guy would keep this up until one of them died. Alaga glanced at him and leaped forward. Kugung, too dated at, it wasn't Alaga who would snap Bahirk out of it. Sliding along on his shell like a sled, Kantara's speed had noticeably slowed. The ice was thinning, causing friction. At some point, Kantara came to a halt, keenly sensing the boundary of the domain. Ah, there it is, I'll go, only this far, I'm tired from all that running. Helmut lightly patted Kantara's shell. Good work, Kantara. Helmut had never coerced an innocent party to gain something, ironic for someone who'd lived a relatively upright life. Yet with Kantara, he'd only caused trouble. Strangely, bullying the ruler of the North felt like picking on the weak. Good work, now get off, quickly. The group leapt off Kantara's shell in unison. The ground beneath their feet was no longer ice but earth sprouting with grass. If things go well, we'll see each other again, Agrel said, waving. Kantara shuddered. 3 times, I'd rather not catch the Demon King and win. Whether it was affection or something else, the timid yet pragmatic turtle clearly wanted nothing to do with them. The moment they dismounted, Kantara spun around and sped off as fast as he'd come. Kuya, only when he vanished completely into the sea would he find peace. Oddly cute guy, Igrel muttered, tilting her head. This was the boundary, the western domain lay ahead. Helmut focused his senses. Even with the naked eye, he could see thick fog in the distance, heavy with demonic energy saturating the air. Beyond it, he felt the dull clash of massive demonic energy waves, likely Alaga and Bahirk. But where were the others? Let's hurry. As Helmut spoke, Aaliyah summoned a golem, the same one they'd ridden in the Forest of Roots. In the shape of a bird, it would carry them swiftly. Its speed rivaled Kantara's, but it consumed a lot of magic. No time to waste, though, they all climbed aboard. Didn't think I'd be riding this thing, Igrel grumbled. A bird riding a bird, what a bizarre situation. The golem shot into the sky like an arrow. Chapter 467, Part 2, Hike used magic to deflect wind resistance. Soon, the golem plunged into the fog. Moisture particles pelted their skin, stinging with the speed of their movement, but the clash of demonic energy below had stopped. Had it already ended? Detection magic isn't working. Was it around here? Aaliyah frowned. The fog obscured the ground entirely. Helmut said firmly, it was nearby, descend. As the golem tilted downward, a flash of light pierced through. An unsettling sensation grazed Helmut's cheek like a flame. Sacred magic, a powerful gust of sacred magic scattered the fog. Steamy, hazy wind slammed into their faces and soon a clear scene unfolded before Helmut's group. Everyone they sought was there. Helmut, Asuka shouted. The scene below was a spectacle. Scattered demonic beast corpses littered the ground, the earth scorched and ravaged. Thankfully, all 4 humans stood unharmed, even the high priest and holy knight, whom Helmut half-wished had died in an accident. No loss of strength, so that's good. They'd clearly been through a brutal fight, though none looked pristine. Alaga's condition didn't need checking. He stood on all fours, squinting, and beside him, Helmut raised an eyebrow. Bahirk, not waiting for the bird to land, Helmut leapt off. Tack, he landed in front of Alaga, who spoke lazily. You're late. You fought Bahirk, he came at me. He's alive. Why didn't you finish him? Helmut's hand went to his sword. Bahirk sprawled on the ground, twitched, and shook his head side to side. Judging by the demonic energy radiating from him, he still had fight left. He must have taken a direct hit from sacred magic. With Alaga here, was there a need to waste holy power? Helmut was puzzled. Alaga's voice came leisurely. Leave him be, I think it worked. Helmut stood beside Alaga, watching Bahirk. The rest of the group now landed, gathered around. As all eyes focused on him, Bahirk slowly rose. His gleaming eyes scanned the surroundings. What's this? Yo, you back to your senses? Seeing Alaga, Bahirk jumped. What's that? Alaga, why are you here, and bringing humans into my domain? For someone who'd fought so fiercely moments ago, it was an odd thing to say. Helmut grew even more puzzled. Alaga stepped toward Bahirk. Arrogant fool, isn't it obvious? I'm the one who brought you back to your senses. My senses, right, that's what happened. Bahirk blinked, as if only now grasping the situation. Do you remember how you lost your mind? It's coming back, not the middle part though. What did you do to me? Bahirk eyed Alaga with suspicion. Alaga smirked arrogantly. I figured a hit of sacred magic might snap you out of it. Simple, right? So Alaga had lured Bahirk toward the high priest. In the process, the demonic beasts swarming the 4 humans were crushed as collateral damage. Bahirk, in his me or everyone's an enemy state, had left the surrounding beasts nearly obliterated by the 2 demonic beasts' clash. The 4 humans escaped one crisis only to face another. Bahirk still fighting Alaga right before them. Then Alaga spoke. Hey, high priest. Yes, I'll pin him down, hit his head with sacred magic, a strong one. Got it? He glared, warning. You're a high priest, so you can aim for Bahirk only right. Make sure that sacred magic doesn't touch me. I'll try. This isn't because I can't handle him alone. There's a reason, got it? The reason could wait until after. Just as he finished, Bahirk lunged. Alaga leapt, kicking off the ground. Moments later, his teeth clamped onto Bahirk's nape, pinning the thrashing beast down with his full weight. And right on cue, Levena's sacred magic was complete. Chapter 468. Part 1. Alaga's method was drastic, but it worked. Not only had he subdued the demonic beasts, but Bahirk had also come to his senses. Thanks to the ripples of sacred magic, the lesser demonic beasts that had regained their sanity fled the moment they realized Alaga and Bahirk were present. Of course, the effect wouldn't last long. Before it wore off, they had to figure out why Bahirk and the demonic beasts in this area had collectively descended into madness. The one who found the answer was Helmut. The grass on the ground looked familiar. For Helmut, who had nearly died from eating it as a child, it was a type of grass he could never forget. Motto, a plant said to boost immunity and purify the blood. In his childhood, Helmut had overdosed on motto, suffering excruciating abdominal pain. Memories accompanied by pain are not easily forgotten. It's just a memory. Looking back, he had overcome countless life-or-death crises. The important thing was that he had survived, but still. As he surveyed his surroundings, he saw motto everywhere. Motto was a potent poisonous plant that formed dense colonies. This entire area was blanketed with it. They ate Motto, Helmut concluded. If that was what caused the demonic beasts to go mad, it made sense. But for it to drive even a domain ruler like Baherk to madness, they must have consumed an enormous amount. Tigers have no business grazing on grass. Why would they subject themselves to such torment? It was baffling. That grass is called Motto. Baherk was staring at Helmut. As if his earlier rampage had never happened, his eyes were clear and sharp. Sacred magic inherently carried the power of purification. When it struck Baherk directly, it had purged the toxic effects of the Motto. It was an instinctive calculation on Alaga's part, a knowledge naturally acquired as a demonic beast. Helmut asked, "Why did you eat Motto?" That grass has the effect of sharpening the mind when consumed in small amounts, but as I tried to stay clear-headed, "You ate too much and went mad," Helmut finished. Aaliyah picked up the conversation. Baherk furrowed his brow. He rummaged through his memories. "Before I came here, I felt strange. It was as if something was trying to invade my consciousness. I tried to ignore it, but it grew stronger. My head throbbed, and when I came to my senses, I found my body moving eastward." Baherk's territory was the western domain. He had been heading toward the central domain. He had been summoned by the Demon King. "Something kept rising within me, trying to dominate me, so I came here. I knew this place had a lot of that grass. I thought eating it would make me feel better." "And you didn't know that eating too much would drive you mad?" Helmut questioned. Baherk nodded. "I'm a carnivore. I've never eaten grass, let alone gone mad from it. Eating that disgusting weed was torture enough, but I had no choice. It made me feel better at first, but then I ate too much, and at some point I lost consciousness." Thus, Baherk had lingered here, relying on instinct in his crazed state. Ironically, his madness had prevented him from being dominated by the Demon King's will. Baherk spat out as if nauseated. "I must have eaten about a hill's worth. That amount would have been toxic enough to kill tens of thousands of humans, but in another sense, it was no wonder Baherk had gone mad. For a tiger to eat a hill's worth of grass, the stress alone would have driven him insane." Cyan, who had been examining the Motto, spoke up. "This Motto is similar to Rosetta, isn't it? In plant classification, they're like cousins. So it's not the same, but it exerts its effects differently," Helmut noted. It made sense that there would be some way to resist in the forest of roots. Nature's law always provided a loophole. It seemed the demonic beasts in this area had followed Baherk's lead, eating Motto and going mad. Thanks to the Earth Spirit, Cyan had become an expert on flora and fauna. He offered his insight. They didn't fight each other because Motto seems to have a special property that prevents the demonic beasts who consume it from attacking one another. "So that's why they came after us," Helmut said. Alaga clicked his tongue. "As a fellow feline demonic beast, you should be ashamed, a carnivore grazing on grass and losing your mind." Though in pellet form, it was hardly something Alaga, who also consumed Rosetta, should say. Baherk reacted with disbelief. "You're one to talk when you don't even eat humans. Why do you keep them as pets, you carnivore?" When humans sent to the Forest of Roots, some of them ended up in Baherk's domain. He devoured them without hesitation. Unlike Alaga or Agrel, he was closer in nature to Naho. He just didn't go as far as breeding humans for food. Baherk's gaze swept over the humans, his words chilling. The stare of a man-eating tiger carried an eerie menace. Alaga snorted. "That's a matter of taste, let's say. Some people eat chicken or pork but not beef after all." Even Alaga couldn't fully explain why he was friendly toward humans. Chapter 468. Part 2. Baherk, who had been eyeing the humans, suddenly sniffed the air. "There's a strange scent, it clears the mind." The fragrance of Rosetta was emanating from Aaliyah. As the scent filled the surroundings, it carried Rosetta's effects. This place would be safe from the Demon King's influence for a while until the fragrance faded. "Are you all right, Alaga?" "Me, what about me? I'm not some weak-minded fool like you." Alaga brushed it off, though he felt a pang of guilt. The Demon King's influence likely affected him in a similar way as it had Baherk. "Now that I think about it, didn't you leave the Forest of Roots? Why are you in my domain? I definitely sensed you and Agrel leaving the sacred barrier." Baherk growled, his territorial instincts kicking in belatedly. He had thought Alaga was gone, yet here he was, intruding on his domain again with humans no less. Some of them even radiated an unsettling holy power and had attacked him. Even though he had lost to Alaga before, this was not a situation he could tolerate. Alaga replied nonchalantly, "They say the Demon King is reviving. So I came back to stop it." "The Demon King? Didn't that thing die 1,000 years ago? Isn't that why the Forest of Roots was created?" Baherk rummaged through the knowledge his demonic nature provided. Having had little contact with humans, his need to recall such knowledge was limited. He had lived contentedly, ruling the Western domain, occasionally lording over other demonic beasts. This was the first anomaly to disrupt his life. "They say the demonic energy we possess is the source and will of the Demon King. If he revives, all demonic beasts will fall under his control." What? That's nonsense. Who could control me? Exactly ridiculous, right? So want to fight with us? When Alaga asked, Bahirk, who had been fuming, flinched. Instinctively, he calculated the odds of victory, but the feeling was ambiguous. There was no guarantee of winning. This cunning tiger was loud but quick to back off when he sensed defeat. Alaga preempted him. Kantara, that coward, says he'll stay holed up in the northern sea until he dies. You're not that kind of coward, are you? Alaga had never spoken to Kantara. But given that Helmut's party carried Kantara's scent yet wasn't with them, it was a reasonable assumption. It was a sharp insight. Unable to tolerate being called a coward, Bahirk cautiously asked, even Agrel, the three of us together? Of course. Bahirk narrowed his eyes at the sight of a woman with pink hair who had suddenly spoken up. Agrel, huh? Why do you look so tasty and weak? To the man-eating tiger Bahirk, the human form of Agrel made his mouth water, especially since Agrel was brimming with immense demonic energy. No matter what form I take, I'm still a Grell, she warned, crossing her arms. You've got nothing better to do anyway. If we leave you here, you'll either eat more Motto and go mad or fall under the Demon King's control. Come with us? Can't I just keep that Rosetta stuff with me? If we go to the central domain, the Demon King's influence will only get stronger. Bahir quickly added, I'm not saying this because I'm scared, think about it. The closer we get to the central domain, the harder it'll be to resist. Most of the demonic beasts in my domain have already headed there. It'll be crawling with them. Since when were you afraid of lesser beasts? No matter how many there are, they're just rabble. As Alaga exuded confidence, Bahirk shook his head. I've been in the Forest of Roots this whole time, seeing, hearing, and feeling what's happening. The central domain is probably swarming with nearly every demonic beast in the forest. There'll be as many as a plague of locusts. Even if they're lesser beasts, fighting them off will take serious effort. We'd also have to endure mental attacks while spewing out demonic energy. You keep talking a lot. Sounds like you're just scared to go, Igrel said, raising an eyebrow. In truth, she had never once doubted that she would fight alongside the humans. It wasn't that she cared for humans like Alaga did. Igrel's reason for fighting aligned with why she had wanted to leave the Forest of Roots in the first place. Back then, she had longed to soar freely in the skies beyond the sacred barrier. That's why she had cooperated with Helmut's party. For a bird, the freedom to fly through the skies was paramount. But if the Demon King revived, Igrel would lose her free will. Under his control, she wouldn't be able to enjoy the thrill of soaring through the world's skies, even if the sacred barrier ceased to exist by then. We are the rulers of our domains. Let's uphold our pride as rulers. Do you want to live as a puppet? Bahirk flinched. He too had no desire to be controlled. Wasn't that why he, a tiger, had resorted to eating a hill's worth of grass in a desperate act of resistance, even to the point of madness? Even if the Demon King succeeded in reviving, there was no guarantee that Motto or Rosetta alone could keep him at bay. A coward like Kantara might hide in the sea and escape, but standing back and hoping for a favorable outcome was not the way of a domain ruler. Igrel was right. A glint of determination flashed in Bahirk's eyes. No, I am Bahirk, ruler of the Western Domain, Demon King or not, nothing can control me. I'll fight and ensure he never raises his head again. Good, 3 against 1. Let's see how long that Demon King lasts, Alaga responded with vigor. Thus, for the first time since the creation of the Forest of Roots, an alliance of the 3 domain rulers was formed. Chapter 469, Part 1. The rulers of the 3 domains, who had boldly united their resolve, soon found themselves ensnared by the illusion of Rosetta's root. No matter how much they boasted, their pitiful reliance on that substance remained unchanged. As long as they were demonic beasts, it's like some kind of drug addiction, you have to keep consuming it, Igrel muttered, grimacing as she tossed out a phrase she'd picked up somewhere. Bahirk shot her a sidelong glance. For some reason, Igrel's pink hair seemed to make his mouth water. Helmut spoke coldly, one thing certain Bahirk, you're not eating humans from now on. Luke Yeager flinched beside him, not eating humans. You mean to say there are demonic beasts that eat humans? He exclaimed. Hadn't Alaga said something earlier about not eating humans or something like that? To the commander of the Palma Knights, such a creature was a target for extermination. His hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword. Levant reacted similarly. Despite the immediate hostility shown by the humans newly arrived in the Forest of Roots, Bahirk remained unfazed. What's wrong with eating humans? In the Forest of Roots, there's no meat more tender than that. You ought to be grateful I bothered to snap a crazed bastard like you back to your senses, so you're not eating them, okay? Fine, not until this is over. And I won't touch the humans here. Once this was done, though, any humans trespassing into his domain would be fair game as always. It was like prey flying straight into his jaws, impossible to resist without biting down. And even if they fought together, there might be casualties among this group. Wasn't it fine to eat a human who was already dead? Bahirk thought in true demonic beast fashion. Alaga issued a warning. No backstabbing after this is over, either. If you try, I don't care if it's the Demon King or whatever, I'll end you myself. As if their earlier unity as rulers of their domains had never happened, distrust filled the air. Bahirk reluctantly nodded. Fine, I get it. You're not exactly trustworthy, so keep your distance. Bahirk's expression was one of clear dissatisfaction. Aaliyah spoke up. There are 9 of us, counting Agrel as a human. It'll take a long time to reach the central domain on foot. Should we have kept Kentara around, we could have used him a bit longer, Helmut said. Their group was indeed sizable. The massive shell of that turtle would have been perfect for carrying so many people. Even if the golem could carry them, the situation was far different now. In the Magi-heavy atmosphere, the golem's flight consumed far more magical energy than before. Back then, escaping the forest of roots was the goal, so they could use magic stones liberally. But now, facing the Demon King, they needed to conserve their strength. Being attacked midair was another concern. Back then, Alaga was below to prevent attacks, but the closer they got to the central domain, the more likely the demonic beasts there would attack without hesitation. With Magi clouding their senses, detecting approaching beasts was difficult, and dealing with attacks, like something hurled at them like cannon fire, would be troublesome. Having already scattered once, splitting the group again wasn't ideal. They needed to keep Alaga and Bahirk, who might be swept up by the Demon King's influence, close by and under watch. At the very least, a high priest needed to stay near them. Helmut turned to Alaga immediately. Couldn't some of us ride on Alaga's back? Igrel had decided to maintain her human form for now, and no one trusted climbing onto the back of the man-eating tiger, Bahirk. Alaga was the most suitable option. That would mean losing the fighting strength of everyone riding Alaga, Asuka warned, his face stern with genuine reluctance. Cyan, Levina, and Levant felt the same. They'd already experienced hell riding with Alaga. Alaga grumbled, I don't want to carry them either. These guys are so full of themselves after all the trouble of getting here comfortably. It was fast, though. Let's just ride the golem, Asuka suggested, nodding toward the golem. At that moment, Aaliyah tapped her chin with her index finger. A glint sparked in her violet eyes. I have an idea. She immediately reshaped the golem. Light flashed from the golem, which had been standing in place. Moments later, a four-wheeled carriage appeared in its place. The seats were elevated and the top was completely open. A carriage needed power to move. There were no horses here, but there were suitable substitutes. All eyes turned to Alaga and Bahirk. Aaliyah pulled a long rope from her subspace and said, this will make a sturdy carriage. Bahirk can be trusted to pull it and we can all move together. It's a satisfying solution, isn't it? Bahirk and Alaga roared in unison. Who's satisfied with this? Do you think we're livestock raised by humans? Tying us up to pull a carriage? The very thought was humiliating. Bahirk's outrage was especially fierce. Demon King or not, have you ever seen a tiger pulling a carriage? Do you think a leopard pulls carriages? I'm not doing it either. No choice then. A bird can't exactly pull a carriage, Igrel said smugly, shrugging her shoulders. Even if she reverted to her true form, she wouldn't be pulling a carriage. She might carry humans by flying, but that was different. Both Igrel and Alaga had carried humans before. But pulling a carriage was another matter entirely, full-on domestication, so to speak. And these weren't ordinary demonic beasts, they were the mighty rulers of their domains. You can't defeat the Demon King by only doing what you want. Sometimes you have to do things you don't like, Helmut said firmly, as if to silence their complaints. Alaga's eyes gleamed. Hold on, doesn't one beast suffice to pull a carriage? It was just a carriage for about 10 humans. There was no need for both Bahirk and Alaga to pull it side by side. That would only get in each other's way. One beast could generate enough speed. Bahirk flinched. You're the one who's friendly with humans, Alaga. True, but I'm stronger than you. In the forest of roots, the strong were the law, but Bahirk didn't back down. Strength isn't the issue, it's about who's better suited. I've never even carried humans on my back. I can't pull a carriage. No way, no how, no experience, no talent. That was Bahirk's stance. Chapter 469. Part 2, you even know the word suited. You're not as dumb as I thought, Alaga said, genuinely surprised. Hooray, you calling ignorant, you white cat. Yeah, this grass-eating cat, you owe me, you know. First, I spared you twice when you came at me. Alaga's eyes flashed. Second, I brought you back to your senses when you were out of your mind. If I'd left you alone, you'd still be crazed, Demon King or no. Sanity was hard to restore. Alaga had managed that difficult task with ease. Bahirk's defiance waned. Well, that's true, but what are you, a beast worried about pride? Just until we reach the central domain. Alaga thus passed the task to Bahirk and sidled up to Helmut. GRR, Bahirk couldn't bring himself to agree outright. He was already regretting his decision to fight the Demon King. He'd expected a grand clash, not to end up as a pack animal hauling humans. Igrel offered mockingly realistic consolation. Bahirk tried to understand. Alaga's so reckless he'd probably charge off and smash the carriage to bits. So it's settled, Helmut nodded, turning to Aaliyah. Aaliyah took the rope and secured a harness to Bahirk's body. Since he wasn't a real horse, she didn't bother with reins or a bit. If she had, Baherk's enemy wouldn't be the Demon King, it'd be her. With bloodshot eyes, Baherk grudgingly accepted the carriage being attached to his body. His expression radiated extreme patience. The setup was quickly completed, and one by one the group climbed aboard the carriage. Luke Yeager, the most human-like of the bunch, raised a hand as he boarded. "Thanks for the ride." "Shut up and get on." The problem was, Baherk, already fuming, wasn't having any of it. The fully assembled party set off toward the central domain. They were near the border of the western and northern domains. Judging by the vigorous rolling of the wheels, it wouldn't take days. The sacred barrier was still crumbling bit by bit. They pressed on without letting their guard down, unaware of what awaited them in the central domain. The erection of the barrier wasn't the end. The moment Helmut's party entered the sacred barrier, a series of shocking events erupted outside as if they'd been waiting. In a village reduced to ashes, a dark mage stood atop a mound of corpses, laughing maniacally. "The power of darkness will save us all." Until recently, he'd been an ordinary mage registered with the Mage Association. But his experimental tendencies had been deemed dangerous, placing him under discreet surveillance. The moment he turned to dark magic, the Mage Association sent a subjugation team. The problem was, he wasn't alone. For everyone they took down, another appeared. "This is true magic. Through the power of darkness, we can transcend our limits. How can there be restrictions on magic? The Mage Association oppresses us just like the Temple." Among those the Mage Association flagged as dangerous, a significant number had turned to dark magic. It was as if a powerful temptation had swept them away. The Mage Association, the Temple, and the Knight Orders of various nations were kept busy dealing with them. Meanwhile, unnoticed by the Temple, those bearing the seed of darkness began awakening from a very young age. They weren't as dangerous as those trained in swordsmanship, but a newborn strangling its parents was dangerous and powerful enough. The emergence of numerous dark mages and the awakening of those with the seed of darkness. The feared catastrophe was unfolding. Those who'd poured their strength into fortifying the barrier now faced these sudden threats. The human world, once steeped in peace, descended into chaos from within, and that chaos spread like wildfire. As long as the source of that chaos remained, even if they doused the flames, the embers would reignite. Saving a world in peril was the duty of heroes. Now everything rested in the hands of Helmut's party. Chapter 470. Part 1. Baherk surprisingly had a talent for pulling the carriage. He pulled it far more stably than Alaga ever could. Whether golems were good at serving as carriages or not, there was hardly any vibration felt. Riding in a carriage pulled by a tiger demonic beast would be a bizarre experience that was hard to encounter even once in a lifetime. The four humans who had been forced to vomit up their stomach acid while riding on Alaga's back felt the change in their situation keenly. "Ah, this is comfortable," Asuka muttered. His body felt limp and relaxed. The others silently expressed their agreement with their expressions. The biggest problem had essentially been resolved. The carriage advanced toward the central region without any resistance. "We're only about half a day away from the central region now." Baherk, who had been continuously measuring the distance, suddenly stopped and said. It was his territory, so he would know best, Helmut suggested. "Then it would be good to rest for the night at a suitable spot. We need to recover our strength." Even if they were a bit delayed, the Demon King wouldn't become tremendously stronger. The sky was growing dark. Night came without fail even to the Forest of Roots. For having invaded the Demon King's domain, they had spent their time rather peacefully. They had expected to face demonic beasts rushing at them the moment they arrived, but only half the party had faced a minor crisis. Though it hadn't been an intensely fierce battle in that crisis, it was true that they had expended some energy. Asuka and Sion, the High Priest and the Holy Knight. Among them, the one who had expended the most energy was Levina. However, the holy power of the High Priest who possessed the sacred artifact recovered quickly, so she didn't need to rest for long. Though some sleep would be necessary, they would recover their strength and stamina and proceed in optimal condition. Each had already left behind their last will, but if there was one last moment to leave something behind, it was now. The carriage was positioned in a spot shaded by trees. The prepared food was brought out and set up like a last supper. The tension that had been gripping their nerves since entering the Forest of Roots loosened. Everyone quietly ate and drank while checking their own conditions. They might truly die. There was no guarantee for anyone that they could return. All might die or some might die. They didn't know who would meet death or in what form. Even as they forced food into their stomachs, the atmosphere was silent. Anxiety peaked in this moment, this time with the destination right before them. Aaliyah, a moment. Having finished her thoughts for a bit, Hike beckoned her over with a gesture. Aaliyah stood up from her seat and readily followed her. It was a short distance away from the campsite. "What is it? I was wondering about your condition." "Of course my condition is good. There's no reason for it to be bad." Aaliyah answered calmly. It was truly sincere. Condition management was perfect. She fiercely thought of ways to accomplish the goal and survive, aligning her body and mind to that. She had already survived the forest of roots once. What reason was there she couldn't do it a second time? Aaliyah had considered contingencies as well, in the case where certainty came that they couldn't win against the Demon King. Or if she had no choice but to die, I might have to enter the dungeon with Helmut. If they lost, there was no point in fighting, and a world peace achieved after her death held no meaning to her either. She was the standard, but Helmut was on the same level in similar significance. She couldn't die, but neither could Helmut. The rest, it's unfortunate, but it can't be helped. One couldn't have everything. The magic dungeon that Lampione had passed down, now completely Aaliyah's, consisted of a subspace separated from the world. It was difficult to enter subspace in the Forest of Roots, but she had devised a method. If they entered and severed the connection to the outside, it could only be invaded by forceful means. And a mage's dungeon was thoroughly the mage's domain. It was useful for fighting against intruders. If they were defeated and the surface was conquered by the Demon King, they would have to live trapped in the dungeon until the end of their lives, so it was a method she didn't want to choose if possible. Aaliyah had left it as the last option. Hike's expression clouded. I see, she abruptly said. I'm sorry about your parents. Aaliyah's expression subtly changed. That's sudden. Besides, they're your children too, aren't they? Your parents, Hike said bitterly. I've never properly cared for my children. It's hardly appropriate to suddenly bring up a parental stance like this. Well, whatever, you probably didn't know things would turn out that way, I know that. She knew it intellectually. Even if some unresolved emotions lingered in her heart, but time had gradually worn down those feelings. The target Aaliyah should vent her anger on wasn't Hike, and the one she should repay wasn't Hike either. She couldn't even hold that target accountable for their sins. It required much thought and justification to bury the past as the past, but Aaliyah had decided to do so. For her, who could remain calm even with the high priest and holy knight before her eyes, it didn't make sense to suddenly blame Hike. Separately from that, I just don't get along with Hike personality-wise. Hike was her master. That was enough. I wanted to say it since I don't know what will happen ahead. You already left a will behind, though you made it so no one but me can open it. The only one Hike would leave a will for was Aaliyah. But if Aaliyah died too, the contents of the will would never see the light of day. Hike said as if entrusting, you will survive and return. I think so too, and I'll make it happen, but that. Shouldn't you be assuring yourself of that? Aaliyah's question was natural. As an archmage, Hike had a higher chance of surviving than Aaliyah. However, Hike wore a faint smile. Aaliyah cut in coldly. Please don't think something like sacrificing your life to save me. I don't want to live carrying dead people on my back anymore. Of course I won't, Hike smiled. The conversation ended amid an uneasy feeling. Chapter 470. Part 2. While Bahirk was curled up on the far side, separated from the humans, Igrel and Alaga were by the humans' side. The contrast was peculiar. Igrel in human form was sitting right in the center, staring into the bonfire. She seemed to have no worries at all, marveling at lighting a bonfire for the first time in her life. Alaga was beside Helmut. As if that had always been his spot, Helmut leaned his back against Alaga's fluffy fur. Your fur is still as abundant as ever. Demonic beasts don't get hair loss. Saying something that would make bald people envious, Alaga stared down at Helmut. Perhaps because a being familiar to him was influencing him. His mind was clearer than ever. Even though he had eaten plenty of the root of Rosetta pills, in this state, there seemed no need to worry about his mind being seized by the Demon King. Alaga asked sullenly, why does it remind you of the old days? In his childhood, Helmut had slept buried deep in Alaga's fur like this. When leaning against his warm body and fluffy fur, the forest's chill couldn't invade him. There had been a life where being with Alaga was everyday routine. That life occupied a large part of Helmut's life. I don't really miss those old days. That makes sense, back then you were weak. You still are now, though. Helmut's eyebrow subtly rose. After defeating the Demon King, let's agree you won't say that weak nonsense anymore. Wouldn't it be unfair to become a hero and still get scolded for being weak? But Alaga slyly changed the subject. After defeating the Demon King, you'll be free too. He must want to keep nagging Helmut. Helmut said indifferently, who knows, the sacred barrier will disappear. They won't be able to send those with the seed of darkness to the forest of roots anymore. Instead, they might try to eliminate them all. Since they defeated the Demon King, they could come out saying to cleanly sort out everything with demonic energy. Even if they closed the gate to the demon world and defeated the Demon King, it would take a long time to eradicate the remaining demonic energy. In any case, there was no law saying Helmut would be guaranteed a smooth life ahead. Even if he became a hero, it doesn't matter now, he could push through with power. Through this matter, Helmut would gain justification for himself. It was justification to wield power. What will you do after it's all over, Alaga? He could stay in his territory or follow along. For Alaga, who had lived his whole life in the Forest of Roots, changing locations might be fine too. He seemed to enjoy being in cat form. Even if not Renosa, Baden, where Susan and Sarah were, would be a good option. Alaga looked down at Helmut with calm eyes. Who knows? It's something to think about after defeating that demon king or whatever first. Exploring the human world would be exciting for him too, but would he be able to enjoy it again? There was something Alaga hadn't told Helmut. 1,000 years ago at that time, when the Forest of Roots was created, memories from back then had suddenly resurfaced recently, memories from a distant past. He had a childhood too, a time when he was a cub leopard weaker than Helmut. Whether Demon King or Lumen, tampering with others' subconscious is the same. Because of that, Alaga felt like he knew what he could do and what he must do. Perhaps the reason he was friendly toward humans despite being a demonic beast was due to that subconscious influence. It didn't matter, Alaga had chosen his side. He was prepared to fight and resolved. As a brief silence flowed, Aaliyah, having finished her conversation with Hike, approached. Plopping down beside Helmut, she asked before leaning against Alaga's body, "You do wash your body often, right? Demonic energy repels impurities. Have you ever seen me looking dirty? Then it's fine." Alaga narrowed his eyes and stared at the annoying head leaning toward him. Still, it was fortunate there was someone to take care of the first human he raised. Personality aside, she was pretty and strong. As Helmut and Aaliyah exchanged bits of conversation, the night deepened. After this night, everyone here would face the decisive battle. Cyan and Asuka, Luke Yeager as well, strengthened their bonds among themselves before falling asleep at some point. Though the place was the Forest of Roots, the rest was as cozy as could be. Chapter 471. Part 1. Dawn broke. Even in the Forest of Roots, thick with demonic energy, day and night existed. In the faint light filtering in, they rose from their spots one by one, clear eyes that hadn't lost their strength. They had come to the Forest of Roots risking their lives. Now that their goal was right before them, their will had only grown stronger. Levina let out a deep sigh. For her, a noble high priest, this was the first time experiencing such camping, pulling out a sleeping bag and lying on the bare ground. But having expended her holy power once the previous day, she had collapsed into sleep last night and slept sweetly despite the uncomfortable bed. As she tried to get up, Levant extended his hand toward her. "Levina, how is your body faring?" "I'm fine, Levant, thank you for your concern." Rising with his support, Levina quietly observed Levant's condition. Lumen might have foreseen this incident and chosen the owner of the holy sword. Levant was Lumen's first sword, possessing talent and skill worthy of selection. As a holy knight, he was unparalleled. Though he's a bit stubborn and principled, that's a flaw. With time, he would soften. And he would grow into a talent supporting the temple, shining Lumen's name. But that was after surviving. Levina's eyes shone clearly. "Levant, are you mentally prepared?" "Of course. I will assist you, Levina, with my life." From the answering Levant, only strong will was felt. The cause of fighting in accordance with Lumen's will instilled in him a fearless resolve. That simplicity was his great advantage. Levina shook her head. "No, in the upcoming battles, you need to focus on confronting the enemy rather than me. There might come moments when you can't look back at me. That means don't overdo it then." Levina's clear voice rang out. "You must focus on surviving yourself and achieving our goal rather than protecting me. Your life is too young to perish here. Your life is more valuable than my old one." Though she appeared as a young woman, Levina was over 80 years old. Because high priests can maintain youth until the moment of death, Levant spoke solemnly as if taking a test. "Dying in battle facing the holy war is a holy knight's glory. However, there are duties that only young holy knights can bear. Anyway, I hope you stay safe." "Yes, Levina, I understand what you mean. I will strive not to cause you worry." That overly sincere answer was not what Levina wanted. It seemed her intention wasn't getting through. For the first time, Levina was gripped by a sensation similar to what others felt about temple people, probably the first and last sensation in her life. Cutting through the warm atmosphere, Alaga's voice flew in. "Stop chattering boring stuff and let's prepare to go slowly. Humans have weak stamina, haven't you rested enough? I want to fight quickly." Bahirk grumbled as if forgetting when he had hesitated. "Leave them be. Humans apparently have to say what they want to leave behind when it's time to die." Statements from demonic beasts lacking empathy followed one after another. Anyway, it was clear they didn't care if these temple people lived or died. In any case, it was time to depart. Everyone finished a hearty breakfast, and the demonic beasts in particular took the root of Rosetta to the point of showing addiction symptoms. Helmut was the same. With incense burning around, they wouldn't lose their minds easily. If worst comes to worst, Levant would stab them with his holy sword or Levina would sear them with sacred magic to snap them out of it. Both were willing to do so to the demonic beasts. After full preparations, the party boarded the carriage again. Today, they would reach the central region. The Forest of Roots wasn't likely flat, but since Bahirk went ahead clearing the path, it became flat naturally. This carriage, I wish it was for sale. It's incredibly comfortable. Asuka tapped the carriage with his fingertips. The shape-shifting golem carriage, but it wasn't originally made as a means of transportation. Yet it absorbed vibrations and shakes itself. It was comfortably tempting. Aaliyah replied indifferently, only kings could ride it. The production cost is high. It's fine, I'm royalty. If he returns alive, Grand Duke Farnese would buy him this much. Asuka confidently boasted his wealth. It seemed he had completely given up on claiming to be a commoner. This really isn't the war I imagined. Unfamiliar with riding a carriage into enemy territory without much hardship, Luke Yeager stroked his chin. Because they were so well prepared they could handle it smoothly, at least so far. Soon the central region prepare. Baherk, pulling the carriage, warned at some point. Everyone tensed up. Even though they had almost reached the central region, nothing was felt. It was deathly quiet. Where had all those demonic beasts heading to the central region gone? Ominousness surged. Unless soaring into the sky, the sacred barrier isn't visible. Also, there's no guarantee that going by sky is safer than by land. Those here were accustomed to fighting with their feet on the ground. They would reach the center by land and confirm the entrance to the demon world. As decided, they steadily advanced. Chapter 471, Part 2, something caught Alaga's eye, who was running ahead on the right front. That is. Why is my land like that? The central region, like seeing one's vacated home turned into ruins. Beyond the boundary, the pitch-black dead land bore an ominous color, as if that death was slowly pushing over, gradually dying black. The dense forest was dyed pitch black, creating grotesque shapes. Nothing was not black, as if Magi was infiltrating not just from the air but from deep underground. And that Magi was viscous and powerful enough to transform even demonic beasts. Is this really the central region? Asuka raised a question. It looks like it's being devoured from underground. Aaliyah murmured with narrowed eyes. The central region visited before felt unfamiliar but still like a forest, but this place felt exactly like stepping into the demon world. With the black land right in front, Alaga hesitated. The ground is pitch black. Do we have to go in? Not out of fear, but concern that fur would be stained. If Alaga goes in first, it'll be easy to find, but let's enter simultaneously. Come here. Helmut stopped Baherk and called Alaga to the carriage side. If he enters alone and gets hit by a mental attack, it's a disaster. Baherk and Alaga stood side by side and entered the black land. The ground is extremely soft, like quicksand. Feet sink in deeply. It wasn't the central region Alaga knew. Fine particles sticking together would make a ground to step on. However, each step felt like crunching fine sand particles, dry and crumbly, each playing separately. It seemed the components making up the ground had changed. Baherk, with tremendous strength, had no issue pulling the carriage. However, those riding felt more shaking than before. Should we change to a sled? It was the moment Aaliyah spoke. Suddenly, Baherk and Alaga's heads sank down. The carriage shook greatly. What? Asuka let out a short cry. Due to Alaga and Baherk flailing, the carriage shook all over. It's a sand swamp. Helmut answered calmly. Wouldn't they just leap out? But Alaga shouted, there's no place to step here. To leap, they need to step and escape, but the sinking speed was viciously fast. The only way out was to unleash an explosion of demonic energy to blow away the surroundings and launch themselves up. But Alaga, who had almost lost his mind after exploding demonic energy once, hesitated. Due to Baherk's weight, the carriage tilted forward. At this rate, the carriage would be dragged in too. The humans all jumped out of the carriage. Wait a moment. When Aaliyah threw the rope, it automatically tied firmly around Baherk and Alaga's necks and front legs. The sinking was stopped. Compared to Baherk, who was only submerged up to the lower body because connected to the carriage, Alaga had only his head out. We can pull up Baherk first, then have Baherk pull up Alaga. Hike stated the order. The moment they were about to act, a huge noise was heard. Kugugugugu, from far ahead, something enormous was approaching. No, it wasn't one. A flock of large birds skimming over the sand from the sky. Their number easily exceeded hundreds. Due to their movement, black sandstorms whirled everywhere. The sight assaulting from the front was utterly overwhelming. They would arrive here soon. We need to pull them out quickly, hurry. When Cyan shouted in alarm, Levina stepped forward. She raised her staff and concentrated. Cyan and Hike also stepped out, preparing defensive magic and large-scale destructive magic respectively. What, they're birds? Igrel, looking at them nonchalantly, readily stepped forward and grabbed the rope. Though her body was human, her strength remained. No need for others to step in. The magic-reinforced rope wouldn't break easily. Wrapping the rope around her hand and pulling, Baherk's body was pulled out. You should have done it faster. Baherk staggered and stood up. You won't be needed. Igrel dusted her hands and approached Alaga. This time, too, it was instant. Perpiok, the house-sized Alaga, was pulled out of the sand. Igrel is useful, too. What are you saying? Igrel snorted. With Baherk followed by Alaga standing side by side in front of the party, it felt like a barrier was formed. Aaliyah disconnected Baherk and the carriage. Now was time to fight. The oncoming ones didn't flinch, they charged at full speed. Probably planning to attack when sunk in the swamp, but the response was too quick. Seems like a trap of sorts, let's show them. Here are the rulers of 3 regions, daring to rely on numerical superiority. Igrel folded her arms, eyes filled with absurdity. All 3 demonic beasts reacted the same. Helmut, Levant, Luke Yeager, Asuka each drew their swords and prepared. When they arrived right in front, magic poured out. Chapter 472. Part 1. Whoosh. The intense light of sacred magic removed the demonic energy enveloping their hides, and magic poured down consecutively on top of it. Powerful attack magic that seared with fire and sliced flesh with wind turned the ones at the front into tatters. Then, earthen pillars rose from the ground, piercing through their bodies. Even demonic beasts would feel pain, yet they showed no sign of retreat. The leading ones crashed into the swamp and sank, thrashing their entire bodies while emanating killing intent. As if annihilating Helmut's party was the only thing filling their minds, it was a chilling bloodlust. Braving the continuous barrage of magic, a few of the nimbler or sturdier ones managed to reach the very noses of Helmut and his companions. But that was as far as they got. Where do you think you're sticking your heads? Igrel, who had leaped forward, struck their heads with fists infused with demonic energy. Crunch, the incoming ones were crushed in midair with a horrific sound. How dare mere birds be so insolent toward this Igrel? Wait, these aren't the ones from my territory. Even if she had been away for a while, to not recognize their master and attack. No matter how stupid they were, it was utterly audacious. It wasn't just Igrel. Baherkin Alaga also couldn't forgive these audacious creatures. Things that don't even recognize their master. Where do you get off with this insubordination? With whips of tails and forepaws and light bites from teeth, the demonic beasts were quickly smashed and fell onto the swamp. Their power was staggering. But it was also the turn of Helmut, Asuka, Luke Yeager, and Levant, the 4 swordsmen. The number of demonic beasts surging like waves, stripped of fear, was immense. As if all the flying beasts in the forest of roots were flocking here. Crash, crack, slash, with sharp noises the bisected demonic beasts fell to the ground, writhing. Since they would crawl to attack as long as they had breath, their cores had to be shattered one by one for certain. I've got to go on 100 extermination missions to see this many demonic beasts. Like swarms of flies, please don't show up in my dreams. Cyan, Luke Yeager, Levant, and Asuka, who were seeing such a large number of demonic beasts for the first time in their lives, each shouted as they dealt with them. In contrast, unlike the spirit mage, the high priests and mages who needed incantations for spells were quiet. They silently and relentlessly completed spells to annihilate the enemies. As befitting a selected group, no one in the party showed signs of panic or trembling. Among the swordsmen, the most outstanding performance was, of course, Helmut's. In the moment when Aaliyah was exposed defenseless while completing a large-scale attack spell, Helmut cut down the ones charging toward her. Slash, gurgle, there were no exceptions, even for those as tough as if armored. He could clearly see where the cores were located in their bodies. While dispatching the demonic beasts charging at her, he twisted his body at the instant when magic power concentrated. Flame storm, rumble, a massive pillar of flame whirled and charged, piercing through the midst of them. Wind's fury, the raging flames gained momentum from the wind summoned by Hike. The swirling pillar of fire swallowed the demonic beasts. Acrid smoke spread everywhere. It wasn't difficult to deal with the ones that stubbornly flew in with burning bodies baring their teeth. The high priest purified them with holy power, blasting away the cores themselves, the source of the demonic energy. Losing the root connected to life, they died most certainly. Helmut stepped forward actively, dealing with them right up to 1 footstep before the swamp. The ones that had been clustered and swept away in one go now began to employ different strategies. Helmut keenly noticed the demonic beasts' movements. They're scattering. Do demonic beasts have this much intelligence? Alaga twitched. Are you looking down on demonic beasts? Well, those guys are probably being controlled. Even while charging blindly, they scatter when it's time to scatter. That meant it was the Demon King's will. Some flew in from the flanks, while others veered sharply to attack the party from behind. It was a way to surround and overwhelm with numerical superiority. The rulers of the 3 territories showed no sign of concern, but compared to them, humans had limited strength. We can't exhaust all our energy here dealing with these small fry, Levina urgently shouted, a choice of words unbefitting a high priest, but she was right. They couldn't stand still with the swamp in front and keep facing the endlessly surging ones. They had to advance toward the center. If they're being controlled to attack, then Aaliyah, Helmut, who had slain 3 at once, turned to Aaliyah. With the demonic beast scattering, large-scale attack spells had become useless. Aaliyah was exhaling, shooting down one by one with narrow-range spells. She immediately understood why Helmut called her. I brought plenty. She pulled out a bunch of Rosetta incense from her bosom. Up until now, she had only faintly scented the surroundings of the party. During the fight, even that scent had faded. Aaliyah loaded the carriage center full of Rosetta incense and lit it. Wind's wings. Receiving Hike's spell, the scent of Rosetta began to spread through the air, which had been thick only with the smell of demonic beast flesh burning and the swamp's peculiar odor. It was a refreshing, fragrant scent that cleared the mind. Everyone in the party felt a distinct awakening effect. Even their already clear minds became sharper and more alive. The charging ones hesitated. As the thick concentration of the scent seeped into their respiratory systems, it stimulated their sanity. As their faded consciousness returned, instinct kicked in immediately, the instinct that had allowed them to survive in the forest of roots. It made them vividly sense the beings standing before them. Two demonic beasts emanating ferocious demonic energy, Alaga and Bahirk. Even setting aside Agrel, who was transformed into a human, those two alone were enough to instill fear in them. Chapter 472. Part 2. Kayak, emergency, monsters have appeared. If translated into human language, it was roughly that meaning. The ones that had scattered to attack suddenly changed trajectory. With movements almost like panic, they turned their backs and fled in disarray. With that, a brief lull ensued. The ones that had swarmed in hordes smelled the scent, regained their senses, and ran away. In the process, they tangled among themselves and fell onto the swamp, getting crushed. Aaliyah warned. The effect of the scent will wear off and they'll come back. This was the central region, and in the central region there was the Demon King. Since the Demon King would exert tremendous influence, the sense effect would evaporate quickly. It was fortunate that Bahirk, Alaga, and Agrel showed no signs of abnormality. We must advance, Helmut said calmly. Alaga showed reluctance. What about the swamp? My size makes it hard to get out once I fall in. I can't swim across either. It would be good if he could leap over, but to leap, there needed to be land on the other side. Should they have Agrel transform and ride her? But while it might work for one Alaga and the humans, carrying Bahirk too would be impossible. If they left Bahirk behind and he turned into an enemy, it would be troublesome. How do we cross here? Luke Yeager asked while staring at the swamp. Hike responded, it can't all be swamp. We'll find a path. Her gaze turned to Cyan. When it came to terrain issues, it was obvious who could find the answer the fastest. All right, Cyan, who hurriedly sent out an earth spirit, soon found the path. It's not entirely swamp. It's a mix of swamp and solid ground. We should be able to proceed. Distinguishing swamp from solid ground with the naked eye was nearly impossible, but an earth spirit could accomplish that. They couldn't delay. Although there was a large amount, the Rosetta scent would eventually run out. Bahirk pulled the carriage again. It was better to move all at once. Cyan sat at the very front of the carriage, guiding Bahirk on the path. Right then left there, again left, shouting directions at the top of his lungs. Alaga followed closely behind. Incidents repeated where demonic beasts flew in like moths to a flame, smelled the Rosetta scent, regained their senses, and fled. Among them, the ones that stubbornly failed to regain sanity had to pay a bone-deep price for their weak minds. However, if such harsh lessons continued, they would wear down the educator's nerves. And it was free education at that. What is this? We can't even sell the demonic beast corpses. Luke Yeager grumbled discontentedly in a manner unbefitting the commander of the Palma Knights. Asuka's sharp warning rang out. Watch out there, don't let your guard down. They're coming from the swamp, Hike shouted. A massive man-eating fish leaped up and plunged back into the swamp empty-handed. Splash! Following that, a gigantic crocodile surged up from below, ambushing the party's flank. Helmut split the vicious creature's head in half right then. Crunch! The crocodile, spilling brain matter profusely, tenaciously thrust its snout forward. Its mouth, opening and closing ferociously with jaw strength enough to bisect a human body and more, was terrifying. Helmut's second strike pierced the crocodile's core. It was deep within the massive body, however it wasn't just one. Since they're crocodiles, they arrived later than the flying ones. From afar, he sensed heavy movement skimming over the swamp. Swamp-dwelling demonic beasts chasing them on land. Originally, there was no such thing as a swamp in the central region. No need to wonder where these guys came from. Because demonic beasts gathered from the entire forest of roots were present here in the central region. Bahirk, keep running. Cyan, focus on guiding. Bahirk, right. Without slowing down, they nearly fell into the swamp at times, but they advanced agilely. Demonic beasts poured out along the path they took. Following the flying ones, the swamp-dwelling ones began attacking them, but that wouldn't be the end. Once they escaped the swamp area, the ground-dwelling ones would densely block the path ahead, leaving no room to step. There are too many, High Priest Levina muttered. She had decided to hold the sacred artifact staff and recover her strength while moving. A High Priest's holy power was a force that could deliver a fatal blow to the Demon King. It would be troublesome to waste it on these. Befitting a High Priest who enjoyed desk work, her stamina wasn't particularly good. She hadn't come unprepared, but even before entering the Forest of Roots, she had spent hectic days without a moment to spare. How much could she have built up her stamina? Levant shouted while swinging his sword. Don't worry, Lady Levina, the sacred barrier hasn't been broken yet. The great lumen will guide us. Levina felt a strange sensation looking at this next-generation talent of the temple, so fanatical that he didn't even feel anxiety. But his words were right, at least they were advancing. There was still time, they would eventually reach the central region. Levina steeled her resolve. Chapter 473, Part 1. Finally, the swamp area came to an end. But the moment they escaped the swamp, the anticipated situation struck without fail. Countless demonic beasts with gleaming eyes. These were the very creatures that had originally swarmed Alaga's domain. This place was closer to the central region. Even the scent of Rosetta couldn't free them from the Demon King's dominion. The demonic beasts, charging as if they'd been waiting, resembled a pack of wolves. They targeted their prey and relentlessly hunted in groups, bringing it down. No matter how massive the prey, if overwhelmed by numbers, it would eventually tire and collapse. In the midst of it all, they paid no heed even if the one beside them had its head crushed or was torn to pieces. Igrel, who had pummeled the demonic beasts until both fists were worn raw, shouted in exasperation. Alaga, they're your subordinates, do something about it. No matter how much of a domain ruler he was, he had never faced this many demonic beasts. Even killing them was starting to feel exhausting. Qaang, Alaga let out a roar. The shockwave spread, pushing the atmosphere aside with a whoosh. For the past 1,000 years, Alaga had ruled this central region. The instinct ingrained in his body shattered the Demon King's control. A few of them flinched. Only then did those few snap out of it, trembling at the sight of Alaga before fleeing. But such ones were only a minority, those with particularly strong demonic energy. Most charged forward without so much as blinking, eyes filled with madness. Alaga was dumbfounded. No matter how long I was away, it feels like this was the Demon King's territory from the very beginning, doesn't it? Alaga was fully experiencing what it felt like to be robbed in broad daylight. The central region he had ruled for 1,000 years had lost its original form, unfamiliar even to Alaga's eyes. Not only had it nested in his domain, but it had taken all the demonic beasts under his control. He had never particularly thought of them as subordinates, but the feeling of having his own taken away was intense. It was unpleasant. Show them who's boss, Helmut replied nonchalantly. Even for Helmut, who had spent most of his life in this central region, the situation was equally unfamiliar. Not just Alaga, but the domain rulers were facing the unprecedented situation of being ignored by the demonic beasts they had commanded. But naturally, this only fueled their fighting spirit. These bastards dare ignore me, I won't let them off easy, Qaang. Alaga charged ahead, rampaging like a true madman. Thud, Qaang. With every swing, a demonic beast was crushed alive, its core shattered to dust. He would make it crystal clear who the master of this region was. With force. This was the first time Alaga, having swallowed even Naho's core, revealed the full extent of his original power. Stay back a bit. The sheer terrifying majesty made it daunting to approach too closely, lest one get caught in the crossfire. Baherk, pulling the carriage, was at least holding back, but the ones charging at him were crunched and torn apart, heads and all. Crunch, Igrel, riding at the back of the carriage, hurled and pummeled the ones charging from behind. The dark, murky atmosphere and black earth. In it, the pitch-black blood of the tainted demonic beasts wasn't particularly noticeable. The swordsmen drew their swords and sliced through the charging demonic beasts one by one from atop the carriage. The golem was sturdy, and the carriage, though not as fast as before, was advancing at a considerable speed. Hurry and follow. If you dawdle, more will swarm. With Alaga clearing the path ahead, progress was relatively smooth. Since Cyan hardened the ground as they went, there were no attacks from below. As long as the carriage didn't flip over, there would be no issues with proceeding. Asuka to the side, Urea. At Cyan's warning, Asuka cleaved a hyena bearing its fangs up to his flank with his sword, Quaduk. The hyena, its forehead core shattered, drooled as it collapsed to the ground. The carriage quickly distanced itself from the corpse. Act seriously, Asuka broke into a cold sweat. He was the least skilled among them, but the power of his magic sword was tremendous. The magic sword he wielded had the ability to freeze wounds. Because of that, even demonic beasts struggled to regenerate. Luke Yeager shouted, looking up at the sky. Above, watch out! A massive hedgehog covered in thorns was spinning furiously in midair, plummeting toward the carriage. Each thorn was as threatening as a spear blade, and with that weight it could crush a building. It would more than suffice to turn those inside the carriage into a pulp of blood and flesh. If it lands, the carriage will be smashed. We have to change course. At that moment, Helmut kicked off the carriage and leaped upward. Aaliyah's magic supported his body. Tempest wings, speed surged. Helmut thrust forward his vis-infused blade. Soaring vertically, he split it in two. Before him was a furiously spinning forest of massive spear blades. A terrifying presence that could easily grind a human to dust. Yet without hesitation, he countered with his vis-laden sword. Quajujuduk, if sliced quickly, the pressure could be ignored. The spear-like thorns were cut like grass stalks. Piercing through the demonic beast's body, Helmut unerringly found and severed the core. There was no intense clash. The spinning beast and Helmut crossed paths, flying into the air. But the change was instantaneous. The hedgehog's body, marked with a long line, split with a crack. Spraying an enormous amount of black blood in midair, the halved body fell apart to either side. The two halves, flung by the spinning force, plummeted to different spots. Quaying. Those on the carriage couldn't look back at the noise. The rain of blood falling below bypassed the magically protected carriage. Helmut turned in midair and landed safely back on the carriage. Aaliyah's magic supported him. Good work, Aaliyah, speaking briefly, prepared another spell without a moment to breathe. Helmut too held his sword at the ready. Chapter 473. Part 2. Threatening assaults continued countless times thereafter. Along their path, mountains of demonic beast corpses were piling up. If this keeps up, the demonic beasts of the Forest of Roots might go extinct. How long had they fought? Helmut muttered, gripping his tingling hand. The humans on the barrier side would have it a bit easier, but the immediate problem was them. Fight, advance. There was no moment to rest. No one uttered weak complaints. They simply pressed toward their goal. None on the carriage had ever fought so fiercely, nor faced enemies in such overwhelming numbers. At best, Helmut recalled the memory of the Holy Knights charging madly during the last Holy War. Demonic beasts or the temple, it makes no difference. No, the demonic beasts were easier. Even a graze from the temple's strikes had been threatening. Helmut glanced at Levant. As if their past enmity meant nothing, he was fighting diligently. The power of the holy sword glowing gold was no less than Helmut's in this forest of roots. A good addition to our strength. Regaining his breath, Helmut began slashing demonic beasts again. Quaduk, a demonic beast with its eye pierced, screeched as it tumbled away. Hours. No, who knew how many hours had passed? At some point, Helmut thought the number of demonic beasts had decreased. In a state of extreme focus, swinging his sword, Helmut finally looked back at his companions. He wasn't used to protecting someone. He had barely paid attention, but everyone seemed unharmed. Though physically a bit fatigued, their eyes were still vibrant. Without the magic sword, I'd have been in big trouble. Asuka admitted honestly, he would have been nothing but baggage to the group. But as expected, money compensated for lacking skill. Levina, having recovered her holy power, infused vitality into the group. Aaliyah, Hike, and Cyan replenished their magi using magic stones. Igrel, unable to benefit from any of it, plopped down in the very back seat. Is it because I'm in a human body? Why does it feel so tiring? You were just riding in the carriage and you're complaining about being tired, Bahirk grumbled. Hadn't he been the one fighting while pulling the carriage? Biting and swatting away the ones charging from the front while running hadn't been tiring. It had only been frustrating because he couldn't destroy the carriage in the process. Igrel replied half-heartedly, good work. Were there only this many demonic beasts in Roots? Why did it end so soon? Alaga, having wiped out all the nearby ones, returned to the side of the carriage. There were no more demonic beasts left to break through. Despite ending so many lives, Alaga's fur remained pure white. Not a speck of blood or flesh clung to it, as if not even dust had settled. Feels refreshing. Absorbing their demonic energy had only made him stronger. If anything, he wasn't tired at all. Aaliyah tossed Rosetta's pills to the three demonic beasts. Here. The scent of Rosetta still filled the surroundings. Still, they had to take them. They would be getting closer to the Demon King. The carriage continued moving. Stopping would only give the enemy time to prepare. Those in the carriage took turns resting, eating, and keeping watch. Helmut asked Alaga. How much further? About half left, I'd say. We've come farther than expected. Though not at full speed, they had maintained considerable pace. There were no more swamp areas like before. They were racing through blackened forest and earth. The path wasn't flat, but Bahirk, pulling the carriage, was unfazed by the roughness. Following the path flattened by his paws, the carriage naturally traveled a somewhat compacted route. Aaliyah looked at Helmut and said, it doesn't seem like it'll be smooth from here. There had to be a reason there were no demonic beasts here. After a brief sigh, they soon realized why. In the wide-open front, a translucent black barrier reminiscent of a smaller sacred barrier. And crouching before it was an overwhelmingly vast number of demonic beasts. Seeing the ones bearing fangs and glaring with glowing eyes, Helmut realized one fact. It's a barrier. The demonic beasts earlier were guarding the barrier. Aaliyah nodded. That's why there were no demonic beasts in the middle ground between barriers. Passing the first barrier led to the second. Damn, there were so many. Moreover, these ones were larger and had stronger demonic energy. Above all that black barrier, Asuka asked, what the hell is that? Can we even pass through? It seems like a barrier made of magi. Cyan explained simply. Hike turned to High Priest Levina. If not, we'll have to open a path with sacred magic. The Demon King was quite skilled at imitation, to construct a barrier resembling a sacred barrier, but they had passed sacred barriers 3 times. What couldn't they overcome? Chapter 474. Part 1. QAing. Let's go. Alaga took the lead and charged forward, and Helmut's party found themselves in a situation similar to before. Alaga led the way, smashing through, while Baherk followed, pulling the carriage, but it was trickier than before. The demonic beasts at the second barrier were more systematic. They didn't charge all at once but in sequence. One would be cut down in an instant, only for another to attack immediately after. Hugh! The moment Luke Yeager split a wolf's head, a squirrel that had rushed from the right bit into his arm. The armor on his shoulder was torn clean off, leaving a gash. Luke Yeager flung the squirrel out of the carriage and stabbed the next beast that immediately took the place of the fallen wolf's head. The attacks came breathlessly. Taking advantage of a brief gap, Cyan cast purification and recovery magic on his shoulder. Thanks, be careful, from the other side Asuka screamed. Ouch, ouch. This thing bit my arm. Cyan moved over, quickly staunching the bleeding from the arm where flesh had been torn away and casting recovery magic. You really need to be more careful, Cyan threw out a warning. He was using too much effort. Who wants to get hurt on purpose? Asuka grumbled, glaring as he raised his sword. It was a good thing he hadn't received a fatal wound. For nearly a full day without rest, the battle continued. How difficult was it to block the onslaught that rained down like arrows onto the carriage? It was a relief that the people here were among the most skilled swordsmen in the human world. Otherwise, they would all have become corpses by now. Among the swordsmen, Asuka had been injured the most, and the only one among them who hadn't been hurt was Helmut. Even Levant had taken some scratches. Igrel, who single-handedly defended the rear of the carriage with a terrifying presence, was an exception. Sweat beaded on the faces of the party. The scattered attacks of the beasts poured down in a way that was troublesome for mages. Unlike before, they couldn't just scorch them with large-scale attack magic, and the beasts even managed to dodge magical attacks. Most attack magic was area-based. The ones with incredibly fast movements sensed the direction of the magic and dodged just as it was about to pour down. If hit on the outskirts of the magic, they could deflect some of the impact. When the mages tried to shoot them down one by one, there were even clever beasts that would bait the magic and then twist their bodies in midair to evade it. That extraordinary agility and organization. Ordinary demonic beasts couldn't possibly do that. Even the rulers of the regions overwhelmed with brute force and demonic energy, not fighting cleverly. Aaliyah frowned. It must be the Demon King's control. As a collective of wills, the Demon King's ability to manipulate individual demonic beasts was superb. It was as if he controlled each one with countless minds. In this situation, magic was useless except for counterattacks or protection. At this rate, we'll just waste our mana. No matter how exceptional a mage, there were restrictions in the Forest of Roots. Aaliyah and Hike decided to conserve their mana and contribute to protecting the party. Cyan protected the carriage with spirits and occasionally helped the party with recovery magic. Just as the rulers of the regions displayed power like an inexhaustible spring, the one with the least depleted power among them was him. Although the limits of Cyan as a vessel meant he couldn't use all of his power, the source of his strength was none other than the great Earth Spirit. He was fulfilling his role more than enough even as a small vessel. Aaliyah and Hike observed the translucent black barrier as if comparing it. The barrier, which had been faintly visible from far away, was now much closer. What they had to do was break through that black barrier. The power of High Priest Levina had to be saved until the moment they reached the Demon King. They had broken through a sacred barrier, so breaking through that black barrier, which was surely weaker, should be possible with a similar principle. But that black barrier, it was no ordinary thing. The closer they got, the more the resonant hum it emitted dizzily rang in their ears. Zitting, zitting, it was as if it was giving orders to the demonic beasts. The sound grew louder the closer they got to the barrier. Alaga, who had advanced far ahead, gradually slowed and drew closer. I'd better stay by the carriage. Alaga couldn't explain his actions well, he just moved on instinct. Aaliyah stuffed Rosetta's pills into his mouth. Alaga began circling the carriage, eyes blazing as he smashed the demonic beasts. He bit the backs of the necks of beasts trying to attack the carriage and crushed them with his front paws, displaying ferocity. His speed was tremendous, but his destructive power was equally terrifying. The central region, the air thick with demonic energy, it would be strange if Alaga wasn't overflowing with power. Thanks to that, their breakthrough speed slowed, but the party became safer. The density of the demonic beasts didn't decrease, but they cleared them as if by inertia, and the party displayed the skills they had honed over a lifetime. At some point, as they pressed forward looking only ahead, the black barrier drew near, but then an anomaly occurred. Perhaps it was an anomaly they should have anticipated. Chapter 474, Part 2. Baherk, Hike called his name. This isn't good. Baherk, who had suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, groaned. I can't go any further. Even Rosetta's pills were useless. The sound from the barrier was growing stronger. A ringing filled their eardrums. It wasn't something that could be blocked by stopping the sound, a resonance that dug into their nerves. Baherk endured the stabbing headache, but there was a limit to endurance, he knew. The moment he touched that black barrier, he would no longer be able to hold on. The clarity that had returned after eating Rosetta's pills was clouding over. His demonic nature told him the moment to stop. Quaduk Piak. I can't get any closer either. Igrel spoke up next as she smashed demonic beasts. A headache like her head was being torn apart. It was still bearable, but she couldn't cross the barrier. If she went any further, she would lose herself. Weaklings, Alaga shouted, whipping the demonic beast swarming at the carriage with his tail. If we stop here, even the ones we passed will swarm us all at once. Decide quickly. Unlike Baherk and Igrel, he still seemed to have plenty of leeway. Baherk turned his head toward the carriage and said, We'll handle the demonic beasts, we'll watch your back, so pass through the black barrier. You guys keep going once you pass. We'll escape outside the central region. Aaliyah immediately moved to untie the ropes from Baherk's body. She handed Igrel a magic pouch filled with Rosetta's pills. Move with Baherk. It'll be trouble if you get controlled and return to the central region. Yeah, I'll try to hold out. Once we get out of here, it should be fine. Igrel wrinkled her nose. She nimbly climbed onto Baherk's back. What the? You crazy bird. Watch your mouth. We have to stick together, don't we? Here, you eat this too. Igrel stuffed a heap of Rosetta's pills into the beak of Baherk, who had turned his head as if to bite, mouth wide open. Baherk chewed the pills with a displeased expression. I won't care if you fall off. I'll hold on myself, so don't worry. Now you guys go quickly, succeed and survive. Igrel waved her hand, pink hair fluttering. It was a statement carrying the most important thing. The party's formation changed. Alaga took Baherk's place with a grimace as if he'd bitten into a bug. He knew what he had to do, ropes quickly wrapped around his body. Now instead of Baherk, he had to pull the carriage, crushing the beasts that charged from the front. Damn it! Baherk and Igrel guarded the rear of the party. In the brief delay, the demonic beasts they had passed were swarming back. They had to hurry, but the black barrier wasn't far. Alaga kicked off the ground and started immediately. The carriage, lifted by his entire body, shook. Kugung, the humans on the carriage staggered in unison. The shock churned their stomachs. Helmut opened his mouth. Alaga, if you run like that, fight as best you can. If I don't run like this, won't they stick to us? He was right. As the carriage leaped like a living thing, the charging demonic beasts all fell away. Of course, it was just as hard for the humans riding on it to keep their balance, but they could still swing their swords somehow, while holding on not to be flung off the carriage. I feel like I'm going to be sick, Asuka whined. Less than 5 minutes after Alaga started running like that, the faces of the party turned pale. It was less than when riding on Alaga's back, but it was hard to call the ride comfortable. The only consolation was that the black barrier was getting closer. But how are we going to cross the barrier? It's a barrier of demonic energy, Alaga asked. Being a demonic beast, he had no problem crossing it. The issue was the Demon King's control infiltrating his mind, but he thought he could endure it. But the humans were the problem. For Alaga to break it, he would have to absorb the barrier's demonic energy, making it easier for the Demon King to infiltrate his mind in the process. So this was the human's task. We'll try, with magic, to break the barrier. There are no demonic beasts right in front of the barrier. Let's get there. Following Aaliyah, Hike quickly spoke. As she said, there was an empty space about 20 steps from the barrier where no demonic beasts were. It seemed they couldn't freely pass through and come out either. Aaliyah and Hike, who had used magic to free the party from motion sickness, looked at each other. Just that was enough to know what each had to do. Hike opened her mouth. First strike is yours, second is mine. Not together, 2 consecutive shocks are more useful for shaking the barrier than one strong impact. All right, let's do that. The barrier's strength. Aaliyah used magic to assess the barrier's state. If they poured mana into attack magic, it seemed they could open a gap for the carriage to pass through for a moment. That was enough. As if Alaga's rough driving had its effect, they reached the front of the barrier faster than expected. Alaga really got right up to the nose of the barrier. Frowning at the zizzing sound digging into his eardrums, he waited. I'll crouch here, so break it quickly. The rear of the carriage was exposed to the demonic beasts, but as expected, they also stopped attacking, unable to get within a certain range of the barrier. From far away, only the fierce sounds of Baherk and Igrel smashing demonic beasts echoed. Aaliyah and Hike prepared their magic. Chapter 475. Part 1. As they drew their swords in unison and assumed alert postures, they clearly saw Alaga's face. For a moment, several people's expressions twitched. Above Alaga's head, his fur was comically curled up. The tips of his magnificent whiskers were also shriveled, as if a fireball had just grazed the top of his head. Seeing his own reflection clearly in the metallic carriage, Alaga had screamed. The culprit was obvious. Alaga glared at Aaliyah with fierce eyes. It couldn't be Hike's fault, who had used freezing magic. Aaliyah, what the hell is this? Your fur got singed by the magic. Aaliyah, who had cast the lightning magic, answered nonchalantly. Alaga growled, why did you hit me, you idiot mage? I didn't hit you, it was the influence of the lightning, and it's not true that I'm an idiot. As the lightning magic shot out, it burned the atmosphere and even singed Alaga's fur. Since it could interfere with the magic, Alaga, who was in front, had suppressed his demonic energy as much as possible. In return for his active cooperation, he suffered damage to his forehead fur. His dignified appearance was gone. The face with burned fur patchy here and there was more comical than ferocious. My precious fur, how dare you, it'll grow back in time. Would you say that if I burned your head? Aaliyah, who had casually touched her own hair, finally said. Sorry, is sorry all you have to say? Moreover, her tone didn't sound sorry at all. Aaliyah said seriously, I'll compensate you later. Alaga whipped his head away. The heartbroken one let out a long roar, crow air. Alaga's front paws savagely clawed the ground. Wrapped in intense emotion, the Demon King's dominance over him receded far away. In a way, it was a good thing. Helmut subtly spoke to Alaga. You can burn my hair. Aaliyah's hair was off limits, but compensation with his own hair was possible. Alaga retorted fiercely. Once this is over, instead of your female, I'll burn your head until the scalp shows. Helmut had no choice but to shut his mouth at the voice filled with raw anger and grudge. While subtly stroking his hair, he didn't want to go bald either. More importantly, what's next? Asuka asked. No one could answer that question. Chapter 475, Part 2. The path to the center of the central region was long and treacherous. The endless battles that unfolded after reaching the central region relatively smoothly. No matter how much recovery magic was poured, it couldn't restore the expended strength. Everyone was a little exhausted. The consolation was that there were no casualties. Fortunately, after passing the second barrier, the number of demonic beasts decreased significantly. As if entering another world, the ones that occasionally lunged at them had appearances stranger than any seen before, like they were crushed and reassembled. Even Helmut, who had lived in the Forest of Roots, said so. They were that unfamiliar. Demonic beasts were beings that animals and plants transformed into through demonic energy. Even with bizarre appearances, they retained traces of their original form. Like a rabbit with long, sharp fangs like a leopard was still a rabbit, but the newly appeared ones were different. A gigantic one-eyed monster with no discernible original form, or a circular monster with countless eyes on a squashed body. But as if even they weren't used to their own bodies, they staggered or attacked strange places while charging. When Alaga unpleasantly swatted away the ones blocking the path, they were flung away without much resistance and rolled on the ground. Fast and sturdy but somehow uncoordinated. Feels like a chimera that failed in a magic experiment. Aaliyah, who had roughly recovered her mana, muttered. One thing was certain, they were getting closer to the demon realm. Whether they were creatures from the demon realm or existing demonic beasts altered by the demon realm's influence was unknown. They might be ones that came from the entrance to the demon realm. Perhaps they changed like that as the price for forcing their way into this world. Cyan hypothesized, then Aaliyah countered. If the demon realm had opened enough for matter to pass through, the sacred barrier would already be broken. Even 1,000 years ago, no creatures came from the demon realm. It means crossing the boundary between worlds is possible only as formless power and will, Hike said with serious eyes. As expected of mages, the moment a new research topic appeared, they immediately began discussing. Alaga tossed in a remark. More importantly, stay tense, it's not far now. At this speed, we'll arrive in 3 hours. Due to the party's fierce objections, Alaga wasn't leaping around like before but was running on all fours. Even so, it was quite fast. Similar to the speed Baherk had maintained while pulling the carriage earlier. Fortunately, we can recover our strength and face what's next. Asuka plopped down on the carriage floor with a thud. There wasn't a single part of his body that didn't ache. High Priest Levina extended her hand and cast a blessing on him. Sacred magic was more affinity to humans than any other magic. His body felt refreshed in no time. Levina spoke softly to Asuka. It couldn't have been easy for a royal to volunteer for such hardship. Impressive. Ah well, High Priest, you too. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so was the High Priest a friend now? It didn't quite feel that way, Asuka replied with an awkward expression. It's a bit easy here, seems they only stationed proper guards thickly on the outside. Swoosh. Luke Yeager muttered as he sliced a giant caterpillar that had wriggled up and poked its head over the passing carriage. Due to the decreased frequency of demonic beast appearances, they had decided to stand watch in pairs and take turns resting. This could be a boundary too, Helmut, who was on watch with him, answered. Even between the first and second barriers, they had experienced a brief lull. Then, near the destination, they would encounter another barrier. This barrier would not be easier than the previous ones. Of course, defeating the Demon King was inherently difficult. Riding a carriage in the Forest of Roots alone was already a luxury, and time flew by like an arrow. Chapter 476, Part 1. At some point, the demonic beasts had vanished without a trace. Even the wind had strangely fallen silent. They were reaching the eye of the typhoon. My mind feels oddly clear again, Alaga said. And it wasn't just him, everyone else felt the same in a different sense, because an unbelievable sight was unfolding before their eyes. Good heavens, by Lumen, Levina murmured in a sigh-like tone. At some point, everyone had stood up from the carriage and was staring at the spectacle. What lay before them was a black pillar soaring to the ends of the sky. It looked less like a structure and more like a natural phenomenon, like a waterspout. Yet its shape was strikingly straight. Standing upright, exuding an ominous aura, the narrow pillar resembled a spear of darkness. Composed of pure magi, it stretched from the depths of the earth to the heavens. It reached the very center of the blackened sacred barrier, likely transmitting the power of the demon realm to the demon king. An immense swirl of magi emanated from the pillar. Even from afar, it made their skin tingle. And beneath it there was a pitch-black hole. It was like the sight of an Antlian pit. The ground, crumbling like grains of sand, formed a gentle slope downward, creating a massive circular pit. At its center, the black hole, its depths invisible, looked like the entrance to hell or an abyssal cave. Everyone realized what that hole was. The entrance to the demon realm. Just looking at it made their hearts uneasy and restless. A chilling sensation crept over them as if their entire body would rot the moment they touched it. Helmut muttered, "It really looks like a gate. If it's a gate, is there a gatekeeper? There could easily be something living off the magi spewing from the pillar, lurking in that sand." It was strange that not a single guarding demonic beast had appeared despite them coming this far. No one knew what might be hiding inside that pit. But now, they had to become the ants and descend into it. To seal the entrance to the demon realm. Why did something like that appear in my territory? Alaga narrowed his eyes. He had only been away from his domain for a few months, and now this outrageous situation. It was as if a mansion had suddenly been built in the middle of an empty plain. Luke Yeager tossed out a joke. If you occupy empty land, build a house, and even decorate it, the original owner won't recognize it, will they? What a brazen fellow. Brazen, and even trying to brainwash the homeowner. Hostility welled up naturally. The demonic energy Alaga possessed was Alaga's own. It had been wholly his for 1,000 years. Now to be told that the owner of that power was someone else and that he should submit, how could he obey? In his anger, Alaga crunched on the roots of Rosetta. In truth, there was no need to chew, perhaps because they had reached his home base. His mind was clearer than before. The momentary domination that had violently seized his brain was completely gone. As if, with just that one time, a strong resistance had formed. Though he hadn't even realized it, Alaga's demonic nature was achieving this in the realm of the unconscious. The carriage stopped in front of the pit. The party had managed to recover their stamina by taking turns resting. It felt like they had been traveling for half a day. But more than fatigue, what gripped them strongly was tension. They had safely arrived at the destination their mission pointed to. They themselves were surprised that there had been no sacrifices up to this point. It seemed their thorough preparations had helped. Freed from the reins, Alaga stretched long. I'm really doing all sorts of things in my old age." Old age, Helmut pointed out, hadn't he far surpassed the lifespan of a leopard? He wasn't even at the end of his life. "You try pulling the carriage and you'll understand how I feel." It wasn't something he particularly wanted to understand. Still, the rulers of the domains didn't flaunt their pride like human nobles. Thanks to Bahirk and Alaga taking turns pulling the carriage and actively cooperating, they had been able to reach this place. It was an invaluable help. Ironically, from demonic beasts that were rulers of domains, no less. If one lumped demonic beasts together as a single species, this was assistance that transcended species. Because they too, as beings born in this world, harbored resistance. And because they possessed a strong free will, they could make this choice. Alaga urged them, "Let's quickly decide what to do. It'll be troublesome if Bahirk and Agrel join up." Their joining would by no means be in a good sense. It would be joining the enemy side. Even if they had left the central domain and distanced themselves, it was only a matter of time. Now there were two things Helmut's party had to do. The first was to seal the entrance to the demon realm. The second was to annihilate the demon king. Not just scatter his power, but completely erase him. Wasn't this situation resurfacing because it hadn't been properly finished 1,000 years ago? There was no guarantee they could now accomplish what even Lumen couldn't 1,000 years ago, but they had to pour everything into achieving it. Chapter 476. Part 2. The mages stepped forward and examined the state of the pit and the pillar. Alaga also closely inspected the pillar of Magi, which he was seeing for the very first time. "That thing isn't just unilaterally transmitting demonic energy," Aaliyah nodded. "It's interacting." That pillar wasn't simply transmitting Magi from the entrance to the demon realm. The tip of the pillar reached the very top of the blackened sacred barrier, where the demon king was located. There, the sacred barrier was repairing the corroded areas while fiercely clashing with the demon king. Helmut suddenly muttered, "I think I get it. There was only one reason for the Demon King's presence there, because Helmut's party had escaped through there, creating a crack. Lingering in that crack, he was gathering the Magi spread throughout the world and using the interaction between inside and outside to break the sacred barrier. The Demon King's goal was being faithfully realized. That pillar connected the inside and outside with Magi. Helmut said, "To annihilate the Demon King, we first have to block that pillar. Cut off the interaction and sever the flow of Magi. Then annihilate the Demon King in the sky above. If one had to choose which came first, sealing the pillar was priority. The Demon Kings will lead the Demon Realm. Therefore, as long as the Demon King existed, they couldn't completely seal the entrance to the Demon Realm. But temporarily cutting off his power was possible. That was why they had come here. We need to split the group," Helmut declared. His mind was clear. He was a human with the seed of darkness. Though the seed of darkness was suppressed, coming here sharpened his senses. Some nameless knowledge awakened him. "I, Elia Hike, and High Priest Levina will head up." After a brief calculation, Helmut said, "They would wait above and strike the Demon King the moment the pillar was sealed from below. Up there, they wouldn't need many swordsmen. Since they'd be near the sacred barrier, demonic beasts wouldn't appear. The only thing they had to face was the Demon King. And Helmut knew he had to go there. An inexplicable premonition told him so. On the other hand, below, unknown threats might be lurking. Asuka, Luke Yeager, Levant, and Sion would stay behind to seal the entrance to the Demon Realm. The entrance to the Demon Realm was in the ground. That meant it fell under the domain of the Earth Spirit. If the others assisted, Sion could block the pillar. Alaga's role here was ambiguous. Helmut was uneasy about leaving him behind. Alaga could turn to the Demon King's side at any moment just like the others. Only the familiar presence of Helmut kept his reason awake, but taking him along would bring him too close to the Demon King. If he went berserk in midair, it would be disastrous. Alaga decided his own place. "I have something to do here." His gaze was fixed on the entrance to the Demon Realm. Helmut asked, "Can you hold out?" "As I said, my mind is even clearer now, and I know what I have to do." Ironically, his demonic nature had given Alaga a knowledge no one else possessed. A way to seal the Demon Realm that no one here could be certain of. The Earth Spirit would know it too. Even if Sion didn't, the Earth Spirit would guide him. "You cannot let High Priest Levina go alone." Realizing late that his name had been omitted, Levant protested. But Levina looked at him and slowly shook her head. "Two people representing the temple are here. If there are two tasks, we must each be where our task is carried out." This was the moment their power infused with holy power was most needed. Levant's holy sword functioned similarly to powerful sacred magic. He was a high priest in his own right, so his power might be needed to seal the entrance to the Demon Realm. "I believe you will fulfill your duty admirably here." Levina smiled and lightly tapped Levant's shoulder. Levant reluctantly accepted. "Please return safely." Neither path was easy. It wouldn't be strange if someone died on either side. They exchanged brief farewells, hoping to meet again. The same went for the others. "You must succeed." Sion raised his fist toward those climbing onto the shape-shifting golem in bird form. It was a gesture of encouragement. Helmut replied indifferently, "If your side does well, then yes. The Earth Spirit is omnipotent, it'll take care of it," Sion said, hands on his hips. For a coward like him not to be trembling, the power of the spirits was truly remarkable. Following Helmut, Elia, Hike, and Levina climbed onto the golem's back and settled in. Hike smiled and said, "May everyone be safe. I hope we meet again under a clear sky." Levina also drew the sign of the cross and left words. "May Lumen's blessing be with you all." Elia simply glanced over the party. "Let's have a drink when we get out. I feel like drinking until the bottles pile up." Asuka and Luke Yeager each tossed out a remark. Even with the grave mission ahead, their expressions were bright. What they had thought would be daunting now had an end in sight, which was positive. After the greetings, the golem folded its wings. Crouching for a moment, the golem then kicked off the ground with force and soared into the air. Carrying the four, it shot toward the top of the sacred barrier at high speed. As the gusts subsided and their figures faded, Sion looked around at the party. "Well, shall we go too?" Down into the pit where who knew what might appear. Chapter 477, Part 1. Everyone climbed onto Alaga's back. Though he had escaped the role of pulling a carriage, he still hadn't shed the fate of being a horse. "Is this the end?" Alaga quietly gazed down at the entrance to the Demon Realm at the very center of the pit's bottom. Above it stretched an opaque black pillar, while the entrance itself was submerged in perfect darkness. It almost resembled the shell of a beetle. Even for someone as bold as him, throwing himself into this gigantic antlion pit that looked like a trap was something he deeply recoiled from. Especially that thing called the Demon Realm's Gate. It felt like tentacles would spring out from inside and wrap around his body. Nothing physical had ever emerged from the Demon Realm yet. Helmut should be arriving any moment now. He couldn't keep him waiting in the air for too long. "I'm going." With that resolve, Alaga leaped down. Quaduck, the moment he landed, the sound of grinding sand rang out loudly. He had jumped with all his strength to land as close to the entrance as possible. Fortunately, it wasn't a sand swamp. His feet didn't sink deeply. Without pause, Alaga immediately launched his body forward. After a few jumps, he rapidly approached the entrance to the demon realm. The black mist around the entrance enveloped him and obscured his vision, but Alaga did not lose his sense of direction. The gate to the demon realm was emitting powerful magi announcing its location. What? This is easy. The instant he nearly reached the entrance, a chilling sensation washed over him. Piak, something burst through the sand and lunged at his flank. Alaga snorted and raised his demonic energy. As if some little pest can break through the great Alaga's demonic energy, but an unexpected situation unfolded. That something slipped through his demonic energy without resistance and grazed Alaga's side. What is this thing? Alaga quickly twisted away and frowned. Pain flared from the grazed spot. Black smoke was rising from the wound. Alaga was utterly flustered. It pierced my demonic energy. No, that wasn't it. It had manipulated his demonic energy. The moment the thing dug in, Alaga's demonic energy had naturally parted to make way. It was a phenomenon even Alaga couldn't control. More importantly, what the hell attacked me? It's under the sand, someone shouted sharply. Pusashak, a violent noise erupted and vibrations rippled through the ground. The creature that burst up through the sand revealed itself clearly before their eyes. Cyan asked, "What kind of demonic beast is that?" Asuka answered. "Looks like a guardian," Pasasasasa. Emitting a bizarre sound, the centipede-like creature coiled over the sand, blocking the entrance to the demon realm. Its form was similar to what Alaga had imagined. Dozens of tentacles lazily whipped through the air. And the main body, you said there wasn't a single one, but they were all here. Alaga frowned. It was grotesquely ugly, even rarer to find in the forest of roots. Even Naho wasn't this hideous. The body resembled an overcooked, mushy octopus. Its color was a deep purple, and the melted and clumped corpses of demonic beasts were embedded in it with gruesome malice. Among them, some demonic beasts with rolling eyes still seemed alive. A horrific shape befitting the term demon realm, just touching it felt repulsive. Alaga glanced at his flank. Blood was seeping out and fur had been torn away. His teeth ground together. "What will you do, Alaga?" Luke Yeager drew his sword and asked. They had grown accustomed to Alaga's intense jumps and were clinging on perfectly. They had even regained their composure and assumed battle stances. "There's a wound on his flank. It looks like that thing can pierce demonic energy," Cyan quickly noticed and muttered. Alaga immediately denied it. "No, that thing can manipulate demonic energy. Otherwise, it made no sense." No matter how much power it drew from the demon realm, the demonic energy it emitted was less than Alaga's. It wouldn't have the demonic nature to control that much power. "I see, so it has the Demon King's ability." The master of demonic energy was said to be the Demon King. It was truly the case, his own demonic energy escaping his control. The sensation was so smooth it sent chills down his spine. Fortunately, it seemed to happen only upon contact. If that was the case, the problem was, does this mean I can't fight that thing? Alaga wasn't a human who fought with a sword. If demonic energy didn't work, only close-quarters combat remained. But even if Alaga couldn't use demonic energy, the opponent could, fighting bare-bodied against something that freely wielded demonic energy. It was like facing a natural predator. Even Alaga had no confidence in winning against such an opponent. The tentacled demonic beast stood motionless as if guarding the entrance. They had to get past it to reach the demon realm's gate. Chapter 477. Part 2, that means it's hard for Alaga to fight, Cyan spoke up. "For now I'll try luring it. Alaga, can you kill your demonic energy for a moment?" "Yeah." The instant Alaga suppressed his demonic energy, Cyan spread his hands. A veil of darkness descended around them, a darkness different from that created by Magi. The strengthened dark spirits enveloped them. Beyond the darkness that cloaked them, a bright figure of light flickered. The light moved toward the creature, then soared through the air as if leaping over it. The motion was strikingly similar to Alaga's jumps. The creature's tentacles shot out swiftly into the air. But the light nimbly evaded the attacks and drifted farther away. Belatedly, the creature began chasing the light. Pasasasasa. The sound of it skimming over the sand echoed loudly. Cyan let out a sigh of relief. "It's an illusion created by the light spirit. Pretty convincing, right? To that thing it should look like us." As a demonic beast, it had likely never encountered such an illusion before. Lacking developed demonic nature, it was easily fooled. The light spirit, with its knack for taunting humans, was quite skilled at luring, but it wouldn't last long. "It'll figure it out soon." "I can't lure it far from here." "Good, let's go quickly." Alaga immediately kicked off the ground and leaped. Running while cloaked in the curtain of darkness, Alaga soon neared the entrance to the demon realm. Fortunately, there were no other guardians. The abyss-like dense fog of Magi writhed on all sides, but as they drew closer to the entrance, the air cleared in an instant. Inside, it was pristine empty. Look over there. Everyone stared at the gate to the demon realm. The gate, like a cracked rock wall with fissures running through it. It was the entrance to a hidden world at the very bottom of Alaga's domain. From the gaps in the cracks, black rays like thin branches extended and coalesced into a circle in the air. That circle formed a pillar shooting up to the sky. Do we have to destroy that circle? Levant said with a serious face. Cyan, having leaped down from Alaga's back without hesitation, moved freely. I'll do it. Without waiting for a reply, Cyan lay prone right in front of the demon realm's entrance, his hands pointed toward the ground. Alaga stood guard over his back, watching the tentacled demonic beast. His role came next. He knew it instinctively. From Cyan's body, green and brown energies mixed and burst forth intensely. The earth spirit began its descent. Cyan's body trembled faintly. A power far too immense for him to digest was surging through. On the other side, the light spirit luring the tentacled demonic beast gradually faded. Only then did the tentacled demonic beast realize. The intruders approaching the demon realm's entrance. Demonic energy exploded from its body in a torrent. It whipped its tentacles and charged at the enemies like a tidal wave. Its sheer presence kicked up sand and created a gale. It was like a sandstorm. Grains of sand infused with demonic energy struck Alaga's group. They weren't sharp enough to pierce skin, but the force made it hard to keep eyes open. Can you handle this on your own? Alaga asked doubtfully. He couldn't fight that thing which manipulated demonic energy. Moreover, he had something else to do. The three swordsmen, Luke Yeager, Levant, and Asuka, dismounted from Alaga's back and faced the creature. Cyan was summoning the earth spirit and Alaga couldn't fight it. That left dealing with the creature to the remaining members. Asuka, Levant, and Luke Yeager drew their swords in unison as if synchronized. Luke Yeager grinned. Fighting on sand is my specialty. Demonic beasts are a holy knight's specialty, Levant said bluntly. Asuka raised his voice without losing ground. If the sandy ground is a problem, why not just freeze it? He had a cheat-like magic sword. Luke Yeager's expression suddenly turned serious. We can't let it get close. All right, let's go. With Asuka's shout, they charged forward. The creature rushing at them with tentacles extended was as massive as a small mansion. The thick demonic energy rolling in with it was utterly terrifying. Simply standing before it would make most people faint in shock, but these were unequivocally among the top-tier experts of humanity. Trembling was for the weak. A swordsman's role was not that. Luke Yeager, leaping first into the sandstorm, drove his sword into a tentacle. Quaiduk, the vis-infused blade, dug in but stopped. I thought it would be soft, but it's tougher than expected. Watch out. With a sharp cry, Levant sliced through a tentacle aiming for the halted Luke. Seojing, surprisingly, it cut cleanly. Ah, the holy sword. It really is cheat level. Asuka muttered and cleaved another tentacle. Quaiduk, the spot he cut, froze over. Demonic energy surged from the demonic beast. Guo. Roaring in rage, it extended tentacles toward the three swordsmen. From the thick tentacles sprouted numerous smaller ones. This is insane, disgusting. Asuka recoiled in horror and slashed through the tentacles. The same went for the other two. Using the creature's broad body as footing, they leaped and carved relentlessly with their swords. Quaiduk, Levant's performance was especially dazzling. Wounds cut by his holy sword did not regenerate. The opposite of Luke's cuts, which healed quickly, Asuka's were in between. This puts me at a huge disadvantage, Luke muttered, and Asuka shouted. Skill bought with money is still skill. No one here could deny that fact twice from now on. The three had astonishingly good synergy. Not coordinated attacks, but chaotic hit-and-run strikes from all directions that scattered the enemy's focus. Yet if one fell into danger, the others swiftly assisted. The creature couldn't concentrate to seize even one of them. Enduring the one-sided assault, it thrashed wildly. The sandstorm grew even fiercer. Chapter 478. Part 1. Damn, it's splashing sand everywhere, Asuka grumbled as he thrust his sword into the creature's body. When sand poured down like this, visibility was completely obscured. He protected his eyes with vis and evaded or blocked the rest with his senses. They had lost count of how many demonic beasts they had slain on the way here, but that had been atop the carriage. As he freely moved his legs and swung his sword, the sensation of battle sharpened vividly. It wasn't just him, everyone felt the same. They moved agilely, handling the creature effectively. It was a powerful demonic beast, but it had virtually no combat experience. Moreover, against swordsmen who wielded vis. Where the hell is this thing's core? Levant frowned. Black blood gushed out from every spot he slashed. But compared to the creature's body, his sword was like a toothpick. He'd have to dig deep for quite a while to kill it. It would be simpler to shatter the core and end its life. Luke Yeager responded. I don't know about that, but if we block the entrance to the demon realm, won't it weaken? You slowpoke, hurry up. Asuka glanced towards Cyan and shouted. Before they knew it, they had become comfortable speaking casually to each other. Bored, Alaga was sitting behind Cyan with his tail curled up. He was finally enjoying some leisure alone. He had done all sorts of things he'd never tried before, like pulling a carriage. He had the right to take a brief break after setting aside his heavy duty, even as he used his body to block the sandstorm heading for Sion. At some point, Sion spoke. It's almost done. A powerful energy was still surging from his body, where the earth spirit had descended. That energy flowed through his hands into the ground, pushing into the gate of the demon realm. Still with his hands pressed to the floor, he asked, Ilaga, you know what you have to do, right? Ilaga turned his body and met Sion's eyes. Sion's eyes held a subtle iridescent sheen. Wearing Sion's body, speaking with his mouth, but it was not him. Ilaga narrowed his eyes. So it's the earth spirit, you seem close with Lumen. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Sion's mouth. This is for the land where you were born and raised, please do your part. Making a demonic beast do all sorts of things, anyway, got it. Ilaga sauntered forward. From behind, a loud clamor echoed. The battle between the three and the tentacle demonic beast. Unconcerned with that, this place was peaceful. Ilaga climbed onto the gate without any interference. The gate was cracked in various places, and it seemed like it might shatter under his massive body, but it held up surprisingly well. The moment he plopped his rear down there, the black pillar faded. As if the flow had been blocked, that was it. Ilaga's presence was a suppressor. All the rulers of the domains were like that. They were massive clumps of demonic energy, and in themselves they were beings that pressed down on the entrances to the demon realm. When Ilaga and Agrel left the Forest of Roots, the suppressors vanished, cracks formed in the barrier, and the entrances to the demon realm opened. So if they returned, the opposite was possible. Ilaga sat atop the gate, absorbing the surrounding demonic energy. His demonic nature, grown over 1,000 years, was still strong enough to take in much more demonic energy. The moment Ilaga rapidly absorbed the demonic energy, creating a vacuum in the surrounding air, the powerful energy flowing from Sion's body surged in all at once, right beneath Ilaga's body into the gate of the demon realm. Peta. It was a blindingly bright light. The power of nature, the power of the earth. Beneath the demonic energy covering the Forest of Roots, the original land slumbered. That power gathered in one place, closing the opened entrance. Soon the flow of demonic energy was cut off. The black pillar disappeared. With this, the supply from the infinite source of demonic energy was severed. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr completely closed. As long as the Demon King existed up there, the entrance couldn't be closed anyway. They were merely forcing it shut and temporarily blocking it. Because of that, Cyan and Alaga were in a state of combat incapacity. The Guardian twisted its body. If it could just remove those two, it would be resolved. However, things didn't go as planned. The three human swordsmen fighting the creature blocked its path. Levant asked coldly, "Do you dare think you can pass me? Oh, that sounded pretty cool." Asuka admired, and Luke Yeager grinned as he asked, "With the Demon King's power cut off, your wounds won't heal anymore, right?" Now, whether it was Levant or Asuka, their conditions were similar to his own. If they slashed, cut, and tore its body with their swords, they'd find the core. Then this thing would be done for, Asuka said. "Let's finish this and rest." Without anyone taking the lead, the three raised their swords and charged at the creature. Leaving the noisy background behind, Alaga suddenly looked up at the sky. His task was done. "Now it's your turn, Helmut." He felt no anxiety. He hadn't raised Helmut to be that weak. For what was nearly the first time, Alaga acknowledged Helmut and waited. And around the same time, a fierce battle was unfolding up above as well. Chapter 478. Part 2, Kuo. With a sharp whooshing sound, the golem was soaring into the sky, spiraling upward with the black pillar beside it. Hike and Aaliyah poured magic into the golem while holding mana stones in their hands. Aaliyah furrowed her brows. "The air resistance is no joke. Well, two forces are clashing up there." Hike responded calmly as she gazed at the situation above. Levina clung to the golem's saddle, straining to see the situation above. It was hard to even keep her eyes open in the strong wind. In case of emergency, she hadn't tied her body to the golem, so at one point her body swayed. At that moment, a hand extended from behind to support her back. "Ah, thank you." Helmut didn't respond, nor did he glance at her. He only stared fixedly upward. The swirling clash of demonic energy and holy power felt vividly on his skin. The power of divine energy, the natural enemy, was stubborn and strong. But the Demon King, receiving endless power from the Black Pillar, was burning infinite demonic energy to challenge Lumen. It was a clash between the Demon King and Lumen. This situation is intriguing, the force driving the world to destruction and the force protecting the world. Ironically, the former had saved him, while the latter had tried to kill him. Multiple times, yet now he stood on Lumen's side. "No, not on Lumen's side, I'm fighting for myself," Helmut resolved. Before they knew it, they were racing toward the apex. The end of the Black Pillar came into view. Even the sight of the power flowing from that end infusing the Demon King was clear. Aaliyah and Hike, the two mages, poured out their magic, overcoming the resistance to approach the Demon King. The scene from inside looked quite different from outside. At the highest ceiling of the dome-shaped sacred barrier, the writhing abyss clashed swirlingly with the pure white sacred barrier, visible in sharp detail. It was alien and momentarily captivating in its majesty. It was like the embodiment of myth. The moment they ascended to the target point, Aaliyah exhaled. She and Hike were maintaining a barrier to protect from the surrounding pressure. Because of that, their mana was depleting rapidly. Even with Hike's help, it was this bad. If the barrier vanished, they would plummet straight down like broken branches. Casting magic with one hand and pulling out a mana stone with the other, Aaliyah frowned. Is the bottom still far, Lady Levina? You must prepare. Hike turned to Levina. The bird had now stopped ascending. Tilting slightly, it was flapping its wings horizontally. Levina slowly rose from her seat. The distant bottom below was filled with black fog, barely visible. Thanks to that, the sense of distance was lessened, allowing her to overcome the fear of standing alone in a high place, as well as the burden of facing a mighty enemy with the fate of the world at stake. Just as Cyan and Alaga knew what they had to do, she too knew what she had to do. Determination settled in her eyes. Her gaze was clear, her mind sharp. She would fulfill her duty as a high priest, without hesitation, even if it meant burning her life away. Helmut also drew his sword and stood up. The mages had no strength left. He and the high priest had to handle it. If the entrance to the demon realm was closed from below, the demon king would be isolated up there. Though receiving power from the demonic energy gathered from outside, for a brief moment, it would be overwhelmed by the sacred barrier. For the sacred magic to fully burn the demon king, he had to clear a path to reach him. With his sword, that was his role. The party naturally, as if guided by foresight, was taking their positions. Helmut was simply doing the same. Levina, standing side by side on the bird's back, turned toward Helmut. I can do this alone. I think I mind. It wasn't to help her, it was to increase the chances. Helmut conveyed that point clearly in a cold tone. Levina shook her head. I'm concerned that you might be dominated by the Demon King. He was one with the seed of darkness. Though sealed, the Demon King was far too close. If Helmut swung his sword at Levina, she wouldn't be able to block it. Close combat was the domain of holy knights, not high priests. I won't allow that to happen. The Demon King could not dominate him. Helmut was a sword saint, the strongest swordsman among humans. His vis was a power that would not be dominated. Thus, he would confirm to the end that their worries were just that, worries. Helmut was resolute. As if declaring to the temple that had antagonized him solely based on his ominous potential. Levina's eyes trembled slightly. After biting her lip once, she spoke. Helmut, you may not want this, but I want to say this at least. Helmut met her gaze. Levina's eyes were gentle and strangely warm. It was a look she had never shown him before. I'm sorry, not as a high priest, but as the human Levina. To the baby you were, and to you 4 years ago. She had done what was right as a high priest, but now she could no longer tell if it was right. Hadn't Helmut proven it himself? He had survived, and he was in control of himself with a sound mind. Lumen had not rejected him. It was the temple that had rejected him. However, acknowledging that fact was something the human Levina could do, not the high priest. Chapter 479. Part 1. Helmut slowly closed and opened his eyes, then nodded. As if to say he understood, it wasn't about forgiveness. He did not forgive, but separately from that, he accepted her apology. Because he seemed to understand why she was saying such things only now. You are still better than my mother. She devoted herself as a high priest, not sparing her life, and plunged into this forest of roots. His mother merely lost the future where she would enjoy power as the Grand Duchess. Levina calmly opened her mouth. Helmut slowly closed and opened his eyes, then nodded, as if to say he understood. It wasn't about forgiveness. He did not forgive, but separately from that, he accepted her apology, because he seemed to understand why she was saying such things only now. You are still better than my mother. She devoted herself as a high priest, not sparing her life, and plunged into this forest of roots. His mother merely lost the future where she would enjoy power as the Grand Duchess. Levina calmly opened her mouth. If it becomes known that the Temple of Lumen can be wrong, in numerous urgent and critical moments, many people will hesitate. Under various pretexts, the Temple of Lumen stood tall above humans' heads, leading them with powerful justifications and the merit of protecting the world. The Temple of Lumen was an absolute that could not be defied, but since they were human, they became corrupt and decadent. Thus, they faced difficulties, but if they return with the merit of defeating the Demon King, their wrongs will be buried. Ironically, this incident was beneficial to them, as long as it is resolved well. Therefore, Levina had no reason to apologize, but she was apologizing. It was the only opportunity to shake off anything that remained, even the slightest bit in her heart. If you listen to many reasons, bet on hopeful possibilities, and compromise, in the end you can't do anything. Protecting the world will become even harder. Therefore, the Temple of Lumen must always be right. A subtle tremor appeared on Levena's face as she spoke indifferently. Helmut replied with a still expressionless face. If the Demon King disappears, the temple's great justification will disappear. How to walk the path ahead will be the responsibility of the new generation. In a world where the visible miracle called the Sacred Barrier disappears, the Temple of Lumen will face numerous challenges. But Levena's role ends here. Finally, the preparation was complete. The black pillar blurred and then flickered out. The supply of magi was cut off. The Demon King's gaze moved downward. Red eyes were looking at them from the sky. The humans who had come right up to his nose. Yes, they were humans, however, one among them. Was he truly human? The one carrying the Demon King's power moved. I'll go first. Helmut stood at the tip of the golem's head, Yang. Tremendous pressure crushed them. Hike and Aaliyah poured all their magic to sustain the protective barrier. If they let their guard down even a little, the bird would fall straight down to the ground. Helmut was standing right in front of that barrier. The Demon King was sticking his head out from the sacred barrier toward this side. With the sacred barrier at his back, he was lowering his entire massive cloud-like body to attack the enemies, the will of darkness descending from that high sky. The abyss containing all shapes of evil, ferocity, and destruction shone red eyes from the void, truly a form worthy of being called the Demon King. No one told him what to do. Helmut simply drew his sword, cut that thing. With all his might, the vis from his entire body condensed into one place. Vis rose from Helmut's sword. The vis, resembling the flame of the soul, was ash-gray. Under the Demon King's gaze, the seal shattered. Faint demonic energy flickered in his sword as if resonating with the Demon King. Also, the seed of darkness. The seed of darkness wriggled as if controlled by the Demon King. However, that weak resistance was soon overwhelmed by the vis. Vis is the swordsman's spirit. The vis that fully contained Helmut's realm was solely his. It was powerful enough to control his entirety. One clean cut, he would open the path and Levena would deliver the final blow. Helmut drew back his sword. The Demon King bared beast-like teeth. The red eyes flashed like an instant. Helmut. Helmut flinched, that voice. It was somehow familiar. At that moment, darkness filled Helmut's vision. In the distorting vision, soon an image was captured. In front of Helmut stood a man who once felt as heavy as Mount Tai. "Are you pointing your sword at me now?" The low voice sternly rebuked him. Darien's face, which wasn't even left in a portrait, that voice, the exact appearance, as if carved directly from Helmut's memory. "The souls of those who died in the Forest of Roots cannot leave this place. I am your master." Darien looked at Helmut with eyes that seemed to appeal. "Are you going to cut me?" Eyes asking that. However, far from being shaken, chills rose and his mind awakened. Chapter 479. Part 2. The Demon King was mistaken. Darien was not one to appeal to sympathy and bend himself at any moment. If tempted by that, it would disgrace the Sword Saint Darien. "Thank you for letting me see him again." Helmut swung his sword down as is, containing all his realms. One time was enough. His vis cleaved the air and soon cut down the space ahead itself. Quajijijic, as the illusion collapsed, the Demon King who had reached close was seen. The Demon King's form pushing in with full power, breaking the protective barrier. And in the middle, a long straight line appeared. A huge scar like a cliff split in two divided the Demon King into two. Ki. With a bizarre sound, the halved Demon King twisted while spewing black smoke. Only then did the pressure disappear, and Aaliyah and Hike, who had barely been supporting the golem, breathed a sigh of relief. Helmut lightly stepped back. Next was her turn. Levena's steps moved, who had been watching with a firm expression. Already bright light was rising from her body. What was in her both hands was Lumen's sacred artifact. Using the sacred artifact as a medium, pour all power to burn the Demon King. The halved Demon King emitted angry magi. He was neutralized, but not dead. If the demon world opens, he will recover quickly as if nothing happened. Now was the chance that each one of them created to reach here, and now it was Levena's turn. Levena looked up and murmured, "Oh, Lumen." What she was looking at was not the Demon King. Beyond that, in the sky that the Demon King had his back to, the sacred barrier, which is Lumen's true form, was shining. Lumen was looking down, the god she had served her whole life. Walking into his embrace would be the greatest honor for a high priest. Levena's body floated up gently, a faint smile passed her lips. The light pouring from her body was becoming brighter and brighter, as if another sun had risen. So bright that it was dazzling, she was becoming the sun herself, heading toward the source of light. It was an ignition that burned even the body, truly pouring all holy power. Gwaha. The Demon King made a bizarre sound like a seizure, trying to push her away. But holy power is the natural enemy of demonic energy. The Demon King's power dissipated as it reached her, and soon collision. It was the majesty of light burning darkness. Overwhelming light, as if seeing the birth of the world, dominated the vision. It was brilliance that could blind the eyes. No one could look properly. Gyuu. Letting out a death cry, the Demon King's body scattered with black smoke. Even the fringes of magi-like smoke were crushed and extinguished by the sacred barrier that began functioning again. And finally, Levena's body, having fulfilled all duties, melted and disappeared in the light. What remained was only dust of light floating in the air. She lived as a high priest, was human for a moment, and met her end as a high priest. Yes, she probably wanted to be human, even for a moment. At the end of her life, the light swirling in the air soon flickered and condensed into one, and after the instant of burning the last darkness, it exploded. Goong. The sound wasn't great, but a tremendous gust arose. Kugung. At that wave, the bird's body lost power and bent downward. Everyone was hit the same. For a moment, everyone held their breath. Along with that, the upper sky reached a complete vacuum of power. That meant the loss of magic effects. The problem was that they were floating in the high sky. Ki-i. With a whooshing sound, the bird that stopped functioning began to fall. They all fell toward the far below like small meteors. Helmut narrowed his eyes against the wind resistance. Already separated from the golem, he was thrown into the air. They had just defeated the Demon King, yet they were in danger of dying from falling. However, Helmut was not worried. Although his power was exhausted, there was remaining power. Helmut, with a short cry, Aaliyah grabbed his hand. While falling downward, escaping the power vacuum, she could use magic. Their hands strongly overlapped in the sky. Helmut reached out and grabbed her shoulder. However, Aaliyah exclaimed with a bewildered look. The magic isn't working well. It was the first time seeing such an anxious expression from her. She had exhausted her magic above. In the Forest of Roots, it's originally difficult to use magic and the atmosphere was chaotic. How much harder to use magic while falling? The ground was approaching rapidly. Eardrums tingled and blade-like wind pierced all soft parts of the skin, speed where it's hard even to open eyes. Ku-gu-gu-gu-gung. The golem that fell first raised dust on the ground with a tremendous sound. A sandstorm rushed up from that wave. Fortunately, Aaliyah succeeded in casting the magic. Helmut and Aaliyah's speed was decreasing. But as if affected by the impact from above, the magic's effect was weak. At this rate, they would collide. They couldn't avoid serious injury. "Be careful," Helmut exclaimed while embracing Aaliyah. A movement that was both instinctive and calculated. His body is sturdy, and if Aaliyah is fine, she can heal with magic. However, that thought came later and his body moved first. But in the end, the collision did not occur. Their bodies floated gently just before impact and then landed. "I am an archmage after all." Hike smiled as she slowly descended from the air. They all landed lightly together. Aaliyah opened her mouth, uncharacteristically embarrassed. "Hike, you two are sticking together well without paying attention to surroundings. No need to worry." At those words, both had nothing to say, because both had forgotten Hike's existence for a moment. In any case, they succeeded. Although they were four, now three, finally one gate remained. Their gazes moved to one place. It was the direction where the entrance to the demon world was. Chapter 480, Part 1. Around the time they were falling, there was a commotion below. Guwang, the three people who were struggling with the tentacle monster, looked up at the loud noise, and they saw it clearly. A bird falling from the sky casting a shadow. The golem made of metal was descending like a meteor. Unfortunately, towards the place where they were fighting, if crushed, not even bones would be left. Asuka screamed and shouted, "Yue!" Dodge, why it was falling wasn't important right now. If crushed, they'd die. They hurriedly kicked off the ground and ran at full speed to escape the spot. But the monster couldn't. The humans had been poking its body with iron skewers, so it was fully enraged. It was captured by rage, hesitating which of the scattering humans to chase, distracted. When it realized the falling something, it was already too late. It extended its tentacles to bat it away. But it was a stupid attempt. Hit directly by this unexpected meteor, it was miserably crushed along with its broken tentacles. The thing that fell from such a high place contained too much heavy force. Kuagagagang, a circular pit formed in the ground. Fragments flew, but the monster fortunately acted as a cushion. Because of that, the aftermath to the surroundings wasn't great. Asuka, Luke Yeager, and Levant, who avoided the collision, approached it again, but no movement was felt from the thing whose core was completely ground away. It was truly a gruesome sight, hard to look at. Asuka clicked his tongue and muttered, "Stupid thing." Thanks to that, it ended easily. Luke Yeager nodded, then Asuka pointed. "Look over there." On the other side, Helmut, Aaliyah, and Hike were seen descending from the air. They were heading straight to the center. Fortunately, they were safe. That means, it seems they succeeded. It's good they're unharmed. Asuka and Luke Yeager immediately moved to the center. Now no one interfering, no guards existed. Only one procedure remained. However, one person, Levant, didn't miss the existence of someone who disappeared. "Where is Lady Levena?" A tingling foreboding assaulted him. Soon, discovering something from Helmut's side, he hurriedly moved his steps. Luke Yeager, who approached, asked Hike, "How did it go? Did it go well?" "Your golem fell towards us, we almost died," Asuka vented at Aaliyah. Aaliyah glanced at him with cold eyes. If you couldn't even dodge that, you wouldn't have the qualification to come here. The Demon King is gone, now we just need to block the entrance to the demon world. Helmut interjected to prevent dispute. Hike also slowly nodded. Then Levant, who appeared late, stood in front of them. His face was pale white. Where his gaze was directed, there it was. An object from the temple, half broken and buried in the ground. Yes, it was the head of the staff that Levina was holding. Now become a memento, Levant stared at it blankly. High Priest Levina, perhaps he had intuited it, but he wanted to pretend not to know that intuition. Levant gritted his teeth. He should have at least given a proper farewell. She immolated herself to incinerate the Demon King. Hike calmly answered. Though she had no good feelings left for the temple, she couldn't take Levina's sacrifice lightly. Who would find it easy to sacrifice their life? It's fortunate we can at least recover the memento. Levant picked up the staff and carefully put it in his bosom. Silence flowed for a moment. Soon Luke Yeager opened his mouth. What do we do now? He was only good at fighting. They need to close the entrance to the demon world. But how? Then a voice came from the other side. I know. Alaga slowly raised his body. Since the Demon King, who drew demonic energy from the entrance to the demon realm, disappeared, there was a bit of leeway to move. But as long as demonic energy exists, the Demon King will revive again. What they annihilated was only a complete entity with will. They had to completely close the entrance to the demon realm to erase the point of contact between the worlds, so that something like this would never happen again. Alaga, Helmut looked at him amid an ominous sensation. Alaga smiled faintly. This is what I was destined to do. Who decided such a thing? Lumen told me long ago, chapter 480, part 2. For a moment silence flowed. Everyone closed their mouths and looked at him with suspicious eyes. Alaga's memory instantly reached the past 1,000 years ago. It was a memory from when Alaga was very young. When he was a cub not even 5 months old. At the moment he lost his parents to beasts ferocious due to the Demon King's influence and was about to lose his life. Some hand saved him. Light shone, and the moment that human appeared with halo all over the body, the beasts fled in the blink of an eye. And there was a hand that picked up the whining Alaga. The dazzlingly shining human wasn't threatening, but somehow felt oppressive. As that one's touch reached, Alaga's wounded body was healed instantly. Golden eyes. That one whispered to Alaga with eyes tinged with light. The voice, different from beasts, was gentle and also held a resonance that penetrated deep into the body. Surprisingly, while listening to his words, intellect was born in Alaga. Alaga could understand what that one said from that moment. After stroking Alaga's head once, he said in a soft tone, and leaving Alaga behind, he left. Lumen's face wasn't remembered, whether female or male. Lumen just engraved himself clearly in the young leopard's memory as a bright and intense existence like the sun, and Alaga became a slightly special leopard. A leopard that could think differently from other animals with a bit stronger power. The power Lumen gave wasn't divine power. It just developed the body so Alaga could survive, become strong, and reach the top of the forest of roots. Because of that, Alaga could smoothly accept Magi and become a demonic beast even after the forest of roots was closed by the sacred barrier. The memory only recently came to mind. Alaga said calmly. Everyone was speechless at the unbelievable story. Lumen knew such a situation would come and made arrangements. Hike shook her head. So what does Alaga have to do? Helmut asked. To him, that was more important. I have to close the entrance to the demon world. I will absorb the demonic energy here and walk inside there. And then, entering the entrance to the demon world means going to the demon world. After that, I don't know what will happen to me either. Even saying he doesn't know his fate, Alaga was calm, as if already prepared. There's no need for Alaga to do that. There must be another way, Helmut said firmly. High Priest Levina was worth the sacrifice. Because the temple exists to stop the Demon King, the demonic beast Alaga wasn't. What does a promise from 1,000 years ago matter now? If there was no Lumen, the current me wouldn't be here. I have to repay the debt. Since remembered can't pretend not to know, the sacred barrier still remains and Lumen is watching with eyes wide open. Alaga meekly accepted his fate. However, Helmut couldn't. No, you can't. It was a childlike denial. Can't lose Alaga. Leaving him behind was one thing, but for them to be unable to see each other ever again was different. Helmut, you chose your life. So this is also my choice. Alaga's eyes became intense. If not now, can't, because as long as the entrance to the demon realm remains, the Demon King will appear again. He raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. Curious if there's a guy stronger than me in the demon world. I think I'll have to go and find out. Whether he can smoothly reach the demon realm or disappear swept in massive Magi, unknown, but he is a demonic beast. That place won't be bad for him, Alaga decided leisurely. It was predetermined, let him go, we have to conclude this matter. A voice came from the other side. It was Cyan's voice, but mixed with multiple resonances like someone else's. Helmut looked that way. Cyan, standing on the ground, was looking at him. The powerful force extending from his feet still flows into the entrance to the demon realm, wrapping the ground there. It was Cyan, but not Cyan. The Earth Spirit, Helmut murmured. A wave of incomprehension washed over him. Why must he suffer loss even after saving the world? He wasn't part of the temple, he was just an ordinary human who had to lose even what little he had. Why only him? Why Alaga too? If this is predetermined, why are such moments predetermined for him? Once, twice, three times. Yes, this was the third time. Why is he given such harsh fate? Countless humans, even at this moment, enjoy only peace in warm and cozy beds. Though obligation follows those with power, was the price of that power this great? He knew that after something is taken away, something new comes to fill the empty spot again. But even such exchange can't help but be harsh. Helmut never wished for it once, never wanted to lose and endure anything. Alaga, who had raised him, was an irreplaceable being. Yes, not even for this world. Aaliyah reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Helmut. It was the first time that touch wasn't a comfort. Helmut felt a terrible helplessness. He became strong enough to cut even the Demon King, but still had to lose. Alaga, still smiling, said to him, "We can meet again. You achieved a miracle, now it's my turn to achieve. At the end of that miracle, someday we can meet again." Alaga's will was firm. Helmut realized he couldn't stop him. Besides, he had exhausted nearly all his vis against the Demon King. It was no longer his turn. Chapter 481, Part 1. Alaga looked down at the humans standing before him. They were Helmut's companions who had walked a long way to get here. Helmut's home was already outside the forest of roots. It seemed he was no longer needed. After more than 20 years of care, a sense of relief took precedence. "I will begin." As Alaga closed and opened his eyes, darkness swirled in his pupils. Whoosh! A gale rose and demonic energy surged from his entire body. His demonic energy, swirling like a tornado, began to suck in all the surrounding demonic energy. The light emanating from Cyan's body grew stronger. "I can give you one gift before I go." Alaga gestured with his chin toward Helmut. Helmut approached him. Strangely, Helmut was not swept up in Alaga's demonic energy. Alaga silently bowed his head to Helmut. Alaga's head came close, about 2 steps away in the air. At that moment, Helmut felt something wriggling in his chest, the seed of darkness. Even in the battle against the Demon King, it had obediently followed his control, but now it thrashed like a fish. Its movements were fierce, beyond control, as if trying to escape. "Let it go." At Alaga's voice, Helmut relaxed his strength. He felt something cold escaping from his chest like smoke, that small, black, flickering mass. The thing that had been embedded in Helmut's heart since birth floated between Alaga and Helmut like a tiny soul fragment. How it came out on its own, drawn by the pull toward its origin. As soon as Alaga finished speaking, it was drawn straight into Alaga's demonic energy, swept away like in a storm. "I am this guy's new home. And you are free, free." It was sudden and out of nowhere. Helmut placed his hand on his chest. He had despaired over its existence at times, but now that it was gone, he felt an emptiness. He could feel this filling the space where the seed of darkness had vanished. Now he was no longer the bearer of accursed power, just a human, a swordsman. Helmut clenched and unclenched his fist. What remained in his body now was faint demonic energy and vis slowly recovering. "Alaga." Helmut looked up at him with furrowed brows. A fierce surge of emotions welled up, overwhelming him with heat. Alaga blinked quietly. "Like how felines greet each other. Don't look at me like I'm going to die, and just live well. Don't die. If luck is on our side, we might meet again." Muttering that, Alaga flicked a burst of demonic energy toward Helmut. Helmut was flung backward and landed on the spot. "Our farewell was already when you left the forest of roots. Don't get all weepy." It was beside Aaliyah. Helmut gritted his teeth and grasped her outstretched hand. "I'm going," Alaga's voice echoed. Cyan nodded. Rumble. The entrance to the demon realm that Cyan had forcibly closed was opening. Deeper than before, allowing a temporary connection between the demon realm and the forest of roots here. It was an abyssal void that seemed to swallow everything. Beneath Alaga's feet, the entrance to the demon realm gaped wide, whipping up a fierce wind that made it hard to keep eyes open. The mages cast barriers to protect the group gathered in one place. As everyone watched, Alaga looked down into the deep cavern below him. Even for a demonic beast, it was a darkness so reluctant to enter, nothing visible, nothing felt within. Alaga stood with his foot on the slanting edge of the deepening cavern entrance. All the demonic energy extending from the demon realm's entrance flowed into Alaga's body. No, all the surrounding demonic energy did. Alaga was like a massive lake parched by drought. Even as immense demonic energy poured into him, he ceaselessly absorbed and contained it. "Take care, all of you." Alaga lifted his head, leaving only a final farewell, and his eyes caught Helmut. After gazing a little longer at the human he had raised, Alaga stepped forward. Thud, thud. With heavy tremors shaking the ground, the massive white leopard vanished into the cavern, like the moon disappearing into the night. Following him, the demonic energy of the Forest of Roots was rapidly sucked inward, returning to the place of its origin along with Alaga. As the flow ceased, the earth moved, groaned, black sediment gathered, closing the entrance. The entrance to the demon realm that had swallowed Alaga was still, with only black rock adorning the ground above. The atmosphere, devoid of demonic energy, was so clear it was hard to believe this was the Forest of Roots. Levant, it's your turn, hurry. A gleam flashed in Cyan's eyes. The power of the Earth Spirit was pressing down on the demon realm's entrance. Now it was time to drive in the wedge. To sever the connection between the demon realm and this world, holy power was needed. Levant moved as if drawn. The holy sword which had returned to his waist shone once more in his grasp. Dash, he ran straight toward the black rock. By the time he reached it, the light from the holy sword was blindingly intense. In Lumen's name, with a single cry, Levant thrust the holy sword into the center with all his might, pouring out every bit of his holy power at once. Crunch, with a sound like stone grinding, the entire blade sank vertically deep. Soon, a fierce wind struck Levant. He was flung like a leaf and crashed into the ground. As he got up, the holy sword revealed its full power. Chapter 481, Part 2. A pillar of light fell from the sky, striking down toward the holy sword. Immense holy power descended in a single line onto the holy sword. The holy sword summoned Lumen's power through the sacred barrier, manifesting it there. It was majestic and holy, like a scene from myth where the sun descends its essence to the earth. The holy power gathered in the holy sword turned to light, spreading like veins through the rock. Cracks appeared in the rock, splitting wider. The annihilation of holy power and magi was occurring there. Fiercely, for the last time, the victor was clear. Crash, rumble, moments later, with a deafening noise, the rock shattered and collapsed. The rock fragments melted away in the remnants of white light. And when the fading light completely vanished, the holy sword, having expended all its power and turned to scrap metal, fell to the ground. It crumbled to dust right where it landed, scattering away. Thus, the entrance to the demon realm was completely shattered and closed. Unless someone artificially created a connection between the worlds, the demon realm would not open again. The strange light swirling in Cyan's eyes slowly faded. His mouth moved. It's all over, now. The power flowing from his body cut off abruptly. Cyan collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Asuka rushed over and checked on him. He's lost consciousness. Is it just a matter of returning now? Luke Yeager asked with a cautious expression. At that moment, a distorting noise tore through their eardrums. Whine boom. The air shook entirely. No, the entire space they stood in, the earth, the sky, everything was trembling. The space is collapsing, everyone over here. Aaliyah shouted loudly. Asuka, carrying Cyan on his back, quickly gathered. We can't escape with teleportation magic. Hike spoke calmly. As the exhausted sacred barrier collapsed, the seal on the Forest of Roots was lifting, and in its aftermath, the entire central space was twisting. With nowhere to flee, massive waves closed in from all sides. Aaliyah urgently opened the dungeon. The final method she had prepared to hide in with Helmut if they failed to defeat the Demon King, she had to use it now. Thanks to the mana stones she brought, she had the capacity to cast the spell, but the chaotic atmosphere made it difficult. Hike grabbed her anxious shoulder. Take it slow, I'll support with a protective barrier. Yes, her mind calmed quickly. Aaliyah tried again. After much effort, she managed to open the dungeon entrance. It trembled at the edges but was wide enough for people to pass through. Hurry in. Asuka with Cyan on his back, Luke Yeager, then Levant, they quickly stepped inside. Helmut glanced back briefly but had to turn into the dungeon at Aaliyah's firm head shake. Now only Aaliyah and Hike remained. Hike, you go in too. Hike shook her head with difficulty. I'm maintaining the protective barrier. You go first. Aaliyah's eyes wavered. Hike was right. It was proper for her to enter first, then Hike to withdraw the protective barrier and follow. The moment the protective barrier vanished, this space would be crushed. The problem was whether the dungeon entrance would hold after she entered. It had barely opened from outside. If she, the mediator, disappeared, the dungeon... Hike, hurry. There was no other way. If Hike went first and Aaliyah stayed behind to die, the dungeon would lose its master. If the dungeon collapsed while the outer space was unstable, the safety of those inside couldn't be guaranteed. I'm an archmage. I'll find a way somehow. Hike smiled, her characteristic confident smile. It moved Aaliyah. Yes, because it's Hike. As an archmage, she could achieve things beyond what Aaliyah knew. It must be needless worry. Aaliyah shed her hesitation and stepped into the dungeon entrance. Come right after, leaving only those words. Hike stared at the dungeon entrance where everyone had vanished. She couldn't enter there. The dungeon entrance was connected to this place. The waves from the sacred barrier's collapse were enough to crush even that. Her role was to completely close and detach the dungeon entrance to prevent any influence. Hike crushed all her remaining mana stones, drawing up mana. The protective barrier was shrinking, her mana was depleting rapidly. It was accelerating, probably soon, but a faint smile lingered on Hike's lips. I've lived long enough. It was fortunate she could be remembered as an archmage who cleared her name and died achieving something great. For the first time in a while, she thought of her son. He was such a handsome fellow. A talented mage too, but unfortunately died young. Still, she had raised Aaliyah responsibly, so let's call that debt paid. Hike raised her hand and closed the dungeon entrance, like how Cyan had closed the Demon Realm's entrance. She sealed the space, completely blocking the entrance, then withdrew her mana. The protective barrier shrank past where the dungeon had been, down to just in front of her. Now there was nowhere to escape. May you all be happy. Hike closed her eyes. Soon the protective barrier shattered. Chapter 482. Part 1. Hike. Aaliyah urgently cried out toward the dungeon entrance that had suddenly closed. It was Hike who had shut the door. She couldn't believe it. When had she ever been so self-sacrificing? But in the next moment, the entire dungeon shook violently. Rumble. Even though Hike had blocked it once, the aftermath of the collapse outside was reaching in. As the dungeon's master, Aaliyah had to pour all her strength into sustaining it. Fortunately, she didn't have to hold out alone for long, because Cyan had woken up. What happened? As he opened his eyes and exerted his power, the dungeon quickly stabilized. Only then could everyone finally breathe a sigh of relief. Aaliyah slumped down, staring at the floor. She had a premonition of Hike's fate. This time it was Helmut who comforted her. His hand rested on Aaliyah's shoulder. Their eyes met. The two shared an unspoken empathy. Helmut had lost Alaga and Aaliyah had lost Hike. Even though they had achieved the most difficult goal, the sacrifices they had to make weighed heavily on their hearts. The others, sensing the situation, had fallen silent, but soon recovered the mood. The straightforward and optimistic Asuka and Luke Yeager were the ones to do so. After all, they had accomplished their objective. They had defeated the Demon King and saved the world. We're heroes now, huh? Cyan muttered. Hero Cyan, such an unfamiliar title. It was the first time he'd ever worn it. Is it really over? Please let it be over. Asuka revealed his inner thoughts. Luke Yeager laughed heartily. What if it's all been a trick up until now, and when we go out, the Demon King pops up like ta-da waiting for us? It's a good thing you're the Knight Commander. To make such a lame and unfunny joke. If he were a low-ranking knight, he'd be living off scraps from glares. As Asuka shot him a glare, Luke Yeager scratched his head awkwardly. It could happen, you know. As they started chattering noisily, the dungeon soon became lively. Having composed herself, Aaliyah spoke coolly. The link to the outside world is broken. I need to repair it and lock on 2 coordinates to open the entrance. They would have to open an entrance leading to the human world. How long will it take? Asuka asked. Who knows, I need to recover my mana too. It'll take a few days, so rest up and stay in the dungeon for the time being. There's plenty of food. Oh, I can summon spirits here. The spirit of light that Cyan summoned twirled and danced, circling in the air. And so the party's dungeon exploration began. Don't break anything. The dungeon master, who had no intention of inviting them, felt displeased but soon entered mana recovery. Why is this place so nice? Oh, look at this fancy sofa, as expected of Lady Aaliyah. Rich, she's rich. Magic sure is amazing. Amid the commotion, Helmut was able to step into the private training room prepared for him. He too needed to recover his vis there. The fight wasn't over yet. The collapse of the sacred barrier meant that the countless demonic beasts from the Forest of Roots would pour out toward the human world. He had to recover quickly and go out to face them. The barrier should hold up fine. It would hold for a little while. That uncertainty made the situation feel urgent. Helmut silently entered his vis training method. At the barrier, a grueling battle was unfolding. A battlefield where life and death hung in the balance. Everyone there was experiencing war against demonic beasts for the first time in their lives. This wasn't mere subjugation or hunting. It was war, plain and simple. Kayak, Kiwu, the howls of the demonic beasts charging toward the barrier tore at eardrums. The demonic beasts of the Forest of Roots, with forms and sizes so ferocious they made one's blood run cold. Their power was immense. Even a graze from their claws could leave one on the brink of death. Oh my God, look at that size. Over there, it jumped onto the barrier. Stop it. We can't let it breach. A week after the sacred barrier collapsed, the attacks began. At first, they appeared one by one, wandering around before charging at the barrier and falling. But soon, their numbers exploded. They didn't coordinate attacks, but just their individual charges were threatening enough. Each one was a demonic beast unlike any seen before. If such a beast appeared in the human world, the entire area would be declared a danger zone. The demonic energy they emitted was corroding the barrier. Mages and priests were constantly repairing it, but there were too many. The ones Helmut's party had slain were just the tip of the iceberg. The barrier was sturdy, but the onslaught of demonic beasts was beyond imagination. Eventually, they found weaknesses in the solid barrier. They drove in their claws and climbed up, letting out long roars. Quahing. The scent of delectable human flesh wafted from beyond. They could just ignore the pesky humans up here. It's climbing up again, block its entry first. No, take that one down first. Knock it off the barrier. A demonic beast that had climbed onto the barrier bit into a knight's head and crunched it messily. Brains and blood splattered gruesomely across the barrier, but sacred magic fell upon the beast engrossed in human flesh. Kayawo, it spewed black smoke and tumbled down the barrier, someone said in disgust. Now that it's tasted human flesh, it'll come at us even more aggressively. They recovered the body during a brief lull in the assault. The stench of blood would only provoke the demonic beasts more. Even the closest comrades couldn't afford to grieve. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Chapter 482, Part 2. If the humans gathered here weren't elites, they wouldn't have been able to fight properly at all. The demonic beasts attacked relentlessly day and night, while human numbers were limited. Rotating shifts wasn't even feasible. They destroyed the barrier as they climbed, and mages repaired it while casting barriers. But the defense line was wavering. One clever beast took advantage of the concentrated assault, leaping over the barrier and infiltrating inside. A few who were resting hurriedly gave chase. We can't let it get away. Village soldiers can't stop it, not even one. Nearly all capable forces were concentrated at the barrier. The rest were guarding their own capitals. Forces didn't extend to these remote villages. A single demonic beast could massacre an entire village, so not even one could be allowed through. Tracking it wasn't hard. But what came after was the problem. The demonic beast that entered the forest turned the tables on the humans hastily pursuing it and devoured them. It was a beast that had lived in the forest of roots. The forest was advantageous terrain for it. Ambushing and eating the pursuers was a natural idea. When had a demonic beast in the forest of roots ever been chased by humans? It had simply been waiting for the humans to crawl in ripe for eating. Damn squirrel bastard, the lone surviving mercenary spat a curse. Tension made sweat pour down his body. Even if it resembled a squirrel, though hideous enough to make a real squirrel flee in terror, it was still a demonic beast. Its movements were wickedly agile. It leaped from tree to tree, devouring the advance party. His comrades were already all bitten and gone. He was the only one left, but soon he would follow them. Rushing too hastily had been their downfall. Is this the end for me too? His experience and skill meant nothing against an absolute superior foe. But as despair threatened to consume his eyes, a firm resolve soon bloomed. No, it was too early to give up. Where there's a will to live, there's a way. Reinforcements would arrive soon. They were nearing the forest entrance. He couldn't sense the beast's presence. Had it given up after gorging on human flesh? No, that couldn't be. A shadow fell first. The mercenary instinctively raised his sword. Crunch, crash, a powerful impact jolted his grip. He dropped the sword and tumbled back, sensing death. But then, swoosh, the shadow's head split in half, its reflection appearing on the ground. A pungent, bloody stench rose in the air. The mercenary lifted his head. A man stood there. Why are you alone? Pale white skin, with eyes and hair as dark as night. He had severed the demonic beast's head with a single strike. I lost my comrades and was retreating. The mercenary swallowed and answered. He thought he knew who this man before him was, with such prowess. Are you perhaps? At that moment shouts came from afar. Are you okay over there? Did you get the demonic beast? Dozens of mercenaries came rushing in. They halted upon seeing the one who had slain the beast. Helmut, no, Lord Helmut. It was Tanya from the Face Mercenary Corps. She stared at him, Helmut, with a face full of shock and surprise. Everyone did. The Face Mercenary Corps had heard the rumors about him. They all remembered Helmut. How could they easily forget their lifesaver? You've returned safely, thank goodness. They knew that those who had gone to the Forest of Roots had succeeded in their mission. Everyone had been watching the movements in the Forest of Roots. But then, the powerful spatial distortion that occurred in the center of the Forest of Roots. The area around the forest center had been utterly devastated. Surviving there wouldn't have been easy. The likelihood that those who went there had died was high, but those waiting hadn't let go of the thread of hope, and Helmut was here. Tanya. Helmut looked at her in surprise. Not just her, but the people from the Face Mercenary Corps. Fiend, her brother, Marrows, Sean, Byrne, Uter, those he had carried out the mission with. Now, after more than 5 years, their faces were unfamiliar yet similar to those in his memory. The faint nostalgia from when he first emerged from the Forest of Roots, filled with hope, resurfaced. What happened? Why did you appear here? The gate opened nearby. Just moments ago, Aaliyah had succeeded in opening the dungeon's entrance. It was in this vicinity. Helmut had detected a demonic beast here and came this way, while the rest headed straight to the barrier. They were a force even stronger and more intact than when they left. They would be a great help. Enough to lead this war to victory and more. Thank you for saving my life. Helmut stared blankly at the mercenary who bowed his head because he resembled someone he knew, Ethan Kudrow. He's my father. So Ethan's son was working as a mercenary. What a surprising coincidence. Darien had saved Ethan and Helmut had saved his son. History was repeating itself. After a brief pause, Helmut spoke. I owe Ethan too. Save your thanks for your father. Having finished speaking, Helmut looked around. No time for chit-chat, head to the barrier. The war would continue for a while yet, and many things still awaited Helmut. Once he tied up all those loose ends, he would have the leisure to look back. Chapter 483. Part 1. Complete. Around the same time, the demonic beasts began successfully climbing over the barrier one by one. Their numbers were steadily increasing. The defensive line would soon be breached. However, just as they bared their fangs toward the humans, a light flashed. Aria of lightning, boom. With a deafening roar, several demonic beasts struck directly by the magic were sent flying. I'll borrow your sword for a moment. Levant, having taken a sword from a fallen knight, charged straight at the demonic beasts. Having recovered his strength in the meantime, he was a powerful holy knight even without the holy sword. Levant's sword, infused with holy power, mercilessly cut down the enemies. Sir Levant, you've returned, leaving the priest's delighted cries behind him. Nice timing, Asuka then leaped onto the barrier. Crack, the demonic beast with its wounds frozen solid fell straight down the barrier. Luke Yeager, glancing around, charged at a demonic beast while shouting to the fallen knight. Are you a member of the Palma Knights? If you're injured, fall back. Yes, Commander, Cyan stood below the barrier. As he extended his hand toward the ground, tree vines grew from the soil on the side of the forest of roots, wrapping around the damaged barrier and shaking off the climbing demonic beasts. Aaliyah's hand, having unleashed attack magic, reached a mercenary who had collapsed with a hole in his abdomen. The wound healed in an instant. The mercenary bowed his head in gratitude. I thought I was done for. Thank you, Aaliyah narrowed her eyes. It was a fairly famous mercenary who had fought Helmut in the tournament. His name was Horton. Horton let out a hearty laugh. Color returned to his ashen face. I came here on a commission from Reynosa and I thought my life would end here. Well, dying in battle suits a mercenary just fine. He had accepted the commission knowing it would be tough, but he had confidence in his own experience. He never dreamed he'd be pushed to such a dire situation and barely survive. Aaliyah replied coolly, since you survived, it means you're meant to fight more, fall back and recover. Yes, now they had to defend this place. Aaliyah looked toward the other side of the barrier. Helmut was coming. As soon as we get out, it starts again. And he arrived right in the midst of a crisis. Their role wouldn't be complete until they finished guarding the barrier. They could enjoy peaceful rest afterward. Before long, Helmut soared over the barrier and landed beside her. Let's end this quickly. Aaliyah nodded at his words. Having overcome all those hardships and finally returned, there was nothing to fear. They were together, and they would be from now on. A month after the sacred barrier disappeared, the demonic beasts' attacks finally ceased. Only after countless demonic beasts had perished did they recognize the barrier as an absolute something they couldn't cross. Whether this was a temporary lull or if they would surge again was unknown, but for now it was a state of calm. With that, the Second Demon King War came to an end, and the human world found stability. Though the sacred barrier was gone, the lands of demonic beasts and humans were still divided by the barrier as the boundary. The Forest of Roots remained an unknown land, and it would stay that way for a long time. Regarding the barrier, an agreement was made for immediate dispatch of troops in emergencies. Each nation would send forces to guard the barrier. And the heroes who returned alive from the Forest of Roots, Helmut, Aaliyah, Cyan, Asuka, Luke Yeager, Levant. The names of the dead and the living were inscribed separately on the monument. As warriors who defeated the Demon King, the site of Archmage Hike's name next to High Priest Levinas was peculiar. Igrel's whereabouts were unknown. She was simply believed to be alive somewhere in the Forest of Roots. The same went for the other two rulers, Kantara and Baherk. It had been a long and arduous battle. At its end, Helmut's party scattered and returned to their respective places. Whether they would face scrutiny in their homelands or be welcomed, their futures were uncertain, but they were heroes. As heroes who saved the world, it was their turn to return with honor and move forward into their own lives. As they each traced their paths ahead, surely at some point they would intersect once more. Once, or perhaps more than that, a new light was descending, a dazzling morning after passing through the pitch-black dawn. Epilogue. Chapter 483. Part 2. Epilogue. The young man who had just turned 20, Finn, had taken his first step toward a long-held dream a year ago. He had saved up money from working in a mercenary corps and opened his own shop at an earlier age than most. Opening a small tavern selling food and drinks, he declared his ambition to himself. I'll grow this shop and open a grand restaurant in the capital where even royalty comes. But business wasn't easy at first. He was confident in his skills, but it was a tavern tucked away in a corner of a small city. It wasn't easy to catch customers' eyes. However, as time passed, it resolved naturally. Members of the Pace Mercenary Corps stopped by often, word spread among passing caravans, customers increased, and regulars started forming in the village. It was on one such day. As the sunset began to fall, Finn opened the shop. The caravan that had come yesterday had left, so it would be quiet for a while. Not long after, a customer entered the shop. Welcome, as Finn's booming voice rang out, the customer smoothly removed the hood pulled low over their head. The moment Finn saw him, he jumped in surprise. Huh, his eyes widened as he pointed a finger. It was a familiar face. Not just the strikingly handsome features, but that aura, jet black hair like darkness, black eyes, a face that once seen could never be forgotten. You told me to come if you opened a restaurant. Only then did Finn recall his name. Helmut, that's right. Finn's memory wasn't great, but he too had a memory he had cherished all along. The friend who had given him a new dream, that Helmut from 5 years ago, was here. How did you get here? I heard from Tanya. I stopped by during my travels. Helmut looked around and casually sat in the seat in front of Finn. Finn eyed him with a dazed look. The luxurious attire hidden under the black cloak caught his eye. Since Helmut was a swordsman of great skill, it wouldn't be strange if he had received a title. Your clothes. Did you become a noble? I mean, have you become a noble? It had been a year since he left the Pace Mercenary Corps. Occasionally, members of the Pace Mercenary Corps stopped by, so he stayed in touch, but since he wasn't a mercenary anymore, he was out of the loop on news. Moreover, they hadn't visited Finn's tavern lately. They had all gone to the front lines of the Forest of Roots, or so he heard. I did become a noble, but I'm here as Helmut, so no need to worry about that. Helmut glanced around the interior of the tavern. 5 years ago, Finn had been a timid boy unsuited to being a mercenary. Seeing him open his own shop, small as it was, just as he had declared, brought a fresh wave of emotion. Two lives that had branched off in completely different directions intersected here, beyond memories. Finn smiled and rolled up his sleeves. His forearms, toned from chores unlike a mercenary's, bulged. All right, since you came all this way, I'll show off my skills. Look forward to it. After he disappeared into the kitchen, someone entered the tavern. A beautiful silver-haired mage in an emerald green robe, Aaliyah naturally sat across from Helmut. Did you order food? The chef said he'd show off his skills. Ah, right, that's the person you said was your first friend. Yeah, Aaliyah smiled brightly. The two gazed at each other for a moment. They were on a journey, a vacation too. After handling all the urgent matters, only returning to Reynosa remained. There, Helmut would walk the path as the heir. The Grand Duke of Reynosa had gladly granted Helmut, who requested a deferment, his freedom. You have splendidly fulfilled your share. I'll give you a year, so rest fully and return. Or, you don't have to return. Those words didn't mean he hoped Helmut wouldn't be the heir to Reynosa. It meant that if he didn't want it, he could leave and live freely. Helmut no longer possessed the seed of darkness. The restrictions were gone. There was no need to wield Reynosa as a weapon or justification anymore. He was a hero who had saved the world. Understood. Suddenly, a certain memory came to mind. The time when he had been briefly free while coming to Baden, that time flashed through his thoughts. It was an opportunity. A chance to let everything go and wander wherever his feet took him. Helmut decided to fully enjoy the given year. Naturally, Aaliyah was with him. Aaliyah asked, "Where should we go next?" "Maybe look at a map. At this rate, wandering aimlessly, we might end up in the Forest of Roots. If we do, we'll check it out. I'm curious how things are there. Or should we cross the continent, cross the sea? That sounds good too." They planned to discuss how to live going forward at their leisure. What lay before them was countless possibilities. And an endlessly stretching path. Of course, he wouldn't stop training. After defeating the Demon King, Helmut had achieved growth as a swordsman once more. He wanted to see how far he could go as a swordsman. Someday, Helmut would surpass Alaga, the Alaga that remained in his final memories. When that happened, Helmut would stand at a pinnacle where no one needed to be overtaken. He was gazing toward that pinnacle as if envisioning it. Even if it was a long and arduous path, having already walked countless times, there would be no difficulties. Here, piping hot food is, Aak. Seeing Aaliyah, Finn screamed as if possessed by a ghost. It was fortunate he didn't spill the bowl. He barely managed to set it on the table and asked, Who are you, my fiancé?" "I'm Aaliyah." Toward Aaliyah, who lightly raised her hand, Finn hurriedly bowed. I'm Finn." He immediately shot Helmut a strange look. Where did he find such a fiancé? With that alone, complex thoughts swirled in Finn's mind as he gauged Helmut's success. He soon turned and headed back to the kitchen. "I'll bring the rest of the meal." After he disappeared, the conversation resumed softly. It was a cozy, warm time, talking from the near future to the distant one. The sun set completely, and the darkness surrounding the tavern gradually deepened. In that restful darkness, the tavern's light shone vividly, just as a faint light feels bright in thick darkness. It was the light Helmut had stubbornly grasped in the pitch-black darkness. Afterward, the author. With this, part 2 of Helmut comes to an end. There are still side stories left, but I wanted to say goodbye here. It's already been 2 years since I started serializing Helmut. I might want to write part 3 someday, so I won't definitively say the end. But the main story I envisioned concludes here. Having taken one step at a time over the past 2 years and finally wrapping up one story, the feeling is profoundly new. As my first long-form work nearing 500 chapters, there were times it was overwhelming, but I'm relieved to have finished it safely without regrets. Like the coexistence of light and darkness, grasping hope amid despair, knowing the value of what fills the void because of loss and being reborn from the bottom. Even if there is sadness and pain, I wanted to write a story where joy ultimately awaits at the end. I thank all the readers who joined me on this long journey.